Our main character's name is Line Gang. On his way home, he inadvertently joined a game called Earth Battlefield, where everyone is given a system. And since there's a system, of course, there has to be a super VIP pro package, right? But that's the main character of a different story, not him. The system's only purpose is to provide information and issue missions to players. But because he's a fan of light novels, the author buffed him with a supersized brain. Every mission issued to him, he completes perfectly. Every step he takes is meticulously planned, making the readers constantly surprised. And without further ado, let's begin. The story has reached chapter N, and the admin has also reached in. We hope you enjoy watching. Late summer night had fallen. Several police cars were parked beneath Building 7 of the Manhwa residential complex. The entrance to Building 7 was cordoned off with blue and white police tape, forming an arc. People strained to see inside the restricted area. Quarantined on the second floor, room 203. Forensic technicians and personnel had arrived. Enough detectives, photographers, and videographers to document the overall scene. Zhang Tuilin, female, 67 years old. Height 162 centimeters. Normal development. Average nutrition. Dark yellow skin. Post-mortem lividity. Reddish-purple in color. Present on the back of the head, the crown, shoulders, waist, and areas not under pressure from the limbs. Pressing on the lividity does not cause a change in color. Abdomen displaying signs of advanced decomposition. A large portion of the muscle tissue in the limbs is missing. Only the white bones remain in the palms of the hands and soles of the feet. All fingers and toes are gone. The entire face of the corpse, including the eyes, has vanished, leaving only the frontal bone, cheekbones, jawbone, and a thin layer of flesh and muscle. Officer Wong's preliminary autopsy findings are just that. Understood. Officer Wong stepped outside for a cigarette. His mind still lingered on the scene. No face, no flesh. Like a pepper-soaked chicken foot, not quite gnawed clean. Officer Wong exhaled a plume of smoke. The incomplete corpse before him made him recall something. The state of the deceased, along with recent urban legends. Within the residential complex, residents stood outside the cordon. Their curiosity piqued as they gossiped. I heard the person who died was Aunt Zhang from the second floor, right? That's right. She was an elderly woman living alone. Didn't like to interact with others. Just kept a few cats for company. If it weren't for the neighbors smelling the stench and complaining, perhaps no one would have discovered her yet. How could this happen inside her home? Within the cordon, Officer Wong silently listened to the chatter, head bowed as he lit another cigarette. Disappointment flickered within him. As he suspected, with the elderly woman living alone, it seemed the neighbors didn't know much about her. Probably diabetes, huh? Among the crowd, a teenager, gnawing on a bread roll and carrying a box of chives, spoke up. To be precise, type 2 diabetes. It causes a lot of complications. Officer Wong quickly approached the boy. Kid, do you know the deceased? No, I don't. So how do you know she had diabetes? Pretty impressive, huh? Impressive, my foot. Don't make baseless assumptions here. Go home and do your homework. Actually, it's not entirely baseless. What do you mean? I saw her once before in a small alley. Although her complexion was rosy, her skin was dry. She was also overweight. The skin under her eyes was drooping and showed signs of recurring scabies. The wounds on her arms were ulcerated, her fingers swollen and red, and her calves and feet were edematous. Her steps were slow and heavy, and that's a typical presentation of type 2 diabetes. Also, the window of room 208 on the second floor looks like it's never been opened. If she had a diabetic episode and fainted, it's possible her cats tried to lick her awake. Too bad they weren't successful. Instead, their licking tore her skin, and the smell of blood drove them into a frenzy. Coupled with not being fed for a long time, the pets would instinctively look for something to eat. Like their owner, for example. Officer Wong broke out in a cold sweat. So, you're saying she was eaten by her own cats? Hey, officer, ever played the mystery game, Mother Mystery? It's full of stuff like this. I'm a mother mystery master. This is my turf. Now, shoo. Go do your police stuff somewhere else. Almost got led down the garden path by that kid. He's got a real talent for deception. As Officer Wong walked away, the young man continued. When a whale dies, its body sinks to the ocean floor. Ultimately, it provides sustenance for deep-sea creatures like hagfish and shrimp for hundreds of years. This is the whale's final act of kindness to the ocean. Humans call it the whale fall. The cycle of life and death is the natural order. Officer Wong stood dumbfounded, sweat continuing to trickle down his face. My name is Line Gang. I'm a grade A genius. The elevator's broken today, so I have to climb the stairs all the way to my apartment. 20th floor. Talk about a workout. From the bizarre death of the old woman to Lion Gang's broken elevator, strange things are happening these days. He sighed, heading towards the stairwell. My chais are going to be cold. Gotta hurry. Suddenly, a muffled, wheezing sound drifted from the upper floors of the stairwell, like an old person with phlegm in their throat, unable to cough it up or swallow it down, struggling to breathe. Lion Gang paused, peering through the gaps in the stair, railing upwards. What the heck is that creepy sound? Some old guy hacking up a lung. The motion sensor light is on the 9th floor. Probably just some elderly person taking out the trash. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 12 steps. He climbed to the 8th floor. Lion Gang stopped, staring intently at the floor number painted on the wall at the top of the flight of stairs. The number 8, 8th floor. Then Lion Gang continued climbing to the 9th floor. But upon reaching the 9th floor, the number on the wall was still 8. His mind filled with question marks. Why is it still the 8th floor? The floor below wasn't the 8th floor. Maybe they mislabeled the floors. I'll try going up another level. He climbed another flight. The number was still 8. Still the 8th floor. Don't tell me this is some kind of creepy AI scenario. The muffled, wheezing sound from the upper reaches of the stairwell grew louder, closer. Lion Gang panicked. Who the hell is blocking my way? I have to be in front of the old man in 3 hours. 1, 2, 3 for not old. All right, old man, I'll give you this. Lion Gang bolted down the stairs, counting the steps in his head. After a few minutes, he reached a point far below the 8th floor. Moments later, Lion Gang stood panting like a dog. What is going on? Am I going up or down? Is this the legendary ghost wall phenomenon? He glanced at the window, his heart leaping into his throat. It was dark outside, so dark that only the moon was visible. Looks like the ghost wall is real. The wheezing, death rattle sound intensified, drawing closer. There, before him, sat a black cat, sleek and beautiful, with glossy fur, and wearing a tiny, hand-stitched vest. So, RA is just a little kitty. That purr is pleasantly soothing, and so adorably goofy looking. Who knows, maybe you could even join the Pokemon editions, but only if we ignore this face. This black cat has no face. Or rather, it's wearing a human face. A pale, wrinkled face. Mrs. Zhang's face. Lion Gang instinctively took a few steps back. A cat with a human face. It must be the face of that old woman from the 18th floor. This thing is wearing its owner's face, and now it's trapped me here. This has to be one of 6 Kwang's minions. His thought process cut short. Lion Gang reached behind him, pulling out a chopstick from a plastic bag. Lion Gang slowly extended his hand towards the strange cat, feigning a desire to pet and stroke it. The human-faced cat paid no attention to Lion Gang's conciliatory gesture. Instead, it simply licked its claws. At this distance, if the creature made any sudden moves, Lion Gang would instantly stab the wooden chopstick directly into its eye socket. The human-faced cat continued to groom itself, head bowed. It only let out a soft meow. Instantly, Lion Gang felt as if his limbs had been weighted down with lead. They were incredibly heavy, the spaces between his bones feeling as though they'd been filled with cement. It was difficult to even twitch. With just that single meow, Lion Gang completely lost control of his limbs. Like a statue, he remained frozen in his crouched position. After a moment, the cat staggered towards Lion Gang. He could only watch helplessly as the black cat slowly approached, then jumped onto his lap. Then, with its pale pink tongue, it began to lick Lion Gang's chin, slowly at first. The black cat's licking grew, increasingly frantic, its tongue scraping against the skin, leaving trails of blood along with a chilling, stinging pain. Goosebumps erupted across his entire body. He understood now. Mrs. Zhang hadn't died from diabetes. This cat had paralyzed her before licking her eyes out. Her face, after eating her eyes, it could transform into her likeness. Lion Gang desperately tried to move. He could only see a dark shadow beneath his chin, where an intense pain was emanating. He took a deep breath, bared his teeth, and clamped down hard on the tongue. The feeling of being bound instantly lessened. Lion Gang grabbed the wooden chopstick and, without hesitation, stabbed downwards. The sharp tip of the chopstick pierced straight through the cat's eye. Lion Gang kicked off the ground, propelling himself forward. Still gripping the chopstick, he rained blows down upon the cat's body, a flurry of punches like a raging storm. He slowly exhaled. The thick fog dissipated, and the moon shone brightly once more. The sounds of insects and birds chirping drifted in from the distance. The bizarre phenomenon had vanished. From the cat's corpse, a mystical light emerged and flowed into Lion Gang. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Lion Gang's head. New player name, Onging. Level 1. Current experience, 0 out of 100. Equipment, none. Items, none. Appraisal, player is a newbie. Tutorial initiated automatically. All imaginative works created throughout human history, mythology, epics, legends, anime, comics, movies, games, are reflections of other worlds on Earth. In this vast universe, we, along with countless other civilizations, coexist, compete, integrate, and struggle against one another. And you are the lucky one who has shown potential among all beings. You can now interact with supernatural phenomena. Become superhuman. Welcome to the Earth battlefield. A while later, after killing the human-faced cat, Lion Gang rushed home to retrieve his specialized cleaning kit. Now dressed in a yellow sanitation uniform, complete with a mask and cap, he stood beside a pale yellow plastic bin. Inside the bin, cleaning cloths were soaked in a mixture of blood, fur, and the skeletal remains of the monstrous cat. As he worked, Lion Gang muttered to himself about the recent events. A spirit system, huh? That old guy in the ring. Who cares? How can a noob like me just get thrown into this game like this? Based on the game's explanation earlier, that cat of Mrs. Zhang that I killed was also a player. It seems players don't need to hold back against each other. Combined with those urban ghost stories popping up lately, this survival game has already been going on for a while. It's just, I don't know how to communicate with the system yet. How do I report and complete missions? And for someone like me, a non-player, to kill another player and gain entry, there's definitely an organization targeting the supernatural powers this survival game grants, searching for the existence of players hidden among ordinary people. I shouldn't rush into anything. Information is limited. I can only sit tight and observe for now. But the rewards from the game are mid-tier. I used the practical theories I learned in literature class, but I only managed to pop out the cat's eye. The Tao of 999 suits this young master better. Lion Gang held up the cat's eye. An information panel appeared before him. Nim, Bisir E. Item type, equipment. Quality rare. Special effects. Perceive illusions. Create illusions. Illusion intensity, range, and duration are determined by the wearer's mental strength. Equipment requirement. Wearer must possess compatible eye socket structure, anatomical and physiological notes, things that ultimately transform. Changing form according to the image that change is called metamorphosis. It's all determined by the wearer's mental strength. Equipment requirement. The wearer must have a physiologically compatible eye socket structure, anatomical and physiological notes, things that ultimately transform. Changing their form according to the image, this transformation is called metamorphosis. This illusory survival game doesn't even have a tutorial for newbies, just a side story. No idea when it even started. Has this world really become a game? No idea how long this game has been running or how many players are online. Lion Gang pondered for a long time, finally picking up the crystalline orb. The moment the bizarre cat's almond-shaped eyeball touched Lion Gang's eyelashes, an invisible force pulled it in. With a soft click, the crystalline eyeball slowly embedded itself into Lion Gang's eye socket. Lion Gang flinched, but there was no discomfort unlike what he'd imagined. Lion Gang calmly assessed the situation, then focused, beginning to imagine. Exploring illusions. Creating an illusion. A hammer slowly materialized. Lingang Chukei. With these two powers from the cat's eye, I'm basically Loki in this survival game. Earlier on the stairs, when I encountered that ghostly wall, it was probably this eye's power. Now I can even create illusory items, but I still can't create large, complex illusions. Probably not enough mental strength. But I've entered the ranks of superhumans. This young master entered the orphanage at 7, stepped into society at 16, and have been supporting myself ever since. This game of life, consider it fate. At the start, I didn't even have a dog to follow me. But now I have the chance to unlock a dungeon. How can I not tear it apart? Scene changed to NT High School. A middle-aged man named Thatch Ton Tung, with a scholarly air, pushed up his glasses and tapped his finger on the teacher's desk. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. You know it's not okay, yet you're late every single day. Yesterday too. I'm telling you, Line Gang, keep eating that ghost lady's tofu and you'll end up getting beaten by her ghost husband. What's your excuse today? Line Gang replied humbly, last night, I fought 300-something battles with a chattering goblin. And then I confirmed that chattering goblins actually exist. You think you can just say anything? Do you think I'm an idiot? Stay after school and clean the classroom. After school, Thatch Ton Tung walked out of the classroom, answering his phone. He was heading towards the newly built teacher's dormitory to retrieve some documents. As he walked, he muttered, every interaction with that Line Gang kid is a test of my pedagogical ethics. That kid's mind is truly bizarre. A moment later, homeroom teacher Thatch Ton Tung, holding a stack of documents, stood before the elevator in the teacher's office area. Newly built this summer. The formaldehyde smell hasn't completely dissipated yet, so not many people come here. The elevator descended from the upper floors. The doors slowly opened, accompanied by the jarring, mechanical whine. Lost in thought, Thatch Ton Tung stepped into the elevator. The acrid smell of construction materials immediately assaulted his nose. A man stood in the corner of the elevator, wearing a yellow construction hard hat. Solai embadat tektentum gauget fosin a polit solai wat so mai. Composing himself, he said, excuse me, I didn't realize there was still construction work going on upstairs. Should have held back my reaction to the worker's smell. He thought to himself, but this smell is truly awful. It feels like my breath is being scorched. Drip, drip, a liquid dripped. Thatch Ton Tung didn't turn around. Using the mirror on the elevator wall, he could see some sort of black liquid dripping from the construction worker's pant leg. Mud. No, wait, asphalt. The jet black liquid flowing from the worker's pants leg increased, quickly pooling beneath his feet. It soon covered most of the elevator floor. At the same time, the pungent smell intensified, almost burning his skin and searing his insides. Thatch Ton Tung took 2 steps back, avoiding the spreading liquid. The construction worker remained silent, staring intently at him. The construction worker's eyes were lifeless. His pupils were cloudy and dilated, dark and bloodshot. They were the eyes of a dead man. Thatch Ton Tung cried out in terror, scrambling backward and pressing his back against the elevator door in desperation. His trembling fingers frantically jabbed at the emergency button. The spot where he stood was the only area not yet submerged in asphalt. Ding! The elevator bell chimed, signaling its arrival at the first floor. The doors opened. Thatch Ton Tung burst out of the elevator. He'd forgotten something. I am screwed. He suddenly remembered Line Gang's rambling words. Mr. Thatch, let me tell you about my latest research findings. When you encounter a ghost, you absolutely must not run. When you run, your heels lift. The ghost just needs to slip its foot under your heel, and it can successfully possess you. The ghost's toe lightly brushed the bottom of Thatch Ton Tung's raised heel. Thatch Ton Tung, in mid-flight, abruptly stopped. The construction worker ghost gradually merged into his body. Thatch Ton Tung opened his mouth in a maniacal laugh, the corners of his lips stretching grotesquely, almost reaching his ears. Back in Line Gang's classroom, 2 classmates were chatting. Hear anything yet? Someone died on Tien Hoa Street again. A driver suddenly stuck his head out the window and got clipped by an oncoming bus. Instant death. That's old news, man. This morning, a sanitation worker walking down Tien Hoa Street discovered a guy strung up on a power pole. This news is completely suppressed online. My uncle happened to be nearby and told me about it. The way he died, unless he jumped from a 10-story building or something. But the tallest building around there is only 3 stories. This world is getting weirder and weirder. Line Gang, overhearing this conversation, couldn't help but think this isn't a simple suicide or a series of coincidental deaths. The only explanation is, suddenly, the classmate sitting next to him spoke up. These urban legends, what's so noteworthy about them? If you have so much free time, go get a part-time job. This girl was the class president and also his childhood friend, Vong Tung San. Lingang Suden Li Et Ge Lim, Mi Top Idol. It's none of your business. Stop being so nosy. You mentioned a mosquito bite yesterday. It's been bothering me. So today, I'm giving you a magical treasure. Let's see who dares to touch my woman. This thing has a spirit. With it, no mosquito will dare come near you. Rejoice in my favor. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Line Gang suddenly found himself on the receiving end of a punch, leaving him dazed. Suddenly, at this moment, the system notification chimed. Ding. Activation conditions met. Mission type, common mission. Mission name, funeral rites. Mission objective, eliminate the ghost possessing a body within NT Experimental High School. Mission rewards 1, elevated authority. Unlock player's personal interface. Mission reward 2, in addition to eliminating the spiritual target, receive a bonus of 45 experience points. Mission reward 3, 100 game currency. Mission reward 4, random valuable item. Accept or decline. Line Gang thought, one punch and I trigger a mission. You're possessed, aren't you? He lunged towards Vong Tung San, grabbing her throat. And in the next instant, she flipped him, sending him sprawling painfully to the ground. Lying on the ground, he affirmed this strength. This is definitely the real Vong Tung San. I have to accept this mission. It's the only way to find a better survival game. Next, his thoughts racing, he grabbed his gear and bolted. Tell the school I'm sick. I have to save the world. There's no time limit on the mission, but it says to kill the ghost inside NT Experimental High School. Does that mean if it leaves the school, the mission fails? Or maybe something worse happens if the ghost gets out. Letting it leave is practically the same as failing. The observatory roof. Perfect view of the whole school. This freaky eyeball works great with binoculars. I feel like I can catch that ghost in record time. Through the telescope, his almond-shaped eyes scanned each building, each classroom window, quickly assessing everyone. Nothing unusual so far. Classrooms, labs, cafeteria, dorms, bathrooms. Keep looking. Found it. Line Gang lowered the telescope. At the entrance to the underground parking lot, there's a patch of something moving towards the lot. In the empty underground parking lot, Thatch Ton Tung slowly walked forward. He took out car keys and pressed the unlock button repeatedly, first left, then right. It didn't know which car belonged to Thatch Ton Tung, but it had the keys. Beep beep. A silver car chirped, its lights flashing twice in the dim garage. Behind him, Line Gang arrived. Using the cat eye's perception, he saw the construction worker's spirit controlling Thatch Ton Tung. Ugly thing. Get out of Mr. Thatch's body. Let our beloved teacher go and get back to class. Your students are waiting. Tak Tang Tung Smai. You're a player, aren't you? You people wouldn't understand. Reincarnation. 6 paths of rebirth. It's all a lie. After death, there's only endless nothingness. I don't want to die. You can be sad, you can be angry, but this body, it's not yours. The enraged ghost roared, I'll never leave this body. It's mine. Mine. Well, then you're finished. I'm not used to killing ghosts, but try not to scream too much when I hurt you. With no further discussion, the ghost charged. Its hands turned pitch black, nails lengthening into sharp, wicked claws. Line Gang calmly stepped back, reaching out and seizing Thatch Ton Tung's wrist. An immense surge of power flowed from Thatch Ton Tung's palm. Line Gang stomped his foot down on the demon's face. Using the demon's face as a springboard, he leaped into the air. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the demon hurtling into the car behind. The demon, having taken the full brunt of the blow, seemed to have finally kicked the bucket. Perhaps I went a little overboard. I shouldn't kill Mr. Thatch just to exorcise a demon. I need to find a gentler approach. The demon sat up, letting out a mournful roar. What's with all the racket? Before the demon could fully stand, Line Gang grabbed it by the throat. Look at me. Look into my eyes. His almond-shaped eyes met the demon's crimson gaze. The illusion within his eyes activated. A thick fog seemed to slowly, then rapidly, engulf the parking lot. In the next instant, the parking lot was replaced by a construction site. A yellow-brown asphalt distributor pulled up beside Line Gang and Thatch Ton Tung. The asphalt distributor's axles suddenly snapped. Thick, acrid asphalt poured down like a mudslide, engulfing both Line Gang and Thatch Ton Tung. An unbearable, agonizing pain, a pain beyond death, surged through the demon's spectral heart. It scrambled out of Thatch Ton Tung's body like a drowning man in a panic. As I suspected, the greatest suffering from your life is what makes you flee in terror, isn't it? Line Gang pulled a slender willow branch, which he had folded from the tree-lined path at school, from his pocket. Congratulations, you won't have to suffer anymore. With those words, the willow branch sliced through the spectral body like a hot knife through butter, cleaving it in two. Ding! Eliminated a possessing demon. 1/1. Normal mission. Funeral rites complete. Player authority upgraded. Personal interface activated. Mission reward 2. eliminated possessing demon, gained 30 experience points. Bonus reward, 45 experience points. After completing the mission, mission reward 3, 100 gold. Player's overall performance, 5+. Gold and experience gained increased by 160%. Experience points recorded. Player's current experience points, 120. Above 100, can level up from level 1 to level 2. After leveling up, the player will receive 1 free attribute point. I didn't expect to level up by respecting my teacher. Lion Gang immediately chose to level up. Helping Mr. Thatch got me all the way to 120. Thanks for sacrificing yourself, Iron Will, and giving me the experience. Lion Gang reached into Mr. Thatch's coat and retrieved his cell phone from his pocket. He dialed 120. Emergency services. Yes, I've personally checked the victim's condition. Minor rib fractures due to external force, unconscious. All right, we'll be dispatched to NT Experimental High School. Please stay on the line. May I ask for your name? At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Please enter your player nickname here. After hanging up, Lion Gang smirked and typed in the alias Lai Not Tang. The survival game has been held 6 times on Earth, each time on a massive scale. Each instance marks a new, epical species replacement. The Cambrian, the Silurian, the Jurassic periods, from annelids, cnidarians to dinosaurs and mammals. The survival game has practically influenced the evolutionary history of most species on Earth. By the 6th game, intelligence finally reigned supreme. The brutish Neanderthals were eradicated after 7 defeats. Sitting in Kulat, Lingang Ponde. When did this round begin? How many players are there in total? Ding! This is the 7th season of the large-scale survival game. It began 7 months ago. Currently, the number of players cannot be disclosed. 7 months ago, that's precisely when the urban legend started to become prevalent. Always the last question. The specific form of the mission that the system assigns. What exactly is it? There are a total of 3 types of missions that the system assigns. The first type is the common mission. These can be activated at any time, every day. Players can choose whether to accept them or not. Completion brings rewards. Failure brings no penalty. The second type of mission is the mandatory mission. These are randomly assigned by the system, and players are required to complete the objective. Completion brings rewards. Failure results in the player's elimination. The third type of mission is the scenario mission. The mission setting is randomly generated by the system and doesn't necessarily take place in reality on Earth. Players will take on a specific role within the scenario. Completion yields rewards. Failure results in penalties at the system's discretion. After leveling up, it seems like my physical attributes have also been enhanced. Let's see. I should check my attribute interface. Average masculinity score, 5. Lean Gang. Strength, 6. The level of a long-time gym enthusiast. Agility, 6. The level of a seasoned parkour practitioner. Intelligence, 7. Near genius. Physique, 6. The level of a dedicated marathon runner. Acuity, 6. The level of a passionate hunter. Charm, 4. Average looks, overall unremarkable. Demeanor and speech seem rather peculiar. A guy with long-term dedication to physical fitness like me, and my charm is only a 4. The system's evaluation criteria seem a bit unfair, don't you think? I've just got an attribute point. I'll add it to Acuity. After careful consideration, he added his attribute point to Acuity. From 6 points, at a level comparable to enthusiastic hunters, it rose to 7 points, the level of a professional hunter. My bizarre eye consumes mental energy, meaning there's a link between intelligence and acuity, right? After adding the point, the see-through illusion ability I'm currently using can be maintained for 700 seconds, while maintaining an illusion is 140 seconds. The scene shifts to the school parking lot. Police cars have cordoned off the area with tape, but the officers are standing outside the perimeter, looking like they have nothing to do. Inside the parking lot, a group of men in black suits and sunglasses are divided into 2 teams. One team is taking photos and collecting information from the scene, like criminal investigators. The other team is operating some kind of equipment similar to a mine detector, moving back and forth between the vehicles with broken windows, like engineers. Suddenly, a special agent calls out to his chief. I've investigated the strong psychic reaction, Chief, a type of spirit possession. Judging by the residual psychic energy, it's been about 5 hours since it was eliminated. The player who killed that spirit must be relatively low level, but based on the access logs, their awareness is quite formidable. The residual traces at the scene have been completely cleaned up. The cameras have also been destroyed. Even some of the vehicle dashcams have been dealt with. Judging by their method of eliminating the ghost, for now, it seems they belong to the neutral faction. No need to expend too much effort tracking them down. Regardless, all our current plans need to be revised. The incident on Manhwa Road, where paranormal activity is becoming increasingly severe. It could become a catastrophe at any moment. The scene shifts to Manhwa Road. Inside a construction site, a massive excavator is at work. Suddenly, the drill bit seems to be obstructed by something. The confused worker exclaims, "I've only drilled 80 meters. No way." Suddenly, the worker senses something. Quickly retract the drill. Something's pulling it down into the hole. After retracting the drill bit, let the tremors stop. The piece doesn't last long. The 800-ton drill bit suddenly vibrates violently. It's abruptly thrown upwards by something below. Then it crashes down onto a nearby excavator. From above, Lin Gang observes this scene, unable to hide his surprise. Damn it, what kind of massive boss is lurking on Manhwa Road? No wonder it requires leveling up step by step. I better steer clear of that place. Discretion is the better part of valor. On his way home, Lin Gang came across a father and daughter. The daughter asked, panicked, Dad, what's wrong? You were fine just now. Why aren't you talking or moving?" The old man sat in his wheelchair, his face vacant. His mouth moved, stammering Lily like, Vivi vitamin, story. Lin Gang immediately sensed something was amiss. Using his spectral sight, he scanned the old man. Traces of that spectral aura lingered. Ding! Conditions met to activate a mission. Mission type, common mission. Mission name, the gap between the cracks. Mission objective, investigate the reason for Qian Jianjun's catatonic state. Mission duration, 30 minutes. Lin Gang approached them and asked, "Excuse me, miss, do you know why your father suddenly became like this? From what I can see, it looks like a case of soul loss. Could you tell me more about it? Perhaps I can help." The daughter asked suspiciously, "Who the hell are you?" Lin Gang smiled. "Former Special Forces, inheritor of the Tai lineage, the divine healer of the city, Lin Gang, the Big Dipper war god, Dragon King, at your service." The scene shifts to an apartment building. According to the daughter, her father had come to visit her on the 7th floor. After arriving at her apartment, he became unresponsive and incoherent. This place is only 4 blocks from Manhwa Road. Could this also be a supernatural incident? The mission time is only half an hour. I'll investigate the 7th floor first. Passing the security desk, he noticed a missing person notice taped to the glass. Bao Fongdian, female, 51 years old, 1.61 meters tall, long hair, weighing 100 kilograms. Missing from Dushing Road at 1:31 a.m. Lives in the southern suburbs of an city. Speaks fluent Mandarin. Suffers from mild mental illness. Please contact her family with any information. Reward offered. He knocked on the security window and asked, "Security guard, I'm a relative of Bao Fongdian. She went missing here. Could I take a look at your surveillance footage?" "Didn't you guys already come and ask? Our surveillance system has been broken for ages. It seems I can't investigate what happened to the old man through surveillance. I'll have to rely on timing and investigate the floors myself." From the 6th floor upwards are residential units. It seems like the family on the 6th floor hasn't been home for a while. I've been using my spectral sight for too long. My mental energy is almost depleted. Still haven't detected any spiritual energy. I'm not going to end up like Uchiha. I'll definitely need an eye massage when I get home. The other businesses are operating normally. Nothing unusual about the residential units either. Besides the 6th floor resident frequently being away and fearing intrusion, using a metal gate to block off the 6th floor, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Suddenly, Lin Gang seemed to realize something. He looked at the metal gate welded to the elevator door. Everything seemed to click into place. The fragmented pieces of information connected. There was only one possibility. The 5th floor was originally a nursing home. Bao Fongdian went missing. The old man went to visit his daughter on the 7th floor and became catatonic. They all have one thing in common. They were all here, weren't they? She must have accidentally pressed the wrong button. No one lives on the 6th floor. Bao Fongdian wasn't found in the nursing home. There's no surveillance footage to prove she was ever there. Her family assumed she went missing on the street, but they didn't expect her mental state to be unstable. She must have accidentally pressed the wrong floor button. In reality, she never left the building. The metal gate installed by the 6th floor resident, combined with the elevator door, trapped her in this narrow cage. She couldn't reach the buttons outside the metal gate. No matter how much she screamed, the thick cement walls muffled her cries. This floor of the building, occupied by small businesses, wasn't exactly thriving. Elevator use was already minimal, and even less so now. Bao Fengdian was trapped in that gap, enduring 5 agonizing days. In the end, she perished from dehydration and exhaustion. Then, her uncle, mistakenly pressing the wrong floor button, stumbled upon her remains. Overwhelmed by the horrific sight and influenced by Bao Fengdian's lingering resentment and spectral remnants, he lost his mind. Truly a tragedy in this world. Truth discovery progress has reached 100%. Common mission. Gap between spaces completed. Calculating common item reward. A random item has been delivered to the player's item bag. Please confirm. It seems the system's missions aren't always about fighting. Sometimes, you have to use your brain. The system awarded Lin Gang a mask called the Transformation Mask. Item type, defensive. Quality, common. Defense, weak. Effect 1. When worn, the mask can be shaped at will. You could even make yourself look like a handsome admin. Effect 2. When worn, the user can increase or decrease their perceived presence to others. Equipment requirements 1. The wearer must have a physiologically and anatomically suitable face. Equipment requirements 2. Intelligence attribute must be 5 or higher. Sharpness attribute must be 6 or higher. Note, image of a 4-eyed, golden-laid bear skin with sharpened claws, clad in jet-black robes, wielding a boredom-dispelling spear, warding off plagues for the nation. Shape it at will. This mask is a divine artifact. I can use this for assassinations, ambushes, eavesdropping undetected, even theft in broad daylight. Then I'll abandon my humanity. Zoro. The glow of metalworking sparked to life. Lin Gang donned protective gear and meticulously welded the item in his hands. After some labor, our protagonist finally finished the product, grinning. Took long enough, still getting used to this. Just then a ding caught his attention. System notification, 240-hour playtime requirement met. Scenario mission activated. Mission details, type, scenario. Name, unquenchable hunger. Objective, eliminate the Jiangshi on Hidden Mountain Village. Time limit, none. Mission duration, 3 hours. Bonus reward, 2 experience points, 1 random rare skill. Lin Gang absorbed this information, carefully planning his next move. Scene change, Hidden Mountain Village. Faint images of playing cards materialized. Lin Gang's expression as he joined the card game was one of profound melancholy. His thoughts raced. This is a scenario mission. The objective, eliminate the Jiangshi on Hidden Mountain. Players can wear equipment and use items to unleash supernatural powers. And one important note, most unusual behavior won't arouse suspicion from the locals. Lin Gang, his head swimming with questions, observed the 2 men across from him. This is Hidden Mountain Village. The guy on the left is Feng Tai A. The one on the right is Feng Tai B. Does that make me Feng Tai C? Or Feng dot something else? Feng tie a. Exasperated bieli and gankes slovnes, belevet tie shi. Are you daydreaming? Play a card. To defuse the tension, Lin Gang replied, yeah, just looking at my hand. From Feng Tai A's outburst, he learned his current name was Tai Shui. So that's it, Lin Gang deduced. This is some kind of prearranged role-playing scenario. To these guys, I'm Tai Shui. During the card game, Feng Tai A and Feng Tai B gossiped. That damn Feng Ji, bedridden, and he still runs off to the county, causing trouble for the village, making us stand guard duty. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Forget about him. He's just going to the county for paperwork. Still fuming, Feng Tai A scowled. Damn him. He doesn't even care if his mother dies. And she probably starved to death because of him anyway. The card game was at a critical point. Feng Tai B tried to steer the conversation away from idle chatter. Come on, let's focus on the game, he urged. But the conversation sparked a thought in Lin Gang's mind. Could the Jiangshi I'm supposed to eliminate be the one in the coffin? Lost in thought, Lin Gang blurted out, my turn. Lancelot. This nonsensical play infuriated Feng Tai A. He pointed at Lin Gang, raging, you absolute idiot. What the hell kind of move is that? You playing with a deck of dog turds or something? Despite his anger, Feng Tai A was still sharp enough to realize something wasn't right. Hold on, you've got 17 cards left. You think I'm stupid? Try to cheat me, and I'll shove this whole poker set down your throat. But Feng Tai never expected Lin Gang to flip over his entire hand at once. 17 cards. A clean sweep. Boom. Airplane. Take that. Feng Tai A's eyes burned with envy at Lin Gang's inexplicable luck. His face contorted in frustration. Damn you, Tai Shui. You lucky son of a... In the midst of their heated argument, Feng Tai-A's gaze suddenly shifted. The coffin behind them was exhibiting some very strange behavior. The lid was slowly creaking open. A hand reached out, stiff and pale, lifting the heavy coffin lid completely off. The outcome of the card game suddenly seemed insignificant. Feng Tai-A was gripped by a terror far greater than the fear of losing. Lin Gang and Feng Tai-B, still oblivious to the unfolding horror, saw only Feng Tai-A's sudden panic. "What's wrong with you, old man?" Feng Tieb scolded, throwing things around like a child. "That's not how you play." Moments later, both Feng Tai-A and Feng Tai-B witnessed the coffin lid flung open. Terror seized them, rendering them speechless. I need to pee," stammered Feng Tai-A. "I'm so scared. Let's go together. Let's get out of here." Only Lin Gang remained unfazed, calmly shuffling the cards. "I'll just shuffle while you guys go," he offered. Overcome with fear, Feng Tai-A and Feng Tai-B grabbed each other's hands and fled. Now alone in the room, Lin Gang continued shuffling, muttering to himself, "Good heavens, starved to death by her own family, and even in death, she finds no peace. Such a tragic fate." He barely finished his sentence when he heard a shuffling sound behind him. The corpse lurched forward, its eyes, its face, the grotesque mask of decay. A guttural rasp echoed through the room. Despite the imminent danger, Lin Gang remained remarkably calm. "Good thing I came prepared," he thought. "Spent all my reward money from the last mission on something special from the game's shop. A gun." He drew the weapon, ready to face his foe. A volley of shots rang out, each bullet finding its mark. The closer the corpse advanced, the more effective the bullets seemed to become. Lin Gang calculated quickly .762 caliber rounds, 1,980 joules of muzzle energy. Even a woolly mammoth wouldn't get this close and scathe. A hail of bullets peppered the corpse, yet their speed and impact seemed surprisingly negligible. Lin Gang stared in disbelief. "She's catching the bullets. Knew it wouldn't be that easy," he muttered. "Luckily, I'm a bit of a tinkerer. Always good to have a few homemade self-defense tools handy. Like a grenade, for instance, or a custom-built double-barreled shotgun." This seemed like the perfect opportunity to put them to use. He leveled his makeshift arsenal at the approaching corpse. The first shot blasted into the creature's face. But aside from a scorch mark, it remained undeterred, its guttural growls intensifying. The roars grew louder, reaching a deafening pitch. Lin Gang's focus sharpened. The old woman lunged with unexpected speed, forcing Lin Gang to react instantly. A single touch from those claws would be disastrous. He threw himself backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Using the precious distance he'd gained, he pulled the pin on the grenade with his teeth. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he hurled it directly at his target. In a flash, the grenade landed near the old woman's corpse. Unexpectedly, she stood defiantly and blocked it with her hand. Lin Gang prepared to find cover further away, anticipating the imminent explosion. The white-haired old woman bared her teeth in grim determination. The grenade in her hand glowed redder, the remaining time ticking down. A deafening boom shook the ground. A cloud of dust and debris billowed into the air. The grenade had finally detonated. Lin Gang cautiously peeked out to observe. From within the wreckage, the corpse began to move, faster and faster, seemingly unscathed. The old woman growled, her eyes fixed on Lin Gang's hiding place with murderous intent. This was a turn of events Lin Gang hadn't anticipated. Surprise flickered in his eyes. Looking closer, Lin Gang realized something. Was its fur healing? No, it was turning black. The distance between Lin Gang and the corpse closed rapidly. The old woman's gaze suddenly shifted. Her pupils glowed crimson. The corpse no longer aimed for Lin Gang, but moved directly outwards. It flew away with incredible speed, its eyes burning with a thirst for slaughter. Astonished by its departure, Lin Gang ran out to watch. He couldn't understand its actions. Why run? He wondered. The grenade hadn't killed it, but it made it into an even stronger Jiangshi. What if it continues to evolve? A red notification from the system flashed. Mission difficulty increased. Mission name, Unquenchable Hunger. Mission objective, eliminate the Jiangshi in Hidden Mountain Village. Part 1. A while after the corpse left, the villagers arrived. Tai Shui, we've come to save you. Thank goodness you're alive. Their arrival made Lin Gang think, perfect timing. I was almost a goner. He also pondered, even a genius like me had a tough time. How are ordinary players supposed to survive this? Perhaps they could lure the villagers to chase the Jiangshi. The system required the elimination of a Jiangshi in Hidden Mountain Village, not necessarily the old woman or the black Jiangshi. Get a villager bitten or scratched by the black Jiangshi. Wait for them to turn, then take them out easily. However, Lion Gang considered the implications. This strategy would save the players' lives, but the game rewards would likely be low. Playing it safe will only lead to escalating difficulty later on. Feng Tai A, previously terrified, now blustered. Where's that monster? Before answering, Lion Gang pointed and asked, where does the left road lead? To the city, came the reply. With that, Lion Gang hopped onto a motorcycle and sped off. Borrowing this, he called back, leaving the bewildered villagers in his dust. Why does that Jiangshi want to go to the city? He wondered. The one I just fought, is it heading there? Meanwhile, a car traveled along the road. The driver hummed a cheerful tune. Who in the universe is chuckling softly, bidding farewell to the mortal world like a flitting fairy? His song was cut short by the sight of a strange figure. What in the world? It was none other than the powerful Jiangshi from earlier, pursuing him relentlessly. Lion Gang sped along on the motorcycle, his mind racing. Jiangshi are born from places filled with resentment and yin energy. They feed on resentment and flesh. They have no memories of their former lives, no emotions. Still on the same road, the Jiangshi clung to the car, then with a sudden leap, dropped onto the vehicle. Its eyes remained blood red, burning with a fierce determination to exist. Lion Gang was curious. Why this thirst for vengeance? Love turned to hate. That was Lion Gang's conclusion for the Jiangshi's actions. The driver, thrown from his car, stared in trembling fear. Tears welled in his eyes as he cried out, Mother, Mother, don't you recognize me? It's me, Tikkinda, your son. Mother, you raised me alone, even when times were hardest. You starved yourself, suffering from stomach pains, just so I could eat my fill. Tikkinda continued, his words dredging up the past. Mother, it's my fault you starved to death. It's because I was addicted to gambling I didn't come home to care for you. You were better than Mother. You didn't want to be a burden to me, did you? You loved me the most. You wouldn't blame me, would you? Tikkinda's words seemed to momentarily halt the Jiangshi. Its gaze softened slightly. Its hand slowly reached out towards Tikkinda. Seeing this, Tikkinda smiled joyfully. Mother, you've forgiven me, haven't you? I knew you would forgive me. His words were cut short. Tears streamed down Tikkinda's face. His body slowly crumpled. Mother, the outstretched hands hadn't offered forgiveness. The cold, dead Jiangshi had only lured Tikkinda to his death. The final fate of the unfilial son was death. Having killed, the Jiangshi howled, its cry piercing the sky. From above, Lion Gang looked down, offering words of counsel. She's gone. It's over now. Don't feed anymore. If your vengeance is satisfied, you can move on. Despite his attempt, Lion Gang saw only hunger and craving in the Jiangshi's eyes. Communication seemed impossible. The Jiangshi roared and charged directly towards Lion Gang. Sensing the danger, Lion Gang moved, his mind already formulating a plan. You defend with fur, attack with claws. Fine, I'll burn the fur and clip the claws. He deployed another item, Toddy's homemade Molotov cocktail. The petrol bomb struck the Jiangshi, igniting it in flames. Boom! The fire intensified, burning fiercely. The Jiangshi finally experienced pain. It howled in agony, but Lion Gang could see its immortality. Its fur melted into a liquid, extinguishing the flames. The attack failed. Lion Gang quickly shifted tactics. All right, enough burning. Take this. Anticipating Lion Gang's attack, the Jiangshi raised its arms to defend itself. Lion Gang registered the movement. He swiftly redirected his attack, striking the Jiangshi's arm as a feint. A scream ripped through the air. Lion Gang had used his axe to sever the Jiangshi's legs. If bullets couldn't penetrate, he needed close-range power. He advanced, relentlessly swinging his axe, his eyes focused on the powerful Jiangshi. The furious exchange continued. Lion Gang thought, it's like this, and it can still hold a pickaxe. He couldn't give the Jiangshi a chance to recover. His attacks became even more precise. The brutal confrontation raged on. Lion Gang created some distance and deployed his last prepared weapon, the nail gun. This time, Lion Gang would unleash his full strength, aiming to demoralize the Jiangshi with an industrial-grade nail gun. Boasting 25,000 watts of power per minute, its 45 nails could pierce through 20 millimeters of cement, even sheet metal. After a barrage of nails, the protective black fur weakened, resembling punctured tofu. Frustratingly, amidst the intense struggle, the nail gun jammed. Lion Gang grumbled, "Out of nails. How is it still not dead?" The Jiangshi showed no signs of fatigue, roaring and flailing its limbs violently. This predicament troubled Lion Gang. He observed the fur beginning to regenerate, forming a defensive layer once more. "Don't tell me it's evolving," he thought anxiously. At this point, Lion Gang knew he couldn't prolong the fight. He racked his brain, searching for any remaining weaknesses. The Jiangshi maintained its bloodthirsty and combative demeanor. Looking closely at its face, Lion Gang was suddenly reminded of the Jiangshi's maternal appearance when she was alive. Employing his acting skills, he cried out, "Mother, you raised me alone, even when times were hardest. You starved yourself, suffering from stomach pains, just so I could eat my fill. You loved me the most." Drawn by his voice, the Jiangshi lumbered closer, violently slashing and severing Lion Gang's nail gun. The distance between them now closed. Lion Gang seized the opportunity. He activated his cat's eye illusion. The illusion triggered memories within the Jiangshi. Images of Tik Kanda as a child, constantly eating, flashed before her. "Mother, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. This is delicious, Mother. Mother, why aren't you eating? When I grow up, I'll buy you all the delicious food in the world." While the Jiangshi was lost in reverie, Lion Gang reached behind him and retrieved his axe. A mournful cry, the anguished scream of a mother, resonated within the Jiangshi's being. Regrettably, Lion Gang still had to face his duty and complete his mission. With a single swing, everything ended. The Jiangshi was destroyed. Lion Gang held the skill scroll, a grin plastered across his face. Level 3 was now within reach. But for him, the real prize was the skill scroll itself. The system promptly initiated the activation of adrenaline. After absorbing the information provided by the system, Lion Gang carefully read through it, murmuring to himself, "Adrenaline activation. The adrenal glands stimulate the sympathetic nervous system, prompting the adrenal medulla to secrete adrenaline. Consumes 50% stamina, excluding cooldown. This skill is incredibly useful." These exceptional attributes fueled Lion Gang's eagerness. He closed his eyes and mentally recited the activation command for adrenaline. The skill's potency, he knew, depended on his level of excitement. A surge of potent spiritual energy coursed through his body. A satisfied smile slowly spread across his face. Indeed, he thought healthy kidneys are the key. The story continues the following afternoon. Lion Gang, enjoying an ice cream, chatted with the young woman walking beside him. She had intended to take him on a tour of the Nia Quan Temple. "Too bad it's already been seen," he remarked, punctuating his words by casually tossing the ice cream wrapper on the ground. The young woman immediately picked up the discarded wrapper. "Who would want to visit a place littered with trash?" she retorted. Lion Gang's pace slowed as he pondered. He wasn't really there for sightseeing. The previous encounter had clarified his objective. Conventional weapons were useless against Jiangshi. He needed to find ancient artifacts or supernatural items. He figured this ancient temple complex, the oldest in NT, might hold the key. Lion Gang carefully scanned his surroundings. Despite his meticulous search, he found nothing. "What's going on?" he thought. No reaction at all. Unwilling to give up, he even used his mask to enhance his search, but to no avail. Disappointment weighed his steps. No reaction from cultivators, he mused. No spiritual energy detectable by ordinary people. He'd searched everywhere, but found nothing. "No way," he muttered. "Could other players have already cleaned this place out? This temple is useless." Just as his thoughts drifted, a voice interrupted him, accompanied by a small gift presented before him. "Here, this is for you," the young woman said. "It's a protective amulet," she added, "for your safety. They say it's very effective." Lion Gang accepted the gift, noticing a faint spiritual energy emanating from it. He suddenly straightened up, declaring, "I'm a staunch atheist. I don't believe in any of this Buddha, ghost, or demon nonsense. It's all superstition. You keep it." Ignoring his protests, she tucked the amulet into his pocket. "Mister, I listen to ghost stories every day. Just keep it. They say the peace amulets from Tin and Temple are very powerful." Lion Gang grabbed her hand. "This amulet makes me feel so peaceful," he said. "Take me to thank this master." His words sparked a jealous pang in her. Why don't you ever thank me? She muttered. After a short walk, she led him to the amulet's source. They call him the Steamed Bun Master, she explained. His real name is Master Hubam. From the moment he saw him, Lion Gang stared intently at the master, puzzled. Strange, he thought. I detect no spiritual energy from him. How could the amulet possess it? As they observed, a loudspeaker announcement echoed through the temple grounds. Attention visitors, a gas leak has been detected and urgent repairs are underway. Please evacuate the premises immediately. The young woman frowned in annoyance. Seriously, she complained. It's so hard to get a chance to explore this temple. Despite the guide's announcements urging visitors to exit through the gate, the young woman with Lion Gang continued to grumble as they walked. Seriously, how unlucky can we get? Gas leaks everywhere we go. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lion Gang's sharp eyes caught the earlier exchange between the guide and Master Hubam, the Steamed Bun Master. A spark of curiosity ignited within him. This Master Dot and those people back at Duong Tien Hoa Dot, could they be part of the same organization? He pondered. And what are they transporting in that vehicle? In a fleeting glance, Lion Gang's gaze locked onto something unusual. The chassis is practically scraping the ground, but the truck bed looks empty. What could be so heavy? He swiftly activated his cat's eye illusion to get a better look. Beside him, the young woman, heading towards the exit, reached in her pocket and retrieved something. In the blink of an eye, Lion Gang vanished. A disembodied voice echoed, "Bad ice cream. Got the runs. Got a dash. Catch you later." The unexpected turn of events left the young woman stunned. Pulling a folded piece of paper from her pocket, she read the inscription, "A protective amulet, hand-drawn by yours truly over 3 days and 3 nights. More potent than the Steamed Bun Masters, guaranteed." A delighted grin spread across her face as she clutched the amulet. "His handwriting still needs work, though," she mumbled with a playful smile. Back within the temple courtyard, a group of men struggled to unload something heavy from the truck. The sheer weight of the object caused the support beam to crack, sending one of the workers tumbling to the ground. "Xiao Wang's trapped," someone shouted. The team rallied, their adrenaline surging. 1, 2, 3, heave. After a concerted effort, Xiao Wang was freed. "So heavy. I thought I was done for," he gasped, relieved. "Thanks, guys." As the covering slipped, a massive foot was revealed. An ominous, dark aura emanated from it. Unbeknownst to them, Lion Gang hadn't left the temple grounds. He watched from a hidden vantage point. The sight of the colossal foot made his jaw drop. What in the world? Master Hubam approached the foot, his hands clasped together. "Thank you for your hard work," he addressed the workers. "Please rest. Leave the remainder to me." With a sudden, powerful roar, the master's physique seemed to swell dramatically. Lion Gang, observing from afar, was bewildered. What the hell is happening? Using only his left hand, the master effortlessly hoisted the massive foot that had required 10 men to carry. With a mighty heave, he hurled it into a blazing furnace. Black, acrid smoke billowed from the inferno. The dark fumes curled into the air, accompanied by a low growl. The strange phenomenon drew the attention of everyone present. The master, his task complete, clasped his hands and addressed the workers. "The demonic essence of the Tatui has been successfully refined." "Thank you, master," they replied. The foreman gave a brief report to the master. The Heterodoxy Society just sent an analysis report. They believe this desiccated corpse, unearthed beneath Duong Tien Hoa, is the remains of a demonic beast slain during the Song Dynasty, known as the Mountain Demon. Overhearing this, Lion Gang nodded in understanding. "No wonder that I felt like I'd encountered that energy signature before. It's the same as the energy source beneath Duong Tien Hoa. So, it's called the Mountain Demon." Suddenly, the master's gaze shifted. He looked directly towards Lion Gang's hiding spot, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Has he been discovered? Pressed against the wall, Lion Gang felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He's coming closer. Footsteps approached. Suddenly, a notification pinged from the system. Just as Lian Gang suspected, a new mission had officially arrived. Could this monk also be a player? The system, ever thoughtful, reminded Lian Gang that this mission was critically important and that he should prepare thoroughly. After all, this was his first team mission. Updated information flickered across Lian Gang's vision, displayed by the system. Mission type, team scenario, mission name, Desolate Temple, mission objective, survive for 7 days within the Desolate Temple, mission duration, 7 days, reward 1, 200 experience points, Reward 2, 400 gold. Reward 3, random rare item. Reward 4, random rare skill scroll. The scene abruptly shifted to the desolate temple. As Lin Gang stepped forward, he saw a number of people. He wondered, intrigued, if these were the other players. The first young man had a square jaw, a powerful build, and a cold, resolute air that made one want to snap to attention and bark, "Yes, sir." Another player had a weathered face, a high forehead, and upward slanted eyebrows. His small, narrow eyes were framed by patches of beard. His entire being exuded the shabby, stingy aura of middle age. He bore a striking resemblance to Dian Bagwang. A female player was tall and slender, with stunning beauty, yet her demeanor was icy and distant. In short, an ice queen. The final player resembled Master Hugh Bam, the steamed bun master. He had delicate features and the thin frame of an ascetic, but his smile sent chills down one's spine. Their common trait was that none of them wore masks to conceal their faces. Perhaps the system had subtly altered their appearances. The scruffy middle-aged man took a long drag from his cigarette. Then he turned to Lin Gang and barked, "Hey, you monkey, who told you to introduce everyone one by one? Can't you see for yourself? And I look nothing like Dian Bagwang." Lin Gang quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone seemed so tense, so I just wanted to lighten the mood a bit." Lin Gang explained his thoughts. "After all, this is my first team dungeon and my first time in ancient times. I'm a little overexcited." The player Lin Gang had complimented on his physique nodded in agreement. "Monkey Face is right. The atmosphere is a bit too heavy. In a team dungeon, we're all comrades. If we can't trust each other, we'll all die easily." The well-built man then introduced himself. "I'll go first. Full disclosure, system info up front. Inhasu, level 6. My specialties are close quarters combat and first aid. You can call me Lao Xing." Lin Gang size him up. He had the air of a soldier. Even in this brief interaction, the group's wariness was palpable. The middle-aged man spoke up. "The system said we have to survive for 7 days in the desolate temple. We've been standing outside for ages, haven't even dared to go in yet. Why don't you go in first, Monkey Face?" "Inaso bravely volunteered." "I'll do it." He walked towards the temple entrance. He slowly reached out and pushed the door open. Lin Gang's eyes widened in sudden terror. A grotesquely long arm snaked out, as if to grab Hin Ha-Su by the throat. "Confusin falut Li Nang." What was that? Why didn't anyone else react? Couldn't they see it? He couldn't let this go any further. He had to act. "Wait!" he shouted. His cry startled everyone. They instinctively stepped back, adopting defensive postures. The moment Lin Gang yelled, the spectral arm vanished from the doorway. He was bewildered. What was going on? It had disappeared so suddenly. He was certain he hadn't imagined it. Hin Ha-Su, perplexed, asked, "What was that about, Monkey Face? What happened?" Lin Gang stammered, unsure how to explain. "Just let it go, everyone. Don't get stressed. I also wanted to share a bit about myself." The middle-aged man, bristling with irritation, snapped, "Hey, Monkey Face. Can't you keep your voice down? Why didn't you say something earlier instead of blurting it out now? You scared the hell out of me." As the system displayed Lin Gang's level 3 status, he continued his introduction. "Hi everyone, I'm the Handsome Monkey King, a trainee mercenary with 2.5 years of experience. I enjoy singing, dancing, and rapping." Speaking of the Handsome Monkey King, the movie Rumble in the African War Zone is premiering later this year. I'll be reprising my role as the Handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong. I'm currently putting all my effort into cultivating and promoting a positive artistic image, excelling in both physical prowess and cultural expression. I'm dedicated to spreading Chinese culture. Before Lin Gang could finish his grand introduction, the middle-aged man cut him off with relentless criticism. "Who asked you to talk about this nonsense? Is any of this useful? Just tell us your skills, your strengths." Lin Gang scratched his head, pondering. "What are my strengths?" He reminded himself to stay sharp. "I can't reveal my true strengths. They could be used against me. Spiritual entities. They can't be defended against with that kind of knowledge." Lin Gang tried to deflect. My face is my strength." The middle-aged man remained unimpressed. "Who doesn't have a face? Just shut up, will you? As if anyone would want a face like yours." Defeated, Lin Gang conceded, "Fine, I don't have any strengths." The middle-aged man sighed. "Whatever. My turn. I'm the Heartless Swordsman, 10,000 Li Wind Blade, level 5. I wield a long sword, know a bit of martial arts. You can call me Xiao Dao." The remaining female player introduced herself. "Lu Wudai, level 4. My skill is archery." The monk revealed his identity. "Hugh Bam, level 4. I'm a practitioner with some spiritual power. With these introductions, Lin Gang felt a surge of certainty. It is him. The system might have tweaked his appearance, but I can feel it. He's definitely the steam bun master. No wonder he was lingering around Jing'an Monastery. He received this mission too. A sudden roar echoed through the air, freezing everyone in their tracks. The door burst open, accompanied by a rush of cold, unsettling wind. Hin-Ha-Su cautiously stepped forward, trying to assess the situation. Everyone could see a purple aura emanating from within the doorway. The scene shifted inside the desolate temple. A few pieces of firewood were being stacked. Xiao Dao, stacking the wood, muttered to himself, "That monkey face is only level 3. And he was acting all high and mighty, analyzing the risks earlier. The scene flashed back to an earlier time. Lin Gang was addressing the group. "Listen up, everyone. I need to tell you something. Based on the cries and the deep forest setting, something unexpected has happened in this temple. The system says we can't leave desolate temple. That means the solution to this mission lies within. My initial plan is this. We need to investigate what happened here to understand the source of those cries. I suggest we have someone start a fire in the courtyard while the rest of us search for clues. Then, we regroup at the fire and survive the night. If there are no objections, let's get to work." Despite a grudging respect for Lin Gang's plan, Xiao Dao still felt resentful. "And he sends me to gather firewood. I'm level 5 for crying out loud." Lin Gang had reassured him at the time, "You're new here, so you're probably scared. I'll feel more at ease if you take care of this." Following the plan, Xiao Dao was busy starting the fire. A sudden thought struck him. "Wait a minute, I heard being alone makes you a target for sacrifice. Don't tell me that Brad is planning something sinister." Before he could dwell on the thought, the fire suddenly flared up intensely. Xiao Dao stared, wide-eyed, at the powerful flames. So strong. At the same moment, the ground beneath him began to crack and bulge. "What's this?" he exclaimed. A hand, long and powerful, erupted from the earth. The arm continued to extend, reaching out with unnatural speed. Xiao Dao, his face a mask of fury, swung his blade. "Trying to ambush me, you fiend." The air hissed and crackled as his blade sliced through it, a whirlwind of furious steel. But the arm remained unscathed, its relentless advance continuing as it wrapped itself around the older man. Xiao Dao's face was crushed against the earth, his eyes squeezed shut. The grip tightened. He could feel the pressure building, a sickening crunch threatening to shatter his skull. Refusing to surrender, Xiao Dao scrabbled desperately for his weapon. Inch by agonizing inch, his blade shifted closer. He bucked his legs, leveraging his trapped body, and the blade finally came within reach. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped the familiar hilt and targeted the monstrous limb. He stabbed. A shriek ripped through the air, raw and filled with pain. The pressure on his head released. Xiao Dao's desperate blow had forced the spectral hand to recoil. He collapsed, gasping for breath, coughs racking his body. Wounded, the arm retreated towards the temple entrance. The others, alerted by the commotion, burst into the courtyard. "Don't let it escape." Hin-Ha-Su surged forward, slamming his fist into the ground. A shockwave of blue energy erupted, cracking the earth. Q-Bam followed suit, sending tremors through the very foundations of the temple. But their combined efforts were not enough. The spectral arm vanished through the doorway, retreating into the darkness of the surrounding forest. They watched helplessly as it disappeared. "We let it get away. Xiao Dao, are you all right?" Xiao Dao, still catching his breath, glared at Lin Gang. "Monkey face. Things just got serious. I almost died, you know? Did you use me as bait? Did you deliberately leave me alone to lure the thing out?" "No, that's not it at all, Xiao Dao," Hin-Ha-Su interjected, seeing the older man's rising fury. Lin Gang stammered. "You said you didn't want to search for supplies, so I asked you to start the fire. It was a little dangerous, but..." Lin Gang pressed on, trying to placate the fuming Xiao Dao. "Look, you're a level 5 player, second strongest in the group. You can handle yourself. The danger in this 7-day survival mission escalates gradually. The first day shouldn't be life-threatening, but this mission isn't easy. We all have a role to play. If anything happens near Xiao Dao, prioritize supporting him." Lin Gang's words only seemed to infuriate Xiao Dao further. "Is he serious?" Xiao Dao muttered to Hin-Ha-Su. "He's worried about me after trying to get me killed. He's just a low level, needs someone to watch his back while he searches for clues." After the encounter with the spectral arm, the group gathered to discuss what had happened. Xiao Dao turned to Lion Gang, his voice tight with suspicion. "So, you knew about that demon arm, didn't you? Why didn't you warn us?" Lion Gang quickly explained, "I only glimpsed it briefly. It hadn't fully manifested, so there wasn't much point in saying anything. That's why I want to find something to deal with it." Xiao Dao eyed the chest Lion Gang had brought back. "Deal with it? What nonsense are you spouting?" He picked up a book and glanced at the contents. After a few lines, Xiao Dao exploded. "What in the blazes is this? This garbage is supposed to protect us from that demon. Only a fool would believe that." Lion Gang remained calm. He picked up another book and began to explain. "Flowers will wilt, grass will wither, people will lie, clues will vanish, but the numbers in a ledger cannot deceive." Lin Gang asserted, "Because of these ledgers, I think I have a pretty good idea of what kind of ghost we're dealing with." Everyone bombarded Lin Gang with questions. "Hey kid, don't you know what kind of ghost it is? Why not just tell us?" Lin Gang reassured them, "Don't worry everyone, just be patient. We'll find out soon enough." Lin Gang, following his hunch, walked over and knocked on the wall. The others gradually caught on. "Sounds hollow in there, doesn't it?" "You're right," Lin Gang confirmed. "I'm willing to bet there's a tunnel behind there." After a brief discussion, they all proceeded inside, encouraging each other as they went. "Don't rush, we're almost there." Only Xiao Dao continued to be a nuisance. "Damn, this place stinks. Someone drop a bomb in here, or something." Habaldi. After navigating the tunnel for a while, Lin Gang reached a door. He opened it, and they all filed inside. Xiao Dao, curious, asked, "What is this place?" Lin Gang quickly replied, "The disciples' quarters." "Just as I suspected. Let's get to work." Each member of the team took up a task, and they began digging. The moonlight seemed to illuminate their excavation efforts. They had almost completely unearthed a skeleton. "Almost done. It's remarkably intact." Xiao Dao asked curiously, "Is this the female ghost you were talking about?" Lin Gang confirmed. "Judging by the bones, she's been dead for about 3 years. She looks like she was beautiful, too." Ever the skeptic, Xiao Dao scoffed. "Are you kidding me? You can tell that from a skeleton." "You can tell," Lin Gang insisted, raising his voice as they neared the end of their task. "All right, let's get this over with. Burn her to ashes, and we're done here." Xiao Dao, still bewildered, asked, "So that's it? Mission accomplished?" Only Hin Su seemed to understand Lin Gang's true intentions. "The system wants the vengeful spirit to ambush us, to watch us die one by one, to endure those 7 terrifying days." But Lin Gang quickly uncovered the secret. He's prioritizing eliminating the hidden threat. Just as Lin Gang predicted, "So, you've finally shown yourself, have you?" A female ghost began to raise her hand from the earth, clutching a burning object. The others began to murmur. "There it is. Everyone attack. It's at our monster." Suddenly, Lin Gang called out, "Hold on. Everyone stop." At his command, the female ghost slowly emerged from the ground. The players stared intently. Just as Lin Gang had predicted, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Dao continued to press Lin Gang. "Why didn't you let us attack? Do you have a way to deal with her?" "Indeed, I do," Lin Gang replied, stepping forward. He addressed the young woman. "My name is Lin Gang. May I inquire as to your name, Mississippi?" Just as he spoke, Xiao Dao jumped in. "Are you flirting with her? Is that your brilliant plan?" The woman replied to Lin Gang, "Surely, you already know my name, young master. Why ask?" Lin Gang was momentarily speechless. "My apologies. Mississippi, allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Sai Tuikio, or Miss Sai for short." Miss Sai comes from a prominent official family, the Zai clan. Her mother was a courtesan. She was sold to the Zai family after becoming pregnant. However, both mother and daughter suffered constant abuse at the hands of the matriarch. As soon as she came of age, Miss Sai was forced into an arranged marriage with the second son of a wealthy merchant family. The 2 sons were debauched and dissolute, their bodies ravaged and incapable of producing heirs. The Zai family, desperate to maintain their status and secure their interests, pressured Miss Zai to conceive a child. There were rumors in the marketplace that the Kohan Temple was efficacious for those seeking children. Under duress from her family, Miss Zai went to the temple. The temple required female supplicants to kneel all night in prayer. Who could have known the truth behind the Kohan Temple's fertility rituals? That night, as Miss Zai knelt in prayer, several of the temple's disciples appeared, their faces leering. The truth of the matter is that several disciples of the Kohan Temple raped female worshippers at midnight, just before the Ka Khan ceremony. Under feudal law, These women, robbed of their purity, how could they ever reveal such a truth? Those 7 scoundrels thought they would succeed again this time. But unexpectedly, this time, Miss Sai was determined to resist. She bit hard into their hands, and seizing the opportunity, ran straight ahead. They were stunned, bewildered by Miss Sai's actions. And finally, that bloody end arrived. Miss Sai chose death rather than defilement. After her death, to cover up their crime, they dismembered her body and buried the pieces. Miss Sai's resentment lingered, condensing into a vengeful spirit, driving the temple's disciples to madness. In the end, those disciples confessed their crimes before the patrolling magistrate. Though the Kohan temple was sealed, the Zai family, unwilling to bring shame upon their name, refused to acknowledge she had ever been there. Ultimately, her injustice remained unresolved, her body unburied. Hearing Lin Gang recount her story, Miss Sai felt even greater admiration for him. Truly remarkable, she thought, as if he witnessed it himself. Lin Gang, ever the smooth talker, praised Miss Sai, a young woman of unwavering integrity, truly moving. He added, "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Please entrust them to us." Xiao Dao seemed displeased by Miss Zai's presence. He raised his blade, preparing to act, but his action was abruptly thwarted by Lin Gang's intervention. Miss Zai seemed bewildered by this sudden attack. "Xiao Zhao bo the tet li nang, zu so tin king bo zat." What are you doing? Don't stop me. Our mission is to kill her, not listen to her last wishes. I nearly died by her hand. Hesitant to decide alone, Lin Gang sought Hugh Bam's opinion. "Brother, what do you think?" Hugh Bam pondered, then replied, "Miss Sai's wounds have healed. She's concealing her power. Even together, victory isn't assured. Besides, this mission seems more complex than we thought. What do you think, friend?" Emboldened by the question, Lin Gang voiced his opinion. "To me, Miss Sai is a true heroine. She's more human than those phony noblemen who prattle on about righteousness and morality. I think we should hear her request." Touched by this trust, Miss Sai spoke. "Then I shall tell you. Many villains lie in wait at Kohan Temple, but the mastermind, their leader, feigned death to escape. That ringleader isn't human, but a demon. His name is Mountain Demon." The name Mountain Demon stirred something within Lin Gang. "So, he's here too?" Lin Gang asked. "Everyone knows of the Mountain Demon, right?" "Well, of course you do." Lin Gang nodded, understanding dawning. It seemed they all shared a common experience with the Mountain Demon, just like the other players. Miss Sai offered more information. Normally, the Mountain Demon manipulates others, appearing human. Ordinary people can't see his true form. "You are indeed extraordinary." According to Miss Sai, the Mountain Demon's weapon is incredibly heavy. Ordinary spirits can't possess him. Though filled with rage, I could only wait patiently. Lin Gang asked seriously, "There's something you need to tell us. Is this Mountain Demon also at the Kohan Temple?" Miss Sai's answer was firm, yes. 7 days from now, the Mountain Demon will return to Kohan Temple to host the Feast of 100 Demons, inviting demons from everywhere. This is the only chance to assassinate him. Understanding dawned on Lin Gang. "I see. So you attacked us not to kill us, but to test our strength. You're wondering if we're strong enough to help you assassinate the Mountain Demon, aren't you?" Lin Gang asked, a glint of understanding in his eye. Xiao Dao, beside him, continued to mutter his dissent, who said we'd help her assassinate the Mountain Demon. Miss Sai then offered an incredibly tempting proposition. "If you gentlemen agree to cooperate with me in eliminating the Mountain Demon," she began, her voice like silk, "the magical treasure on my person, it's enough to make any demon drool. I won't take any of it. It will all be yours." Lin Gang, his eyes widening, responded, "Then we have a deal." Before he could finish, Xiao Dao interjected, "Hold on. This is a serious matter. We need to have a private discussion first." The players moved aside to confer. Hugh Bam, the monk, peppered Lin Gang with questions. "How can you deduce her entire life story just from glancing at the empty ledgers in the courtyard? Aren't you just falling for the ghost's illusions?" Lin Gang shook his head. "No, brother, you're mistaken. I'll be frank with everyone. Since I was young, I've devoured all kinds of books," he explained. "I've studied extensively, and I have a remarkable memory for folk tales, ghost stories, and strange anecdotes. I can practically write them myself." Hugh Bam, impatient, pressed him. "And then what? Just tell us. Who told you to put on this act?" Lu Wudai, equally curious, added, "Lin Gang, don't be so cryptic. Get to the point." Seeing he was cornered, Lin Gang finally revealed his secret. "Actually, it's quite simple. I've read this story before, the story of Zai Tuikyo. It's in the records. From the ledgers in the Kohan courtyard, I roughly deduced the context of our mission," he continued. "It reminded me of the legend of the virtuous woman, Zai Tuikyo. Combining that with the small clues scattered throughout the courtyard and cross-referencing everything with the common threads of this lesser-known story, I felt confident in my assessment. When we actually unearthed the skeleton, it confirmed my suspicions. It's all in the records." Xiao Dao, still skeptical, retorted, "But you still can't be certain. Do those records mention the mountain demon?" "No, they only mention the feast of 100 demons. This whole thing is too vague." Even Lin Gang had to admit he was unsure about that part. Xiao Dao tried to rally the others against Lin Gang. "Look, you can't just listen to this kid. What if this ghost is working for the mountain demon? What if she's leading us into a trap? I say we kill her first. We can deal with the mountain demon later. If we don't find him, we'll just survive the 7 days and complete the mission. We'll all live." Lin Gang, still clinging to hope, turned to Hugh Bam. "Brother, what do you think?" Hugh Bam considered for a moment. "The reward for the Kohan Temple mission is substantial," he observed. "That means it's going to be difficult. It's hard to imagine avoiding the mountain demon entirely." Given the circumstances, Lin Gang proposed a new strategy. "So, why don't we trust Zai Tuikyo for now? We'll pretend to cooperate with her. In exchange, we'll buy ourselves some time to gather more clues and formulate a plan. If the mountain demon really does hold a feast in the next 7 days, we can adjust our strategy based on his and the demon's strength. We can betray Zai Tuikyo or kill the mountain demon alongside her." The team had to admit the kid was dangerously clever. "All right," Hugh Bam conceded. "Let's take a vote." After their discussion, they approached Miss Zai with their decision. "Miss Zai, we're willing to cooperate with you," Lin Gang announced. "However, we must hold on to your remains for the time being." She readily agreed. "Very well, but I still have one more request. Over the next 7 days, many demons will gather at the Kohan Temple. You can find a reason to accept the invitation and blend in with the crowd. However, many of them will recognize me as a spirit. To avoid alerting them, that I would like to hide within you, young Master Li, to mask my presence." Hugh Bam immediately protested. "Are you joking?" "Absolutely not." Lin Gang, surprised, looked at Xiao Dao. "Wow, you're sticking up for me." Both Xiao Dao and Hugh Bam voiced their disapproval. "You're the lowest level among us. If she harms you, it'll put us all at risk. I don't care about you, but humans and ghosts shouldn't mix, Miss Zai. I'm afraid it's not a good idea." Suddenly, Hugh Bam spoke up, his voice echoing with the weight of 1,000 karmic connections. "All things are bound by fate. I believe this isn't entirely impossible." Hugh Bam, who rarely offered an opinion, had barely finished a sentence when Xiao Dao snapped. "That's not like you. Aren't you supposed to be the strong, silent type? Just shut up and don't make things worse." Miss Zai's proposal gave Lin Gang pause. Possession. It wasn't just about concealing her identity. "You want to control the entire group through me, don't you?" He thought, suspicion clouding his features. In this particular situation, Lin Gang sided with Xiao Dao. "Don't worry," he reassured him. "I'm not stupid enough to let some outsider take over my body. I have my own plans." Xiao Dao, still unconvinced, pressed him really. Lin Gang knelt down and declared, "I'm ready. Come on in, Miss Zai. It's fine." His words stunned Miss Zai into silence. Xiao Dao scoffed. "What is this? Zhu Beiji carrying his wife." Miss Zai rushed towards Lin Gang. "I'm coming, young Master Li." Lin Gang, still kneeling, thought to himself, "So, she really wants to possess me." Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, Lin Gang activated his cat's eye illusion to observe her. There are ways to counter this. He thought, a flicker of challenge in his eyes. Lin Gang felt a surge of satisfaction. It's working, he realized. "I've been practicing this illusion ever since the fight with the Black Jiangshi. If you try anything funny, I have a trump card to expose you." Suddenly, Miss Zai stopped in her tracks. "Come on, Li Nang Uget." Miss Zai demurred. "My apologies." Miss Zai gently settled onto Lin Gang's back. Both closed their eyes, savoring the moment of connection. A green spiritual energy emanated from Zai Tuikyo's form. It flowed outwards as their bodies began to merge. The merging process was strangely disjointed, their forms overlapping and shifting in unsettling ways. The onlookers watched, bewildered, unable to comprehend the resulting form. Nothing seemed to fit together properly. The merging was a slow, arduous process. As the fusion continued, Lin Gang spoke to Miss Zai. "Why aren't you merging properly? Are you possessing me to control the team?" Miss Zai laughed softly. "Young Master Li, you seem so confident. Perhaps you've miscalculated. I'm just a small player in all of this. Lin Gang revealed his deduction. Everyone follows my commands, but the one truly in charge is Hin Ha Sao. My analyses and instructions are accepted because they align with his intentions. If they didn't, he has the power to override the decision. Q Bam is in cahoots with him, which is why he'll always support Hin Ha Sao. There's a hidden truth yet to be revealed. Hin Ha Sao is a government official equivalent to a magistrate in your world. They've known each other for a long time. Based on their interactions, I'm certain of Hin Ha Sao's identity. Miss Sai inquired, have the other two figured it out as well? Are they following Hin Ha Sao too? Lin Gang asserted, unless absolutely necessary, no AI would dare oppose a player with the backing of a powerful organization, let alone a lone player with no support. Li Feng Dao may act boisterous, but he only complains to me. I suspect he's also aware of the situation. And then there's the Ice Queen. She revealed her full name and player status in a single sentence. For safety, players usually conceal their identities. Her doing the opposite means that the Liu family is a prominent and influential clan. The other team members wouldn't dare deceive her. If there's any discrimination, she'll side with the AI. Historically, powerful clans and government officials are always on the same side. You understand, don't you? Lin Gang summarized his deductions, concluding, so, I'd appreciate it if Miss Sai would abandon any schemes of controlling me. Let's merge properly and cooperate effectively. I promise to use all my strength to help you deal with the Mountain Demon. Miss Sai, her curiosity piqued, asked, young Master Li, what are you scheming by agreeing to let me merge with you? While Lin Gang and Miss Sai conversed, Xiao Dao yelled impatiently, are you two done yet? Merging and whispering sweet nothings. If you have something to say it so everyone can hear. Lin Gang and Miss Sai quickly responded, don't misunderstand, Xiao Dao. We're just discussing how to deal with the Mountain Demon and his demonic horde. Right, Zai? She affirmed softly. Both Lin Gang and Miss Sai smiled at Xiao Dao, causing him to recoil. Ugh, don't smile at me like that, it's creepy. Can you two even merge properly? We're all gonna die when they find out you're faking it. Lin Gang reassured him, don't worry. Just one small adjustment and our two faces will merge into one. Problem solved. Imeditan, Hengha so Questin Linan, Susefun Metget. How do you feel? Lin Gang simply replied, absolutely perfect. The scene shifted to a location with a brightly burning torch. As the team arrived, they looked around curiously. What is this place? Lin Gang explained, that's right, Zai. This is where the Mountain Demon stores the spirit-infused wine he's prepared for the feast of 100 demons. He'll personally come down here to retrieve it. This is where we'll ambush him. Xiao Dao, still confused about the ambush plan, prompted Lin Gang to elaborate. This place is underground, filled with wine jars, and highly flammable. Using mines would be ideal. Do any of you AIs have mines? Whether it's anti-personnel mines, anti-tank mines, fragmentation mines, steel ball grenades, Biden mic or ion test, Blackpink pressure type, or shaped charges, anything will do. Xiao Dao declared. You can't buy these things on the regular market, he added. Only military personnel or AIs could get their hands on something like that. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gang laid his cards on the table. Of course, no AI would dare reveal their true identity as a government official. Right, Mr. Hin? The accusation stunned Hin Ha Sao into silence. Since we've come this far, Hin Ha Sao realized he couldn't hide any longer. He confessed, as you've guessed, I'm a special agent with the External Affairs Division of the National Security Bureau. I am indeed a government official. According to regulations, I couldn't reveal my identity prematurely. I apologize for the deception. Linang Apo Kekhung Ha So, Fighting Even, a special agent. That sounds impressive. Tell me more. Hung Ha So, Desai, Oblique. The Special Affairs Division is a branch that deals with survival games for the nation. Our responsibilities are heavy. Our work isn't just about ensuring the safety of people worldwide, but also about stabilizing and prospering the nation, competing for global dominance, and even the survival of humanity itself. Lin Gang, losing patience, interrupted him. Too long. Don't want to hear it. Just hand over the mines, Mr. Big Shot. You've talked enough. Hin Ha Sao quickly provided the mines. Lin Gang, upon seeing them, exclaimed, whoa. M18 Claymore mines and A1S. Miss Sai, seeing these for the first time, asked curiously, are they powerful? Lin Gang confirmed with certainty. Just one of these is 10 times more powerful than the force that launched you from the ground. Lin Gang set up a trap and instructed everyone, place the mines here for maximum damage. Cover them with floor tiles. Observing Lin Gang's actions, Hin Ha Sao acknowledged, Your movements are quite skilled and precise. You clearly know what you're doing. You must have a lot of experience with this sort of thing. Lin Gang quickly brushed off the comment. Mr. Big Shot, don't look at me like I'm some kind of terrorist. I'm a law-abiding citizen, minding my own business. After a while spent helping bury the mines, Lin Gang was moved to a new location. With this spot finished, he headed to the main hall of the banquet to plan a few more. Let's blow that mountain demon sky high, he muttered. Meanwhile, Hinha Sao remained deep in thought, musing to himself about the need to review the professional mercenary files from the system training to uncover the identity of this dangerous individual. The scene shifts to the next day. Lin Gang and Miss Sai observe the Grandmaster's actions together, whispering amongst themselves. Say, I've never actually seen him do anything, Lin Gang commented. He just listens to that official. You think they're in cahoots? Miss Sai replied, I'm curious too. I'll ask him. Lin Gang quickly approached Hugh Bam. Grandmaster, he began about Miss Sai and me merging. Everyone seems apprehensive, but you seem rather pleased. The Grandmaster replied, Aren't you carrying the peace amulet I imbued with spiritual energy? Of course, a ghost won't be able to easily harm you. Hearing this, Lin Gang was taken aback. He'd known he was protected, but he wondered, why didn't you tell Hinha Sao? Miss Sai bristet, snipping, bite fool. Don't spout nonsense. I've never harmed anyone. Offering no resistance, the Grandmaster bowed his head, admitting, my fault, my fault. A cultivator never lies. But as I said before, myriad occurrences arise from fate. Everything happens for a reason. Lin Gang pressed further, Grandmaster. Do you have any other advice? Hugh Bam demurred. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. What is meant to be will be. Lin Gang nodded in agreement. As fate wills, even separated by rivers and mountains, we will meet again. 7 days passed in a flash. The final day of the survival mission had arrived. The demons and ghosts attending the banquet were finally here. They were feasting, their boisterous voices filling the air. Come on, over or under. Make up your minds. One shouted, I am betting on the 12. It's definitely under. All right, then take your hand off. Over, over, over. Under, under, under. If I win, you have to give me half your wine. Another retorted, we'll see who wins and who loses. The players sat together, preparing to discuss their plan. They watched the boisterous banquet with disdain. Unable to stand it any longer, Lin Gang spoke up. Bunch of bumpkins. What a pathetic game. I should really take them to a nightclub. Show them what real fun is. Show them what happy really means. Xiao Dao looked at him in surprise. You still have the mood to worry about that. You say we're mercenaries, but these mountain demons aren't going to be easy. We're a handful of humans surrounded by monsters. Seeing Xiao Dao getting agitated, Lin Gang soothed him. All right, Xiao Dao. Miss Sai said we'll blend in when the time comes. Xiao Dao, already irritated, found the name even more annoying. Miss Sai this, Miss Sai that. Sounds awfully chummy. Who knows? Maybe she'll sell us all out. The sky gradually darkened. The banquet was reaching its peak when Miss Zai turned to Lin Gang. She quickly informed him, Young master, the mountain demon is here. Sure enough, a palanquin was slowly approaching. The others were also eagerly anticipating. He's here. He's here. Quick, transform. Finally, he's here. This is great. Transform. Xiao Dao was astonished. Whoa, the demon's taken human form. We're fading. The palanquin moved deeper into the gathering. The players watched from afar, confirming their suspicions. Judging by this procession, that it's definitely the mountain demon. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Gang activated his cat's eye spiritual vision. He quickly assessed the situation. Miss Sai, those demon attendants, their spiritual energy is even stronger than yours. Just how powerful is this mountain demon? An announcement rang out. Lord Mountain Demon has arrived. The palanquin stopped, and the mountain demon stepped out. He was a large figure with a cold, impassive face. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Gang's brow. Miss Sai leaned in, her voice a venomous whisper. That's him, the mountain demon, a devil in disguise. He should be torn limb from limb, 100 pieces scattered across the land. Lin Gang, trying to soothe her fury, murmured, all right, I know. Please be quiet. The feast continued, the Grandmaster calling for the next course. Across the banquet hall, a chorus of sycophantic praise erupted. Grandmaster Mountain Demon, your power has grown tenfold. Another cried, Grandmaster Mountain Demon, your majestic aura cows even the fiercest demons. A third chimed in, Grandmaster Mountain Demon, your power is boundless. Your celestial blessings are eternal, vast as the heavens and earth. Even just listening made Lin Gang's ears itch. He muttered to himself, do even these monsters play the flattery game? The demons scrambled to attend to the Grandmaster, one noticing, Master, your shoes are soiled. Allow me to clean them. Another, kneading the Grandmaster's shoulders, boasted, feel the strength of my technique, Master. Lin Gang watched, weary from their antics. He thought all that talk, and now they're tripping over themselves to serve. Someone fetch the wine already. The fawning continued, escalating to the presentation of gifts. A small token of my immense respect, Grandmaster, one demon offered. The elaborate rituals of the feast were proving too much. Lin Gang scratched his head furiously. Are they seriously exchanging gifts now? Must they ape human customs? Hin Ha Sao, observing from a distance, yawned repeatedly. Even demons know how to suck up. Unbelievable. It's been hours. When is that mountain troll going to fetch the wine? Why is he exploding out of his seat and into the rafters instead? Could he have sensed something? Does he suspect me? He quickly dismissed the idea. No, he hasn't even glanced this way. Unable to sit still any longer, Lin Gang spoke up. This isn't working. I should probably go butter him up so he'll hurry up and get the wine. From his system interface, Lin Gang pulled out an enticing gift. He carefully carried it towards the mountain demon. Xiao Dao, watching from afar, fretted. Where's that brat going? Don't cause trouble. Easy there, brother. Don't be impulsive. The mountain demon, catching sight of Lin Gang, remarked, well, what an oddly dressed young fellow. Quite the peculiar sight. Not a local, I presume. Lin Gang, presenting his gift, launched into a well-rehearsed speech. Grandmaster, I, along with my 4 companions, hail from the Adi de Nui archipelago, a humble collection of islands far across the sea. I, Chu Feng, by order of our island lord, have journeyed to the Central Plains for training. I have long heard tales of your illustrious self, Grandmaster Mountain Demon. Learning of this celebratory feast, I made haste to attend. It is an immense honor to finally meet you. I have prepared a small gift, which I humbly offer for your enjoyment. The mountain demon stroked his beard, pleased. A guest is a guest, especially one bearing gifts. There's no need for such formality, young friend. Lin Gang continued, producing a bottle. I've also brought a vintage from my homeland, a fine, potent brew known as Mighty Blacksmith's Dark Ale. I've heard whispers that the Central Plains lack truly fine spirits. I offer this to you, Grandmaster, for your discerning palate. Xiao Dao, observing, thought that kid's got some nerve. Finally, the mountain demon accepted the gift. The mountain demon paused. You said the Central Plains lack fine spirits. Lin Gang, drawing on his knowledge, replied smoothly, a feast without wine. Perhaps it's not that the Central Plains lack fine spirits, but that they lack any spirits at all. We have sweet wines on our islands. If you're amenable, Grandmaster, perhaps we could trade for some of your local delicacies. Lin Gang's words sparked outrage amongst the assembled demons. Blasphemy. The Grandmaster's wine is exquisite. How dare you suggest otherwise? The Grandmaster is a connoisseur. Challenging cries rose above the din. Kill him. Eat him. The banquet hall erupted in chaos. Eat him. Eat him. Seeing the escalating turmoil, the mountain demon raised a hand. Silence. Please calm yourselves. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. Please be patient. I will fetch the wine myself. We shall see if the Central Plains truly lack fine spirits. Li Nang Bao Et. As you wish, Grandmaster. I await with anticipation. Lin Gang felt a surge of satisfaction. His words had clearly gotten under the mountain demon's skin. Under the cool night air, bathed in moonlight, the Grandmaster drifted towards the wine storage. Lin Gang and his team, using their tracking device, marked the spot where the old demon descended. A blinking green dot on the device pulsed with the mountain demon's movements. He was getting closer and closer to the wine. The moment his foot touched the designated spot, the green dot merged with the mine's location on the device, becoming a single, ominous point. The moment had arrived. A single button press. A deafening roar ripped through the air. Those standing were thrown off balance. Panic-stricken shouts echoed. What was that? What exploded? Go check it out. Rushing out to assess the situation, they were met with a raging inferno engulfing the wine cellar. The clamor among the demons intensified. The wine cellar. What happened? Is the Grandmaster dead? Tell me the wine isn't destroyed. We haven't even had a drink. The fire raged on, billowing smoke and debris into the night sky. Xiao Dao, standing back, watched with morbid curiosity. Is he dead yet? He muttered. Watching intently, Hinha Sao thought to himself, with that kind of blast, even the mountain demon couldn't have survived. The smoke and dust continued to rise, so thick it was impossible to see inside. Suddenly, a hand shot up from the debris, flinging earth and stone in all directions. The players froze, stunned into silence by the sight. The hand gripped the ground. Slowly, he pulled himself up, his massive, scarred form rising from the wreckage. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. He's all right. The Grandmaster is alive. The mountain demon, not only unscathed by the explosion, seemed even more formidable. Li Ngang Kuset in Wali. Damn it, that bastard isn't even hurt. As if to diffuse the tension, the mountain demon spoke, his voice a rumbling calm. Forgive my clumsiness, good friends. I still have the wine, you see. The team's plan had failed. Xiao Dao was disheartened. Not only had the mountain demon survived the explosion, he'd also saved the wine. Hinha Sao nodded grimly. We miscalculated. The mountain demon is far stronger than we anticipated. Miss Sai, overhearing this, shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. He's strong, but not that strong. The lesser demons erupted in a cacophony of accusations. Who dared try to kill the Grandmaster? It was you, wasn't it? You look suspicious. You look like a rat demon. The mountain demon, feigning serenity, waved a dismissive hand. Let it go. A vintage jar was broken, but it was just an accident. Let the feast continue. Ditskao, Hingha Shou, confit in Miss Sai. I'm afraid our assassination plan won't work. Miss Sai understood. I know. Your time here is almost up. I won't let you die with me. I'll find a way to kill him myself. Lin Gang stopped her. Don't be reckless. You can't kill him alone. You'll be destroyed. If you alert him, we're all doomed. We have to work together to take him down. Miss Sai looked at him, intrigued. Work together. Is that even possible? Li Ngang Su, possible or not, we don't have much of a choice. Back at the heart of the banquet, the mountain demon boomed. Pour the wine, my friends. Fill your cups. Lin Gang, puzzled, turned to Miss Sai. Why isn't he investigating the explosion? Why is he continuing the feast? Does he have something more important on his mind? Right, Zai Tui Kyo murmured, her voice laced with uncertainty. I still don't understand what's more important here. But Lin Gang seems confident he's right. It must be related to why he's holding this banquet. What's he really up to, Li? The mountain demon's booming voice resonated through the hall. More wine. Another round for everyone. Watching the relentless pace of the drinking, Lin Gang thought to himself, once they're all properly inebriated, the real reason for this gathering should reveal itself. The lesser demons, after downing their drinks in one gulp, erupted in a chorus of praise. Ah, this wine surging with spiritual energy. Truly extraordinary. It's like gaining a year's worth of cultivation. Joining in the boisterous atmosphere, Lin Gang raised his voice. Exquisite. As expected of the Grandmaster, such fine wine. The Central Plains truly boasts exceptional spirits. The mountain demon, far from finished with the evening's indulgences, chuckled. Oh, fine wine must be paired with fine meat. Have you all sampled the meat course yet? At the mention of meat, Xiao Dao reacted with barely concealed disgust. Fine meat, is it? Not the flesh of our own kind, I hope. The other demons, however, responded with unrestrained enthusiasm. Just the word meat makes my mouth water. One exclaimed, his tongue lolling. I once devoured a merchant. The plump ones are the best, especially their livers, so rich and fatty, so smooth. Another demon chimed in, you're wrong. The best parts of the fat ones are the brains and intestines. So much brain, so many intestines. A third, gaunt demon rasped, clearly the lean ones are tastier. Their flesh is firm, their tendons supple. A withered old demon added with a chilling cackle, I prefer the tender meat of children. The demon's gruesome pronouncements sent a wave of revulsion through Xiao Dao. His face flushed with anger. Seeing his reaction, Zai Tui Kyo quickly intervened. Calm yourself, Xiao Dao. Remember our disguises. We're supposed to be deviant cultivators. If we show disgust at the thought of human flesh, we'll be discovered. The mountain demon, his voice dripping with anticipation, addressed the assembly. Your tastes are diverse, but I believe I have something that will satisfy all of you. From outside the hall, a palanquin was slowly carried in. A hand reached out and drew back the curtain. This simple gesture was enough to send the demons into a frenzy. Drool dripped from their maws, pooling on the floor. Lin Gang and his companions exchanged tense glances, bracing themselves for the unveiling of the meat course. From within the palanquin, two demonic soldiers led forth a young woman. She was heavily pregnant. The pregnant woman was escorted to the center of the hall. Her eyes slowly opened. The first sight that met her gaze was a horde of demons, their faces contorted with bloodlust. Terror seized her. She screamed in despair. The mountain demon spoke, his voice deceptively gentle. "Don't be afraid, my dear. I'm here." Recognizing the voice, the woman rushed towards the mountain demon, crying out, "My husband." The other demons watched with indifference, their attention fixed on the mountain demon. He gestured towards the woman and announced, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Hong Yang, my beloved wife." The introduction was met with a wave of disgruntled murmurs. He said we would eat meat. One demon complained, and now he presents us with his wife. What a disappointment. Another grumbled, who offers their own wife as a meal. The mountain demon placed a hand on Hong Yang's head and asked, "My dear, how long have we been together now?" 3 years, she replied softly, "ever since my husband ransomed me from the Qin Lu." The mountain demon's tone shifted, turning accusatory. 3 years, and during those 3 years, you've been diligently collecting evidence against me. Evidence that I use infants to refine my pills. Quite a collection you've amassed, haven't you? Hong Yang froze, her eyes wide with fear. The mountain demon continued his tirade. "I haven't mistreated you. Yet you, in your desire to help your sisters at the brothel, have been plotting against me. I intended to let you and your child live, but you've broken my heart." Hong Yang trembled, her voice filled with desperation. "What are you going to do? This is your child." The mountain demon's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. "My child? Huh? This is the essence of my pills. That's what makes them so potent." The exchange between the mountain demon and his wife ignited a renewed wave of excitement among the demons. "Excellent. It seems we'll be feasting after all. Meat. We're getting meat." A scheming demon brushed off the words of a few of the more dim-witted ones. "What's the big deal? That pill is the real prize." The players, witnessing this gruesome display of depravity, each felt a chill descend. Xing Heisu's face darkened, but he forced a calming tone. "Everyone stay calm." Miss Sai, also agitated, struggled internally. "We can't just stand by and watch this woman be devoured, her child used for alchemy. You don't need to try and persuade me." Lin Gang quickly replied, "I'm not persuading you. Just wait a little longer." The waiting only fueled Miss Zai's frustration. "Wait for what?" "Force Xing Heisu to act first. And even if he does, are we sure anyone else will follow? What if nobody else acts? I'm not waiting any longer." Lin Gang caught her eye. "Look, actually my plan was to..." He activated the cat's eye illusion technique. "I'll immobilize her for now." Overcome with anguish before her demonic husband, Hong Yang pulled the hairpin from her hair. Her voice was filled with despair. "Even if it means killing my own child, I won't let him use him for alchemy." But the mountain demon used his power to suppress her. Hong Yang, unable to resist, was forced to accept the fate of a double suicide. He quickly ordered his servants, "Someone bring the alchemy furnace here." In moments, the furnace was placed at the center of the banquet. Hong Yang, weakened, couldn't fight against the mountain demon's power. Her body was inexorably drawn closer to the fiery furnace. Below her, the faces of thousands of children met her gaze. Lin Gang approached Xing Heisu, gauging his reaction. "What do you think? Should we intervene?" Xing Heisu considered for a moment. In this survival game, the first priority is self-preservation. Lingang ge the mat vesai, right? Follow the leader. Besides, the system just wants us to survive for 7 days. We can just close our eyes and get through this. The mountain demon commanded the attention of the assembled demons. "I won't hide it from you. I've recently acquired the formula for a powerful elixir. An unsullied newborn, combined with a drop of blood from 100 different demons, will create the 100 Demons pill. A mortal who consumes it will gain 100 years of cultivation. A transformed demon can use it to increase their power and break through cultivation bottlenecks." He declared openly, "In my fortress, I have imprisoned dozens of women like Hong Yang. Plenty of ingredients." His words resonated with the greedy demons. Excited murmurs rippled through the crowd. "I feel the power surging within me. The 100 Demons pill truly lives up to its name." The mountain demon proposed a deal. "If you each offer a single drop of blood, I can produce countless pills. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Don't you agree?" The lure of such power was too tempting to resist. The demons readily agreed. As the Grandmaster commands." The vile mountain demon, offered Hong Yang a twisted reassurance. For the sake of our 3 years of marriage, I'll grant you and the child a swift death. A swift death. Faced with imminent death, Hong Yang was overcome with weakness and despair. Tears welled in her eyes. Unable to bear the injustice, the players glared at the mountain demon. A spear suddenly flew through the air, aimed at interrupting the mountain demon's deadly ritual. The force of the throw sent the spear hurtling forward, embedding itself deep in the wall. The demons, enraged by the disruption, turned to see who dared interfere. It was Xing Heisu who had thrown the spear. Feng Dao spoke up. Old Xing, you kept telling us to stay calm, not to act rashly. But Xing Heisu felt he could take it no longer. He had reached his limit. Sorry, everyone. I'll drag you all into this. Hugh Bam, usually quiet, responded, nonsense, nonsense. Right or wrong, this is righteousness. Even Miss Van Dai had to speak up. Are you done yet? Let's begin. The situation rendered Hin Ha Sao speechless. Oh, heavens. Everyone's lines are so cool. What am I supposed to say? Sensing the counteroffensive from the players, the mountain demon began to rise, his towering form dominating the hall as he declared, "So, you wish to oppose me?" Repressed emotions finally burst forth as Lin Gang retorted, "Only a foolish monk could teach a demon. Evil spirits and ghosts bring only disaster." The mountain demon heard him clearly, but still demanded, "Did you call me a demon?" The question escalated with his rising fury. "Did you call me a devil?" Unable to contain his rage any longer, the mountain demon erupted in a roar. "Did you call me a what?" His anger sent a wave of black energy crashing to the ground, where it writhed and pulsed with an unsettling life of its own. From the earth below, blue-black zombies clawed their way up, their guttural growls adding to the chaotic din. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the players exchanged grim glances. They understood now. What they faced was far more formidable than they had imagined. The charade over, the mountain demon dropped all pretense. His own army materialized, and he declared with chilling certainty, "If you say I am what you say I am, then so be it." The mountain demon's command rang out, sharp and brutal, "Kill. Kill them all." The lesser demons, eager to please their lord, surged forward. "By the might of our great mountain demon king, we shall lend our strength." But their eagerness was short-lived. As they lunged, the skeletal warriors cleaved them in two, their horrified expressions frozen in a rictus of terror. The remaining demons, witnessing the swift demise of their comrades, faltered. Overcome by fear, they turned and fled without a second glance. Long live the invincible mountain demon king. We'll just wait outside. Their cowardice left the players momentarily speechless. As the demons scrambled away, Lin Gang followed, pausing only to call back, "All right, I'll be right back. Please, do your best to deplete the mountain demon's demonic energy. Hin Ha Sao, you're in charge inside. Just follow the plan you mentioned. Let's go, Feng Dao. This time we attack. I'll go first. Leave those small fry to me." Living up to his reputation as the heartless swordsman, each stroke of Feng Dao's blade was powerful and precise. Wherever his sword flashed, the limbs of skeletal warriors flew. The carnage unfolding before him began to displease the mountain demon. Having dispatched the last of the skeletal warriors, Feng Dao advanced with cool confidence. Seeing his army decimated so quickly, the mountain demon roared in fury, his voice dripping with venom. "A skilled swordsman indeed. Let's see how long you can last." He unleashed a torrent of black, malevolent energy. The air grew thick with the oppressive demonic aura. Feng Dao gasped, "The demonic energy is so heavy. I can barely breathe." The situation was dire. The demonic energy began to seep into Feng Dao's body. Suddenly, a surge of power repelled the encroaching darkness. Hin Ha Sao returned, his form radiating an even greater power. He shielded Feng Dao. This surge in strength came from Ha Sao's upgraded Min Kuang armor. The armor boasted two special effects. First, Indomitable, which automatically increased maximum stamina by 20%, and second, Resilience, which automatically enhanced durability, reducing the intensity and duration of stun effects, as well as the effects of slow and fear. Not only did Hin Ha Sao possess powerful armor, but his combat movements were also incredibly innovative. He darted through the demonic energy with blinding speed, taking the mountain demon completely by surprise. The demon's face contorted in shock. Hin Ha Sao lifted the mountain demon bodily into the air, He strained, his muscles bulging as he supported the demon's immense weight. With a powerful heave, Hinha Sao hurled the mountain demon upwards. Because the mountain demon was no ordinary foe, Xing Heisu's hand was grievously wounded by the exchange. Blood flowed freely, and he could feel the demonic energy as if it had absorbed the brunt of his attack. The mountain demon remained defiant, his voice laced with arrogance. Such childish tricks. You think you can harm me? I borrow the strength of fire, and the wind fuels its might. A strange, swirling aura of vibrant color erupted from him. Along with it came the command, burn. Feng Dao, already weary, witnessed this bizarre display. Damn, what kind of demonic sorcery is this? Following the command, the demonic energy grew thicker and spread wider. It began to rise, swirling around the mountain demon. A vortex formed, spinning relentlessly. A rain of demonic energy began to fall, searing and corroding the ground where it landed. Xing Heisu stood directly beneath it, danger closing in. Feng Dao, watching from afar, cried out in alarm. It's bad. Xing Heisu is about to be caught in that demonic rain. Suddenly, a protective light appeared. Hu Bam had acted, using the Golden Bell Shield technique, a skill that actively blocked external physical forces. He shielded Xing Heisu from the corrosive rain. The mountain demon, undeterred, roared a cultivator's hand. Take this, heart-piercing thunder. His gaze snapped towards a new threat. An arrow hurtled towards his face. The arrow moved with blinding speed. Upon impact, a brilliant flash of azure light exploded outwards. Wu Dai's arrow found its mark, striking the mountain demon squarely. He writhed in the air. A deep gash appeared in his arm. Wu Dai knocked another arrow, preparing for a second shot. His aim was swift and precise. The trajectory of this arrow was no less deadly than the first. But this time, the mountain demon was prepared. A focused intensity burned in his eyes. He would not be struck again. With a surge of power, he transformed into his true form. The battle raged on. A strong young lady, he snarled. Very good, very good. Both arms ruined. You four are formidable foes, I'll give you that. But the mountain demon pressed on. This ends here, he declared confidently. Hu Bam observed. He's finally reverted to his true form. Xing Heisu realized the implications. His demonic energy must be depleted. He can no longer maintain his human guise or use his more potent spells. Keep attacking him. I can hold out. Lin Gang should be here soon. Moments earlier, facing a horde of lesser demons, Lin Gang called out, Miss Zai, dinner is served. Miss Zai's appearance sent a wave of fear through the demonic ranks. Their faces paled. Miss Zai unleashed a chilling threat. Any demon who has tasted human flesh, prepare yourselves. How does it feel to be the prey? The demons jeered back. You look more like a monster than we do. You want to eat us? Your arms look a little too skinny for that. Lin Gang, tired of their taunts, lowered his hands. Then let's see how Lin Gang, with all these extra limbs, fares against you lot. Prepare for a bloodbath. He lunged towards his targets. He closed in on a demon wearing a hat, who trembled in fear. The demon stammered, what? How can you be so fast? Before he could finish his sentence, Miss I brutally ripped out his throat. She then absorbed the demon's spiritual energy and demonic essence. After being extracted, the demonic energy flowed directly into Zai Tui Kyo's body. This aggressive display made the other demons tremble, their steps faltering. Zai Tui Kyo, having savored the demonic energy, exclaimed with satisfaction. Delicious. Still trembling, the demons whispered amongst themselves. Oh my God, that's terrifying. Run. A demon eating a demon. The current situation gave Lin Gang a realization. After merging with Zai Tui Kyo, he felt a significant increase in his spiritual power. Consuming demons could indeed enhance it. He decided to test its effectiveness. Quickly, Lin Gang activated his cat's eye illusion. Through his enhanced vision, he observed the demons' panicked movements and escape routes. They ran around the courtyard, their wails echoing continuously. Whoa, run! A demon eating a demon. How terrifying. Lin Gang addressed Zai Tui Kyo. The demon-slaying illusion is quite effective. Combined with your spiritual power, I can deceive the other demons. Zai Tui Kyo, listening, chuckled with delight. After I've eaten my fill, I bet I could even knock out the mountain demon. Following this plan, Lin Gang and Zai Tuikyo rushed towards the remaining demons. Well then, let's begin the feast. Wherever Zai Tuikyo appeared, the demons were struck with terror. From the center of the banquet, a disturbance arose. The mountain demon's powerful roars resonated continuously. Lingang ugenti zemindesai Tuikyo. Eat quickly. I'm afraid they won't last much longer. Zai Tuikyo, eating until she nearly choked, managed to reply, I'm eating. I'm eating. Gulp gulp. Even while devouring the demons, Zai Tuikyo didn't forget to be selective. Any of you who haven't eaten humans, step aside. Don't get in my way. Within the main hall, a sudden, intense light flashed. Startled, Lin Gang quickly turned to see what had happened. It was Xing Heisu, who had been thrown out of the main hall. Concerned, Zai Tuikyo called out, Are you all right? Xing Heisu, gasping for breath, replied, Not dead yet. The mountain demon's form is massive, and its movements are incredibly swift. Attacking it is difficult. When it realized Lu Vogi's blade could injure it, it used its golden bell shield for protection. However, it seems to be running low on demonic energy to heal its wounds. Xing Heisu affirmed, I believe we've managed to wound it now. Inside, the mountain demon chased after Feng Dao, Hu Bam, and Lu Vogi. It roared, You insignificant ants. Die for me. As Feng Dao, Hu Bam, and Lu Vogi ran out of the hall, Hin Ha Sao yelled, signaling this way. Run this way. Following Hin Ha Sao's command, everyone turned in that direction. Even if that mountain demon demolishes the place, it won't escape. From a distance, Lin Gang encouraged them, Hold on a little longer. Zai Tuikyo and I will be finished soon. Meanwhile, the mountain demon's footsteps drew closer. Xing Heisu, carefully observing, muttered, The opportunity is here. Everyone, get back. A bomb was ready in Xing Heisu's hand. The mountain demon's eyes glowed with fiery rage. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted beneath the mountain demon's feet. Unfortunately, the damage wasn't enough to stop its advance. Damn you. You set a trap for me in the wine cellar. Feng Dao, running and looking back, exclaimed it's useless. It's too tough. Hin Ha Sao reassured him. No, if you look closely, it's having an effect. After running a few more steps, Xing Heisu declared, All right, let's detonate it again. This explosion caused the mountain demon to roar even louder, but it still couldn't halt its advance. Xing Heisu pulled out one last bomb. This explosive was incredibly powerful, its light engulfing the mountain demon's entire body. Despite the devastating force, the mountain demon remained intact. It groaned, Impressive tactics. A few more of those, and I might have been finished. Refusing to accept defeat, the mountain demon began to use its purple gold 8 desolations technique. Harvest the moon fruit. Restore my demonic energy. Mend my wounded body. This moment, spotted by Xiao Dao, spurred him into action. He lunged towards the mountain demon's 8-pointed star. How could I give you such a chance? He unleashed a ferocious slash, a blade of wind aimed squarely at the mountain demon. But instead of a satisfying thud, he was met with a screech of childish rage. The demon lord's power, raw and brutal, surged. He retaliated instantly, forcing a cry of pain from Xiao Dao. Damn! A barrage of demonic blows rained down on Xiao Dao's arm, punctuated by the mountain demon's venomous curses. His voice dripped with arrogance. You frogs in a well. Just wait until I recover. I'll swallow you whole. His triumphant laughter was cut short. The 8-pointed star in his hand shattered, pierced by a well-aimed arrow. A howl of anguish ripped through the air. My purple gold 8 star. My hand. Seeing the mountain demon's stunned expression, Feng Dao roared with laughter. Excellent. His right hand is crippled. Panic clawed at the mountain demon. That damned archer. I can't heal anymore. If only Master Sick Do Tu Dao we're here. He banished the thought and bellowed, You insignificant insects. You think you've won because you grazed me. Even wounded, I can crush you all. The players watched, tense, wondering what the mountain demon would do next. Hu Bam, ever vigilant, reinforced his protective barrier, shielding his companions. Safe within the barrier, Xiao Dao called out excitedly, Beautiful. Anyone else have any tricks up their sleeves? I think he's running out of steam. The responses were less enthusiastic. I'm out of ideas. This won't hold much longer. Yungi's voice was filled with regret. I'm sorry. I've used all my arrows. I'll bring more next time. I'm spent. Hearing this, despair crept into Feng Dao's voice. So we're just supposed to sit in this turtle shell and wait to die. The situation was dire, but Hugh Bam corrected him. This is a bell, not a turtle shell. Outside, the mountain demon cackled. Out of tricks are you. Looks like I'll just have to crush your turtle shell and leave you to rot. Hugh Bam, ever the stickler, corrected him again. This is a bell, not a turtle shell. Feng Dao was exasperated. We're about to die, and you're worried about semantics. Unable to bear the inaction, Feng Dao yelled, "Get out here, you little brat. Are you waiting for us to die so you can loot our corpses?" The mountain demon's attention snapped towards Lin Gang. He realized what the young man was doing, absorbing demonic energy. No, I can't let him continue. He stalked towards Lin Gang, snarling. You look so weak. I thought you were nothing. But you're playing dirty tricks, aren't you? Just then Missai announced, done. Oblivious to his impending doom, the mountain demon lunged. D. His eyes burned crimson, intent on devouring his prey. You can't escape. Lin Gang circled just above the mountain demon's line of sight. And then, looking down, he met the demon's gaze and activated Cat's eye illusion. The illusion took hold. The mountain demon's expression went blank, replaced by a hazy memory of spinning chickens. Detective Kagoro Mori, drifting off to sleep, it's you? Lin Gang turned to the others. Give it everything you've got. This will only last a few seconds. Luckily, I saved a few bombs. Stay back. We'll need to move fast. Lin Gang planted the bombs strategically. One in the mountain demon's mouth, one on his chest, one under his arm, one on his leg. Seconds later, the illusion faded. The mountain demon stirred, his eyes blazing. Hinha Sao's voice was urgent. He's waking up. Run! While the mountain demon was still disoriented, Lin Gang sprinted away. The demon's blade lashed out, cleaving the air. Along with this, the detonator was activated from Xing Heisu himself. A surge of colored light fiercely reflected upon the mountain demon's face. Boom! A resounding explosion ripped through the air. Brilliant flames engulfed the mountain demon's form. Simultaneously, a system notification rang out. Survive 7 days in the Desolate Temple. The Desolate Temple scenario quest is complete. Calculating rewards. The bag swelled larger and larger with each breath. He strained, blowing with all his might to expand the bag until it was nearly the size of the mountain demon. In a flash, the bag, stretched to its limit, burst open. Quest successfully completed, Hinha Sao declared, dusting off his hands. In supernatural missions like this, bodies must first be placed in item bags before they can be auctioned on the market system. With this enormous size, we'll have to shrink it down a bit. This thing will only fetch a low price on the market system as is. After shrinking the mountain demon down to a manageable size, so it rested comfortably in his palm, Hinha Sao proposed, if you trust me, I'll base the price on the Scientific Institute's appraisal of the mountain demon and then convert it into game currency or real-world cash for everyone. Curious how much it's worth? The answer is 300 gold or 3 million RMP each. The substantial sum brought an unmistakable gleam of excitement to Lin Gang's eyes. Thank you, Sugar Daddy. Thanks to that day. Amidst the rustling sounds, Zai Tuikyo softly spoke, Young master, must you leave already? Lin Gang nodded. Yes, that's right. What are your plans? Zai Tuikyo explained. A vengeful spirit like me, burdened by hatred and resentment, after fulfilling such a profound vengeance, has no remaining desires. My soul is prone to dissipation. The only path left is to find a place rich in energy and hide within it. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Gang. That's right. Hugh Bam could be considered an expert in this area. While we still have time, let's find him. He can chant the Rebirth Sutra to help you reincarnate. A flicker of hope ignited within Zai Tuikyo. If that's possible, it would be wonderful. However, a grim reality remained. Even with the help of ghost messengers, wandering souls and restless spirits haven't been seen reincarnating. Reincarnation is obstructed. Ghosts, upon death, don't transform into wandering souls. They either dissipate into the open air or simply vanish. Lin Gang pondered these words, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. The Earth God has disappeared. The 6 paths of reincarnation are completely halted. This world is becoming quite chaotic. I have a way to help you avoid dissipation. Before acting, Lin Gang donned a Doraemon mask. As soon as he put on the mask, his hand transformed into a rounded form, holding a strange item. According to the system's information, it was a soul-guiding banner. Its first special effect was to absorb and store yin energy. The current yin energy level was over 1,000. The second special effect was to absorb and store spiritual essence. The soul guiding banner could provide this essence, enhancing healing and cultivation. However, the spirit's level couldn't exceed the player's level, and spirits wouldn't willingly form a pact with a player. The current spiritual essence level was above the demon rank. Zai Kyo noticed with surprise, "Just now, it seemed like your finger disappeared." And that sound, Lin Gang cautioned her, "Don't pay too much attention to the details. This is a magical tool I just acquired." He added cryptically, "The place I'm going is much better than here, and safer too." Zai Kyo innocently inquired, "So, do you have any novels or scripts there?" "I prefer deeply emotional romances." Sensing her girlish desires, Lin Gang rattled off a list of tropes. Domineering CEO, devoted second male lead, older teacher, younger student. These titles ignited a spark of romantic longing in Zai Kyo's eyes. A sudden, intense light emanated from the magical tool, startling Lin Gang. Looking closer, he realized it was the otaku ghost in the distance. Hinha Sao's voice called out, "Not Tang, come over here. We're preparing to teleport back." Following a stream of azure light, the players were pulled back to reality. The scene shifted to 3 days later at the once lavish banquet hall. The stench of blood hung heavy in the air, flies buzzing greedily over the gruesome remains. The remnants of the fierce battle were still vividly apparent. Shattered stone walls, ominously swaying trees. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the silence, growing steadily louder. An old man, his face etched with a somber darkness, appeared, leaning heavily on his staff. He arrived and immediately called out in a raspy voice, "Disciple, Junwang, are you still here?" As soon as the old man's voice faded, the ground began to shift and churn, the blood staining the earth moving with it. Slowly, it coalesced into a thick, crimson stream, rising towards the heavens. A satisfied smile spread across the old man's face. Good, you're still here." He caressed the swirling column of blood, muttering, "After your death, that minister of rights trembled like a leaf. Even the Jade Emperor's family lost faith in me, forcing me out of the capital." His voice grew thick with rage. "They killed my disciple, Shidu Zi. They pushed me to this. They think my Qingyang sect is nothing." The old man gathered the remaining pools of blood, forming a large, pulsating orb. "This will sever your reincarnation cycle. Your 3 souls and 7 spirits will never find release. They destroyed your physical body, ruined my plans. This revenge will be paid. Return to me, my disciple, Junwang." As the old man's voice echoed, a monstrous figure, the mountain demon, began to materialize. Its legs formed from the congealed blood. Its eyes burned with an unquenchable fury. A roar ripped through the air. Seeing his disciples' uncontrolled rage, the old man chided, "Trash. You can't even withstand this small amount of suffering. You've raged enough. We have important matters to attend to." A cunning glint appeared in the old man's eyes as he commanded, "Let's go to Songjiang Prefecture." The scene then shifted to Incity. An eerie calm had settled over Incity. The system simultaneously sent a quest reward notification, 200 experience points. The player's overall performance, S+. Reward, in-game gold and a 160% experience boost. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Gang muttered to himself, "I didn't even follow the system's requests. I was constantly being hunted by Miss Sai for 7 days at the Desolate Temple. I even unearthed a hidden quest and completed it. That's why I got an S+ rating." After a quick calculation, Lin Gang concluded, "So, I've earned 640 game coins, the soul guiding banner, and this randomly awarded rare scroll." With a surge of anticipation, Lin Gang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He opened the random scroll, whispering a silent prayer. "I want to leave this African continent. Show me a miraculous skill." Lin Gang's eyes widened as he took in the scroll's contents. According to the system's designation, the scroll was titled Earth and Sky Breathing Technique. Its primary function, through specialized breathing exercises, cellular activity would gradually increase, enhancing physical condition and mitigating aging. It also allowed the user to release subtle waves, creating concussive damage, affecting even the life force within spiritual entities. Lin Gang believed that with this breathing technique, he could cultivate inner strength. He began to adjust his breathing according to the instructions in the scroll. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, Lin Gang realized that under normal circumstances, his heart rate was 75 beats per minute. While practicing the earth and sky breathing technique, it dropped to 40 beats per second. However, he didn't feel the expected surge of warmth flowing through his body. In these moments of supposed peace, a voice blared from Lin Gang's phone, echoing around him. The voice spoke of Zhao Yun, spear in hand, astride his white steed, a figure of valiant strength on the battlefield, victorious wherever he fought. Exasperated, Lin Gang snapped at Zai Tui Kyo. Is there a single day you're not scrolling through TikTok or playing online games? Is this the demeanor of a refined young lady? Despite his constant reminders, Lin Gang's ears continued to be assaulted by the noise. But the battlefield he faced wasn't so easily conquered either. She was, after all, the top courtesan at the Dihong courtyard. Finally reaching his limit, Lin Gang yelled, "What utter nonsense are you listening to?" The scene shifted to Wang Tungsun's home. Tungsun's mother warmly invited Lin Gang, "Stay for dinner. I just bought fresh crab and lobster." Before Lin Gang could respond, Tungsun called him out. He said he needed help fixing his computer, but he conveniently showed up right before dinner. "You're so obviously here for the food." Lin Gang tried to protest, but the drool escaping his lips betrayed him. "Nonsense. You're just being paranoid, clinging to me like a leech." Defeated, Tungsun simply suggested, "Maybe wipe your mouth. You'll be more convincing that way." It's hard not to be tempted in this delicious atmosphere, Lin Gang thought to himself. Wiping his brow, Lin Gang replied, "I am a man of filial piety. This resentment you see radiating from me. It's a misunderstanding." He paused, then added, "Why are you sitting there like that anyway?" To his surprise, Tungsun's father turned out to be Wan Fengyan, the police chief. What a coincidence. Tungsun's father immediately launched into a tirade. "You little punk. Always at crime scenes, babbling about spiritual nonsense, interfering with my investigations. I've been wanting to catch you for a while, and now you show up at my house. This isn't coincidence, it's karma." He slammed his hand on the table for emphasis. "Are you trying to pull something with my sweet, gentle, elegant, generous, and charming daughter?" He accused. Lin Gang, who had braced himself for a serious accusation, was taken aback. "Sir, with all due respect, you're being a bit biased towards your daughter." The tension between the two men was broken by the doorbell. "I'll get it," Tungsun offered. As Lin Gang opened the door, a delivery driver greeted him. 2084, your Malatang is here." Pointing, Lin Gang said, 2084 is across the hall. The delivery driver apologized. "Oh, my mistake. I must have misread the number." Just when they thought the matter was settled, the delivery driver remained rooted to the spot. He turned and knocked on the neighboring door. The knocking continued, insistent. "Delivery." Not only that, but a sinister aura began to emanate from the delivery driver. His eyes glowed an ominous red. "Delivery," he repeated. Inside Tungsun's apartment, the seafood feast was in full swing. Lin Gang skillfully wielded a knife, carving the crab. "Everyone, eat up. Why are you all staring at me?" Tungsun's father, observing Lin Gang's technique, asked, "Are you a butcher?" As if on cue, Lin Gang explained, "I used to work in a butcher shop. These skills come in handy." It seemed perfectly reasonable. Room 2084 remained under surveillance. A sinister message, scrawled in blood, now adorned the previously blank door. The door had become a target. A chilling warning, delivered in crimson ink, was meant for those inside. Mid-meal, both Lin Gang and Tungsun's father noticed a strange scent wafting through the air. The unmistakable stench of blood. The smell intensified, making it impossible for Lin Gang to continue eating. Simultaneously, they both glanced towards the door. "That's an awful lot of blood," they said in unison. "Han Yin, this young man, and I need to step outside for a moment." "You two keep eating," Tungsun's father announced. "All right," Tungsun's mother replied. Her husband rushed to the door and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. They quickly realized the door was locked. Without hesitation, Lin Gang drew his knife. He raised his hand confidently. "This is easy to handle." The sound of a blade scraping against the door echoed repeatedly, culminating in a powerful kick. That door, no matter how sturdy, was coming down. The moment they stepped out, the sight of blood assaulted Tungsun's father, Wan Fengyan, and Lin Gang. Fury quickly etched itself onto the faces of both men. It seemed the culprit behind this carnage hadn't left yet. Their feet remained planted. A grim atmosphere descended upon the two men. Tungsten's father quickly drew his gun, ready to move. As he walked, he assessed the scene. An adult male, roughly 150 pounds. Blood loss equivalent to 3 Coca-Cola bottles. Look at this room. The room was steeped in darkness, stained with pools of blood. The police chief moved forward, then cautioned Lin Gang to stay back. A hand slowly opened a refrigerator. Inside were 2 severed heads. The blood of the husband and wife mingled together. This isn't simple, the chief ordered. Lin Gang, call the police. I'll secure the scene. We don't know if the perpetrator is still here. After updating the police, Lin Gang stood frozen, thinking. Twisted. They left 2 watermelons like this. Calling the police won't solve this. As expected, this was a system-assigned mission. Mission name, Madman. Objective, eliminate the murderer of Wei Ming and Wang Fong within 72 hours. This mission had 4 reward tiers, each incredibly enticing. The 72-hour time limit reinforced Lin Gang's suspicion. The murderer, or monster, had likely fled. Soon, the police arrived, securing the area and taking photographs. An officer began questioning Lin Gang. Young man, you saw the delivery driver, right? Can you describe him? The officer had barely finished his question when he was stunned by what he saw. Lin Gang presented a sketch. Something like this. Time was short, couldn't do an oil painting. Just a quick sketch. I also have a half-body and full-body drawing. The officer turned to Tungsten's father. Premeditated, clean, and efficient. Highly disciplined. Definitely not a real delivery driver. Tungsten's father added, the bodies were in the fridge, but the heads were missing. The police noted other details. No footprints, fingerprints, or any other trace evidence. He didn't leave through the front door. This is the 20th floor. Did he jump? Lin Gang remained silent, observing the police. He thought to himself, this survival game has exposed a blind spot in their methods. I need to investigate this myself. The scene shifted to Lin Gang's home. He returned to his room, deep in thought. I received a mission to hunt. Did the other side receive a mission to hunt me? Lost in his thoughts, he was startled by Zai Tuikio emerging from the doorway. Let me use your phone, she demanded. Why did you bring your phone? How am I supposed to live without it? Exhausted and further annoyed by her demands, Lin Gang replied, come with me on a mission tonight, and I'll buy you a new phone. At the mention of a new phone, Zai Tuikio's eyes lit up like headlights. She threw her arms around Lin Gang. Lin Gang, I love you. You're the best, but give me the expensive one, okay? The sky began to darken. Lin Gang traveled for a while, eventually returning to the crime scene. He planned to use their security cameras to find traces of the killer. He quickly grabbed a walkie-talkie. A red signal on the device was swiftly detected. Lin Gang immediately began to pick the lock. Observing from above, he muttered a running commentary. The police have already collected 1,778 pieces of evidence, but some things just can't be moved. These cameras are ancient. I'll have this cracked in minutes. Zai Tuikio, watching the monitor beside him, asked curiously, what happened to that cool soul-guiding banner you used to have? Why'd you trade it for this boring black umbrella? Lin Gang explained patiently. In these peaceful times, if I wandered around with a banner like that, I'd end up in a mental institution faster than you can say tick-tock. After a bit of searching, he announced, got it. Let's analyze this. Starting 6 days ago, as soon as the victims took out the trash, within 10 minutes, the sanitation workers would come and collect the bins. Zai Tuikio, following his logic, mused, so this guy was constantly watching the couple. What else can you see? Lin Gang, with a confident smirk, replied, I'm practically Idagawa Conan. A simple portrait tells 1,000 stories. The killer was able to time things perfectly from a surveillance room. That means he has both money and free time, either unemployed or working nights. He personally disposed of 6 bags of trash. I'm leaning towards the latter. Going back a few days, he always exited the west gate of the complex. His card had mud on it. And remember our encounter today. His new shoes were covered in fresh mud. A 10-minute walk west of here leads to a road that's under construction. He could easily wheel a cart through there, unnoticed, with a trash bag, and enter the victim's building. There aren't many places that fit that description. Luckily, I know just the place. He hopped onto a waiting bicycle. Sai Tuikio, let's die, he called. Destination, Zhongqing Village, Southwest City. Perched precariously on the back of Lin Gang's rickety bicycle, Zai Tuikio complained, this steed of yours doesn't exactly scream master detective. Li Ngan Chukai, What were you expecting? I'm a student, not some CEO, riding a stallion or a motorbike. The bicycle sped along, its wheels splashing through puddles. They quickly reached their destination. Upon arrival, Lin Gang executed a dramatic skidding stop. His attention was immediately drawn to the scene before him. Sense anything, Zai Kyo? He asked. Following his gaze, she shivered. The sky, it's almost purple. This place has a seriously creepy vibe. A lecturing voice echoed from nearby. At the foot of the mountain, there's a cliff. On the cliff face, there's a path. And the Hanhao bird makes its nest there. All right, that's all for today's tutoring. Class dismissed. The children cheered and scattered. They raced each other down the path, eager to get home. The teacher, a man with an enigmatic air, remained, calmly sipping his tea. He glanced towards the doorway. Why don't you come in and join me? Lin Gang stepped into the classroom, his voice accusatory. I never would have guessed that such a polite, well-mannered tutor would reek of blood. He cut straight to the point. You killed Zheng Weiming and Wang Fangni, didn't you? Without hesitation, the teacher confessed. I did. Which organization are you with? The Special Affairs Bureau, the Esoteric Studies Society, or perhaps the police? Lin Gang brushed aside the questions. It doesn't matter who I am. You're not getting away. You're my target now. As he spoke, he flipped the teacher's desk. Splinters of wood flew through the air, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Lin Gang's voice sharpened, accusatory. This charade of flattery is tiresome. If you truly seek information about my background, at least have the decency to show your true face. These eyes, Lin Gang continued, his gaze piercing, can see through any illusion. The teacher, seemingly resigned to the exposure, abandoned his pretense. A dark aura flickered in his eyes as he spoke, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. So, I've encountered a player of such hidden depths. Very well. I shall show you exactly what pain this wretched couple inflicted upon me. The pain, he repeated, the words dripping with venom. The teacher's confession poured forth, a torrent of long-suppressed emotions. Wang Fuang and I was my childhood sweetheart. Even after she married Tang Noi Min, she remained the only woman I ever loved. When her house caught fire, he continued, his voice choked with a mixture of anguish and resentment. I was the first one to rush into the flames. To save her, he added, a bitter edge creeping into his voice. And what did I get in return? Nothing but scorn. Not only that, the teacher's voice rising in fury, but Tang Neumann stole my fire mask and left me to burn. Lin Gang listened to this tale of twisted love and betrayal, shaking his head in disbelief. So, this melodramatic story is your justification for murdering them. Beside him, Zai Kyo whispered a warning, young master, be careful. The negative energy here is coalescing around him. A ghastly smile twisted the teacher's lips. Hey, no, it was love, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Even after they ruined my life, he confessed, a strange light in his eyes. I couldn't control myself. I couldn't control my love for Fuang and I. So I helped them escape the trap of reincarnation. With a sudden, theatrical flourish, the teacher flung off his coat, revealing a sight that made Lin Gang recoil. Beneath the guise of the scholarly teacher, lay a powerfully built physique, now radiating with a sinister, otherworldly energy. The air around him crackled with what looked like a dark, swirling magic. Lin Gang's internal system rapidly processed information about this dark magic. Yin-Yang Demonic Tao, a forbidden technique that absorbs the essence, blood, and soul of its victims, granting the user renewed youth and increased power. Disgusted by the teacher's depravity, Lin Gang pointed at him, his voice trembling with rage. Tang Weiming, Wang Fengni, you use this vile magic to bind their souls, and you call that salvation. What twisted delusion are you trapped in? What trap of reincarnation? The teacher, lost in his own warped reality, continued his rambling confession. 6 days ago, during a scenario mission, I acquired the vengeful spirit of an old sorcerer. It was then that I learned the terrible secret of the Esoteric Society. After the third large-scale survival game ended, the entire underworld vanished. The 6 paths of reincarnation have been stagnant for over 500 years. Not this again. Undeterred, the teacher pressed on. From now on, after death, no one becomes a wandering spirit. They're simply annihilated, body and soul, reduced to nothing. Before, with reincarnation, even after countless cycles of rebirth, the Ming Soup, the Yellow Springs, you were still you. But now, after death, your soul turns to dust. You cease to exist. Completely. That's why, the teacher declared, his voice filled with a chilling conviction. I had to take Fuang and I with me. We will endure together until the six paths reopen. This is the greatest gift I can give the woman I love. Lin Gang's voice dripped with contempt. You condemned them to die in despair and agony, then imprisoned their souls. Only a madman would call that a gift. The teacher remained unmoved, lost in his delusion. I know the world is too ignorant to understand my benevolence. I offer them not just this life, but all lives to come. As the teacher continued his twisted ritual, drawing the spiritual energy from the bodies of Tang, Noi Min, and Wang Fuang and I, he muttered, "The gods have abandoned us. They offer no salvation. So I will." As the final stage of the ritual began, a surge of power erupted from the teacher's body, tearing the house apart in a violent explosion. A thick cloud of dust and debris billowed into the air. Faced with such a violent eruption, Lin Gang dug his heels into the ground, struggling to maintain his footing against the sheer force of the blast. Lin Gang could only offer a dry observation. Barely made it to Newbie Village, and I'm already facing an elite boss. This is going to be a tough one, he muttered. Swirls of dark purple energy coalesced, forming a vortex high in the air. The murderer stood defiantly within the swirling mass of power. As the figure levitated into the heart of the vortex, Lin Gang couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn. He's causing a localized weather event now. How am I supposed to deal with this?" He rallied his spirits with a philosophical quote. The great General Li Yunlong, well, someone whose full name I can't disclose, once said, "One must always have a fighting spirit." With a guttural yell, he hurled the axe in his hand with incredible speed. The axe struck true, embedding itself squarely in the murderer's head, snapping his neck to the side with the impact. The murderer's rage flared. "You dare attack me, even after witnessing such divine power. You got guts, I'll give you that." Those words alone were enough to send Lin Gang scrambling for cover. Zai Tui Kyo sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "Young master, running before you've even properly fought, that it's a little embarrassing, don't you think?" Lin Gang, however, ignored her, his mind racing with tactical calculations. "I threw an axe at him from 800 yards away. How is that not fighting?" He quickly dialed a number on his phone. A cheerful voice answered. "Hello, you've reached NT Hongxing Organic Fertilizer Company, Limited. How may I assist you?" Lin Gang spoke rapidly. "North City, Huifeng Roadside Household Unit, Emergency Dispatch, immediately." The operator, clearly confused by the cryptic address, repeated it back questioningly. "Could you please elaborate on the situation, sir? We need more information to assess the situation and deploy the appropriate resources." Lin Gang waved a dismissive hand, even though the operator couldn't see him. "Elaborate. Just check the weather forecast. Minimum level 7 alert, if not higher." He hung up, glancing around curiously. Why isn't he chasing me? Something in the distance caught his eye, forcing him to activate his mask's enhanced vision to discern the flickering points of light. "Just as I thought," he murmured. In the distance, the flickering lights grew brighter. The murderer was collecting the souls of the villagers. He justified his actions with a twisted sense of altruism. These poor souls, living in these wretched shacks, that not only are their lives hopeless now, but their very essence will be lost after death, leaving nothing for the next life. "So, let me be your savior," he proclaimed. "Become one with me, and when the six paths of reincarnation reopen, we will greet the new world together." As the souls merged with him, the murderer's body pulsed with power. His physique swelled, muscles rippling, radiating an aura of immense strength. He began to chant, "Even if I become a demon." A third eye opened on his forehead, all three burning with a crimson light, radiating an ancient fury. He roared, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape. "I will bear the burden of all beings and deliver them from this world of suffering." The madman's actions grew increasingly bizarre, leaving Lin Gang utterly bewildered. Overwhelmed and unwilling to endure any more of the deranged pronouncements, Lin Gang leaped onto a nearby rooftop. The escalating absurdity of the situation had Lin Gang tearing his hair out. What in the world is this guy? He looks like some kind of demon, but he was chanting in Sanskrit. I almost got sucked into his crazy rhetoric. Is he a demon or a saint? After a flurry of transformations and mergers, the murderer sprouted a crown of horns, his fiery gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. He began to meditate, chanting incessantly. "My name is Xidagarba. Living in this defiled age of five turbidities, human, heaven, and hell, I constantly manifest myself to deliver sentient beings, to free them from the calamities and unrest of the three realms, like a sea of suffering, overflowing with pain and terror. If I do not go to hell, who will? As the incantation continued, souls began to materialize. They swarmed, a bewildered mass, around the lotus platform where the murderer sat. From his perch atop the towering building, Lin Gang shifted his focus. He peered through his binoculars, sighing in frustration. The Special Affairs Bureau is really dragging their feet. Any later, and there won't be anyone left alive in this slum. He couldn't stand by idly any longer. I have to do something, he muttered to himself. Zai Tui Kyo, at his side, reached out to stop him. Young master, simply approaching him will cause such a disturbance that it will violently shake the soul-summoning banner. He's too dangerous. Just wait a little longer. You can't die yet. You haven't bought me that new phone yet, she added, revealing her true motivation. Lin Gang was speechless at her reasoning. The violent tremors in the sky continued to intensify. The murderer's cries rose and fell. Come to me. Only I can truly save you. Just as the incantation reached its peak, a volley of bullets found their mark, riddling the murderer's body. Ignoring Zai Tui Kyo's pleas, Lin Gang pressed forward, his firing rate increasing as he closed the distance. A stream of bullets erupted from his weapon, leaving trails of sparks in their wake. Each shot was aimed directly at the murderer. Upon impact, brief bursts of flame flickered, but in slow motion, the bullets seemed to barely penetrate the murderer's flesh, leaving little more than superficial burns. The madman, emboldened by his apparent invulnerability, scoffed. You think you can defeat me with such paltry bullets? Lin Gang, fueled by the taunt, only advanced further. Today, I, Lin Gang, will vanquish this evil. A strange, fiery projectile hurtled towards the murderer. Alarm flickered in the murderer's eyes. Is this brat a walking armory? The fiery projectile drew closer. Impact. Explosion. Lin Gang watched from a distance, uncertain of the damage inflicted. It worked, but even as he spoke, the murderer began to advance, seemingly unfazed. He mocked Lin Gang's efforts as flashy and futile. Dark energy coalesced around him, visibly mending the bullet wounds. It seems I must transcend you before I can continue to purify this slum, he declared. Frustration boiled over. Damn it, it can't explode again, can it? Li Ngan Gu said. Zai Tui Kyo, curious, inquired, Young master, is it because he used bone spurs to protect himself? Lin Gang responded, more importantly, if it blows his damn pants off, we won't pass censorship. This whole world will be erased. The murderer continued his relentless advance. You little devil, speaking such nonsense. Seizing the opportunity to close the gap, Lin Gang hurled another explosive. He lobbed it forward, engulfing the murderer's powerful frame in another blast. Even amidst the chaos, the murderer continued his deranged monologue. You brought explosives. The explosive assault wasn't over. Lin Gang had planted more explosives around the murderer's position. The countdown timer ticked louder and louder. A chain of explosions ripped through the air. The force of the impact was absolute. Even the murderer's six-pack abs, once proudly displayed, were now nowhere to be seen. After the barrage, Lin Gang clasped his hands behind his back, declaring dramatically, as a fledgling demon, even with overwhelming firepower, I can't be truly terrifying. That's why I had to lure this delicious treat, this embodiment of sorrow here. Zai Tui Kyo, seeing the weapon Lin Gang had just produced, asked curiously, Young master, don't you have plenty of bombs and guns? Why are you holding a dagger? He reassured the naive girl, didn't you notice? Whether it was the damage from the guns at the beginning or the damage from the bombs and bullets just now, he can recover quickly, without even a scar. There's only one spot where I've found his weakness. Think back to the first shot. One bullet was infused with the internal energy I cultivated. The effect of my cultivation technique is that it creates a shockwave that damages biomass, including living beings. So, only that single bullet could tear him open. And no matter how he regenerates, as long as my internal energy remains, that wound won't disappear. The deep wound on the murderer's body indeed remained, just as Lin Gang had said. However, Lin Gang mused, I'm not entirely sure about the chi of this body. That was the only bullet I successfully imbued. So, I can only use a knife. Speaking of which, I have another task for you. The murderer hadn't stopped his advance. With each step forward, another earth-shattering explosion followed. The cries of kill, Kill echoed relentlessly. He declared, I will become a Jura and grind you to dust. After a while, the explosions and flames ceased. The murderer rejoiced, finally, you're out of bombs. Your time is up. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Lin Gang moved with blinding speed, appearing instantly before the murderer. Lin Gang's dagger plunged towards the exposed heart of his opponent. He expected the blade to tear the heart apart, but the murderer caught it, stopping it dead. The moment caused Lin Gang's expression to change. The madman roared, his ferocious strength pushing Lin Gang back. Without hesitation, he snatched the dagger from Lin Gang's grasp. His voice dripped with arrogance. Bombs. I don't fear them. You think a mere dagger can finish me? Lin Gang calmly raised a hand, radiating spiritual energy. Then try this next trick. This one might even impress Rotaro. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks spider-webbed across the murderer's heart where the dagger had struck. Each time Lin Gang flicked his wrist, manipulating the spiritual energy, the murderer's eyes would glaze over. His body swelled, his heart pounded heavily. The murderer's body continued to inflate, the aura surrounding him growing denser. Lin Gang watched from afar, cheering enthusiastically. Explode. Explode. Following his enthusiastic encouragement, the murderer's body erupted, spewing forth a grotesque stream of demonic fluid, carrying numerous zombies within its flow. After emerging from the murderer's ravaged form, the zombies began to disperse. They lost their solid forms, dissolving into the air and fading away. Witnessing this horrifying disintegration, the brutal murderer roared, "You've destroyed my nascent soul, ruined my cultivation." His rage intensified. He growled, "I will devour your flesh." The moment the murderer's threat hung in the air, Lin Gang bolted towards the row of buildings across the way. This sudden movement gave the two-horned monstrosity pause. As he sprinted, Lin Gang signaled to Zai Tuikyo to initiate their backup plan. Lin Gang's flight showed no signs of slowing. As he ran, he analyzed the situation. After forcing out the soul within his body, he's transformed from a ghost into a demonic human. Clearly, he can no longer maintain his human form. Suddenly, a gaping hole erupted in the wall along Lin Gang's escape route. Just as he'd anticipated, the brutal murderer had smashed through the wall with a few powerful blows. He burst through the opening like a whirlwind, his legs a blur of violent motion, sweeping everything aside. Caught off guard, Lin Gang was sent flying by a savage kick, a cry of pain escaping his lips. This isn't good, Lin Gang thought grimly. Damn it, my bulletproof vest is shredded. Knowing he couldn't afford to take any more hits, Lin Gang quickly changed direction, dodging the relentless assault. The ferocious demon, his eyes burning with bloodlust, pursued him relentlessly. Just as the murderer lunged forward, Lin Gang unleashed Zai Tuikyo's hair whip attack. But even after a second strike, the hair failed to injure the relentless killer. The event so far forced Lin Gang to pause and reassess. The demonic human's body was incredibly resilient. Even Zai Tuikyo's hair wasn't strong enough to decapitate him. However, that restraining you for a bit shouldn't be a problem. In a flash, the demon was completely entangled by the mass of hair. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gang prepared his next move. He coiled his legs, gathering momentum. A powerful punch was imminent, accompanied by a muttered curse. Just drop dead already. Bound and facing an incoming blow, the demon's fury ignited. He roared defiantly, refusing to yield, his enraged cries echoing with the strange phrase, June Harvard. The unfamiliar words gave Lin Gang pause. What is that? According to the system, the name of this skill is Plundering Weapon, Dragon's Roar. Its effect is to disarm opponents with a lower level. The duration of the disarmament depends on the opponent's attributes, physique, and intelligence. Zai Tuikyo's hair tightened its grip around the demon, making movement increasingly difficult. Seeing his chance, Lin Gang launched his attack, aiming to counter the demon's impending punch. Simultaneously, he activated Angela Line. The activation surged spiritual energy through his veins, invigorating his heart and intensifying the flow of his blood. Empowered by this surge of strength, Lin Gang felt confident enough to face the demon head-on. His eyes blazed with determination as his power multiplied. With time running out, Lin Gang unleashed a devastating high kick. The impact split the demon in two, creating two snarling, demonic heads. The two heads relentlessly slapped at Lin Gang, sending his own head reeling. Fortunately, Zai Tuikyo he intervened. the hair wrapped around the necks of the two demonic heads, immobilizing them. From above, Zai Tuikyo called down, "Young master, hurry. I can only hold them for a short time." With Zai Tuikyo's support, Lin Gang's confidence soared. Grabbing the demon by the head and neck, he declared, "You're lucky I'm holding back. I still got white phosphorus bombs. Stick your neck out and enjoy." Finishing his threat, Lin Gang hurled the bomb, its pin already pulled, directly into the gaping wound of the demonic Xidagarba. The brutal force of the white phosphorus bomb rapidly engulfed Xidagarba's body in flames, the searing light blazing relentlessly. A system notification promptly appeared. Player has eliminated the perpetrator. Successfully killed Zheng Weiming and Wang Fangni. The Madman quest is complete. Calculating rewards. After the remnants of the explosion subsided, Lin Gang approached the charred remains of the murderer. "Tough, aren't you?" Observing the body, Lin Gang noted 6 organs, 5 viscera, all ruined. And yet, a flicker of life remains. Xidagarba, sprawled on the ground, his mouth still moved. Ha. To fall at the hands of such a insignificant whelp. But I will not be crushed by reincarnation. I will become an evil spirit and return. His deranged laughter echoed, fueled by arrogance. Ha. Wait until you become a wandering ghost. Then we will battle again. Lin Gang scoffed. I won't become a wandering ghost. According to that soul grinder you mentioned, I only get this one life. With his dying breath, Xidagarba offered cryptic insights, language that I considered a spiritual language. It possesses supernatural power. Since you learned the truth behind the 6 realms, your soul has been altered. It will not enter reincarnation. 500 years ago, reincarnation vanished. More and more souls couldn't enter. Ghostly souls returned to the human world. In that critical moment, the esoteric society appeared. Back then, they were called occultists. They became the night watchmen, swearing to protect the secrets of death. No wives, no land, no children, no titles, no vying for profit. Loyal to their duty until death. From then on, they guarded until their final breath. After his revelation, Xidagarba offered a chilling prediction. Someone like you, who knows this information, will be targeted by the esoteric society. Will they kill you, or imprison you? Or, the madman offered a twisted piece of advice. Obediently, enjoy the grand gift I've given you. Ignoring the ramblings, Lin Gang stepped hard on Xidagarba's stomach. Rambling nonsense, even in death. A sound caught his attention. Lin Gang turned, sighing. The police. Classic Hong Kong movie trope. Wait until everything's over to show up. Before the police entered, he quickly instructed Zai Tuikyo, clean up the remaining traces. Gather everything and put it in the item pouch. Leave no clues for them to follow. "Yes, master," she replied. Official vehicles arrived. Surveillance drones buzzed overhead. Cars swarmed the scene. Rescue teams, fully equipped, finally arrived, though far too late. Observing from above, Lin Gang assessed the situation. Rescue efforts for the slum district families. Roadblocks, phone records, even dashcam footage, nothing spared. He found their thoroughness excessive. That's why I avoid the Special Affairs Bureau. Better to head back and collect my rewards. Back in his apartment, he lit the stove. The successful mission left him unusually elated, humming and chattering to himself. Late-night instant noodles after a job well done. Perfect. His culinary enthusiasm was interrupted by Zai Tuikyo. "Master, instant noodles aren't good for you." Then a swift change of tone. "Could you make me some, though?" After a bit of cooking, a steaming bowl of noodles was ready. While eating, the system sent a mission reward notification. A 200 experience point increase. The player's overall performance, received gold and experience increased by 160%. Upon receiving the information, Lin Gang immediately muttered, predicting the situation. This time strength is approximately equal to the mountain demon at the Institute. Han Girl's path to passing the gate. The Special Affairs Bureau must have arrived. They'll threaten and then kill. But if that's the case, the rating will drop. Fortunately, breathing through Taoist breathing exercises can inflict additional damage to evil Yin energy. The rewards were quickly transferred to Lin Gang, including Mission Reward 2, an additional 400 Su. Mission Reward 3, 1 item of random quality. Mission Reward 4, 1 scroll of random quality. The notification about the item this time made our protagonist freeze in curiosity. The noodles he was eating stopped midair. The key point is here. The final random item was delivered right to Lin Gang's bedside. He held the item in his hand with excitement. The name of this item was Iron Cudgel. As for its category, it was a common quality weapon. Average attack power. Special effect. Extremely sturdy. Equipment requirement. Strength attribute must be greater than or equal to 8. Note, this item belonged to an outstanding hero who created golden dishes in this world, such as siumai. Reading the item's brief information left our man a little bewildered. He wondered to himself, golden dishes such as siumai. To use this cudgel, do I have to get a chef's license or something? Lin Gang kept turning the cudgel over in his hands, muttering a weapon, but I got a kitchen utensil. So, what's the skill? A new discovery made our protagonist's eyes widen in surprise. His feet stomped hard on the ground. Lin Gang tested the cudgel's effect by slamming it onto the floor. Everything around him went flying. Even his bowl of noodles lost its shape. Ignoring Zai Tui Kyo's noodle-splattered face, Lin Gang was lost in thought. I wonder if using this for a long time will turn me into a street food vendor. According to the system information, the skill's name was Reflective Debris. Its special effect was to designate a location and cause small objects to scatter in all directions, creating explosions within a 10-meter radius. After testing the skill and reading the information, Lin Gang sat down and calmly assessed it. The destructive power of this skill isn't strong, but there are many ways to exploit it. If it can affect the internal organs, I could use it for silent, very silent assassinations. Right then, his body underwent a transformation, leveling up to 16. The system continuously congratulated him on receiving a new title, and based on his performance in the previous mission, our protagonist would be known as the Berserk Jack the Ripper. This new title made Lin Gang's face turn purple upon receiving it. The system provided detailed notes about the title. Title: Berserk Jack the Ripper. Activation method: active. Special effect: when attacking the chest and abdomen, you gain additional attack power. Consumes a total of 5% stamina. Lin Gang's face showed clear displeasure. As a killer, I even received special cooking tools. Does the system want to turn me into some kind of hybrid? News websites were constantly updating. A village was suddenly enveloped by a thick fog and disappeared without a trace. Another piece of news: all the tourists live streaming on a small boat suddenly started laughing and jumped overboard together. Yet another shocking report: a series of explosions rocked an underground tunnel, causing buildings to collapse for unknown reasons. This news truly frightened young Tung San. Oh my god, this world is getting stranger and stranger. Lin Gang, walking beside her, replied, whether the world is strange or not, I don't care. But this player's forum post is what's truly bizarre. Even while lugging a mountain of stuff back home, I still can't help but be a judgmental busybody, Lin Gang muttered, scrolling through his phone. Looks like my sister-in-law has become a newbie player. Level 4. What am I supposed to do with that? I clicked on this post because of the title, but the content isn't even verifiable. What a load of crap. Deserves to be flagged. Tung Sen also seemed exasperated with him. You're carrying all this stuff, and you still have time to browse the forums. Lin Gang kept explaining, what else am I supposed to do? And you still refuse to wear the styles I suggest. I'm a self-taught fashionista with years of design experience, catering to the beautiful women of Milan and the Americas, mind you. The disgusting style Lin Gang mentioned clearly dampened Tung San's mood. I don't want to dress like a Qing dynasty zombie, she grumbled. Lin Gang sighed dramatically. Oh, the woes of a man with innate fashion sense. A genius born to be lonely. Just then, he remembered something. The player forum isn't just any gaming forum, he realized. It's usually a forum created by the Special Affairs Bureau. It's a deep web hub for players to connect. There are a lot of resources on the forum: strategy guides, black market exchanges, even just random online chatter. Pretty much everything related to the survival game is covered. A notification from the system arrived. Lin Gang, satisfied, stuffed his face with food and then continued. Looks like the information on the player forum is pretty accurate. The system presented incredibly detailed information. Conditions met for mission activation. Mission type: scenario. Mission name: hide and seek. Mission objective: tonight, before midnight, arrive at the main entrance of the Long Hung Shopping Center's Grand Hall. Await further instructions. While shopping with Tung San, Lin Gang realized something. The Long Hung Shopping Center. That's the place with the most urban legends mentioned on the forum. It's a hot spot for strange occurrences. Walking around here was bound to trigger a mission. The sky quickly darkened. Hidden behind a wall, Lin Gang lifted his phone and called La Tu. "Have you prepared what I asked for?" La Tu replied via text. "The official blueprints for the Longheng Shopping Center, along with the renovation plans, have been sent. The other two things will be ready soon." The positive news from La Tu brought a smile to Lin Gang's face. 不愧是玩家论坛上有名的情报贩子, he thought. Not bad for a renowned information broker on the player forum. Another message arrived. "I've also sent you the software to access the surveillance room at the back entrance of Longheng Shopping Center. It's synced to your phone now," La Tu informed him. La Tu also provided a wealth of other information, including details about the Special Affairs Bureau, the Longheng Shopping Center, the suicide of the perpetrator, and much more. As a form of confirmation, Lin Gang replied, "I'll transfer 40 su to you." La Tu responded readily, "First time's free. Consider it an intel bonus." Within the past half hour since you messaged, 2 other people requested almost identical intel. The current situation ignited a fervent anticipation within Lin Gang. He donned his mask. "Thanks." The scene shifted to a room below. A hidden figure scribbled something on paper. He muttered to himself, "Another person in the waiting hall? Ha!" Lin Gang was approaching the meeting point. He checked his watch. "Everyone's early, huh?" he remarked. The other figures had arrived early, their postures confident, but no one seemed inclined to interact. Each individual remained isolated. The scene made Lin Gang think. Everyone's quiet and serious. This real-world mission is basically revealing everyone's location. Makes sense. According to Lin Gang's memory, the player forums were rife with stories of abductions and coercion. Players were being forced to sabotage others, surrendering everything they'd gained on missions. Lower-level players were especially vulnerable, lacking the power to resist. Even those with extraordinary abilities had no way of knowing where captured players were being held. If a player's identity was exposed, their only recourse was to seek protection from the Special Affairs Bureau. However, this protection meant confinement, complete isolation from the outside world. After considering the risks, Lin Gang concluded it was best to keep his current identity hidden. It was the smarter play, especially since this mission was already touching on everyone's sense of safety. The image of a girl flashed before his eyes. A flicker of curiosity sparked within him. I wonder if that's her, he mused, reuniting with someone from his past in this current situation. A wave of intrigue washed over him. And then there was Lu Wu-yi, a former teammate. He seemed reputable, a stark contrast to these other teammates with their unknown backgrounds. The unfolding situation only deepened Lin Gang's curiosity. Consumed by his inquisitive nature, Lin Gang activated his cat's eye skill, hoping to gauge the level of these other players. But before the skill could fully activate, a hand stopped him. "Hey newbie," the other player warned, "you just got here, and you're already using your spiritual sense to probe your teammates." The player's eyes narrowed, his gaze accusatory. "Do you have any sense of decorum?" Caught red-handed, Lin Gang stammered, feigning ignorance. "Oh, sorry. I'm new here. I didn't know." This encounter served as a stark reminder. These teammates were a tough crowd. Just then, the system sent a notification. All players had assembled. A mission briefing was about to commence. The mission requirements were laid out one by one. At midnight, players were to assume the roles of security guards at the Longheng 6 shopping center and patrol the entire complex. Their objective: locate 6 different talismans scattered throughout. At the start of the game, each player would receive a Zhu Sha pin. This pin was a key item bound to the mission. It couldn't be stored in their inventory and wouldn't be accessible after the mission concluded. The mission's strict instructions required players to use the Zhu Sha pin to replicate the markings on the talismans, drawing them onto the floor throughout the shopping center. During the game, several ghosts would roam the mall. Any noise or light would immediately attract their attention, leading to a deadly pursuit. If pursued, players had to maintain a safe distance. Any close encounter required immediate separation, lest they draw further unwanted attention and become the ghost's next target. Constant movement was mandatory. Lingering in one spot was forbidden, as it would inevitably attract the ghosts and trigger a chase. A few pieces of information lingered in Lin Gang's mind. Ghosts couldn't detect or destroy the Master Talisman. He found the mission's requirements and warnings excessively convoluted. The system continued its briefing. All 6 talismans had to be replicated before the mission could be considered complete. Failure to complete the task within 3 hours would result in mission failure and punishment. At that point, failure would be declared. Death would be the final, bloody consequence. A snap of fingers commanded attention. The coordinator's voice echoed through the space. You have 18 minutes until the mission begins. This mission is highly challenging. The system has provided this time for you to exchange information, familiarize yourselves with your teammates, and strategize. A player with the ID Miraculous Rejuvenation, a level 6 medic, spoke up. We should start by disclosing our player IDs. Lin Gang, however, was more focused on the name Miraculous Rejuvenation. It strongly suggested healing and emergency medical abilities that could prove invaluable. Some of the other players' names were Armored Guard Ngao Dung, level 6. Aragang Skatebot Fi Twin Bailak, level 9. Lin Gang, of course, didn't forget to introduce himself either. Berserk Jack the Ripper, level 6. Along with Thunderbolt, level 5. Miraculous Rejuvenation nodded along as everyone introduced themselves. It wasn't surprising. Everyone in the hall was level 5 or above. Team missions in survival games were always based on the overall strength of the players. This mission is even more dangerous than I anticipated, he mused. Ngao Dung decided to contribute his own insights. I have some intel I need to share. I activated the mission this morning, and afterwards, I went through various underground passages and managed to gather some data related to the Longheng Shopping Center. Holding the documents, Ngao Dung briefly explained that about 15 years ago, a total of 5 fatal incidents occurred at Longheng. Furthermore, he continued, according to the mission briefing, the ghosts that will be haunting us are likely the victims of these unusual deaths. Holding the documents Ngao Dung provided, Lin Gang wondered if he still had time to buy intel with his in-game currency. The documents detailed each incident. The first involved an architect who, while taking measurements for the initial construction phase, slipped and fell from a 3-meter scaffold, dying instantly. The second case involved a beggar who, while being chased out of the mall by security, suddenly suffered a heart attack and died on the spot. The third incident was even more tragic. A 4-year-old girl, due to her mother's negligence, fell from the 4th-floor escalator to the 1st-floor lobby. Just 3 months later, the distraught mother jumped from the same spot where her daughter had fallen to her death. The final incident, the 5th, occurred during renovations. Strong winds blew a billboard down, crushing a passerby. Ngao Dung had compiled a rather detailed account of these incidents. He then asked if anyone had anything to discuss. Miraculous Rejuvenation spoke up. It doesn't necessarily have to be just one ghost. Worst case scenario, it could be all 5 of them haunting them all together. Rejuvenation's point wasn't unreasonable. Now, Zung note that that's certainly a possibility. 5 ghosts against 5 players. However, 537 Lack pointed out something from the system notification. The system reminded us to conceal noise and light. That means that even if we work together, we can't directly confront these ghosts. A direct fight means certain death. This isn't good news. Ngao Dung quickly addressed their concerns. Don't worry. Our main objective is to find and replicate the talismans, not to fight ghosts. He pulled out a stack of tablets. These are loaded with software to hack into the surveillance system. We can communicate through WeChat and minimize the risk of being chased. While the offer was tempting, Lin Gang had no need for it. People's intentions are hidden deeper than their stomachs, he thought. I'd better stick with my own phone once the mission starts. His attention was drawn to the pen the system had provided. He was focused on the pen the system had given them. What is this? He muttered, examining the pen. It's just a cheap writing brush. You can get these for 20 yuan at any corner store. Lin Gang scrutinized the brush, a thought forming in his mind. This thing looks fragile. What if the cinnabar ink runs out or the bristles break? Will it still work for the talismans? And we can't even store it in our inventory. We have to carry it around. Lin Gang pondered, slowly realizing something. Considering the system's warnings, there's probably an unspoken rule. Protect the brush at all costs. Then, while our side was strategizing for the mission, Sai, sitting beside Lin Gang, peppered him with curious questions. So what the system means is, players level 5 and above like us can't handle a few ghosts who've been dead for 15 years. That's bizarre, because a ghost's power, along with the resentment they held in life, and the energy accumulated after death. Sai Kyo genuinely couldn't understand. The usual ghosts in the shopping mall, how could they possibly have such intense resentment and energy? Lin Gang, never one to dwell on the irrelevant, shrug. These peripheral issues aren't really our concern. We can only assume we're pawns in the systems game, or there's something inherently strange about this shopping mall itself. Within the mission waiting area, the coiled chains began to accelerate their rotation. The blue system panel before each player grew increasingly sharper, its details coming into focus. System officially activated. Game commencing. Players have entered the mission. The mechanical voice resonated. As the game began, everyone was scattered to different floors. Miraculous Rejuvenation updated his location. Level C, first floor, in front of Tiffany and Company. Ngao Dung's coordinates appeared. Level A, third floor, in front of Bucciolati. Vogi Din Chin's location flashed on the screen. Level B, fourth floor, in front of Gucci. Lin Gang also updated his position. Level B, fifth floor, in front of a store called Rabbity Party. 5,007 lakhs icon blinked into existence on Level A, ground floor, in front of Banana Republic. He was already complaining. We were just discussing the mission, and now they've scattered us across different floors. Miraculous Rejuvenation sent a message to the group. Everyone, converge on Level A, first floor. The main hall there connects to all 5 levels, giving us a wider view and allowing us to support each other. Receiving Miraculous Rejuvenation's message, Lin Gang thought, good call. That avoids the mission's limitations, too. Players in different locations wouldn't be able to interact otherwise. As everyone began to move, Lin Gang sent out a quick message. Remember to lower your phone brightness to the minimum. Light might attract them. At that very moment, 5,007 lakh was ambushed from behind by a spectral figure. 5,007 lakh, startled, frantically typed, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Just as Lin Gang's warning arrived, a ghostly presence loomed behind 5,007 lakh. Terror gripped him. "Ai, help me," he screamed. Ngao Dung typed quickly, "We can't afford to lose anyone right at the start." Suddenly, a strange object dropped near 5,007 lakh's location. It was a tattered teddy bear. A raspy voice emanated from it. "Hug me, kiss me, hug me, kiss me." Upon hearing the cries, the ghost that had cornered 5,007 lakh abruptly changed direction and lunged towards the bear, its mouth gaping in a silent scream. It rapidly closed the distance to the tattered toy. The ghost's eyes fixed on the bear. Contrary to the plaintive cries that had initially drawn it in, the ghost now roared in fury, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. The players slowly began to realize the ghost's true objective. It wants to possess us? Observing from a distance, Lin Gang murmured his assessment. The ghosts who died in Longhung Shopping Center have become earthbound spirits, unable to move on. They can only escape this place by possessing the living. Suddenly, a brilliant light flooded the entire shopping mall. Ngao Dung looked around in bewilderment. The AI turned on all the lights. Aren't we completely exposed now? As the lights illuminated the space, the ghost's presence became even more pronounced. It seemed to be openly challenging 5,007 lakh. Facing the enormous, screaming apparition, 5,007 lakh trembled, muttering, "I'm dead. I'm dead. I can't let it take me." Desperate, he resorted to his ultimate technique. The arrogant skater made his move. The system swiftly provided information on the skill deployed by the arrogant skater. Its activation method was a forward dash at high speed. The distance and velocity of the slide were determined by the agility attribute. As the skill activated, streaks of vibrant pink trailed behind him, thick as swarming bees. His footwork was a blur of fluid, graceful movements. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant skater had vanished from the ghost's sight. Standing a good distance away, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zipped over to Block C. "Think I lost that creepy thing?" He glanced around, a question forming in his mind. Safe now, right? But life rarely grants such easy reprieves. Through the lens of a security camera, a ghastly arm, bone-white and impossibly long, punched through a solid wall, reaching for the arrogant skater. The impact sent tremors through the concrete, spiderweb cracks spreading across the surface. On a different floor, Wu Yi, knocking an arrow to her bowstring, pondered. The lights, someone must have triggered them. The system's automated. They wouldn't just turn on by themselves. Suspicion gnawed at her. Could there be a ghost in the security room? Does this thing have sentience? The thought had barely formed when a wave of shadowy energy slammed into her from behind. Reacting instantly, she sprang forward, her bow snapping into position. The arrow flew, trailing fire. Blazing Chariot, activate. The Blazing Chariot skill imbued the arrowhead with armor-piercing properties and fire damage. Its power was amplified against decaying flesh, protein-based entities, and the undead. Wu Yi frowned, hearing the echoes of battle all around her. How would they find us so quickly? Rushing towards her teammates, she spotted a security camera directly overhead. Understanding dawned. That's how they were being tracked. Without hesitation, she shattered the camera. "This is bad," she muttered, assessing the situation. "At this rate, we're sitting ducks. I have to cut the power." Her next move was swift and decisive. She launched the virus software and issued the command to shut down all power sources. The mall plunged into darkness. Wu Yi sent a message to the group chat. "Power's down, but the ghost in the security room might try to restart the backup generator in the basement. We need to watch out." Meanwhile, Miraculous Rejuvenation made his way to the adjacent room, intent on disabling the backup generator. He received a warning message: be extremely cautious. He didn't have to look far. The ghost stood right behind him, its head cocked, seemingly curious about the phone in his hand. Miraculous Rejuvenation, regaining his composure, recognized the figure before him. It was Phi Tuan Bai Lak. Before a single word of greeting could be exchanged, 5,007 Lak lashed out, striking Miraculous Rejuvenation with a blow that sent sparks of crimson light flying. Terror gripped Miraculous Rejuvenation. Phi Tuan Bai Lak, Heso, Poset. In stark contrast to Miraculous Rejuvenation's panic, 5,007 Lak stood calmly, his mouth agape, drawing ragged breaths. It was the sound of those desperate gasps that revealed a horrifying detail. 5,007 Lak's tongue was gone. Miraculous Rejuvenation shifted his stance. "I have to get out of here. This commotion will only attract more of them." As he turned, his eyes fell upon a talisman. The thought of the talisman flashed through Miraculous Rejuvenation's mind. "Truly, misfortune breeds fortune," he muttered. But his relief was short-lived. He felt a wave of heat against his back. Overcome with curiosity, he glanced behind him. The sight that greeted him was a humanoid figure wreathed in flames. Miraculous Rejuvenation sighed. "Another demon. Seriously. Talk about swinging between good luck and bad," he grumbled. This fire demon didn't seem to possess even a rudimentary tongue. The sounds it emitted were primal grunts and groans. Urgency gripped him. He quickly messaged his teammates. "I found the talisman, but I'm being chased by 2 demons. Can anyone come save me?" He added a pleading emoji to his message. The scene was set for a comical standoff. Miraculous Rejuvenation, alone, defending himself against 2 tongueless monsters. He pulled an item from his inventory, his mind racing. Using this so early, what a waste, he thought ruefully. His contemplation was cut short. The 2 demons lunged simultaneously, their expressions bloodthirsty, intent on taking him down. Miraculous Rejuvenation reacted instantly. He stomped his foot with such force that the ground beneath him cracked and splintered. Just then, Ngao Dung arrived, his voice booming. "I'm here to save you." After reassuring his teammate, Ngao Dung assumed a fighting stance, gathering his energy. He unleashed a powerful attack, blasting the demons back a considerable distance. Taking advantage of the temporary reprieve, Ngao Dung urged Miraculous Rejuvenation, "Go draw the talisman. Being close together will only attract more demons." Heeding his teammate's command, Miraculous Rejuvenation quickly moved towards a doorway. Ngao Dung and the 2 demons remained, locked in a silent, 3-way stare. The scene shifted. Wooden planks were being hoisted into the air. Lin Gang, seizing an opportunity, launched the planks, yelling, "Little Lee's flying daggers." Thanks to his skill and dramatic flair, the planks flew true, effectively blinding the security cameras. Having disabled the cameras, Lin Gang pulled out paper and a pen, analyzing the game's rules. "The demons can't see the talismans themselves," he mused, "but they can see us drawing them. However, they can't destroy a talisman once it's drawn." While the demons were still at bay, Lin Gang began drawing the talisman with an almost cheerful air. As he worked, he chanted, "Souls of the earthly realm, during this great epidemic, ascend to the southern palace." This talisman originates from the supreme cave of mysteries, the boundless spiritual treasure, the Sutra of Supreme Salvation. Sai, hiding nearby, peeked out curiously after hearing the incantation. "Is that the talisman to ward off evil spirits?" She whispered. "I don't sense any power from it." She continued, "And why are you drawing 2, young master? Doesn't the mission only require 1? Lin Gang responded to Sai, Tui Kyo's questions with a cryptic, "I'm conducting a little experiment." A mischievous grin spread across his face. Well, there are demons about. After all, he added, sending a message to the group chat. I found 2 talismans, he typed, attaching an image of the talisman. I've drawn one on the 5th floor, and I'm heading to the 4th floor to draw the 2nd. Miraculous Rejuvenation quickly replied, I've also finished drawing one on a different floor. Lin Gang was pleased. That means we're halfway there, he thought. This mission's difficulty feels like our team is intentionally mismatched. Just as he was pondering this, a ball bounced against his foot. A child's voice called out, Excuse me, mister. Can you get my ball for me? Lin Gang swiftly intercepted the ball, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Such a young, handsome face like mine. That should be called Big Brother, he finished, finally returning the ball to the little girl. His good deed was immediately met with unexpected hostility. The moment the ball was back in her possession, the girl kicked it away with a swift, disdainful flick. My kindness was clearly misplaced, Lin Gang muttered. The girl's voice dripped with arrogance. Aren't you a cheeky old man? Pick up the ball for me, or else. The child's face contorted, her eyes blazing crimson as her voice dropped to a chilling murmur. I'll eat you. Instead of fear, Lin Gang's expression lit up with an almost manic excitement. This clueless child wants to mess with me. I'm the man who peed on the earth and sculpted David. Deciding that enough was enough with this spoiled brat, he reached for his weapon, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Let me show you what real destruction looks like, little one. He tossed the ball high into the air, his voice laced with a challenging tone. Want to play ball? The question seemed to snap the girl back to something resembling normalcy. The ball continued its arc, Lin Gang juggling it effortlessly, almost toying with the girl's apparent talent. Growing bored with the game, he declared, Let me satisfy your desire. The words barely left his mouth before his club slammed into the ball, sending it spiraling grotesquely through the air. The force of the blow was immense, the ground trembling and cracking beneath the impact. The ball rocketed through the air with terrifying speed, promising obliteration to anything in its path. Its final destination was a hapless section of wall, which exploded inwards, leaving a gaping hole. Lin Gang roared with laughter at the devastation. This is the arm strength of a man who's been single since birth. That ball flew straight to the end of Block C. By your own rules. He trailed off, noticing the girl, now drenched in sweat and visibly intimidated. His eyes narrowed, a predatory gleam in them. Go fetch, little girl. Terrified by the display of brutal power, the girl clasped her hands together, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned and fled, her voice echoing back, You're a monster. Lin Gang paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Was that a bit much? Sai, standing nearby, dryly replied, You're worse than a monster. Pushing aside the girl's fear, Lin Gang's focus shifted. She actually went to get it. It makes me think, these demons here, they seem to have serious limitations. As long as we don't break their rules, they probably won't attack us. A new plan began to form in his mind. While she's fetching that, I need to find another talisman. The scene shifted to a display room within the shopping center. Lin Gang's eyes fell upon a pair of tattered shoes. He examined the shoes and their price tag, a look of disbelief washing over his face. 12,000 for ripped shoes. The world of the rich is beyond my comprehension. Sai, noticing his intense focus, asked, Why are you so interested in the beggar elder's shoes? Lin Gang replied cautiously, Didn't you hear it? Drawing on his experience and knowledge, Lin Gang pointed towards the ceiling. Ever since we got close, those lights have been clinking together. That's the system giving us a hint, he concluded with certainty. Without hesitation, he launched himself upwards. After a series of acrobatic maneuvers, he finally retrieved the clue from the light fixture. Difficulty level 10. He carefully examined the clue, his eyes scanning every detail. After examining it for a moment, Lin Gang declared a promotional pamphlet, but he couldn't open it. A yellow piece of paper protruded from the pamphlet, but even Lin Gang couldn't pry it loose. He groaned in frustration. Clearly, there's a talisman tucked in there. Don't tell me it needs some kind of code to open. Just as he was devising a plan to somehow force it open to the middle pages, the pamphlet suddenly flipped open to the first page. Left with no other choice, Lin Gang decided to go with the flow. Looks like I have no choice but to flip through it page by page, he muttered. The first page revealed a drawing of a staircase. This looks familiar. It's the staircase in this mall, isn't it? Li Yang Mu said. And below the staircase, a mysterious foot was slowly moving upwards. The shape of the foot made Lin Gang's eyes widen. Those legs are way too long. I have a bad feeling about this. His premonition proved correct. Behind him, the shadowy figure of a demon in a red robe began to materialize. Its footsteps were so light that Lin Gang, completely oblivious, continued flipping through the pages. With each turn of the page, the foot in the drawing inched closer and closer to him. Unaware of the impending danger, Lin Gang remained focused on the pamphlet. Unbeknownst to him, the demon behind him took a long stride forward, its foot seemingly reaching out to touch him. As the foot in the drawing moved higher, it seemed to slam against the ground, producing a sharp sound. Lin Gang wondered, does this book have sound effects too? His quickwit finally caught up. This pamphlet, it's a live feed of this place, he realized, and, judging by the sound, the staircase in this drawing is the one right behind me. Despite the imminent danger, Lin Gang's mind raced. But if I don't keep flipping, I won't get the talisman. Behind him, the demon was a whirlwind of menace. The scraping of its chipped blade against the floor grated on Lin Gang's nerves. He had a gut feeling that turning around would be a very bad idea. The demon's presence grew more oppressive. This one's aura is way stronger than that little girl's. Way stronger, Lin Gang thought nervously. The sheer power radiating from the demon filled him with dread. He knew that facing it head-on meant certain death. Even so, he decided to risk turning another page, desperate to get closer to the talisman. But just as he reached for the next page, a chilling sound pierced the air, the sound of a footfall right beside his ear. This was exactly what he'd been dreading. He slammed the pamphlet shut. The demon's foot retreated just as quickly. The near-death experience left Lin Gang trembling. Slamming the pamphlet shut hadn't been a reflex. It had been a calculated move. He chuckled inwardly. See, I was right. A new plan began to form in his mind. This pamphlet isn't just a live feed. It's rewindable too. Now we're talking. The demon behind him was now nothing more than a pawn in his game. Lin Gang declared with a smirk, time to show you the speed of a semi-pro, perpetually single esports player. Understanding the mechanics of the pamphlet, he rapidly flipped through the following pages. The demon's legs in the drawing stretched grotesquely, its expression shifting in apparent confusion. As the demon lunged forward again, Lin Gang reversed the pages. Flipping back forced the demon to retreat further and further down the staircase in the drawing, until it was completely out of sight. Frustrated, it let out an enraged gasp. The fun wasn't over yet. Lin Gang flipped the pamphlet completely upside down. This ridiculously simple act had an immediate effect. The red demon's entire body tilted upwards, blood rushing to its head. The more uncomfortable the demon became, the more Lin Gang reveled in his petty victory. Unable to bear this incessant torment any longer, the demon threw its chipped blade to the ground in a huff. Just as it turned to leave, Lin Gang taunted, don't go, little fella. Scaredy cat. As the demon retreated, Lin Gang, grinning, picked up the talisman. 2 seconds of perseverance. Seriously. Well, this talisman is mine now, he declared triumphantly. Having achieved his objective, Lin Gang quickly sent a message to the group chat. Hiding out in Long Hung. Just found the 4th talisman in that promotional pamphlet. The demons I've encountered all seem to follow a pattern. Figure it out, and you'll be fine. Ngao Dung replied, I found one on the 3rd floor too. On the other end, Ngao Dung, upon receiving this news, remarked, this kid's pretty efficient, He's already dealt with the talisman thing. Counting me, we're only missing one more. Ngao Dung's phone vibrated incessantly. A girl with the nickname Your Bar's Closed, so I'll bother you send him a friend request. The message read, Little cutie, lonely late at night, add me on WeChat. Ngao Dung swiped the notification away. In the middle of all this tension, and these scammy girls are trying to add me. Seriously, probably just sending out mass friend requests. I heard you got one too, he said to Daikwai. Daikwai seemed surprised. You didn't add her. In Ngao Dung's eyes, these were obvious scams. Except one, and they'll hit you with a whole load of money-grabbing tricks. Like the old tea-selling grandpa routine. I'm going back to drawing talismans, he grumbled. With that, Ngao Dung walked off, leaving Daik while looking bewildered. There was something strangely mysterious about that woman on WeChat. From a distance, Lin Gang had observed the entire exchange between Ngao Dung and Daikwai. He spoke up, Ngao Dung and Daikwai are here too. Another message from Lin Gang reached Vogi. If you find the last talisman, don't draw it yet. Message me first. Vogi's phone chimed with the notification. Without hesitation, Vogi replied. Lin Gang continued his questioning. Was the ghost that attacked you on the 4th floor male or female? Taken aback by the question, Vogie paused to think before finally replying. The situation grew increasingly tense. Lin Gang muttered, "This is exactly what I was worried about. Things are getting complicated. The number of ghosts doesn't add up. We're not just dealing with the 5 who died in Black Dragon." Based on previous information, Lin Gang deduced the one who possessed the lost spaceship number 7 was the old scavenger. The ghost Dyke I encountered in the control room can manipulate the mall's power and surveillance cameras. My theory is that it's the architect. Then there's the little girl I encountered. By process of elimination, the remaining one is probably an innocent bystander. Add in the one Vogie encountered and the ghost mother who hasn't appeared yet, and that's 6 ghosts already. And that's not all that's worrying me. Lin Gang's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a series of incoming messages from Gao Dong. "I found the last talisman in a trash can on the 2nd floor, but my cinnabar pen broke. One of you better come down to the 2nd floor and draw it for me." Upon receiving the message, Lin Gang instructed, "Hold on, don't answer him yet." He then messaged Luvo Dai, "I have a plan, and I need your cooperation." On the 2nd floor, Gao Dong looked around, bewildered. He grew increasingly agitated. "Why isn't anyone answering me? Do you guys even want to clear this stage?" As soon as he uttered those words, the sound of explosions and flickering flames erupted. Terrified, Gao Dong stumbled back. Did the 5th floor just explode? After that deafening explosion, the demons scattered in a panicked frenzy, flitting between floors of Long Hung Shopping Center. Looking around, Gao Dong's suspicions were confirmed. There were indeed 6 demons. From his vantage point on the 2nd floor, Gao Dong's voice shrieked, "Lin Gang, did you blow up the 5th floor? What are you doing on the 3rd? Get down here. We just need to draw the last talisman, and we can finish this game." Looking down from above, Lin Gang calmly replied, a hint of amusement in his tone, "That wasn't me. That was our resident pyromaniac, the girl with the fear of fire." At that moment, a pair of ghastly white legs, as if coated in thick cream, emerged into view. The throng of demons grew denser. The little girl from earlier suddenly pointed at Lin Gang, accusingly crying, "Mommy, that bad man, he bullied me." The ghost mother, her eyes burning with a bloody rage, locked onto the one who had tormented her daughter. Lin Gang broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Great. Just finished dealing with a bratty kid, and now I've got the wrath of a helicopter parent to contend with." Like any protective mother, the woman's voice dropped to a menacing growl. "You dare bully my precious daughter." With those words, she lunged at Lin Gang with terrifying speed, her voice still ringing out, "She's just a child." Faced with this spectral onslaught, Lin Gang yelled, "Scatter." The enraged mother screamed, her voice echoing throughout the mall, her entire being radiating a desperate, self-destructive energy. Hearing that blood-curdling shriek, Lin Gang's expression faltered. His eyes glazed over, his vision blurring. In an instant, the tide turned in the ghost mother's favor. Lin Gang seemed trapped, helpless in her grasp, refusing to let things escalate further. Vogie mustered all his strength, activating his cat's eye ability, muttering, "To think she could induce hallucinations in me for a split second there." Not only did Vogie use his cat's eye to temporarily disrupt the ghost's attacks, but he also drew his beloved staff. With time running out, he swung the staff with a powerful whoosh, the sound slicing through the air like a scream. The force of the blow sent the ghostly mother and daughter hurtling backward, crashing against a wall hundreds of meters away. The little girl's face was mangled, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing her daughter's horrific state, the mother gnashed her teeth in fury. Lin Gang couldn't help but remark, as expected, a mother's intuition, or rather, perception, is truly something else. He praised her with a hint of sarcasm. "Impressive. You were able to detect my inner force so quickly. The very force that can inflict fatal damage upon you." Lin Gang's gaze suddenly shifted, landing on a demonic face contorted in a snarl of pure rage. Neither side willing to yield, they clashed. Lin Gang's staff whirled, sending anything it touched flying. Refusing to be subdued, the ghost mother reached out, clutching the staff tightly. Flames erupted from the staff, the intense heat searing her flesh. Undeterred, the demon continued to reach for Lin Gang, her hand clawing desperately, even as he dodged repeatedly. Once she had a firm grip on the staff, Lin Gang swiftly retreated. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick. The force of the kick drove the staff deep into the demon's body, pinning her against the wall. Unable to withstand the brutal impact, a part of her body disintegrated where the staff pierced her. Even as she faded, the demon rasped, "I touched you. Now you're mine." As if in response, Lin Gang's arm began to change. He smirked, replying, as expected of a wraith, "Just a single touch, and my arm feels like it's been splashed with liquid nitrogen. If I were attacked now, it might shatter from the cold." The moment Lin Gang finished speaking, the wraith seized the opportunity and lunged at him, her eyes blazing with malice. The wraith declared, "Haha, don't worry. I'll be careful not to break you." Even cornered like this, Lin Gang didn't flinch. Instead, he responded confidently, "Thank you. You're bringing me closer to understanding this game." Just as the wraith was about to strike, numerous protective arms materialized. They belonged to Sai Tuikyo. The moment they appeared, they gave the wraith no chance to escape, slamming her violently to the ground. The wraith lay prostrate, unable to even lift her head. As she tormented the wraith, Sai Tuikyo added, "Our attributes clash. We're incompatible." Witnessing this, Lin Gang was delighted. Without lifting a finger, he'd reaped the rewards. He paused thoughtfully, then said, "Now, let me see how to completely exorcise you." Nearby, Daikwa yelled frantically, "Stop showing off. We're about to collapse over here." In this urgent situation, a pair of feet came running towards them. It was Ngao Dong. He shouted, "Get behind me. I have a skill that can hold them back." Hearing Ngao Dong's voice and his words, Lin Gang stiffened. A sly expression spread across Lin Gang's face. His voice dripped with sarcasm. "I wouldn't dream of anything else." A flurry of footsteps echoed as they surged forward. Ngao Dong and Lin Gang undoubtedly pushed everyone behind them. The players faced the oncoming horde of demons, their faces grim, their eyes burning with a bloodthirsty, predatory gleam. With the situation critical, Ngao Dong began to weave hand signs, preparing a technique to restrain the demons. A red glow emanated from his fingertips. From that initial spark, a circular barrier began to form. The faster Ngao Dong spun his arms, the wider the circle expanded. Accompanying the circle, an inscription materialized. Finally, Ngao Dong's technique was complete. A protective membrane now shielded the group. Safe from the demonic onslaught, those inside were unharmed. Ngao Dong urged Lin Gang, "Quickly draw the last talisman. I can't hold this for long." Under immense pressure, Ngao Dong single-handedly prevented the demons from penetrating the barrier. Despite the barrier, the demons outside continued their relentless assault, their grotesque forms shifting and writhing, their savage eyes and ragged breathing a terrifying spectacle. They howled and clawed, their furious panting never ceasing. Giving up on breaking through with brute force, they switched to knives. The fire demon seemed to irritate the red-robed demon, who slashed it in half with a single stroke. Observing this from within, the others began to murmur. It seemed the wraiths weren't exactly on friendly terms. Lin Gang turned to Ngao Dong. "You know, your defensive skill doesn't look entirely original." Lin Gang's voice was laced with playful curiosity. "Isn't that Alice's crystal wall? Did you buy it?" Annoyed, Ngao Dong retorted, "Nonsense. This is a Taoist formation, a true technique." As soon as he finished speaking, Ngao Dong sensed something was wrong. The moment of truth had arrived. Lin Gang declared for all to hear, "Let everyone listen." And Hoa's promise, or perhaps I should say, the architect who fell to his death from the scaffolding 15 years ago, your fake charm is quite similar, wouldn't you say? Ngao Dong, his disguise exposed, stammered, "W, what are you talking about?" I'm Ngao Dong." Unfazed, Lin Gang began to present his concrete evidence. "I see you for the wraith you are. I didn't come to this conclusion lightly. Suspicion, conjecture, testing, and proof. Earlier, Vogi used his cat's eye. I've been probing you for a while now. Unfortunately for you, not once did you manage to deceive me." The pressure mounted, the noose tightening. The fake Ngao Dong fell silent, no longer attempting to explain himself. His mask slowly crumbled, his voice a confession. "I am curious. How did you see through me? After possessing Ngao Dong, I inherited his memories and skills. I thought I hadn't revealed any weaknesses." In truth, Lin Gang had been meticulously observant. When he realized the number of demonic souls didn't add up, he recalled an earlier discrepancy. Reviewing the security footage, he'd noticed something odd about everyone. The first incident was at 5:42 p.m. A security guard suddenly appeared in the restroom next to the security room. He was wearing a full uniform and a mask. The earlier camera footage didn't capture him entering the restroom at all. Shortly after, he snuck into the security room. Then, at 8:18 p.m., this man disguised as a guard walked out the main entrance of the shopping center. The fake Ngao Dung, still curious, pressed on. But it was just a suspicious individual with a similar build to mine. You suspected me of being a wraith based on that. That doesn't make sense. Lin Gang, never one for idle chatter, pointed directly at the screen. This video has the biggest flaw you left behind. A sinister smile played on Lin Gang's lips as he delved deeper into his analysis. This, my friend, is a practical application of the Dark Forest theory. I said before that the most important aspect of this mission is concealing our true identities, protecting our lives in the real world. Players can't determine whether other players are friend or foe. They also can't predict if someone will betray them after the mission ends. However, there are exceptions. For instance, if a player, while approaching the mission in broad daylight, is startled, their instinctive reaction might be to worry about being caught on camera. Another player could then potentially investigate and uncover their identity. Ngao Dung's behavior proved he was a player. That's why, from the very beginning, he chose to disguise himself before entering the security room. Not only that, but he also erased or altered the camera footage, eliminating any possibility of his identity being exposed. But in the end, he never anticipated that the owner of the security room had already been possessed by a wraith. A ghost possessing a body wouldn't need to maintain the previous owner's identity. Why bother deleting the security footage? Lin Gang continued his accusations against the fake Ngao Dung. But ultimately, this is just conjecture. I needed to verify it, to prove there's a wraith among us, and to prove you are that wraith, because I also needed to convince the others. Lin Gang smiled warmly, confessing, I'm the one who closed the bar on you. The fake Ngao Dung gritted his teeth. According to Ngao Dung's memories, those WeChat accounts are scams, and I didn't add you as a friend. How could I have exposed myself? Lin Gang produced his phone, displaying a picture of a scantily clad woman. Well, then we should thank the game's rules. Wraiths can't see talismans, can they? And that woman has a rather large talisman on her face. The revelations weren't over. Lin Gang continued, the most important thing is, right in front of you, there's a talisman, young master. There's a sprite right here, turned into a Jiangshi. And yet, you didn't react at all. After listening to Lin Gang's irrefutable arguments, even Ngao Dung, the wraith, couldn't help but clap, his voice dripping with a strange, affected tone. Oh, splendidly done. In that instant, the veil concealing the players shattered, leaving them exposed. Ngao Dung's, the wraith's, sarcastic praise continued. That subordinate of yours is truly clever. Dike Y, standing behind Lin Gang, suddenly voiced a question. So that means there are 7 wraiths. Where did the other 2 come from? Lin Gang responded thoughtfully. You still don't understand why 2 of the wraith souls had their tongues cut out. Those 2 are none other than Ngao Dung and Lost Spaceship. Their tongues were cut out to prevent them from revealing the truth to us. With their protective cover gone, the wraiths began to close in on the players. Dike Y and Vogi quickly took up defensive positions, Dike Y's bow drawn taut. Lin Gang raised his hand. Ngao Dung, the wraith, mirrored the gesture, his hand raised in a cryptic signal. A commanding voice rang out, Stop. Ngao Dung's, the wraiths. Words halted the red wraith, its descending blade frozen mid-air. Neither Lin Gang nor the fake Ngao Dung wanted to fight just yet. They still had unfinished business. Lin Gang, his mind buzzing with questions, finally spoke. After killing Ngao Dung and assuming his identity, why did you still want to carry out the mission with us? Do you have your own objective? The fake Ngao Dung let out a chilling laugh. A completely new mission for a wraith. No longer bothering with pretense, the wraith shed its mask, its voice echoing with chilling candor. It's quite simple when dealing with intelligent individuals. To be honest, Manhwa, or rather, the architect who fell from the scaffolding 15 years ago, this mission is related to my life when I was still alive. Do you know why insignificant ghosts like us are stronger than you? The truth began to unravel. As the architect of Long Hung, I designed something special. The shopping center. What I designed is a building, a formation for gathering in energy. Back then, I and Hoa belonged to a secret organization. The location of Long Hung was specifically chosen. This place gathers killing intent and energy from all 8 directions, refining and nourishing souls. However, there were unforeseen circumstances. It's ironic, isn't it? Someone who touched upon supernatural power, like myself, slipped and died before the Yin formation was complete. Long Hung didn't even inquire about the cultivation of the Yin formation. 7 years ago, I finally waited for the opportune moment at Long Hung. The wraith grew more animated as it recounted its past, its voice thick with Yin energy. Suddenly, a massive amount of Yin energy and killing intent erupted here. Our power grew significantly, but we were still trapped here, unable to leave. But I and Hoa never gave up hope. The activation of this survival game's mission solved one of my problems. As long as I continued to build the Yin gathering formation, the incomplete Yin formation, I could escape. But Lin Gang, understanding the wraith's predicament, finished its sentence. But as a wraith, you couldn't draw the necessary talismans. Moreover, only the blood of a living person like Ngao Dung could activate the talismans. So you devised a plan to trick us into redrawing the talismans for you. And Hoa's plan was perfect. He chuckled. By using this special talisman to replace any of your talismans, the Yin deflection formation you're reinforcing will instantly transform into a Yin gathering formation. And Hoa, his voice laced with a chilling, theatrical tone, confessed originally the plan was proceeding smoothly. It's a shame you're all so clever. Power surged from the old wraith's hands, a palpable warning to the players. His voice dripped with mockery. But thankfully, you're not quite clever enough. You dare to face 7 wraiths like us directly. And Hoa continued, his voice hardening. To seize a body and be reborn, your former teammates won't be on your side. A confining circle began to close in around the players. And Hoa's voice echoed from just beyond its shimmering edge. Now you're all trapped here. Either you obediently redraw the Yin gathering talismans, or I'll break your limbs so you can bite the cinnabar brush and draw them with your mouths. The dire situation filled Dyke Y with terror. We're done for. This time, we're definitely going to die. In contrast, Lin Gang remained remarkably calm. Suddenly, Lin Gang's hand shot out, grabbing Dyke Y's shirt. Dyke Y cried out in alarm, Wait, Lin Yang Sovet Zik E Fawat? I've got you covered. And Hoa, seeing Dyke Y hurtling towards him, and Hoa sneered, a look of disdain twisting his features. Sacrificing a teammate to buy time. It seems even the clever ones get desperate. As Dyke Y lunged, and Hoa slammed a fist into their stomach. But something felt wrong. The impact wasn't what Hoa expected. A strange sensation rippled through him. Facing Dyke Y head-on wasn't playing out as he'd anticipated. He froze, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. From a distance, Lin Gang grinned. The real show begins now. And Hoa had put considerable force behind his punch. Yet, his hand now hung strangely exposed, the bones stark white against his skin. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What is this? He hadn't hit his target at all. His voice laced with bewilderment. He muttered, Since when did Dyke Y become an inflatable doll? The more confused the wraith became, the wider Lin Gang's grin stretched. A message then pinged in Hoa's group chat. How is this possible? To his astonishment, the sender was Dyke Y. The message read, The 6th talisman is drawn. Events were spiraling beyond his control. His voice trembled as the truth dawned on him. The Dyke Y in front of me was a prop all along. The system promptly updated information on the substitute doll. It was classified as a consumable item of rare quality. Its primary function was to create a substitute with the player's appearance. The substitute possessed low-level intelligence and abilities and could be controlled remotely. The senses of the substitute and the player resonated with each other. Lin Gang, no longer leaving the wraith in suspense, explained, Last time Dyke Y and I separated, we added each other on Messenger. While Ngao Dung was away, I quickly messaged Dyke Y. I believed you had also realized Ngao Dung was a wraith. Lin Gang's revelation sent Dyke Y into a panic. Their message back read, There's a wraith in our team. Doesn't that mean they already know the locations of all the talismans we drew before? Am I being watched right now? Lin Gang quickly reassured Dyke Y, explaining the situation. Ngao Dung mentioned finding a talisman earlier. It must have been fake. We still need to find the remaining 2. For now, go hide. I'll create a diversion to attract all the wraiths. Then you can quickly find and draw the talismans. It's unlikely any wraiths will come looking for you during that time. The valuable item that Dyke Y regretted not using earlier had finally found its moment. I just so happen to have a substitute doll, he announced. It can completely fool the wraiths without arousing any suspicion. Returning to the present, Lin Gang grinned triumphantly. "Si talismans draw." The system's notification chimed in affirmation. Just as expected, the system prompt appeared. Mimic talismans, June 6th. Blindfold game, scenario complete. Calculating results. All the wraith and Ho's meticulous planning and scheming seemed to crumble before his eyes. "I'm not reconciled," he roared. Whether he was reconciled or not, the ground beneath them continued to tremble, causing Hoa to stumble. The remaining wraiths were gripped by confusion and uncertainty. The surrounding landscape underwent a dramatic transformation, pulsating with brilliant golden light. High above, an immense swirling vortex of light materialized, obliterating the shopping center's architecture. Suddenly, the radiant mass split into multiple beams. Shifting their trajectory, the beams pierced through the wraiths' bodies. The fire wraith felt the energy invading its form. The other wraiths were similarly affected, and Hoa raged. Heaven and earth, boundless universe, evil magic. How can I fall here? Actually, he said, you chose the wrong approach. While the unexpected appearance of your Wraith team increased the difficulty, you shouldn't have chosen to operate alone. You should have at least recruited a teammate. Lin Gang continued. You could have negotiated with one of the players to help you complete the talismans. In return, you could guarantee their safety from the other Wraiths. Ultimately, you could have completed the gathering formation first, allowing the Wraith spirits to possess other players. Those players could then sacrifice their teammates to easily complete the mission. Lin Gang's words flowed effortlessly. One who knows Wraiths fears them. A Wraith understands human treachery. Moreover, I suspect such a sinister scheme was likely inspired or even encouraged by the system itself. But now, Lin Gang twirled the knife in his hand, his voice hardening. I hate betraying teammates the most. With that, he slashed at the Wraith. The force of the blow shattered the Wraith's form, scattering its essence into the air. Watching the Wraith's essence dissipate, Lin Gang mused. So this wicked formation can not only kill, but also provide salvation. It's a good thing I kept those talismans. They might possess genuine Taoist power worth studying. With the Wraith vanquished, Dike Y approached. Will you big time, Lin Gang, he said. Without you, we'd be goners. Vogi, ever concise, added, we're comrades now, and all from N City. Let's exchange contact information so we can help each other out in the future. Both Lin Gang and Dike Y responded in unison. I agree. Before they were transported out of the game, Dike Y said, see you in the real world. Lin Gang added, after completing such a difficult mission, let's hope we draw some divine artifacts. Returning to reality, Lin Gang stared blankly ahead, muttering, so this is the reward I get after burning so many brain cells to outsmart that AI. The reward remained shrouded in mystery, and Lin Gang's expression was one of utter disappointment. A stream of complaints poured out. This is ridiculous. I'm a straight-laced guy, spotless. Why do I keep getting saddled with these phallic-shaped items? The system notifications kept coming. Lingang, Mission Reward 1, plus 300 experience points. Mission Reward 2, 500 coins. Overall player performance, S+. Player receives a 160% bonus to coins and experience points. Based on overall player performance, a new trait has been activated, Meticulous and Prudent, plus an additional point in sharpness. The rewards kept piling up, yet Lin Gang felt no joy. His voice was flat. I know I'm excellent. The rewards are understandable. But a random item, with random quality, isn't that a bit too casual? The random item he mentioned was updated by the system as follows. Name, Swiss Army Knife 300. Quality, normal. Special effects, includes main knife, small knife, scissors, bottle opener, wood saw, screwdriver, 2 GB USB drive, not writable, hair curler, electric massager, lipstick, lip balm, etc. Contains 300 tools in total. The reward displayed before him brought Lin Gang no happiness, only irritation. A Swiss Army knife. Sounds amazing, but what am I supposed to do? Face an enemy with a massage wand. Bore them to death. While fiddling with the wand, Lin Gang accidentally pressed a button. Suddenly, from the wand, hundreds of items listed by the system earlier unfolded before his eyes. Each item ejected seemed unrelated to the others, each with its own distinct function. In Lin Gang's hand now rested an oversized toothbrush. He wondered in bewilderment, is this Swiss Army knife knife actually some kind of multifunctional Lego set. But this toothbrush, what kind of gargantuan mouth is this meant for? The toothbrush's function was gradually revealed through a layer of shimmering bubbles. Lin Gang was enjoying a refreshing bath, using the toothbrush to scrub his back. Each stroke brought a sense of immense satisfaction. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the city. Footsteps echoed. A man with a shaved head, Fong Dao, walked with a dejected air, grumbling, "I'm a special affairs officer, and they give me a code name like chemical fertilizer." After a while, Fong Dao reached the building's reception area. He quickly approached the receptionist, handing over an item. "Mission report. I just finished a level 5 strange event." Fong Dao carefully presented his evidence. Here's the related video. The receptionist diligently accepted the evidence. "Certainly, sir. We'll review it shortly." Feeling bored, Fong Dao glanced around and spotted a familiar figure. Overjoyed, he called out on Hin. The other man responded, "Hey, Fong Dao. Ping Ha Su. Good. Long time no see. You came to collect your shaving cream reward. You look much younger, like you're only 30. The misplaced compliment annoyed Fong Dao. "I'm only in my early 20s. Fong Dao, upon seeing his senior, also had a few observations. "Anh Hing, Zhu Luk Tin Ne. Did you encounter some super difficult survival game?" Hasu's face paled, and he waved it off. No, nothing like that. Just been busy with a case lately." And Hasu emphasized, "It's a serial murder case involving players. We just announced a reward. Maybe you could take a look and see if you can help me out." The conversation between the two former fellow players ended. Night gradually fell over the small town. Inside a room, cigarette smoke curled upwards. A bald man asked, "Trinvo, do you think that old woman will come here?" "Jing Vos, my boss, I tricked her. I told her grandson is with us." Sure enough, a voice rasped, the words laced with cruel satisfaction. "These idiots used the flyers the victim's family put up, lured her in with a promise of a reunion, then a shakedown for cash. 10,000, they said. Confident little bastards. If this goes well, I can get you your sister-in-law." Just as the thugs predicted, a hunched figure emerged from the deepening gloom, slowly making her way towards the building. The old woman's face was etched with worry, but as she finally located the address, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. "Thank heavens," she whispered, her voice trembling with relief. "I finally found you. I even sold my coffin to get the money. I'll have you back soon, my grandson." At the same moment, the thugs' footsteps grew quieter. As soon as they saw the old woman, their voices dripped with false concern. "Grandma, you finally made it. Come on, let's get your grandson back." The old woman, her anxiety clinging to her like a shroud, asked repeatedly, "Where is he? Where's my grandson?" One of the thugs smoothly lied, "We found him this afternoon, gave him a bath, and he's sleeping inside now." Noticing the heavy sack of money she carried, he feigned helpfulness. "That looks heavy, Grandma. Let me carry it for you." The old woman, however, quickly pulled the sack away. Her voice firm, she stated, "After I see my grandson, the money is yours." Her unwavering resolve made the thug hesitate, stepping back slightly. He thought to himself, "Stubborn old hag, about to die and still doesn't know it." Without further ado, he ushered her inside. "Your grandson's on the 4th floor. Let's go up." With each step, the old woman's anticipation grew. My grandson, she murmured, "Grandma's here. Grandma's here." Her love for her grandson overwhelmed her, pushing aside all caution as she hurried forward. Seizing the opportunity, the thug prepared to strike from behind, a length of rope held taut in his hands. He swiftly flung it forward. A scene of brutal violence unfolded. The frail body of a woman in her 80s crumpled to the ground with the slightest force. But then, the situation took a horrifying turn. It was the would-be murderer who found himself in a bloody tableau. His eyes were frozen wide, locked in a rictus of pain, his strangling hands unable to release their grip. The gruesome scene, bathed in blood, lingered. An eerie silence descended. Then a voice echoed from within. "What's taking him so long?" The other thug, growing impatient, complained, "It's just an old woman. What's taking Trin Vo so damn long?" As he finished speaking, a knock came from the door. He frowned, muttering finally. Wanting to be sure it was his accomplice, he called out, "Trin Vo, is that you? Did you bring the old woman up?" His question was met with silence, an unnerving silence that pressed against the door. Overcome with curiosity, the thug moved towards the door. "Jingval, is that you?" He called out again, but still no answer. He peered through the peephole. "Why aren't you answering?" Unease gnawed at him, his eyes widening with a flicker of fear. Through the peephole, he saw Trin Vo's face. Slightly relieved, he opened the door, scoffing seriously. "Trying to scare me? At your age?" As the door swung open, he gestured towards the inside. "Your grandson's in here. Come on in, Grandma." The old woman, her voice filled with excitement, cried out, "Two pillars. 2 pillars. Grandma's here." The strange events were far from over. The thug suddenly noticed something amiss. "Hey, Trinvo, what's down there?" Something was rolling on the floor, having tumbled from just inside the doorway. The thug's eyes widened in terror. The old woman's face twisted into a sinister grin as she looked at Trin Vo's severed head. Unlike his terrified companion, he'd almost seemed to anticipate his fate. The remaining thug froze, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. His terror only fueled the old woman's mirth. She savored the moment, relishing the opportunity to finish off the last one. Panic seized him. He slammed the door shut and scrambled to hide. "Help! Someone! Murder! Help me!" The old woman stood outside, staring at the door, unfazed by the desperate cries emanating from within. "Help! Fire! Is anyone there?" Inside the room, the surviving thug frantically piled heavy objects against the door, anything he could find to barricade himself in and keep the old woman out. He slumped to the floor, his voice trembling. "What kind of monster is that, old hag?" "A demon." His words reached the old woman, prompting a chilling reply. "Granny's not a demon, dearie." Even now, with his life on the line, he continued to yell. "What good is hiding? Come out here and face me. Let's see if I don't smash you to bits." The old woman's voice, laced with amusement, drifted through the door. "Hiding, you say? Granny doesn't just hide. Granny can walk through walls." With unnerving speed, she phased through the barricaded door. Standing before the terrified thug, she met his gaze. "Been here the whole time." Her power, her inexplicable presence, paralyzed him with fear. His eyes bulged, his hands gripping his makeshift weapons. The old woman's smile grew more menacing, her voice a low growl. "Come here, dear boy. Let Granny give you a hug. A nice, warm hug." As she spoke, her form began to shift, twisting and contorting, sharp spines erupting from her flesh. Enveloped in her embrace, the thug's screams tore through the air, tears and snot streaming down his face. With one gentle squeeze, she silenced him. The gruesome aftermath of her embrace began to reveal itself. Her eyes, devoid of humanity, gleamed with savage delight. Her cruel smile revealed teeth sharp enough to devour him whole. The scene shifted to a graveyard on the outskirts of the city, shrouded in an eerie, oppressive stillness. A voice broke the silence. "Good evening, elders." Lin Gang, holding an umbrella, continued speaking. "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this parent-teacher meeting." The exchange was brief, the air thick with malevolent energy. The sinister auras began to coalesce, drifting towards Lin Gang, creating a disturbing spectacle. The system promptly updated. Current energy in storage, 379/1000. Lin Gang mused to himself. Not much energy in this graveyard, huh? This amount should last me about 17 or 18 days. If I have to fight, it'll hold up for 3, maybe 4 hours. Today's objective incomplete. Lin Gang turned to leave. "I'll figure out what to do next when I get home," he thought. Suddenly, he bumped into the old woman on the path, the impact bringing him to a halt. Lin Gang caught a whiff of something emanating from her. The smell of blood, he realized. The rain continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping. It intensified, the drops growing heavier, sweeping across the city. Unbothered by the downpour, the old woman continued her unhurried stroll, her nonchalance drawing attention. She stopped abruptly, a chuckle escaping her lips. A self-satisfied grin spread across her face. Tonight's dinner was quite delicious. Her cheerful words were barely out when the shadow of an umbrella appeared above her. Lin Gang approached the old woman and offered a polite greeting. However, she seemed rather uninterested. Suddenly affecting a courteous, gallant air, Lin Gang asked if she wanted to cross the street. He then offered, "Allow a young man of the new era to assist you." "It would be my pleasure. Let me escort you across." His offer and tone of voice took the old woman by surprise. Before she could reply, the thought flashed through her mind. This kid. Unhappy with Lin Gang's attitude, she flung her umbrella towards him. Just as the umbrella moved towards Lin Gang, she received a drenching of rainwater on her head. Lin Gang feigned surprise, saying, "Oh dear, you're so careless. Walking like that, won't you get completely soaked?" Despite being rebuffed, Lin Gang persisted in following her. As they walked, he endured her scolding. "You brat, I don't need help crossing the street. My bones are still strong." Since she'd put it that way, Lin Gang quickly crossed to the other side. Once there, he turned back and retorted, "You're right. You don't look like someone who can afford such a high-class, expensive escort service. You probably couldn't pay for it anyway." His words gave the old woman pause. "He wants to charge me," she thought. Lin Gang continued to needle her, his voice dropping to a mock-serious tone. "But according to the rules, one shouldn't just rob and leave, right? It's the help others find joy rule, isn't it? I'm giving you a freebie." Not content with his inane chatter, Lin Gang continued his antics, acting like a cheerleader. Go, power through. I'll cheer you all the way home." This flamboyant display left the old woman utterly exasperated and unable to stop him. For a long stretch of road, despite her dragging a large sack, Lin Gang continued alongside, shouting, blood and sweat, but no tears. Scratches and bruises, but never abandon a comrade. Even though his legs grew tired, his mouth never stopped. "Repeat after me. Sweet potatoes, Angelica, wolfberries go." Lin Gang's dreadful singing finally pushed the old woman to her limit. She rapidly teleported closer to her home. Seizing the opportunity, he followed close behind, still chanting, "Fight, go for it," for the most despicable of dreams. As she ran, the old woman fumed, thinking, "If I weren't so full from tonight's dinner, I'd really like to devour this brainless twit right now." Lost in her dark thoughts, the old woman tripped on a rock. Moving at high speed, she sprawled onto the ground. The fall caused the contents of her sack to spill out, mingling with the rainwater. In the stormy darkness, Lin Gang seemed to see what the old woman had been carrying. This time, he chose to remain silent, not making a fuss. The old woman panicked. "Oh no, my takeaway snacks have fallen out." She glanced quickly at Lin Gang, wondering, did that brat see? If so, I can't let him live. She was about to act violently, but then she saw Lin Gang suddenly collapse in front of her. Lin Gang feigned innocence, saying casually, "It's the wet road, ma'am. Don't blame me." His clueless expression disarmed the old woman. "My apologies," she thought. "I shouldn't have doubted this airhead." Her voice softening, she said, "Young man, it was my own carelessness. It has nothing to do with you. Thank you for escorting me this far. I can manage the rest of the way home myself." Despite her attempt to dismiss him, Lin Gang stubbornly insisted, "Ma'am, please let me carry you home. Don't forget, my image today is all about helping others and finding joy. I can't let you down and ruin my reputation." Lin Gang's persistence was pushing the old woman's patience to its breaking point. "Damn this image nonsense," she cursed inwardly. She hadn't wanted to act in such a public place, worried about attracting the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau, but she couldn't restrain herself any longer. She wanted to strangle this pest. She decided to oblige him. Just as Lin Gang stepped forward, she called out, "Boy." Baring her gruesome fangs, she hissed, "Let's go." The moment the old woman hoisted herself onto Lin Gang's back, he flashed a knowing smirk. "All right, Granny, hold on tight." In a blink, the unlikely duo blurred into motion, their human forms vanishing. Lin Gang, now a human bullet train, propelled the old woman through the streets, his legs a blur. The sheer velocity threatened to rattle the old woman's brain loose. Her eyes glazed over, widened in dawning comprehension, her face swelling with the force of the wind. Even mid-sprint, Lin Gang didn't miss a beat, reminding her, "Keep your mouth shut, Granny. I can do the 100-meter dash in under 10 seconds, you know?" A sinister grin spread across his face. "Careful, you might catch a cold." Lin Gang's initial burst of speed had successfully silenced the old woman. However, her mind raced, devising a new plan. No need for words, she thought. My claws alone are enough to carve a little hole right in his neck. Dangerund. The old woman's sharpened nails poised, ready to pierce Lin Gang's throat. But Lin Gang, seemingly aware of the impending threat, abruptly slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop sent the old woman's long, sharp nails hurtling forward, stopping just short of Lin Gang's eyes. Feigning innocence, the old woman asked, "Why did you stop, boy?" After the old woman's treacherous attempts, it was time for Lin Lin Gang's payback. Saitui Kyo's arm materialized from behind his head. He leveled a stern gaze at the old woman. I kindly offer to escort you home, and instead of thanking me and giving me 8 million, you try to take my life. Saitui Kyo's sudden appearance sent a wave of terror through the old woman. Her mouth gaped, her hands trembling. Frozen in fear, the old woman crumpled to the ground, stammering, "D-demon." Lin Gang whipped his head around, addressing the old woman. "Demon, I'm not one of those nasty things." He emphasized his point with a dramatic flourish. "We're devils." Suddenly, Lin Gang's two heads began bickering. "How can I be so handsome? This isn't my usual devastatingly attractive face. I'll report you." One head complained. "Oh, shut up, you shameless narcissist." The other retorted. The old woman stared, bewildered. "He can even insult himself," she thought incredulously. Lin Gang snapped his umbrella shut. "Well, the jig is up. Time to show our true colors." He fixed the old woman with a piercing stare. "You old hag, do you know how much effort it took to lure you to this deserted alley and play the lunatic? You owe me compensation." Saitui Kyo, standing beside him, glared at the old woman. "That's not your true form, is it?" Her charade exposed, the old woman began to reveal her true monstrous form. "So you know my true face, huh?" Her eyes narrowed, her voice dripping with malice. "And you still dare to provoke me? You got guts." Before she could finish, Lin Gang interrupted her. "What the hell are you doing, you old fart?" he demanded, exasperated. "Taking a selfie," he explained, "to commemorate your final moments." Even amidst the escalating tension, Lin Gang couldn't resist nitpicking. "And watch your language, Granny. Hell has a different connotation around here." Saitui Kyo, thoroughly annoyed, snapped, "If you don't stop with the nonsense, I'm leaving you to deal with this yourself." The conversation took a bizarre turn as Lin Gang and Saitui Kyo bickered. "Why are you so vulgar? You're doing it on purpose," he accused. The old woman stood alone, feeling utterly ignored. "How dare you disregard me like this?" she wailed. Finally snapping, she unhinged her monstrous jaws. "I'm going to swallow you whole." Unfazed by the imminent threat, Lin Gang calmly snapped a selfie with the gaping maw of the old woman as his backdrop. He then took a close-up of her razor-sharp teeth. He wasn't finished yet. He zoomed in, capturing the depths of the old woman's gaping maw. The devil finished documenting his evidence. Lin Gang raised his magical umbrella high. With a slight flick of the wrist, the umbrella plunged straight into the old woman's mouth, effectively gagging her. Lin Gang, looking on with amusement at the sight of the silenced old woman, quipped, "Foshan impenetrable defense." The ancient crone had swallowed the entire handle of the umbrella. Her eyes, now barely open, fixed on Lin Gang's hand. Taking advantage of the moment while the umbrella was lodged firmly within her, Lin Gang snapped it open from the inside, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Not bad, pretty good elasticity," he remarked. The old woman's body couldn't withstand the strain. Red cracks began to spiderweb across her eyes. Her entire form began to undulate, losing its initial human shape. Now a writhing mass, she thrashed back and forth, menacing Lin Gang, her face a contorted mask of purplish red. Her dark energy, along with her ceaseless wriggling, was starting to give Lin Gang a crick in his neck. Annoyed, he criticized, "Enough with the theatrics. All I need is a snap of my fingers. Just one snap," he continued, "is enough to create a barrier to control you demons and ghouls." Recognizing Lin Gang's power, the old woman shrieked in terror. "This lunatic is my perfect counter. I have to find a way to escape," she thought frantically. But Lin Gang had lured her here for a reason, and he wasn't about to let her leave so easily. He produced a random item, its appearance prompting a curious question from the old woman. "What's that?" "A tile," she croaked. Knowing she wouldn't understand, Lin Gang explained, "This is a weapon I've specially prepared just for you." With the press of a button, an array of objects, each with a unique function, materialized. The old woman's face turned a sickly purple with fear, her eyes wide with terror as she witnessed the tools Lin Gang displayed. "A curling iron," she stammered. Lin Gang ignored her question, focused on his task, like a seasoned professional in his salon. He meticulously applied the curling iron to each writhing segment of the old woman's form, holding it just long enough to scorch her flesh black. He admired his handiwork, the now curled monstrosity, and declared, "All rolled up now." He continued with the practiced movements of a skilled hairstylist, the curling iron tightening its grip. With each turn, the old woman's face contorted further in agony. Lin Gang watched as the creature was consumed by green flames, fueled by his internal energy and the searing heat of the curling iron. Almost turned her to dust, he mused. The system announced, Shadow Skin Spirit eliminated. Based on the player's overall performance, an A rating is awarded. 135% bonus XP and 135 bonus coins awarded. Back at his apartment, Lin Gang sprawled on the sofa, reviewing his stats. He chatted with Sai Tuikyo. The Battlefield game is still in its early stages. The shop functions are clearly incomplete. Only 20 random items refresh each day. Sai Tuikyo, holding a book, replied, So, young master, have you refreshed the treasure you desire? Lin Gang pondered for a moment. What I want most, he began, are technologically advanced items. Future tech like fusion power, super alloys, drone systems. Advanced technology is the ultimate weapon. Secondly, I need restorative items like a mini hypo spray. I saw on the forums that someone actually refreshed one. They said it could even cure cancer. Lin Gang sat up, arms crossed, a mischievous grin on his face. Well, if my powers aren't strong enough, I might as well focus on longevity. A notification popped up on his screen. Luvo Dai has sent you a message. Lin Gang looked at the pink-bordered message, curious. Luvo Dai is looking for me. He wondered. He put on a mask and opened the letter using FaceTime. Beautiful Luvo Dai, Haidun Behina Mats, Linangrit. Following the letter, an image appeared. Sorry to bother you so late. There's a bit of an emergency. Remember back in the ruined Han Temple? She began. I recall you getting a Fire Martin fur coat. I want to buy it back. Lin Gang's memory sparked. That treasure. Still got it, still got it. I swindled a Zhonghua string for it back then. He chuckled. Traded it from a rat demon. Luvo Dai replied, I have to say, you have a real talent for trickery. This Fire Martin fur is impervious to blades and weapons. Waterproof and fireproof too. It even maintains a stable body temperature. Luvo Dai continued frankly, this treasure is essential for me. Name your price. At the beauty's request, Lin Gang pondered. He'd done some tests before. The coat's defensive capabilities weren't even as good as a CQB vest. As for the waterproof and fireproof aspects, he'd already compensated for those with his breathing techniques. It was practically useless. Finally, he snapped his fingers. A friendly price for you, 800 game coins. You know, this kind of full-body protection gear goes for at least 1,000 on the black market. Luvo Dai narrowed her eyes at the offered price. Thank you, she said, but I never haggle. Tell you what, I'll add another 500,000 in cash. Just tell me the time and place for the exchange. Lin Gang's eyes lit up at the mention of Luvo Dai's money. 11 p.m. tonight, he eagerly replied, entrance to West City Forest Park. Rich Lady Lu, I'm very well behaved, no clinging. Please sponsor me. Overwhelmed by Lin Gang's enthusiasm, Luvo Dai bid him farewell. On Luvo Dai's side, a staff member in a blue coat approached. The test results from Master Zun are back. We can essentially rule out any physiological issues. Seeing her silence, he continued, as you mentioned, Master Lu Kejian, after a meeting, suddenly became intolerant of any temperature change. He said, even a slight breeze makes him uncontrollably scratch. He won't stop even if his skin breaks. The specialist team believes it's a psychological issue, but they've never encountered a case like this before. We've placed Master Lu in a sterile room for now, but his condition isn't very optimistic. Luvo Dai absorbed the information. She looked solemnly at the staff member and replied softly, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Please continue to take good care of my father. I have to go out and find a cure. Meanwhile, Lin Gang was flipping through the pages of things to prepare for meeting your online lover. He hummed, a confident smile playing on his lips. After so many rehearsals, there shouldn't be any mistakes. A table laden with heavy weaponry sat before him. Sai, seeing Lin Gang, even wearing a gas mask, narrowed her eyes. Young master, isn't this a bit much? She remarked. Lin Gang explained, caution ensures a 1,000-year voyage. I don't want my player identity revealed just yet. He then jumped out the apartment window, heading towards City Park. Luvo Dai, clutching the stack of cash, arrived at the meeting point. Looking up at the pavilion shrouded in the night, a whooshing sound passed behind her. The suitcase lay open, the coat inside, along with a note, transaction complete. Don't follow me. Luvo Dai was be. Still, she'd achieved her goal. She could only mutter to herself, that Lin Gang, he's certainly cautious. Lin Gang, clutching the cash box, didn't head straight home. He strolled along, humming cheerfully. I've got money now, he thought. A few mornings later, the system beeped, initiating a scenario mission. Lin Gang removed his eye mask. He sat up with a grin. "It's finally here," he murmured. "This life of luxury is about to corrupt me," he mused. The system announced the mission details. Scenario mission, The Fool. Objective 1. Eliminate the leader of the Delta Maria gang. Objective 2. Eliminate 100 members of the Delta Maria gang. Time limit, 10 hours. Reward upon completion, 300 experience points, 500 game coins, and 1 random tier 10 punishment skill book. Failure. Elimination. Teleport time remaining, 5 minutes. Do you wish to teleport now? Lin Gang accepted the mission and quickly changed into his burlap shoes. He strapped a small knife to his ankle. Fully equipped, he considered this his first solo scenario mission. "I'll have to play it by ear," he thought, "and feel things out as I go." And with a target name like that, he mused, glancing at the mission details, it's obviously a foreigner. The countdown swirling, Lin Gang pondered the mission title, The Fool. Seems like the setting will be a large building, he deduced. He stepped into the teleportation vortex. I still need to make some educated guesses, he thought. Judging by the gang leader's name, this scenario probably takes place in the Philippines. After the sensation of hurtling through space, Lin Gang landed in a dark place. He looked around. A closet. Seriously, he thought. Am I playing a cuckolded husband in this one? Glancing at the badge on his right sleeve, Lin Gang realized his role, a SWAT team member, hiding in a closet. This role seems a bit pathetic, he sighed. The system began updating the mission parameters. This time, the player must emulate the assigned role and maintain the reinforced attribute points. The player can freely acquire items, but cannot use skills, special abilities, or equipment. Uploading character memories for the Philippines mission. Malaysia City. Facing immense pressure from the government's crackdown on narcotics, Lota Madria initiated a bloody confrontation. Within 3 months, Malaysia City lost 3 mayors. However, with many high-ranking officials in Malaysia City corrupted by Lota Madria's influence, they were unable to effectively retaliate. Under the power of Lota Madria, Captain Manny Pacquiao, the special weapons leader of the assault team, decided to ignore the compromised officials and led a small tactical squad of 30 to raid Lota Madria's building. Manny had intel that Lotama was there, in the building where he kept his rebel forces. But he underestimated Lotama's firepower and the strength of the rebel forces. Based on the storyline and the situation, Lin Gang had a bad feeling. His side was ambushed upon contact with the enemy. A quarter of their forces were wiped out. His role, a young man named Doan, had luckily jumped into this closet. Thank goodness 3/4 of my team are still alive, he thought. Thank heavens. Communications were down, no reinforcements were coming, and he still had to eliminate 100 armed gang members. And decapitate them too, he thought grimly. This is getting worse by the minute. All his skills were sealed. He was just a slightly stronger than average person now. Lin Gang began to question the system. "If you want me dead, just say it," he muttered. "No need to beat around the bush." He carefully cracked open the closet door. He remembered running into this room moments ago. It seemed like he'd been spotted by the enemy, but it wouldn't be long, maybe a few minutes, before this place was attacked. He could almost see it, each bullet piercing through the door. Outside, a Delta Maria thug cursed, emboldened. "I saw you run in here. Get out here and die. Come out and die." They kicked the door in, weapons raised, searching. "Where is he?" They shouted. "There aren't many of your teammates left. You might as well join them." Lin Gang sighed, still hidden in the wardrobe, unable to see the situation outside. He silently thanked the system for not completely erasing his physical attributes. Otherwise, without being able to rely on his enhanced hearing to pinpoint their locations, he could only imagine what was happening. Lin Gang drew his pistol. The wardrobe doors burst open. Each shot found its mark. The thug who had been so boisterous moments before watched his comrades fall, sweat beading on his brow. The figure before him moved with terrifying speed. Seizing a moment of distraction, one of the thugs aimed and fired at Lin Gang. Lin Gang dodged unexpectedly. He countered, grabbing the thug's nose and launching himself into a brutal close-quarters assault. With a flurry of blows, he took down 5 more. 96 left, he thought grimly. The real fun is just beginning. Gunfire echoed through the building, followed by an unsettling silence. Lin Gang moved stealthily, stopping at a corner and drawing a throwing knife. He checked for hostiles ahead. 2, their backs turned. He dispatched them swiftly. A bald man appeared, barking orders at the men behind him. "Over here, this way." He He didn't notice Lin Gang until it was too late. He managed a single word, enemy, before a thrown knife silenced him. This Swiss Army knife is pretty handy, Lin Gang thought. Responding to the dead man's call, a group of enemies, more than Lin Gang had anticipated, emerged into the hallway. 10 of them. The moment they saw him, they opened fire. Kill the SWAT scum. Lin Gang watched the hail of bullets coming his way. He threw his frying pan. The sound of metal on metal rang out. Yep, Lin Gang thought, best improvised shield ever. He took a moment to assess the building's layout. 8th floor, freezer. 9th floor, warehouse, which meant Lotamaderia was most likely on the 10th. The lower floors were filled with his men and what they called civilians. First, he had to deal with the group behind him. Lin Gang pulled the pin on a grenade. He figured those civilians were probably mostly addicts, and he couldn't rule out them posing a threat. He threw the grenade and covered his ears, bracing for the blast. 10 down, but he knew his chances of surviving this solo were slim. He reloaded his makeshift weapon. He decided to try and find some surviving teammates. This was supposed to be a team mission, after all. A dying thug raised his rifle, aiming weakly at Lin Gang. A rifle, he rasped, is a gentleman's truest romance. Lin Gang, his jury-rigged gun still slung over his shoulder, raised the rifle without looking and fired a single shot. The thug's romantic notions ended abruptly. The hallway fell silent once more. Then, a sudden announcement blared from the ceiling speakers. Attention, all residents on this floor. Eliminate just one member of the Special Ops team. And Boss Tama will waive your rent. You'll also receive a bonus of 1 million pro. Just like that, the building's inhabitants, desperate and driven by survival, and the need for money to escape becoming his pawns, were galvanized. One of them spotted a smear of blood outside a door. They immediately began kicking at the door, trying to break it down. It was a young woman's apartment. Excitement surged through them. It's definitely a special ops soldier. They're hiding in Rika's place. Kill him. We'll be rich. What are you doing here? There's no special ops soldier here. Rika cried, her voice trembling. One of them backhanded her, sending her sprawling. The door to the next room burst open. A SWAT officer stumbled out, his right hand drenched in blood, his left still gripping his weapon. You junkies, drop your weapons. He froze, a thug's knife pressed against Rika's throat. The thug's leader sneered. You're the one who should drop his weapon. Otherwise, this pretty little girl's neck, that is going to get a bloody makeover. Tears streamed down Rika's face. These special ops soldiers. But they didn't come to save us. Why are you doing this? The thug holding her snarled. Shut up. Follow Tama, and you can do whatever you want. Kill, steal. If I didn't think you were kind of cute, then I'd have slit your throat already. Unseen, Lin Gang had slipped into the room. Drop your weapon, he commanded the SWAT officer. The thug, oblivious to Lin Gang's arrival, continued to press the knife against Rika's throat, taunting the officer. He's right. Drop your weapon. I've got my eye on that fancy gear of yours. The SWAT officer stared at the newcomer, stunned. John, one of the thugs blurted, turning to Lin Gang. Who's this? Lin Gang drew his blade. Didn't he just say it? It's John. In a blur of motion, he targeted their weak points, cutting them down. Finished, he admonished the leader. Didn't your parents teach you anything? Don't mess with a cop. In the penthouse suite, Tama lounged on a leopard print sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He addressed the man across from him. It's a bit noisy downstairs, isn't it? But don't worry, Santos. This floor is ours. Steel plating everywhere, sniper rifles at the ready. They can make all the noise they want. Let those special ops clowns dance. It won't last long. 3 days. And this whole city will be ours. He gestured with his cigarette holder to a nearby underling. Go downstairs. Tell those kids to wrap things up. The man across from him, Santos, the rebel leader's brother, spoke. You think I'm worried about a few special ops cops? Don't think our relationship gives you free reign, Tama. If you hadn't attracted the government's attention, jeopardizing our shipment, that my brother wouldn't have to risk a direct confrontation with the army. Santos's face hardened. If anything happens to that shipment, then I'll be delivering your head to my brother, Tama. Tama waved a dismissive hand. Don't get excited. I assure you that shipment is safe. His gaze flicked towards the crates stacked behind him, a silent affirmation that the goods remained secure in the safest room in the building. Lin Gang had finally managed to extract his pinned-down teammates. He and Manny made their way to a common room. A place where so many of their comrades had gathered, now held a mere 12 survivors. 12. The decimated squad stared at each other, the weight of their losses heavy in the air. Even those not critically wounded are barely clinging to life. Manny Parkio, the Special Ops Team captain said grimly. We can only rely on you, Lin Gang, to find the others and bring them here. We need to consolidate our forces. Li Yang not dead? Only 5 of us are still combat ready. The rest are badly hurt, he added, his voice tight. Including myself, Manny admitted. I can't participate in any more fighting. If I don't get treatment soon, he continued, glancing down at his leg, I'll lose this damn thing. A nearby soldier spoke up. Captain, their firepower is overwhelming. We should wait for reinforcements. Manny Pacquiao fell silent for a moment, then responded with a chilling resignation. There are no reinforcements coming. The higher-ups at the police station, none of them are clean. If they weren't afraid of being implicated, they wouldn't have sent people to wipe us out. The longer we wait, the less chance we have of surviving. Gather any remaining weapons and ammunition. Let's divide what we have. I took a look earlier. I don't think there's much left. The sound of a zipper echoed in the room. Lin Gang opened his jacket, revealing a surprising cache of supplies. He grinned. I've got a bit here. Lifted them off a few of those goons earlier. Manny stared, incredulous. Where the hell did you hide all that? Li Ngang suit? I'm a quick study. Learned it from Lu Kim. Realizing he couldn't recall the AI's name, he gestured vaguely. That AI guy. You know, that AI. So, who's with me? He asked, grinning at the 2 near soldiers. Let's paint the town red. The team exchanged bewildered glances, then looked back at Lin Gang. That AI? Are you talking about me? One of them asked tentatively. I'm not too badly hurt. Lin Gang threw his hands up in exasperation. No, a different AI. Stay out of this. He ended up with 3 teammates willing to follow his lead. As they stepped into the hallway, Lin Gang spoke, his voice low. If we try to make a run for it, we'll be ambushed by those traitors at the police station. Guaranteed. Our only option is to go up and take out Tama. All right, comrade, you take point with the shield. Stay alert. He paused, frowning. Strange. Why aren't there any enemies on this floor? He mused aloud. Maybe they were so awestruck by my unparalleled combat prowess when I rescued you all that they're still cowering in fear. My dashing heroism, my suave, lady-killing charm. He trailed off, then snapped back to the present. Get to the stairwell leading to the 6th floor and keep watch. I noticed something on my way here, he continued, his expression serious. There are snipers on the opposite side of the building. At least 4. If we charge straight up to the 6th floor, we'll be sitting ducks. We'll take heavy casualties. The captain and the other soldiers stared at Lin Gang's scanning device, mouths agape. Where did you get that thing? Lin Gang offered a vague explanation. It's a special technique, like a static electricity in your pants. You wouldn't understand. 3 small drones materialized in his hands. Lin Gang's eyes gleamed. Incoming update. Prepare to witness some god-tier piloting skills. All right, blank slate, let's do this. He sat down, his fingers flying over the controls. Within minutes, the 3 drones were airborne, each carrying a strange object. Just as he suspected, snipers were positioned on every floor, their bullets raining down on the 3 unidentified objects. But under Lin Gang's expert control, the drones weaved and dodged. How could they miss? The enemy's frustrated shouts echoed. One turned, spotting the grenade just before the detonation. His eyes widened in a silent "oh." The kill shot reverberated through the ravaged building. Lin Gang had completed his mission with deadly precision. Rubble choked the stairwell leading to the 6th floor. A scarred enemy soldier barked into his radio, Fatty Dragon. What the hell was that explosion? What's going on over there? Where are the rest of the special ops? Only static answered him. The others on the 5th floor, no response. They muttered amongst themselves, fear creeping into their voices. The snipers, all dead. How are these remnants, fighting back with such ferocity? A flash of light erupted from the shadowed depths below. Confusion etched itself onto the face of the enemy leader. He watched in horrified fascination as a grenade arced towards them. It soared through the air, tracing a deadly trajectory towards the 6th floor bunker. A sound Lin Gang would later describe as crisp, like cracking a particularly tough nut, echoed through the space. The explosion thundered, forcing the enemy to scramble for cover. Lin Gang's squad seized the opportunity and surged forward. The enemy leader sneered, "Return fire. Just 4 of them, and they dare assault our defenses. Seriously, I trained a 17-man squad. You think you can take us?" His arrogant laughter was punctuated by the dwindling sound of his men's gunfire. How much longer can you hold out? Huh? He was oblivious to Lin Gang's silent approach, the swift, deadly movements that silenced his men one by one. Emptying his magazine, the leader turned to his remaining men. Out of ammo. I doubt they'll even have bodies left to recover. Huang Mao, go check on them. Leave no survivors. Only then did he register the silence. He swiveled, panic rising in his voice. Where's Huang Mao? Dieto, Dechang. Why isn't anyone answering? The squad advanced, weapons trained on the leader. Why keep this one alive? One of them asked. Lin Gang emerged from the smoke. Don't you find him amusing? A bit of entertainment. Besides, he's our key to the next level. Panic gripped the 8th floor laboratory. News of the lower 7 floors falling reached them. Hurry, faster. They urged each other. Everything must be packaged by nightfall. Clad in hazmat suits and respirators, they frantically scooped powder into bags. The lab chief admired the filled bags. Sanos's formula, truly priceless. His assistant stared wide-eyed. The rebels, let us produce. Huaguen 1, it's miraculous. The chief glanced at him. Huaguen 1 delivers a more stimulating hallucination, superior to the cheaper stuff. But unlike those inferior products, it doesn't cause the flesh to rot. No corpses. No demonic side effects. The assistant pondered this. Completely harmless. Then why call it cheap stuff? Why the secrecy? Lao Guin puffed his pipe, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Because it's far more addictive. A single day without it, and the body rebels. The slightest change in temperature, even the faintest breeze, an unbearable itch, down to the very marrow. The assistant's eyes widened with realization. With something this potent, we could leave the rebels. Produce it ourselves. Old Gwyn replied, it's not that simple. This is Hua Gwyn 1's key production area. It all has to be done in the darkroom on the 10th floor. Besides, he continued, I heard the boss say it's being produced and consumed across all 6 major continents. There's definitely some secret organization backing Hua Gwyn. It casts too large a shadow. We can't handle that. As he finished speaking, Tama's assistant called out from behind to Mao. Hey Mao, no need to pack the rest of the shipment. Take Theo and all your men to the armory and wait. Mao turned around, bewildered. What? Didn't we already take out all the special forces downstairs? What's going on? Everyone listened as a grim voice announced from the ceiling speakers. Big Ghost on the lower floor has lost contact. Looks like the special forces have a tough one among them. I'll go handle it. With a cruel smirk, he added, it's been a while since I've tasted fresh blood. Big Ghost, his face bruised and swollen, finally spilled everything. Lin Gang immediately pressed for more information, which also means your boss will investigate further. Big Ghost described, Cha-Cha is the boss's golden fighter. He once used a tiger claw blade to cut down more than 10 gold-ranked assassins from other gangs. Following Big Ghost's description, the man was a beast. A tiger. He lives to kill. Lin Gang, pushing for an advantage, cornered him with a question. And what about me? He asked. The answer came back strained. You're a demon. With a swift strike to the neck, Lin Gang sent Big Ghost to meet his ancestors. He then continued, our next move will follow the previous model. Provide covering fire. Leave the enemy to me. Captain Manny, uneasy, suggested, but according to Big Ghost, all 56 men under Cha-Cha are seasoned fighters, veterans of countless battles. You're saying you can take them all on alone? Even if all 5 of us went together, we'd be dead. Lin Gang stood, reassuring them, don't worry. Everyone stared, stammering in fear at the object he produced. What is that? He introduced it. I have a trump card. My weapon. That has been starving. Cha-Cha led his men down the hallway. Reaching a darkened area ahead, he heard a noise and signaled them to halt. The lyrics of a song, I love braised chicken wings the most, caught their attention. All eyes turned towards the sound. Lin Gang's figure emerged. They instantly drew their weapons and fired. Lin Gang, relying solely on his agility, dodged the initial volley. This unexpected display surprised his attackers. Without pausing, he unleashed the strange object in his hand, addressing the 2 men who had just fired at him. Your grandma says you're about to ascend. Cha-Cha sensed the death of his 2 bodyguards behind him. Grabbing one end of Lin Gang's device, he confronted him. I didn't expect the special forces to be hiding an expert like you. No wonder Big Ghost went down. As Cha-Cha yanked him forward, Lin Gang seized the opportunity, mounting his warhorse and charging, hitting his mark every time. Finally, aiming to ram Cha-Cha, he saw him cling to a nearby pillar. Impressive. As expected of Cha-Cha, Cha-Cha prepared to strike back at Lin Gang. Nowhere to run now. Lin Gang smiled. Looks like I have to show my hand. He delivered a powerful blow to Cha-Cha's abdomen. Cha-Cha coughed up blood, gasping, 10mm steel plating pierced with a single punch. How? Lin Gang looked at the motionless figure slumped on the ground, praising him. Their resilience is definitely much stronger than those downstairs. And yet a surprising number survived. Lin Gang thought, his mind racing. He still didn't know the names of his remaining squad members. Squad, direct that AI. That AI. Get out here and collect their bodies. Cha-Cha surveyed the carnage. He lifted his radio and called Tama. Boss, run. It's a monster. Tama, Stu Zelin, Questin Cha-Cha. Hello. What in the world is happening? Santos, standing behind Tama, overheard Cha-Cha's panicked words. He stepped forward and addressed Tama. Forget about those special ops soldiers. Even you can't handle this. Should we call your brother? Have him send the army. He watched Tama tremble as he replied. Cha-Cha is the most monstrous thing I've ever seen. If he's calling something a monster, just how bad is it? Just then, the entire room shuddered violently. Santos, Sviachin, Kishonit Tama. Wait, I thought this room was reinforced with steel. A corner of the wall exploded inward. Through the newly formed crack, Lin Gang's eye appeared, accompanied by a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. I am Jonne. Tama and Santos froze in terror. Tama, his mind a whirlwind of panic, urged his guards to open fire. On his command, a barrage of bullets ripped towards the crack. Outside, Lin Gang's teammates watched him holding a grenade, puzzled. Why not just blow the whole panel off, Don? Did you think I suddenly became a god? Lin Gang twisted the fuse, a smirk playing on his lips. I'm just your average, everyday superhero. His teammates exchanged bewildered glances. What was he up to now? Lin Gang continued, his voice laced with mock seriousness. Behold, the awesome power of chemistry. Presenting, from the bottom of my heart, the RSG-814 thermite grenade. One of his teammates started to ask, what's a thermite reaction? When the teacher's talking, you should be listening. A thermite reaction can reach 3,000 degrees. I was quizzing you, and you weren't paying attention. 20 times you'll write out the chemical equation after this is over. His squad stared at him, dumbfounded. Lin Gang tossed the grenade into the room, adding, you're the worst class I've ever taught. They looked at each other. Weren't they in a firefight? How had this become a classroom? Iman Nai. Where am I? The thermite reacted instantly. A deafening explosion ripped through the crack. The wall now boasted a gaping hole the size of a doorway. Suddenly, a heavy gun barrel emerged from the opening, aimed directly at Lin Gang's team. Contact! A guard inside yelled. Lin Gang's squad scrambled for cover. A Gao, 19. Where they get heavy weaponry like that? Lin Gang quickly crawled to the top of the doorway, hearing the guard shout to Tama. Boss, get to the tunnel. I'll hold them off. The guard looked up, startled by the figure dropping down from above. Lin Gang, wearing a gas mask, appeared. Deep breaths, he instructed, and close your eyes. You're about to experience the freshest air on Earth. He added with a sinister smile, it's poisoned. Toxic air. Get out of here. Lin Gang shouted, as if genuinely concerned. The guards, gasping for air, panicked and fled. The moment they reached the door, Lin Gang murmured, watching them run, an invisible hand will relieve them of their heads. My specialty, painless assassination. A far superior experience to mere poison. 5-star rating appreciated, he added cheerfully. With the last of the underlings dispatched, Lin Gang landed lightly on the floor. He turned, a sudden instinct tugging at him. 2 left in the building, he whispered. Tama and the rebel son's younger brother. Not bad, Lin Gang muttered, adjusting his grip. He stared into 2 pairs of furious, glowing eyes. Your little safe room, he mocked. Seems you didn't bring enough gas masks. Tama and Santos had already raised their weapons. We've walked through fire and blood, they declared. We don't need underlings. We can kill a weakling like yourselves. But no matter how many rounds they fired, Lin Gang, with his preternatural agility, dodged every bullet. He was already closing in for hand-to-hand combat. He seized Santos' gun, the man gasping in surprise. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he disassembled the weapon. Then he swiftly incapacitated both of them. Santos, writhing in pain on the floor, cried out, "No, don't kill me. I can video call my brother. I can tell him to call off the attack on Malaysia. That wasn't part of the squat mission. Why are you?" Lingan cut him off. Listening any further would only give him a headache. He kicked Santos, sending him sprawling against the wall. Not interested, he said coldly. As the dust settled, Lin Gang removed his gas mask. He pulled a small vial of powder from his pocket. Right, he said, when I entered the 8th floor, those NPCs gave me some interesting intel. Turns out this compound, he gestured to the vial, the one that makes people hypersensitive to temperature changes, is the formula you provided. He didn't wait for a reply. Lin Gang crouched down in front of Santos, pressing him for information. Tell me everything about this drug. Tell me now, and I'll let you return to your brother's warm embrace. Otherwise, Santos didn't need any further prompting. Desperate to save his own skin, he blurted out, I'll talk. I'll talk. When I was studying abroad, I met the heir to a billionaire's fortune. He invited me to join a secret, transnational organization. It's called the Hibiscus Society, an organization with a very long history. Its members are incredibly powerful and influential, scattered all over the world. Lingans bro furuba. Hibiscus Society again. He was puzzled. Two completely unrelated instances, yet the same organization appeared in both. This couldn't be a coincidence. It felt like the game system was deliberately leading him towards this Hibiscus Society. He didn't like the feeling of being manipulated. He clenched his fist. Son, he addressed the vial. Do you think these high-class elites would have any connection to a low-life rebel? Like you. And at this point, you still dare to withhold information. He flicked his finger, and Santos cried out, clutching his head. Tell me everything, Lin Gang urged. Do you want me to record a video confession now? Santos, rubbing his forehead, replied, a servant like me could never become a full member of the Hibiscus Society. Of course, he added, but they still need lower ranks to do the dirty work. He trailed off. Lin Gang held up the vial, producing this addictive substance. He was perplexed, but why not leverage their connections and set up massive factories in Africa or South America? Wouldn't that be more efficient than small-scale producers? Like you. A lump was forming on Santos's forehead. The organization's only requirement, he explained, for all Hibiscus Society products is rapid and widespread distribution. Having numerous low-level factories across the globe makes dissemination much more efficient compared to a few large-scale operations. This is the key point, Lin Gang pressed, his eyes fixed on Santos. Mass production. Hua Guin 1. You manufactured this, didn't you? This is just a preliminary product, isn't it? Santos, trembling, nodded quickly. Yes. Yes, a better product that we have. It's called Hua Guin 2. He gestured weakly towards a closed door. Behind that room, that's where Hua Guin 2 is. Extracted from a large quantity of Hua Guin 1. We only produce a small amount at a time, but its effects 100 times stronger. That's why Hua Guin 2.it has to be stored specially. It's kept in metal containers, Santos added, his voice barely a whisper, next to the bedroom. Reaching the crux of the matter, Lin Gang interrogated him. Where were these shipments going? Forced to answer, Santos choked out a name. An city. Lin Gang, recognizing the familiar corporation, stood up in a surge of anger. Seeing the killer rise, a wave of terror washed over Santos. He scrambled for something, anything to defend himself. I am not lying. Don't kill me. I still have a member of the organization here. He held up a vial, his hand shaking violently. Only they're qualified to handle it. Hua Guin 3. This is beyond any other narcotic. He spoke with desperate conviction. This substance I in this vial it doesn't just make you feel like you're in heaven it gives you abilities. He looked at Lin Gang with wide, fearful eyes. Special abilities unimaginable like a superhuman. Lin Gang took the vial of Hua Guin 3, his brow furrowed. Superpowers, huh? This Hua Guin stuff is getting a bit ridiculous. Do you have a way to contact other members of this organization? Santos shook his head vehemently. I only receive communication from them. It's all one way. As he finished speaking, the room vibrated with a sudden tremor. Lin Gang recognized the sound of gunfire. Sounds like your brother has started the war. Santos protested. Impossible. I'm still in the city. He wouldn't risk my safety. He wouldn't risk your safety. Lingan eko insadun. How naive can you be? Santos. Lin Gang sighed, a grim understanding dawning on his face. It seems your brother doesn't care about you as much as you think. He drew his pistol, aiming it directly at Santos' head. If I can't use you to stop the war, then keeping you alive. Is meaningless. The shot rang out, piercing Santos' skull. Blood splattered onto Lin Gang's face. He stood, wiping his face, and walked towards the room Santos had indicated. This Hua Guin 2 can't stay here. Incineration is the best outcome for all of you. As Lin Gang doused the crates of Hua Guin 2 with gasoline. Tama, somehow still alive, rose, aiming his gun at Lin Gang. But his trembling hand betrayed him. Lin Gang spun, his blade slicing through the barrel of the gun. He smirked, taunting the older man. I was wondering how long you'd play dead. Tama coughed, blood trickling down his chin. The system hasn't confirmed my mission completion. How could I lower my guard? With a swift stroke, Lin Gang's blade found its mark. A voice echoed in his mind. Eliminated gang leader, Tama. Eliminated 100 gang members. Mission dangerous husband complete. Return time remaining 5 minutes. Immediate return option available. Calculating rewards. Lin Gang flicked a lighter. Return immediately. I have no desire to meet the Hibiscus Society. The flame caught, igniting the gasoline-soaked crates. Lin Gang vanished as the flames erupted. 3 minutes later, Santos brothers' forces arrived. They stared at the devastation, one asking, "What happened here?" A soldier reported, "All the Hua Guin 2 shipments here. That have been incinerated, sir." A grim silence followed from the other end of the communication line. Then a curt understood. He stood on the heights, gazing down at the burning apartment building below. He issued a command to the figure beside him. "Withdraw your troops, Malay. There's nothing left for us here." The bald man, trembling with fear, questioned him. "Where is my brother? I was promised good news." "Dead," he retorted angrily. "You promised me that if I launched this attack." The figure in the black cloak interrupted him coldly. "He never promised you anything. Just do what you're told, soldier." His eyes burning red, he gritted his teeth. "As you wish, Archbishop." The black-cloaked figure radiated a dark, forbidding aura. He surveyed the scene below, where a group of squatters obstructed his view. His voice grew colder. "Whether it was the AI or Hua Guin that interfered, all 3 of them will be ground to dust." At the school, the homeroom teacher's announcement echoed through the classroom. "Students, in response to the government's call, the university entrance exam for physical education will be reformed. We will be expanding into many new disciplines, encompassing a wide range of skills, such as military training, survival skills, bayonet fighting, hand-to-hand combat, and driving. Every evening, for 2 hours, I will be teaching you practical shooting skills, gun maintenance, and various combat techniques. Now, I will explain some basic knowledge about the structure of firearms." Lin Gang found this basic knowledge tedious. He considered suggesting to the school that they offer a more professional class, perhaps taught by a city officer. Nevertheless, he took this opportunity to reorganize his own skills. The skill power chart appeared. He smiled and clicked on it. "The skill I gained from the previous instance. It's like casting from my own mold, but I still need to practice my 3-inch tongue technique until it's perfect." Lin Gang's state was met with concern from the female student beside him. The homeroom teacher pointed directly at him. "You, the one smirking over there. Come up here and demonstrate the gun assembly I just explained." Quickly, Lin Gang stepped forward to a table where disassembled gun parts lay. He listened as the teacher angrily barked, "If you can't assemble it, you'll do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run." Without looking at Lin Gang, he turned to address the other students. "See, this is what happens when you don't pay attention. This is the consequence." He'd barely finished speaking when Lin Gang, holding the assembled gun, announced, "Done." The gun in his hand even emitted a small burst of flame. The furious teacher ordered, "Lin Gang, run laps around the school field. Keep running until class is dismissed." Lin Gang immediately obeyed. As he ran, he grumbled, "This teacher has absolutely no sense of humor." Passing the administration building, he spotted the school nurse, Thuong Tu. She turned, recognizing him. "Lee, how many times have I told you? You should call me Dr. Thuong. You're being punished for your disrespectful language, aren't you?" Lin Gang denied the accusation. "I simply asked you an educational question about painkillers and why they sometimes don't work, and I got punished for it." "Thuong Tu, you accuse me of being disrespectful. How can a blossoming flower of the nation, like myself, endure such a double blow? The impact on both my mental and physical well-being is devastating. I am fainting." He dramatically feigned collapse. Thuong Tu frowned, deciding to ignore him. Lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Lin Gang continued his dramatic plea. "If you don't give me your specially formulated restorative beverage, I won't be able to get up. My precious self will perish." Thuong Tu tossed an orange-wrapped bottle of water at his face. She was so angry, her finger jabbing at him. "Here's your water. Now go and cause trouble for someone else." Lin Gang cheerfully accepted the bottle. He even waved a thank you to Thuong Tuesday. When I have free time, I'll come find you to discuss therapy. He held the water bottle considering. So, to help students push through military training, the Special Affairs Department created this stamina recovery drink. This isn't some kind of HP potion, is it? Looks like the government's taken survival games so seriously, they've even overhauled their education philosophy. They've really changed things up. He remembered the Hua Guin. Lin Gang had spoken with Hua Guin a few days prior for the Special Affairs Department. They probably handle things smoothly. That Hua Guin organization is definitely hiding quite a few secrets. School ended, and exhausted students dragged themselves out of the gates. Lin Gang stretched, running. Another day of suppressing his strength, keeping his training scores perfectly average. Maintaining that facade was exhausting work in itself. Suddenly, the system's notification chime stopped him in his tracks. It alerted him that he met the requirements to activate a new mission. A scenario-based team mission titled Old Schoolyard Hauntings. Objective: tonight at 1900 hours, stand before the mirror in the secluded restroom. Await transfer. Rewards will be announced upon receiving the next prompt. Follow subsequent mission steps. Failure will result in Lin Gang's deletion. He realized this was no simple task. Old Schoolyard Hauntings. And at a mirror in a secluded restroom, no less. Only two pieces of information were analyzable: old and schoolyard. Whose old schoolyard was this referring to? Could it be in City's experimental high school? Or somewhere else entirely? Perhaps even a school in another dimension? Too little information to narrow it down. But a mirror in a secluded restroom, it sounded like something straight out of a creepypasta. In urban legends, this kind of setup usually involved a secret cult. Was it going to be collecting something related to a ritual? The more Lin Gang thought, the more confused he became. But those two words together, Old Schoolyard, kept reminding him of that gambling addict, the one with the same name as the Grim Reaper student. He decided he couldn't worry about it too much. 2 hours until the mission. He had to prepare. He had a lot of gear to gather. Back at home, Lin Gang logged on and messaged Lua Khan got a job for you. Lua Khan appeared in the chat window. What intel do you need? Lin Gang typed a long message. He needed information related to occult rituals and urban legends, especially anything involving mirrors. He also requested briefings on missions related to supernatural phenomena. Lua Khan quickly responded with a notification chime. Please receive the documents. He opened them, and his eyes widened with each line he read. Within 2 hours, Lin Gang had his gear ready. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and jumped out the window. At 1840, he landed on the school's roof. A security guard shone his flashlight. Did something just move past there? Lin Gang slipped away. He passed the outer gate security at 1846. He darted into the women's restroom. No, the men's restroom. He entered the silent space, lit only by the dim restroom lights. 1855, Lin Gang stood before the mirror. He stared at his reflection. By 1857, he sighed. Damn, I'm handsome. Enough to make ghosts weep and demons wail. 1859, Lin Gang donned a mask. 1900 hours sharp. Time for the transfer. A voice echoed through the space. Save me. Where are you? Blue ghost fires are swirling around me. I hate you. No. Dundrun. A mournful voice wailed. My head hurts so much. I don't want to die. I regret it. Lin Gang had just finished transferring when he noticed something unusual about this mission. The sky was already at dusk. He wondered, this isn't the same time as before we left. The layout doesn't look like our school either. Seeing people approaching, he waved with his usual cheerful mask. Greetings. You two are quite punctual. A notification appeared, alerting them that all players had arrived. Now that everyone's here, the system will announce some mission reminders. Mission objective: resolve 7 ordinary spiritual events. This mission includes 1 small life potion, 200 experience points, and 400 game coins. Note, there is no time limit for the mission and no penalty for failure. Lin Gang, having clearly read 7 spiritual events, exclaimed inwardly, could I really be right? Is this what we have to resolve this time? The Gates Nana horror murders. The one in the Kim 10 world with a 99% mortality rate. Having confirmed their destination, Lin Gang turned to the 2 others who had arrived for the instance. We're teammates for this one. How should I address you two? The one wearing glasses introduced himself, Gray Pigeon. Dark Horse, level 8. The one in the crow mask introduced himself, Miracle Healer. Plague Doctor, also level 8. As soon as the Plague Doctor finished his introduction, Lin Gang recognized him. Hold on, aren't you? I'm Jack the Ripper, the Berserker, Lin Not Tang, level 8. Looking at the scholarly-looking man in the white shirt beside him, Lin Gang thought, this dark horse is pretty cool. Just wearing a shirt as armor. Not even a mask. But as he turned away, Lin Gang noticed something peculiar about the dark horse. He couldn't recall his face, not even from the first glance. All he could remember were the round glasses. As expected, no player is simple. Gray Pigeon pushed up his glasses and began a serious analysis. Normally, based on the mission rewards, the time limit and the penalty for failure, we can estimate the difficulty. But I've never heard of a mission reward being a life potion, even a small one. Even if it's small, Lin Gang knew this, but he didn't have much more information. He could only offer a bit of speculation. Due to the rarity and value of even a small life potion, it's difficult for us to judge the true difficulty of this mission. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Gang furrowed his brow. Right, when you two entered the mission, did you hear any strange sounds? Gray Pigeon answered seriously. I heard a mission prompt from a high school boy's voice, saying, "Save me." The play doctor added, I heard a second mission prompt. It was a female voice in the void, saying, "Where am I?" With these two clues, Lin Gang analyzed the situation further. It seems we all received a prompt. 7 different sounds. This is the first time I've encountered prompts with different voices and tones. The plague doctor, focusing on the details of the mission, said, it says to resolve 7 spiritual events, not eliminate 7 ghosts. So, the way to clear this might not necessarily be through force. It could be through solving puzzles, destroying corpses, or fulfilling the wishes of the spirits. Gray Pigeon agreed with Lin Gang's assessment. While the system states there's no time limit on this mission, there might be hidden conditions lurking beneath the surface. For example, maybe ghosts are released at nightfall, or the difficulty scales with the time spent inside. He paused, considering. These are just some analyses I've compiled. So, the so-called mission penalty. We could be killed by ghosts, or even worse, permanently trapped here if we fail all 7 tasks. Becoming just another ghost story, Miracle Healer added grimly. The 3 of them had painted a bleak picture. Lin Gang felt a growing sense of dread. I can't stand this anymore, he muttered. Let's scout the map and figure out where we are. Talking about it just makes it worse, Gray Pigeon sighed. Let's get a lay of the land. Lin Gang deployed his drone. He piloted it around the school grounds. The 3 huddled together, studying the images relayed back to the tablet. First piece of data. This place is called Ibaki High School. Seems like middle and high school are combined here. Japanese lettering everywhere, Gray Pigeon observed. But let's not jump to conclusions about being in Japan. 14 buildings in total. 3 classroom blocks, 2 dormitories, administration building, assembly hall, auditorium. Gymnasium, arts building, science lab, 2 older buildings, an infirmary, and a student activity center. With a key layout of the school in hand, Lin Gang suggested, let's head to the school's history museum. We might find some intel about the haunting there. Miracle Healer and Gray Pigeon readily agreed. Following the map, they finally arrived. The History Museum is inside the assembly hall, Gray Pigeon confirmed. The 3 of them walked towards the entrance, but as they approached the main doors, an unseen force stopped them. A system alert blared. Only 1 player allowed to enter the building at a time. They all recognized the telltale signs of an invisible barrier. This system is forcing us to go solo, Lin Gang grumbled. Classic horror movie trope. Lin Yang astet sweeply. He drew his gun and fired several shots at the barrier. Gray Pigeon stared, bewildered. What are you doing? The gunfire ceased. Bullets don't affect the barrier, Lin Gang explained. But flying gadgets aren't restricted. I can use my drone to scout. Miracle Healer materialized a device. But the system specified only non-human entry, he reminded him. A drone might not trigger any paranormal events. One of us still needs to go in. A walking stick materialized in his hand. Miracle Healer turned to Lin Gang and Gray Pigeon. My skill is perfect for this situation. He struck the ground with his cane. Waves of violet sound rippled outwards. The waves gradually penetrated the museum's walls. A rhythmic tapping sound accompanied Miracle Healer. Lin Gang's drone followed close behind, ready to relay the scene inside. Reaching the center of the room, Miracle Healer announced, his voice low, the skill I'm using is called echolocation reconnaissance. Its effect is that after the user emits a sound, it uses the echoes to map the surrounding environment. It can also detect fluctuations in spiritual energy. Cost: 1% of total stamina per minute. He paused, found something, a strong spiritual energy signature, coming from the staircase ahead. "Let me get the drone up there," Ling Gang said from outside, before he could pilot the drone upstairs. That a hanging corpse appeared on the staircase, suspended by its head and hands. The corpse moaned incessantly. "It hurts. It hurts." Ling Gang and Gray Pigeon both saw it on the drone's feed. Miracle Healer suddenly jumped up. "Behold," he declared, "the proud azure beast of the Hidden Leaf Village, Michael." Spike. Gray Pigeon just wanted to punch Miracle Healer in the face, but he had to stop him. "You're getting off topic," he said. From outside, a warning reached those inside. "Miracle Healer, it's here. The handstand walking ghost is climbing the stairs. It must have been drawn to me," Miracle Healer mused. Miracle Healer, defensive stance. "Prepare for battle." A ghostly hand materialized at the foot of the stairs. Sensing Miracle Healer's presence, it accelerated its ascent. "It's fast," Miracle Healer exclaimed. The ghost shrieked repeatedly. "My head, it hurts so much." It clawed at everything around it, driven by the agonizing pain. Its spectral fingers raked across the walls. Miracle Healer struggled to defend against the onslaught. "This little punk is strong," he grunted. "It's not about levels anymore. We have to go head-to-head with this thing." Recognizing the overwhelming power of their opponent, Miracle Healer decided on a strategic retreat. 36 strategies, best to run. Getting out of the building was the priority. He grabbed the drone that smashed through a window and jumped, landing on the ground. He immediately alerted his two teammates, Ling Gang and Gray Pigeon. "Prepare for engagement." All three watched through the gaping hole on the 4th floor. That as a ghostly figure leaped out, it snarled ferociously and charged towards them. Ling Gang quickly offered a suggestion. "Don't panic, everyone. Listen to my command. 3, 2, 1. Step back." Just as he predicted, that the ghost overshot its target, face planting into the ground with a small puff of dust. Ling Gang watched the debris scatter. "Ouch," he commented. "That's gotta hurt." When fighting bosses, he continued, "We have to be smart. Conserve our energy." The ghost staggered to its feet, muttering incessantly. Damn it, damn it." Its head was bleeding, amplifying its wails of pain. "My head is killing me. It feels like it's splitting open." Hearing this, Gray Pigeon retorted, "Your head hurts. You practically just ripped it off." Ling Gang chimed in with a dry observation. "Technically, the brain itself doesn't have pain receptors, only the meninges." As he spoke, Ling Gang donned a white lab coat, grabbed a clipboard, and slipped on a stethoscope. He adopted the air of a serious medical professional. "From now on," he announced, "I shall be known as the esteemed, the internationally renowned, the unparalleled expert in cranial therapy. Dr. Confidence, I can completely cure your headache." Gray Pigeon stared at him, incredulous. "Are you trying to trick a ghost? Even an idiot wouldn't fall for that." This, predictably, hit a nerve with the ghost. It pointed at the three of them and yelled, "Do you think I'm stupid? Tell me what the cure is. Prove to me you can actually heal me." Ling Gang, seizing the opportunity, continued his charade. "In my past life, I was known as Huada, the medicine king of the city. Later, I became entangled with a patient, and was falsely accused by that malicious patient, Chow Amon. But even so, I retained my medical knowledge from my previous life." His two teammates were sweating, worried he'd gone too far. But the ghost dropped to its knees. A divine healer reborn. It kowtowed, begging, "Please, you must save me. My head is in agony." Gray Pigeon and Miracle Healer exchanged bewildered glances. It actually believes him. Ling Gang, fully committed to his role, asked, "Now, tell me, when did your headaches first begin? Tell us everything." The ghost wearily recounted, "I think it was about a year ago. I only damaged a few books." Its voice suddenly turned indignant, and that librarian yelled at me. At that time, it thought, I have to teach him a lesson. Then I can get my revenge. I have to burn down his library with gasoline. That day was very dark because it was raining. The stairs were a bit slippery. Carrying a gas can was both heavy and slippery. So I slipped and fell. After that, what happened? I can't remember anymore. This is where the logic seems to stop. Then you'll leave very quickly. You'll realize you're a ghost. But as for how to be saved, before it could think further, the ghost asked what happened. Anyway, Lin Gang had just come up with an answer. He silently thought to himself, I've already figured it out. Before he could finish his thought, the ghost clutched its head, a dark aura emanating from it. It wondered what had happened after it fell. Could it be that after I hit my head and died? Just as it thought of that, it was drawn to Lin Gang's voice. I understand. Lin Gang walked over and patted the ghost's shoulder, beginning his treatment. Your headache is a psychological issue. It's because you failed to set the fire. The ghost asked, confused, Doctor, how is that so? Lin Gang replied, this holy doctor is best at unconventional therapy. Where's your teacher's office? The ghost recited a room number ending in 506. Meanwhile, the other two teammates, witnessing Lin Gang's method of treatment, whispered to each other, it seems we've seen the devil's tail behind Lin Gang. Now, Lin Gang was a man of action. He strapped a flammable gas canister to a drone, unmanned, directing it towards room 506. When the gas canister was punctured, a compound reacted with the air and ignited. The screen displayed that the entire room engulfed in flames. The ghost's voice softened. It's burning. It's burning. As it dissipated, that it left behind a contented smile. Lin Gang stood beside it, hands clasped, wishing it a safe journey. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. Looking at the notification, one of the 7 system tasks was complete. Gray Pigeon exclaimed, this is the first time I've known you could clear a stage by tricking a ghost with words. Miracle Healer agreed. Lin Gang is a truly unconventional thinker. We should be grateful we're teammates and not opponents. Gray Pigeon cheerfully pushed up his glasses. This really saved us some energy for the next level. So, the next teaching building. Leave the inspection to me. With that, Gray Pigeon headed upstairs. He stretched, observing the number designation. Which is this pair of glasses? This observer designation. Cost me a fortune to trade for at the auction. Walking alone, he looked left and right, confident in the power of his glasses, because they not only hide my face, but also detect unusual readings. Gray Pigeon thought to himself, to be able to wear these, I've enhanced my perception in all ghost-detecting attributes. This is definitely my strength. Gray Pigeon's shadow fell against the glass door. Behind him, a cloaked figure had appeared unnoticed. He lifted his walkie-talkie and informed Lin Gang, I haven't detected anything unusual around this entire building. There probably aren't any ghosts here. As soon as he finished speaking, Gray Pigeon sensed danger. He turned around. Pointing the walkie-talkie in that direction, he asked, who's there? A tall, cloaked figure with an obscured face appeared. Her crimson lips uttered words from the abyss. Do you like blue? Gray Pigeon stood frozen, listening as she removed her cloak. Or do you prefer white? She purred. Or perhaps red. The moment he saw her face, he knew. It was demonic. Gray Pigeon felt a chill crawl down his spine, paralyzing him. He was trapped. His hand froze, inches from his communicator. The she-devil pressed him, her voice a rasping echo. Red, white, or blue? No answer. She hissed. She stalked closer. A grotesque, elongated tongue snaked out, reaching for his throat. He found himself babbling incoherently. If you don't answer, she whispered, I'll choose for you. Outside, Lin Gang and Miracle Healer heard the commotion. A sense of dread washed over Lin Gang. This isn't good, he muttered. Where did this hellish thing come from? Recalling the data he'd read, Lin Gang quickly filled Miracle Healer in. It's a creature from the urban legends, he explained. The locker room demon. It traps students after school, he continued, and asked them their favorite color. Red, and they die in a pool of blood. White, and they're drained dry. Blue, and they drown. Lin Gang adjusted his gloves, his gaze fixed on the building. Looks like Gray Pigeon needs a little rescuing, he said, a determined glint in his eye. We can't let him kick the bucket this early, he added. Miracle Healer cautioned, but only one player is allowed on each floor. Lingan Guthin, if you observe closely enough, he replied, there are no rules. No pubs either, he quipped. Taking off towards the building, he spoke into his communicator. I choose blue, because blue is the color of melancholy. The demon paused, its putrid breath hot on Gray Pigeon's face. Blue, it rasped. An excellent choice. Gray Pigeon, still speechless, could only silently curse Lin Gang. Are you trying to get me killed? He thought frantically. Just as the demon opened its maw to devour Gray Pigeon, Lin Gang's voice crackled through the communicator again. But on second thought, that except for those uncomfortable midday hours, I do enjoy the sunshine. I choose the passionate red. The demon froze, its clawed hand hovering. Red, it hissed. Very well, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Gang continued, his voice a playful drawl. But then again, white's not bad either. Like when you go to the bathroom and realize you've forgotten your phone and the toilet paper. My mind goes completely blank. Every time the demon was about to finish Gray Pigeon off, Lin Gang would interject with a new idea. Maybe the vibrant red of the setting sun. Or how about no, wait. Blue represents coolness, and I'm terribly afraid of the heat. He even resorted to, but red boxers are so festive. Finally, the demon caught on. Are you toying with me? It roared, its voice laced with fury. Lin Gang's voice remained calm. Hold on, Great Master. I've had an epiphany. This conflict between blue and our is truly necessary. They both represent flamboyance after all. Lin Gang appeared dramatically in the window, looking down at the demon and the petrified Gray Pigeon. Let us cast aside these outdated prejudices, he declared, and join hands in acknowledging the age-old truth. Red and blue have always been a pair. If not lesbians, then definitely gay. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lin Gang launched his staff at the demon. He successfully disrupted the demon's hold on Gray Pigeon. Enraged, the demon lunged at Lin Gang, its grotesque tongue lashing out. You dare sneak attack me? It shrieked. You want to die? Lin Gang channeled his spiritual energy, his staff crackling with power. The blast pierced straight through the demon. It screamed in agony. Lin Gang, still perched on the windowsill, surveyed the scene. Just as I predicted, he murmured, my cultivation technique is super effective against these demonic yokai. The demon staggered to its feet. Badly wounded, it nevertheless addressed Lin Gang with a defiant sneer. Too bad. One hit from you isn't enough to take me down. A wound like this I can recover completely at any time. As it spoke, a dark, chilling aura emanated from its body, knitting the torn flesh back together. Clenching its long-to-loned hand, it continued to taunt Lin Gang. But someone who can't even enter the building, like you, can only watch helplessly as their teammates die. With a surge of power, it lunged towards Gray Pigeon, roaring die. Gray Pigeon swiftly aimed his walkie-talkie directly at the charging demon. He pressed the return button. The demon abruptly froze mid-stride, its eyes vacant as it slumped to the ground. Gray Pigeon, I'd say that's a success. Gray Pigeon blinked, his head filled with questions. He looked back at the demon, now a pathetic, trembling mess, muttering to itself, where am I? Yamai. It's like a vegan facing a pig, desperately wanting to offer itself up on the altar of human consumption. What to do? What to do? So, this is the attribute of the weapon called when the mathematician realizes they were wrong. If you press the return button, you can temporarily force an enemy to contemplate philosophical questions. This system is incredible. It even has these kinds of bizarre tools. The demon remained in its confused state. AI has killed me, but I've killed AI. Gray Pigeon waved his hand, urging Lin Gang to act quickly. The control time is very short. Lin Gang didn't hesitate. He summoned his drunken shooting star. From above, it plunged straight through the demon's spine, obliterating it on the spot. After waiting for their last two teammates to descend, Gray Pigeon, supported by Lin Gang, said gratefully, thanks, Lin Gang. I owe you one. If it weren't for that AI thing, I'd probably be gone. That AI would have been completely suppressed if it had encountered you directly. It wouldn't have been able to do anything. Lin Gang saw things differently after this incident. It seems the missions of these 7 yokai aren't so simple. Among them, that there's a hidden super hard level. Instant death upon encounter. You're next to investigate the 3rd demon at the men's dormitory. As Lin Gang stepped inside, that he thought, as expected of the men's dormitory. Lin Gang walked and read simultaneously. The academic atmosphere is truly stimulating. Holding a book full of explicit images, Sai popped her head out to look. What study materials? Whoa, high-quality print magazine, dude. Sai's head completely blocked Lin Gang's view. He urged her go back quickly. Girls shouldn't be looking at this. A foot silently stepped past. Gripping his staff, Lin Gang knew the time had come. Following the footprints, he saw the hallway ahead littered with paper. Picking up a sheet, Lin Gang was annoyed. What the heck is this? Like someone's been handing out flyers. How irritating. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was a 10,000 yuan bill. I'm about to become a billionaire. Except it's Japanese, yen, Dream shattered. Lin Gang then noticed something else. The yen bills were printed with images of a crying loli. Why is this loli crying her eyes out? After analyzing the object in his hand, Lin Gang was speechless at the sight before him. The floor was covered in bills depicting weeping schoolgirls, staff in hand, facing the endless corridor of money. Lin Gang wondered, what's the meaning of this? Scattering money in front of me. Behind him, a pair of men's feet appeared. However, when Lin Gang turned around, there was no one there. He was bewildered, but one thing was clear. I just felt a gust of energy. Am I being too paranoid? Li Yang, analyzing the situation based on horror movie tropes. His eyes gleamed, locking onto a direction as he launched his soul-snatching hand. The demon revealed itself. Lin Gang faced it grinning, still playing that tired old jump-scare trick from horror flicks. Even as a demon, you're lacking creativity. How are you supposed to meet your KPIs like this? The male demon remained unfazed. You touched us, it countered, accusing Lin Gang. A thread hung suspended, attached to the demon's back. Its right hand gripped the other end of the soul-snatching hand. An eerie pink spiritual energy materialized. Lin Gang found himself restrained. He felt like he couldn't feel his right hand anymore. The demon drew closer, its hand still firmly clutching the soul-snatching hand. Hand over 6 million yen. Or your right hand is mine. Looking into the demon's blank white eyes, Lin Gang produced a box. 6 million yen. He replied, that's small change. I'll give it to you right now. But it's a bit inconvenient for me to open this with only one hand. Come here and help me out a bit. Seeing Lin Gang's apparent generosity, the male demon extended its left hand. Quickly, give me the money. The moment it opened the box, Lin Gang roared, surprise attack. His writhing, elongated hand shot out, attempting to seize the demon's head. But it was nimble, using the banknotes wrapped around its body to dodge. It warned Lin Gang, how dare you resist and refuse to pay? The demon's voice dripped with anger. Within 5 minutes, bring me 7 million yen. Amidst the desolate hallway, filled with ghostly money and a heavy atmosphere, Lin Gang kept his writhing hands up defensively and began to analyze. It's already gone up from 6 million to 7 million in less than a minute. This tactic seems a little familiar, and most of the students on these bills have phones and other belongings with them. Let's test my theory, he thought. He retracted his writhing hands, lifted the lid of the box, and replied to the demon. 7 million isn't a small amount. You have to give us time to prepare. The male demon, radiating dark energy, advanced towards Lin Gang. 4.5 minutes left. I want 8 million yen. Lin Gang's suspicions were confirmed. The price had indeed increased. He opened the box, revealing it was full of cash. He even dared to set conditions for the demon. But you can't just keep raising the price by such large amounts at once. Got a few 100,000 yen here and there. This loose change is hard for me to gather. Seeing the box overflowing with money, the demon's eyes lit up. All the faces on the banknotes it wielded wore the same expression, mouths agape. Lin Gang tossed the box of money towards the demon. We're all wanderers in this world, he said with feeling. I'll share this pocket change with you all. As it snatched the box, Lin Gang approached and patted its shoulder consolingly. Seems like that you're also a victim of predatory lending, huh? The demon turned to look at Lin Gang, finding common ground. You too. It responded. Lin Gang, with tears welling up, began his performance. Back then, to teach those freeloading non-spenders a lesson, I impulsively topped up my account to become the top player on the server. But it wasn't enough, so I borrowed from everywhere, maxed out credit cards. The demon fell for the bait, pouring out its story to Lin Gang. I know. I just borrowed money to buy a phone, but the interest kept piling up. I've already paid the equivalent of 10 phones, and I still owe a mountain. That's how I ended up, driven to desperation by the crushing interest, and became this demon, using my own pain of debt to inflict it on other students. Lin Gang clapped Gray Pigeon on the shoulder, pulling him back from his rambling. You're getting off track. The weak get hurt. You shouldn't point the knife at someone weaker than you. You should be taking revenge on the loan sharks who jacked up the interest rates. The male demon bristled. But they're all vicious thugs. A little demon like me can't get close to them. Lin Gang offered a series of bright ideas. So, throw paint on their front doors, steal all their toilet paper, pour dirty water into their glasses. The point is to make it clear to these loan sharks that wherever there's oppression, that there has to be an uprising. It's time to change the game. Finally, Lin Gang gave him some direction. From now on, become a guardian angel for the victims of these predatory loans. DC has Batman, Marvel has Iron Man, and you are. Sure enough, the male demon started down the path Lin Gang had laid out for him. He suddenly realized that he could become Japan's hero. Lin Gang saw the dark spiritual energy recede as the demon spoke. He concluded, my breathing exercises that won't be able to exorcise these drunkards. These demons are not simple at all. Today was also a day where his sharp tongue shone brightly. Miracle Healer, delighted, held up a sign in support of Lin Gang's verbal tactics. Just then, the system announced mission objective, resolve the stories of 7 spirits. Currently, 3 out of 7 are complete. Before vanishing, the male demon had something to tell Lin Gang. Oh yeah, are you guys trying to clear the 7 spirits event? Since you showed me the way, I'll give you this intel. Lin Gang paused, listening intently to the demon's story. This school it's a crossroads between reality and the spirits of the dead in this world. Inside, it's not just a school for the spirits who died here, but for the vengeful spirits of all the students who died on this island. They can all come here. So, if before sunset, that you haven't completed the exorcism of the 7 spirits, that you'll face 686 vengeful ghosts. Lin Gang recalled the male demon's parting words, make a miracle happen. He shared the situation with his 2 teammates. That demon warned me, like seriously. Gray Pigeon, sweating, replied, it feels like you added that last bit yourself. He looked at the sun, his voice strained. It's like the system is hiding the other ghosts. The mission deadline is when the curtain will be pulled back. There's less than half an hour until sunset. The 3 of them, standing in a triangle, began to discuss. Lin Gang spoke first. For the remaining 4 missions, we can only make decisions that fit the horror movie tropes. They decided to split up. Lin Gang went to the sports area, dribbling and shooting a basketball. Finally, exhausted, he said, I've been making a racket and nothing supernatural has happened. Looks like the gym is clear. At that moment, the system chimed. Mission objective, resolve 7 spiritual events. Currently, 4 out of 7 are complete. Lin Gang exclaimed, the AI is working fast. A noise came from Miracle Healer's direction. He heard him announce breathlessly, I.huff.huff. Lin Gang responded, you sound like you're in trouble. Miracle Healer, his face drenched in sweat, replied, it's not just trouble. He slumped to the ground. Blood gushed from large wounds on both his arms. He gasped, I'm not done for. Before him stood a female demon, herself covered in blood. 10 minutes earlier, at the girls' dormitory, Miracle Healer was passing by the restroom when he heard that a voice inside, why won't you die? When he burst through the door, a spectral entity wrapped around him, binding his arms and legs, paralyzing him. Waves of inky black, spiritual energy surged across Miracle Healer's face, seeping into his eyes. He cried out in agony. His eyes now swam with blood. Then, the memories of a bullied girl, flooded his mind. A group of sneering schoolgirls materialized before him, their faces contorted with cruelty. Why don't you just die? They hissed. A pathetic pauper like you dares to come to this school. We study so hard, and you still score better than us. You're only fit to eat dirt off the floor. Their leader, a girl with a venomous glare, yanked the poor girl's hair. And you dared to accept a love letter from our Prince Charming. This little slut must have seduced him. A flurry of fists rained down on the frail girl's face. The onlookers exchanged terrified glances. So much blood. She's not breathing. Oh my God, we killed her. The ringleader, the architect of this horror, remained unervingly calm. Don't panic. My father's a councilman. One dead peasant. That can easily be swept under the rug. We won't get into any trouble. This dark past, this raw agony, poured from the female demon into Miracle Healer. Why did Hannah have to die? She didn't do anything wrong. I want you to feel the same pain Hannah felt. Agony laced every word. Miracle Healer's joints were twisted and pulled, grinding bone against bone. Blood welled. Finally, the demon released him. He lay broken, unable to speak. The demon's voice echoed, filled with chilling curiosity. Why aren't you dead yet? Miracle Healer, covered in blood, rasped, it's not my time to die. He coughed, a rattling sound. Besides, dying is easy. Living is the hard part. I still have people I need to see, things I need to do, battles I need to fight. I can't die here. He pulled out a circular object. The demon's eyes widened in recognition. I can spare you. She offered him a bargain. Kill them for me, and you can live. Miracle Healer agreed without hesitation. A pact was formed, a spectral contract sealed. At that moment, the objective of the mission shifted. 7 spiritual incidents resolved. 4 out of 7 complete. He immediately used his pillar of faith to heal. It was known as the Miracle Cure. During the mission, it could temporarily heal physical injuries for living units. This is what just happened, Miracle Healer said into the walkie-talkie. The ghost's power was overwhelming. If it weren't for my skill attributes, I wouldn't have survived. I need to rest to recover my strength. All I can do now is use Miracle Cure. It's the only way I could pull through. Lean Gang and Gray Pigeon both breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Lean Gang, hanging up the walkie-talkie side. Miracle Healer shared his skill attributes. That shows absolute trust in us. We can't hold back now. He put on his gas mask, holding the talisman. He entered the bathroom at the swimming pool. Using the talisman as a makeshift fan, Lean Gang grumbled. So much steam. Did that kid forget? Got to turn off the water. What a waste. He reached the source of the steam. Lean Gang reached out and turned off the faucet. This must be it. The steam began to dissipate. He felt a surge of disbelief. That was too easy. So easy it's almost frightening. But the shower heads continued to spray, releasing plumes of steam. Another surge of scalding steam billowed forth. Engulfed by the intense heat, Lean Gang realized his mistake. This steam room was easily over 400 degrees. You have to use Sansan's spiritual power to maintain the air around you. Could this be the faucet spirit? I thought they said after establishing the water. Fortunately, it wasn't a faucet spirit. A figure emerged from the swirling steam. It lunged towards Lean Gang with surprising speed. Your sneak attack failed, and you were discovered by me. You're not very subtle, are you? I can't even pretend to play along. That punch must have been at least 600 degrees, right? Taking a hit like that is a bit tough, I admit. But you're just cloaked, not a true entity. So, you're nothing more than a pervert lurking in the bathroom, peeping at a handsome guy showering. As he spoke, Lean Gang circulated his cultivation technique, dispersing the steam. Looks like I'm pretty lucky, catching a small fry like you. Sai-Sai's hands, tipped with crimson claws, gripped the bathroom demon's leg. Sai-Sai smiled at it. Mr. Pervert, were you trying to peep on the young master bathing? Lean Gang raised his talisman and brought it down with a sharp smack. Mission objective: resolve 7 spiritual incidents. Currently, 5 out of 7 are complete. Gray Pigeon, elsewhere, received the update. He finished that quickly. He exclaimed, "Why's my luck so bad? I keep running into these difficult ghost souls." Before him stood a ghostly figure, resembling an elderly man. Its entire body radiated an aura of utter darkness. The story goes back 10 minutes, to when Gray Pigeon entered a room and assessed it. This art room is pretty gloomy at night. He could feel the gazes of the statues, all fixed on him. It made his hair stand on end. However, after calming down, Gray Pigeon sensed no unusual readings from any of the statues. Seems like there's no spiritual incident here. But as he passed a statue kneeling in prayer, Gray Pigeon paused. That statue's hand, it was in a different position just now. He was surprised his glasses hadn't detected the anomaly. So, he materialized his gun and aimed it at the statue. This thing definitely isn't simple. Well then, I'll have to use my strongest attack. My strongest weapon is called the Crude Gun, a single-use, ancient hand cannon. This weapon can be traced back to the Yongle era of the Ming Dynasty. Its destructive power is considerable. But when used, the fiery blast from the muzzle also injures the user's hand. That's why it's inscribed with the words, "To hurt another, first hurt thyself." Gray Pigeon looked at the statue, which had now shifted into a praying posture. He steeled himself. This gun takes 1 second to prime and 1 minute to reload. I need to achieve maximum damage with a single shot. Now! The shot rang out, shattering the statue. Gray Pigeon breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was just a statue after all. Under such a powerful attack, it could only be reduced to dust. But as the dust settled, Gray Pigeon's eyes widened in horror. What? After 1 shot, there are 2 of them now. What did I do to cause it to split? Was that considered a proactive attack? He backed away as they advanced. A few more, and they'll be able to attack me. Affected by the fine dust, Gray Pigeon brought a hand to his eyes. Damn, it's irritating. He barely had time to regain his composure when a clawed hand, tipped with sharp talons, nearly grazed his face. Gray Pigeon stumbled back, crying out, "Whoa." It turned into 4 of them, and their forms have changed too. I think it's because of my line of sight. The moment I look away, they double, and they become even more grotesque. Gray Pigeon seemed to have settled on a strategy. Looks like I have to stare at this thing from the start. Get it out of the building, destroy it later with the team, keep an eye on it, and figure out how to destroy it. The more there are, the harder this is going to get. If I just wait, I'm dead. Gotta take a gamble. He gripped the C4 in his hand. He hurled it towards the demonic statues pursuing him. One hand shielded his eyes, the other clutched the detonator. He'd exhausted all his reserve firepower. As he bolted from the art room, Gray Pigeon triggered the explosive. A tremendous explosion rocked the art room. Gray Pigeon, propelled by the blast, tumbled out into the hallway and into his comms. Hello, hello, can you hear me? If you don't hear the system notification after this, that means I completed the task. But if you don't hear it, that means I'm in deep trouble. Get over here and help me. Or prepare to scrape me off the walls. Gray Pigeon's glasses reflected the approaching stone statues, emerging from the smoke and debris of the explosion. He continued into the comms, the monster I encountered. Before Gray Pigeon could finish his report, another explosion echoed through the building. The Tumak High School clubroom. That was also detonated by Lin Gang. He coughed, choking on the dust. The whole building's gone. Leveled. Only this wall I'm hiding behind is still standing. Well, do I have to invite you out? Just as he prepared to strike the number 7 demon, Lin Gang's comms crackled to life. Hello, hello. It was Gray Pigeon's earlier message. Recognizing Gray Pigeon's voice, Lin Gang absorbed the information. He says the monster's numbers are in the double digits now. Damn, this isn't good. Sounds like Gray Pigeon's about to be overrun. Stare, and they freeze. Look away, and they multiply and mutate. Sounds a bit like SCP-173, or the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who. Both notoriously difficult to deal with. Lin Gang spoke into his comms. Miracle Healer, I'm almost done here. Go pull Gray Pigeon out of there. If you can't handle it, I'll give you a snatching chestnuts from the fire skill. Got it? Miracle Healer quickly replied, understood. I'm on my way. Having given his orders, Lin Gang turned back to the blood-splattered wall. Things are under control on my end. I'm about to wear this wall down knocking. Are you coming out or not? Lin Gang struck the wall 10 more times. A hand shot out from the cracks, grabbing his staff. Lin Yang Samai. Finally, the ancient demon, eyes bulging from its sockets, roared, I hate you. Its head barely emerged before Lin Gang slapped it hard. Hate this. You got my rolling pin dirty. The demon's spirit wailed. How dare you strike me? I just woke up and I get slapped. You didn't even let me explain. Lin Gang delivered a swift kick. You're dead, and you're still acting all high and mighty. Stunned, the demon collapsed, muttering, Am I dead? Lin Gang approached, staff in hand. Another pitiful demon. Dead, and doesn't even know it. Using his left eye, Lin Gang channeled spiritual energy. Let me remind you of that memory. Criticized by that AI, saying his father was the principal. And yet, he dared to embezzle all the construction funds of Ibaraki Medical School. I will definitely report him. Principal Kia gripped a baseball bat, causing the tormented spirit to recoil in fear. What do you want to do? After blacking out and regaining consciousness, it wondered, where is this? Why am I tied up like this? Above, Principal Kia looked down into the concrete pit, a cruel smile twisting his lips. You can only blame yourself for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Then the cement poured down. The spirit's eyes widened in disbelief. And yet, I was buried alive in cement by that garbage principal. My parents, Yumi, China, everyone must have shed so many tears because I suffered so much. I'm not reconciled. As its rage intensified, it transformed into a towering skeletal figure. I hate Li Yuan. It shrieked, looking up at the flickering, demonic apparition. Lin Gang launched himself forward. Out of respect for you being a noble soul, I'll send you on your way. His hand gripped the talisman he'd obtained in the previous instance. He slammed it onto the spirit's face. It was remarkably effective. The vengeful spirit dissipated. Lin Gang stood, offering a silent prayer. You should have gone to a place of peace and bliss long ago. The system announced, currently completed 6 out of 7 spiritual events. Lin Gang watched the sun sinking lower in the sky. Only 10 minutes remained until complete darkness. He spoke into his walkie-talkie, Gray Pigeon, we have to act quickly. If not, during the 100 Demons Night walk, they'll be torn to shreds. Gray Pigeon was indeed at his wit's end. He wrapped tape around his eyes, wearily assessing the situation ahead. So many explosives, and yet they couldn't even scratch them. On the contrary, It made them lose their human forms completely, and their attacks are noticeably stronger. This is at the end of the line. The art room, riddled with holes from the explosions, seemed to groan around him. Gray Pigeon retreated, a sense of dread creeping over him. What's this? Why is there a noise behind me? He quickly counted the demonic statues before him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He gasped. Damn it, the explosion must have missed one. That one, it must have split. There are at least 2 behind me now. One of them, its maw gaping wide, lunged for him. Gray Pigeon barely had time to register the threat. What now? What now? Turn around and die, or don't turn around and die. Just as he braced for the inevitable, Miracle Healer appeared, his gaze fixed on the 2 demons behind Gray Pigeon. Gray Pigeon, he said, I've got the 2 behind you. Gray Pigeon let out a shaky breath. Thank God, but we're just delaying the inevitable. Night is almost upon us. We don't have time to figure out how to destroy them. Miracle Healer spoke. Li Rixing told me about a method that might work, but only someone upstairs like you can do it. The following words were transmitted directly into Gray Pigeon's ear. He exclaimed, that kid a real demon mastermind. This might actually work. If it does, I owe you my life. Without hesitation, Gray Pigeon injected a dose of local anesthetic into his face. Then he gouged out his left eye. He placed it on the floor. The eye remained there, its gaze fixed in 2 directions, following the trail of blood. Mission objective: resolve 7 spiritual events. Current spiritual events resolved 7 out of 7. The wooden horse's eyes enraged the demons, drawing their spiritual energy away. This method seems to be working, Gray Pigeon affirmed. The system announces that we've completed all objectives, Lin Gang reported. Then let's return to the sink. We'll use the mirror to teleport from the art room. Yi and the wooden horse emerged, both seeing the sun beginning its descent below the horizon. Let's regroup with Li Rixing and get out of here, Yi urged. Li Ying arrived, quickly pointing out the nearest sink. It's on the first floor of the art building. The sun's practically gone already. Yi used some spring return wine to heal the wooden horse. Just in case, we're not sure what we'll face next. The wooden horse, newly mended, looked at Li Rixing with gratitude. I owe you my life, it declared. Perhaps you and Jing Ku, we could collaborate long-term. Let's keep things light for now, Lin Gang interjected, a playful grin spreading across his face. Uchiha, feel free to entertain us. No problem, Uchiha. The sun finally dipped below the buildings behind the school. All 3 felt the onset of the 100 Demons night parade. To the sink quickly, they ran for their lives, the surrounding restrooms plunging into darkness. Grotesque wails echoed around them. Stay here, stay here. Lin Gang threw open a bathroom stall door, exasperated. Stay here. Seriously, that's all you've got. You little punk, listening to nothing but Zheng Yi's Phoenix Legend. Hands reached out from every direction. Hurry, into the mirror. Someone yelled. A flamboyant, floral ghost materialized before them. Stay here, it whispered. Lin Gang channeled his spiritual energy, striking the ghost. Take this, my finishing blow. The wooden horse shrieked, noticing a shattered mirror. We're doomed. Yi slammed the main door shut, but Lin Gang remained calm. I may not have many strengths, but I always like to have a backup plan, especially when it's on sale. Back in his own bathroom, Lin Gang breathed a sigh of relief. My teammates were actually pretty reliable this time. That dungeon was a close call, but we survived. Sai, freed from her constraints, floated towards the sofa. Phone. Wi-Fi. I'm here. Lin Gang quickly opened his spreadsheet. Let's see what we earned. Calculating rewards, the system announced. Players' overall performance, S+. Game currency and experience gained increased by 160%. Rewards include 1 small life potion, 200 experience points, and 400 game currency. Lin Gang picked up a vial filled with crimson liquid. This is the life potion. The player forum was already buzzing with excitement. This small life potion can partially heal external injuries and most common ailments. Recovery speed and effectiveness depend on the user's health. A detailed description of the potion's properties followed. Lin Gang stared at the vial, pondering the forum's discussion. Apparently, it can cure all sorts of illnesses. Even government agencies are scrambling to analyze and research its working principles. This survival game and its ever-expanding array of items are starting to revolutionize, even overturn, real-world conventions. With 7.5 billion people worldwide, no one can escape this whirlwind of change. Lin Gang rested his hand on the armrest. For a small fry like me, thinking about such grand things is probably pointless. I should check the forums for any news. just scrolling through, and these two news items are trending. The first one is a shocker. The Mayost archipelago is experiencing continuous earthquakes. The islands have even shifted more than 20 kilometers. Everyone who's heard the news is freaking out. The kids next door are screaming their heads off. The Syndicate organization has released their 28th cipher. Lin Gang clicked on the news, snacking while he read. The article recounted a story from 7 months prior. Seismographs worldwide detected an extremely low-frequency signal. It was slow and drawn out. They later discovered it was caused by the slow movement of the Mayost archipelago. The islanders said that while sleeping, they dreamt of a distant, heavy breathing. It felt like some ancient, eternal level boss was hidden there. Lin Gang finished reading the news, a little sweat beading on his forehead. This Syndicate organization claimed they were recruiting. They'd been constantly releasing riddles, and only by solving one could you receive the next. These riddles included Sumerian cuneiform, ancient Greek prophecies, dot astrology, elliptic curve cryptography, and group theory. The further he read, the more absurd it became. Lin Gang couldn't help but exclaim, and there's even postnatal care for sows. The person who wrote these questions must have studied everything under the sun. While distracted, a notification popped up in his inbox. His spirit perked up. Lin Gang was surprised. Wow, that's rare. This intelligence broker, is actually contacting me. The chat window with Luakan appeared, displaying the message, "Are you in city right now? I have a commission. I don't know if you're interested." Lin Gang continued reading. There's an elderly gentleman who's experiencing some strange happenings in his home. He's offering 500,000 to make it go away. If you accept, I'll just take a small commission. Lin Gang thought strange happenings in this world too. Luakan recounted, a drunk man drowned in a small roadside canal. He had this creepy smile on his face. While cooking, a villager pushed his face into a pan of boiling oil. His face was fried, but that eerie smile remained. At that moment, the system notification chimed. It alerted Lin Gang that he met the requirements to activate a mission. Mission name, 6 feet under. Lin Gang carefully read the mission briefing. 6 feet under. The objective was to resolve the supernatural incidents in Dushing Village. He had 72 hours to complete it. The rewards upon completion included 300 experience points, 600 game coins, and a random item of random quality. Lin Gang put on his glasses and looked at the map, exclaiming, "This Dushing Village looks a bit strange, doesn't it?" The 2 incidents I just mentioned were only the beginning. Half a month later, a villager drank an entire barrel of soy sauce. His heart suddenly stopped, and he died. Drinking half a barrel would be fatal, let alone a whole one full of protein. Not to mention, 2 days later, that the only teacher in the village also fell ill and died. He deduced. This time, the one paying to cover everything up is the owner of a construction company, Lo Mao Dain. I heard he consulted a master before, but after the rituals and ceremonies, the master fled the country. He just up and left. He clicked the accept button, sighing. This looks like it'll be a tough one. Good thing I've saved up over 5,000 coins. I'll get some life-saving items first. Looking at the simulated item, Lin Gang exclaimed, "Whoa, this is a real treasure." It's called the General's Boots. They grant general speed, increasing movement speed for 10 seconds. They also allow you to pass through terrain and units. While using general speed, you'll be immune to most kinetic damage, and the solidity of the soles is determined by the user. Lin Gang immediately tried on the shoes. They automatically adjusted to fit his feet perfectly. There was one noteworthy point, however. The system informed him that the previous owner of these shoes, while finishing a sprint, had carelessly crashed into a wall and subsequently become one with it. It seemed he'd need to be extremely careful when using them. The soles also had a terrain judgment function. This meant he could choose to phase through the floor or walk on its surface. The sprint function also protected Lin Gang's entire body. First, his hand could phase through a table. Then his whole body could phase through the neighbor's house. This was definitely a must-have item, especially with Lao Wang next door. He was definitely going to get some use out of these. This time, the mission was as good as done. With a confident smirk, Lin Gang accepted the next mission. It was time to put on a good disguise and head to Dushing Village. Lin Gang's disguise method was still the same. Slicking back his hair in a mature style, donning a black compression shirt, and covering it with a suit jacket, transforming from a teenager into a young mob boss with the addition of some stylish shades. Adjusting his voice, Lin Gang declared, "This single-use horse armor means you can call me Han K today." Outside, the rain poured down on the evening bus. The conductor next to the driver, Lao Jian, cautioned him, "With this heavy rain, take it slow." The driver, whose full name was Dien Yuving, replied, "Honey, you don't trust my driving skills. I've been driving for over 10 years. His wife, Song Jun, the ticket seller, still worried. Don't get careless. Haven't you heard? A lot of strange things have been happening in Douching Village recently. It's better to be safe than sorry." The bus navigated the slippery, winding mountain roads. A boulder above showed signs of loosening. Inside, Ling Gang, with his keen intuition, was on high alert. There was also a slender young woman on the bus who seemed to be unwell. Suddenly, as the bus rounded a bend, the young woman swayed and collapsed onto the floor. Song Jun, noticing this, shouted, "Lao Dian, stop the bus." That girl fainted. Lao Dian quickly braked. They were stranded amidst the desolate mountain pass. Song Jun rushed over to help the young woman up. "Miss, wake up. Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. "Don't worry." The young woman opened her eyes groggily, sweating and struggling to speak. I'm okay. Just a little low blood sugar. It's a recurring issue." Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror as she stared at the scene ahead of the bus. Rocks and earth were tumbling down the mountain. The passengers gasped, realizing their close call. "Miss, your fainting spell saved all our lives." By a hair's breadth, the bus was wedged between two sections of the landslide. Dien Yuving peered out, assessing the situation, then announced to the passengers, "The road's blocked in both directions. Everyone off the bus. The next rock slide could bury us alive." He directed them quickly to the village ahead. "We can take shelter from the rain and wait for rescue there." One by one, the passengers huddled under umbrellas and disembarked. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Such heavy rain, and now this. We're lucky to be alive. What village is that anyway? Ling Gang, holding a black umbrella, brought up the rear. He recognized the nearest village as Douching Village. He also found the timing of the young woman's fainting spell rather suspicious. Under the cloak of the rainy night, every light in Douching Village glowed warmly. The villagers gathered at village chief Lu Gui's house for shelter. The chief's booming voice welcomed them. "Everyone, quickly change out of those wet clothes. Then join us for a meal." A round table, laden with a feast of savory dishes and fragrant soups, awaited them. The old man with the silver beard, the village elder, gestured welcomingly. "This is the fine tradition of Douching Village. It's just what we do," he said. "I am Lu Gui, the village chief." Tian Yuing raised his cup in thanks to the village chief. The heavy rain just now knocked out the signal completely. "We can't contact the rescue team." Lu Gui responded with a gentle squint. "You can stay in our village for the time being. I'll have the villagers prepare some rooms for you." His eyes, suddenly sharp, held a flicker of something else. "Ah, yes," he continued, his voice now laced with a cautious tone. "You've probably heard some rumors about our Douching Village. They're all baseless, of course. But, tonight, no matter what noises you hear, just ignore them. Go to sleep and don't worry about it." The group listened, their faces stiff with apprehension, each offering a curt nod. Only Ling Gang seemed unaffected, diligently enjoying the delicious meal. Outside, lightning flashed, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Lu Gui's voice dropped to a near whisper. "Being a remote village, we sometimes have creatures, wild boars perhaps, or wolves trying to get in. You might hear knocking or scratching at the door. You might hear shouting, screaming even. Whatever you do not open the door. After dinner, please return to your rooms and rest. Once the rain stops, I'll have everyone clear the road for you to leave." The villagers designated by Lu Gui came to escort the group. A tall, sturdy man approached Ling Gang. "Little one, you can stay at my house for the night. My name is Shi Qingbing," the villager added. Ling Gang, a spark of interest in his eye, replied, "Sounds good, my friend." A flicker of worry crossed his face. No matter how many times he tried, his cat-eye's spirit vision couldn't penetrate the downpour. Ling Gang came to a conclusion. "This rain," he murmured to himself, "is definitely strange." Arriving at Shi Qingbing's home, Ling Gang noticed a young boy. Seeing Ling Gang's device, the boy pleaded, "Uncle, can I borrow your phone? I want to escape bronze rank." Shi Qingbing, slightly embarrassed by his son's outburst, gently scolded, "Meow meow, don't bother our guest. Go and rest." Leaning back with his hands behind his head, Ling Gang replied, "There's no signal. And even if there was, I wouldn't let you drag your team down. Now be a good boy and do your homework." Meow Meow quickly retorted, "We don't have any homework. Teacher Ming passed away 6 months ago, so we've been going to a different village for school. The teacher there doesn't give us much homework." but he doesn't care about us like Teacher Ming did. Lin Gang, sensing an opportunity to gather information, asked Mio Mio, tell me more about this teacher. In detail. I might have a reward for you. Mio Mio's eyes lit up at the mention of a reward. Yes, uncle, he chirped. Teacher Meng Kihi was a volunteer teacher, Mio Mio began, but he stayed in the village. And taught at our elementary school for 15 years. He was always alone here. He was the only volunteer who stayed. And then 6 months ago, he suddenly got a strange illness and died very quickly. They buried him behind the mountain. Lin Gang mentally filed the information away. 6 months ago, a strange illness, a hasty burial behind the mountain. Teacher Meng's death doesn't sound so simple. Mio Mio continued, describing Meng Kihi's personality. Teacher Meng was always quiet, kept to himself, mostly stayed in the classroom. The grown-ups used to go to the village chief's house to play cards, sometimes all night. Teacher Meng never went, but the village chief wouldn't let women or children go either. These two pieces of information were crucial. Lin Gang straightened up, a spark of understanding igniting in his eyes. I think I'm starting to get a picture of what's going on here. I think I've figured out how this instance works, Lin Gang murmured to himself. I'll go check out the back of the mountain at midnight. The Li family side of the village seemed peaceful enough, but he couldn't be so sure about the other travelers. 2 of the men who had arrived with him were using the outhouse. The one standing outside with an umbrella heard a strange humming from within. Puzzled, he called out, Ngwinduk. If you're going to the toilet, he grumbled, lighting a cigarette, at least do it without looking like you've lost your soul. What's with the humming? He took a drag, his voice laced with annoyance. If you got the runs, why drag me out here to stand guard? A voice drifted out from inside. Du Koi. Those rumors about douching village. They're true, you know. I wouldn't dare come out here alone. Du Koi scoffed, calling Nguyen Duc a coward. Just then a figure emerged from the right side of the building. There was something unsettling about the figure's silhouette. Du Koi, ever polite, offered a greeting. Still awake, sir? Did we wake you? As the figure drew closer, Du Koi's blood ran cold. Uncle Thatch, are you all right? Uncle Thatch's hand clenched into a fist. Oh, it's nothing, he replied. Just a crick in my neck. Du Koi stared in horror. Uncle Thatch's head was twisted at a grotesque right angle to his body. His voice was a low, eerie rasp. Young man, my neck hurts. Could you perhaps straighten it for me? I think it's about to come off. Moments later, only Du Koi's screams echoed through the courtyard. Thunder cracked overhead as village chief Lu Gue sat in his house. How many is this now? He asked his son, who stood beside him. Father, Lu Maodian replied, whoever is doing this, could it be a ghost? Lu Gue's voice hardened. Don't speak such nonsense. And even if it is a ghost, I have a solution. Looking at the latest victim, Lu Gue barked orders. Maodian Maotai, get the villagers to dig irrigation ditches. Flood the fields. The villagers, overhearing this, cried out in alarm. Village chief, if we flood the fields, won't the entire village's crops be ruined? Lu Gue glared at them, his teeth grinding together. Which is more important, he snarled, your paltry 2 acres of rice or people's lives? His long fingernails extended, glinting menacingly. Just a little longer, and our douching village will be safe again. Just a little longer. Out in the downpour, all the young men of the village were digging furiously. Faster. They shouted to each other. If we don't, we won't survive this rain. Lin Gang, clad in a raincoat, made his way to the back of the mountain. He found it odd that in the middle of a storm, a group of people were digging irrigation ditches, flooding the fields. How peculiar, Sai Sai suggested. Young master, should we apprehend these people and question them? Lin Gang shook his head. There's too much that's strange about douching village. We should remain inconspicuous until we understand what's happening. Our priority is to gather as much information as possible. He turned back towards the village. Instead of questioning the villagers, Lin Gang mused, it might be more productive to seek out those who can't lie. Those who have experienced this firsthand. In the rain-swept darkness behind the mountain, Lin Gang sought out the freshly turned earth of recent graves. He began to dig, pausing before opening a coffin to offer a respectful bow. Please excuse the intrusion, he whispered. As he opened the coffins one by one, a chilling realization dawned on him. In the span of just 7 months, every villager who had died unexpectedly in Douching Village was buried here. Every villager except Teacher Ming. Had his death been different somehow? Lin Gang retrieved his prepared autopsy tools. Time for a closer look. Sai Sai watched as Lin Gang climbed into a coffin, the clink of his instruments echoing in the night. Young master, she asked, bewildered, how does a high school student like you know so much about forensic science? Lin Gang, his scalpel already at work, replied without looking up. I've done extensive research. Ironclad evidence, Detective Conan, forensic Qin Ming, CSI, and caring for a sow after she's given birth. It all adds up. Lin Gang raised a gleaming scalpel. A triumphant smile touched his lips. With such a vast reservoir of knowledge at his disposal, his mastery of forensic anatomy seemed only natural, only logical. The relentless rain, punctuated by thunder and lightning, continued overhead. He methodically examined each body, his movements precise and deliberate. Finally, Lin Gang rolled up his dissection kit. He carefully replaced the earth, restoring the graves to their original state. Lin Gang surveyed the rows of mounds, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. These bodies, he murmured, are rather intriguing. His work complete, he hurried back towards Shi Chengbing's house before dawn. He couldn't risk arousing the villagers' suspicions. The villagers would certainly be suspicious. 10 minutes later, a figure approached the graveyard. It was the young woman who had fainted on the bus. She stared at the disturbed earth. These graves, they've been dug up, she whispered. Who could have done this? What devilry is this? The villagers and the other passengers, including Wei Lang Lam, grew increasingly uneasy. Or is it that something else entirely? She too had received a mission to uncover the truth behind the supernatural events plaguing the village. Back in her room, Wei Lang Lam contemplated her reward. This is incredibly generous, she thought, almost suspiciously so. The rewards offered by this survival game, she reasoned, are always commensurate with the difficulty of the task, which means this mission could be life-threatening. A sharp pain stabbed at Wei Lang Lam's forehead. Not again, she muttered. The throbbing between her eyes was her precognitive ability, a warning of impending danger. Usually it's just a dull ache even for something like a landslide. But this is like a needle. Something unseen, something malevolent, is approaching. Her hand gripped the divine crossbow, ready to unleash its power. The sound she heard only amplified her unease. What is that pounding against the wall? A long-haired specter materialized outside her door. Terror seized Wei Lang Lam. She scrambled under the covers. I'm just a lowly new ghost, she whimpered. A weakling like me isn't worth its attention. Right. When Uncle Thatch died, those 3 students weren't injured at all. A hairy, spectral hand snaked through the gap beneath the door. It reached for the latch. Wei Lang Lam trembled, drenched in a cold sweat. Please, she prayed silently. Blanket ward, protect me. The latch clicked. The door creaked open. The spectral horror glided into the room. Wei Lang Lam's body convulsed with fear. Its icy grip closed around her ankles. It opened its maw, preparing to devour her in a single bite. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing another figure. But this newcomer only intensified Wei Lang Lam's terror. Hollow eyes, a gaping crack in its skull. It was Lu Hak, the villager who had welcomed her. Wei Lang Lam's screams tore through the air. Then, realization dawned. The rhythmic thudding she had heard earlier. It was the sound of Lu Hak's head hitting the wall. Some unseen force had reanimated him. The specter, seeing Lu Hak, turned and fled. It vaulted through the window, disappearing into the rain-swept night. Wei Lang Lam, trembling and gasping for breath, collapsed onto the floor. I'm alive, she whispered. Whatever that invisible force was, it made the monster ignore me. The spectral handprints remained on her ankles, a chilling reminder of her near-death experience. Each glance sent shivers down her spine. The horrific night finally gave way to dawn. At the village chief's house, the bodies of Lu Hak and Lao Hong, both with broken necks, lay sprawled on the ground. Lu Gui stared at them in grim silence. Dead again, he murmured. It seems this rain isn't enough. Tian Yuing, now aware of the village's plight, approached the chief. The rain has lessened, village chief, he said urgently. Please lend us some tools. So we can clear the road and get help. Lu Gui glared at them. So you want to leave? Fine, go. Rally the villagers and gather the tools. We'll all dig ditches together later. Having achieved his goal, the driver turned to the passengers. Let's go quickly, he urged. This douching village is incredibly strange. Lu Maodian watched the group disappear from sight, then approached his father with a worried look. Father, why did you just let them go? That ghost is getting more and more aggressive. We can't let these outsiders leave and then sacrifice our own people, can we? Lu Gue smiled at his son. They won't escape. We've lured them to our village. We must drain them dry. Outside, the rain continued to fall. In the attic of the village chief's house, a bizarre formation, drawn in fresh blood, shimmered faintly. Lu Gue, leaning heavily on his cane, walked into the center of the formation. He surveyed Dushing village below. Then, he commanded the wind and rain to intensify. The people on the bus looked up at the sky, puzzled. Why has the rain suddenly become so fierce? We can't reach the highway. We're stuck in this douching village with its ever-growing death toll. Back in Lu Gue's attic, the village chief coughed violently, black blood dribbling from his lips and staining the floorboards. Trembling, he wiped his mouth with a cloth, just as the ancient text foretold. Digging the ditches and flooding the fields will restore Dushing village. Ancient feng shui. The altar's power has indeed increased. But to repel it, we need sacrifices. More sacrifices. A voice whispered. So was the elder all along. Just to deal with that demon, he's using people as sacrifices. The men of the village, their minds clouded by a dark magic, shuffled towards a house. The driver and 2 passengers were asleep inside. They've been drugged. Let's tie them up and bring them to the altar. One of the men leered. That way Lang Lam in the white dress is sleeping there too. Before the ritual begins, we can still enjoy ourselves a little. Their shadows stretched across the wall. The leader stopped, a look of terror on his face. Just now, I saw 7 shadows. There are only 6 of us. A man behind him shoved him impatiently. Maokai, why have you stopped? Didn't the village chief say we had to hurry? As the words left his mouth, a hairy hand burst through his chest. They stared in horror at the demonic figure before them. It's evolved again. The legend of this entity's origin was passed down through generations. Dushing village was once known as Dushin village. But when a plague swept through the land, corpses littered the streets. A Taoist priest, filled with compassion for the people, used feng shui principles to protect the village. He also passed down a ritual formation that could dispel evil. It brought favorable weather and bountiful harvests. But every 5 years, a ritual had to be performed and a sacrifice offered. It was a villager who had lived a long and prosperous life. For generations, the village enjoyed peace and prosperity like a paradise on earth. Until 7 months ago, people in the village began to die, one after another. According to the ancestral temple records, this meant an ancient evil was at work. Originally, a sacrifice every 5 years was enough. But now, everything has changed. The feng shui formation in the tomb has been greatly affected. We can only increase the frequency of the sacrifices. The latest victim of this torment was Teacher Ming. It was Lu Gue and his son Mao Dian. They pointed sharp knives at him. If you've dedicated your career to this village, they hissed, then finish the job. Teacher Ming, if you're going to be a good man, be a great one. Sacrifice your life for our village. We will banish this filth. A single slash. Teacher Ming died unjustly. Back in the present, as the demon reached out with its massive hand to crush the villager before it, a bolt of lightning struck it, forcing it to flee. Mao Dian, following the direction of its retreat, reassured everyone. Don't worry, the formation wounded it, but the demon's attack left its mark. Someone collapsed in agony, screaming, "It hurts. It hurts so much. Mao Dian, I'm dying." Shi Qingbing's stomach, it's crushed. Mao Dian barked orders, "Quickly bandage Shi Qingbing. He won't last much longer." Shi Qingbing clutched his stomach, wailing, "Mao Dian, save me." Mao Dian's face hardened. He gestured to drag Shi Qingbing towards the altar. The situation had taken a dark turn. Shi Qingbing, writhing in pain, was carried away, protesting, "You can't do this to me. I don't want to die." Mao Dian's voice was cold. "With wounds like these, even if you survive, you'll be crippled. Better to contribute to the village's protection." The procession was silent. Mao Dian thought to himself, "Father used all the remaining power from Teacher Ming's sacrifice to strengthen the rain barrier. But even that couldn't stop the filth. We need another sacrifice." Mao Dian's body was slashed, blood staining the center of the formation. Lu Gue lamented, "Too slow. The replenishment is too slow. That filth has breached the rain barrier multiple times. Soon it will break through completely and slaughter everyone in the village." He ordered Mao Dian to use the loudspeaker to summon everyone for a defense. "Understood," Mao Dian replied curtly. He went to alert the villagers. "A demon is attacking. Everyone gather at the village chief's house. Hurry." Even the stranded passengers were summoned. Du Koi whispered to Tian Yui, "Mr. Tian, do we really have to go to the village chief's house? I have a bad feeling about this. Something doesn't feel right. Tian Yuing nodded in agreement. I feel it too. I think something bad is going to happen there. A figure emerged from the crowd. It was Lin Gang. Everyone, I've contacted the outside. The county has dispatched a rescue team. Let's wait for them at the assembly hall. Let's go. The group silently proceeded to the assembly hall. As they entered, murmurs erupted. Why do we have to wait here? And we have to stop in front of these two corpses. This is horrifying. Lin Gang approached the bodies and examined them. He quickly made a deduction. As I suspected, their hearts have been removed. Witnessing Lin Gang's strange actions, the bus driver, Tian, asked, "Who are you really?" Lin Gang straightened his back and declared, "Charged with protecting the safety and property of the people, guarding vital state secrets, sworn to stop the forces of evil. I am the strongest officer from a special unit, the former chief instructor of the Dragon Group, Long Haotian." The crowd gasped. The Dragon Group. Isn't that the city's most important organization? And Long Haotian. I must be dreaming. Lin Gang turned to leave. At the door, he paused. The assembly hall is still relatively safe. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to the village chief's house. Lin Gang stopped before a lamppost, everyone watching intently. With a single hand, he ripped the post from the ground, its roots tearing free, and uttered something incomprehensible. As the protector of all, that I must deliver this little bit of warmth to the village chief. This single act of absurd strength instantly instilled awe and reverence for Lin Gang within the villagers. City officers actually exist. Someone whispered. The rain fell harder, the sky darkening ominously. Not a single light shone from the village chief's house. Lu Maodian, standing beside his father, asked nervously, "Father, are you sure that monster can't get in?" He'd barely finished speaking when a massive hand slammed against the window frame. Before their horrified eyes, the monstrous figure emerged. It smashed its head against the glass. One more blow, and the entire pane shattered. As it reached inside to grab those within, an unseen barrier stopped it cold. Lu Gui unleashed a burst of flame, engulfing the demonic spirit in fire. It recoiled in agony, pulling away from the chief's house. As smoke still curled from its hand, Lin Gang's voice echoed beside it. "This siege is a bit tedious. Let me open the way for you." The bewildered demon watched as the young man hefted the lamppost, seemingly preparing to ignite it. He appeared to be fiddling with some sort of trigger. "On such a cold, rainy night, allow me to deliver some warmth to the villagers." The makeshift explosive detonated as Lin Gang hurled the lamppost at the front door. The impact sent those inside stumbling, barely able to keep their feet. Lu Gui, leaning heavily on his staff, raged, "Who are you? Why are you helping this demon against humanity?" Lin Gang glanced upwards, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Humanity. I wasn't aware the standards for being human had fallen so low. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Haotian, a perfectly ordinary, ridiculously overpowered officer. I'm here on official business, to raise Dushing Village to the ground." Pandemonium erupted within the house. There must be some misunderstanding. Dushing Village has never committed any heinous acts. While you were trapped in the mountains, we even provided you with free food, clothing, and shelter. That's the very definition of hospitality. Beneath the downpour, Lin Gang calmly replied, "Before coming here, I took a little tour of your pigsty." This single statement stunned Lu Gui and his son into silence. He continued, "Your pigs are quite well fed, I must say. Slaughter one, and you'll find, human arms, human heads, human hair. A young woman's, to be precise." Lu Gui finally spoke, his voice resigned. "Then there's nothing more to say." Lin Gang stepped aside, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Controlling the weather, are we? How quaint. Eat this. Optimus Ram." He hurled the lamppost with terrifying force. Lu Maodian, beside his father, shrieked, "Father, use the formation. Defend yourself." Lu Gui erected a shimmering barrier. It held, barely, against the devastating blow, but the strain was too much. Lu Gui staggered back, coughing up blood. Such power. It's stronger than any bomb. Lin Gang, now perched on the roof above them, spoke, his voice a low growl. "You still don't understand, do you? My friends tell me my strength isn't the only thing that's satisfying. My speed is quite something too." Two shots rang out, one to the left, one to the right. Lu Gui cried out, dropping his staff as pain lanced through both his hands. He collapsed, wailing, "Why not just kill me?" Do you intend to sever this old man's head? Lin Gang's face darkened at the suggestion. No, no, no. You got me all wrong. I have no interest in S&M. It's just that some people have a habit of pushing me too far. The shadow of the demon lunged forward, its jaws gaping wide as it snapped down on Lu Gui's head. In his final moments, Lu Gui's mind flashed back to the horrors he had inflicted upon countless beautiful girls, trapped naked and suspended in his dark cellar. Their desperate pleas echoed in his ears. Please let us go. We beg you, release us. He remembered his own depraved laughter. You're all bought and paid for. How could we simply let you go? Besides, without you, our village's traditional gambling tournament wouldn't be able to continue. Back in the present, Lin Gang dragged a battered and bruised Lu Maodian before the villagers. Maodian, his face swollen and bloodied, whimpered and begged, please spare me. I have money. I can give you a lot of money. With the vengeful spirit looming behind him, Lin Gang's voice resonated with chilling authority. When you tricked, imprisoned, and murdered those women when they begged for their lives, did you ever consider showing them mercy? Lu Maodian stammered, desperate to deflect the blame. The law doesn't punish the many. Most of the villagers participated. You can't just... Lin Gang's patience had reached its limit. He hurled Maodian towards the cellar entrance. If you all came here to gamble, then you all die. The spectral figure, presented with a feast of souls, reacted with a surge of ravenous excitement at Lin Gang's decree. Delayed justice, Lin Gang declared, demands a heavier sentence. Only then can true atonement be made. Turning to the shades of the dead that lingered nearby, he gestured. Do what you will with them. Invisible feet began to trample upon the members of the Lu clan. Their screams of agony filled the air. Finally, they succumbed to the wrath of the vengeful spirits. The wicked deserve their fate. Lin Gang removed his cloak. He looked at a figure standing nearby. Teacher Meng. Meng Qi turned. Thank you, he said, for avenging me. Lin Gang nodded solemnly. These villains deserved heaven's wrath long ago. I merely acted on heaven's behalf. Looking at the vengeful spirit as it continued its furious slaughter, he remarked, she seems to be a collective entity formed from the resentment of those tormented women. But her consciousness doesn't seem entirely stable. Meng Qi reassured him. Don't worry, she only consumes those who harm them. Li Yang Sai, they're all such pitiful souls. A thought struck him, and he turned back to Meng Qi. All right, Teacher Meng, you're a ghost, yet you possess no trace of resentment. You're remarkably composed, more human than ghost, in fact. You're a player, aren't you? Meng Qi was silent for a moment before answering. Your observation is keener than I anticipated. I died 6 months ago and became a ghost 2 months later. I became a player at the same time. She awoke slightly earlier than I, but she didn't become a player. Using my status as a player, I gradually uncovered Lu Gui's secrets. For 25 years, he and the other villagers have been buying young women from outside to satisfy their depraved desires. The records of those who aided them in their crimes are hidden in a safe within the cellar. The vengeful spirit, having finished her gruesome feast, now sported a multitude of wailing heads sprouting from her back. It kowtowed before Lin Gang as if in thanks. From above, Lin Gang looked down and asked, these people you've consumed, that will likely be tormented within your belly for eternity, won't they? A fitting punishment for their bestial nature. Having spoken, Lin Gang gestured to Meng Qi. Given the considerable loss of life, it's best you retreat into the Saudi mountains. Meng Qi agreed. Fortunately, I'm a ghost player. I needn't worry about depleting Yin energy. Moreover, I can help her maintain her form and spirit. Meng Qi's ghostly form, along with the female demon, receded deep into the forest. Lin Gang stepped out of the house and looked up at the sky. This rain should stop soon. Meng Qi, hand in hand with the woman, transformed back into her normal appearance. They walked away without looking back. Lin Gang returned to the blood-soaked room and cracked the safe. Sai emerged and asked, young master, how do you plan to deal with these traffickers? Lin Gang's eyes gleamed with a friendly smile. I took Lu Gui's phone to post their personal information on the player forum. I'll describe them as players. The status of a player is quite valuable, you see. Once someone is identified as a player, other organizations will seize them like a pack of hungry wolves. If they're caught by officials, consider them lucky. The police will dig up their criminal history, and throw the book at them. But if it's the tycoons, the secret organizations will find them first. What awaits them is having their bones broken, piece by piece, as they're searched for their secrets, money, and equipment. Finally, Lin Gang looked at Sai Sai and reminded her, let's wait for the officials to act. We'll take things a bit slower this time. Sai Sai narrowed her eyes and replied, sincerely, young master, with such a large commotion and so many deaths this time, your player identity is at risk of being exposed. That's precisely why, Lin Gang explained, I had to repeatedly change my clothes and appearance, and especially switch vehicles multiple times to reach Dushing Village. But there's one person who could actually connect my information, not like my player identity and my stay in Dushing Village. Little Bunny's chat box appeared on the screen, indeed increasing the probability of Lin Gang's exposure. Lin Gang asked Sai Sai, tell me, with you holding so much of my information, what should I do to silence you permanently? Lin Gang walked into the forest. A hand was following him. It was Wei Lang Lam, the girl who had fainted in the car. She frowned, puzzled. Why did he let those two demons go? How can the mission be completed like this? Lin Gang glanced over and understood. With swift movements, he appeared before Wei Lang Lam, gun raised. Enjoying the show, little sister. Your little act of playing the audience is quite amusing. You've been following my every move. Lang Lam paled, raising her hands in fear. Don't shoot. I'm a player too. I just thought we could speed up the mission progress a little. Lin Gang hefted a grenade onto his shoulder. I've seen your true identity. If you want to keep your player status a secret, don't try anything funny. Seeing that he had retrieved his money pouch, Lang Lam listened silently as Lin Gang continued. You're quite the player, aren't you? A multi-compartment pouch with a secret drawer, each compartment filled with fake IDs. If I hadn't dealt with fake IDs myself, I might have been fooled by your authentic-looking forgeries. His words made Lang Lam tremble and sweat. However, the young master wasn't a devil. As long as you don't leave any traces, out of me having been to Dushing Village, your true identity will remain safe for now. Lin Gang's words echoed briefly before he vanished, leaving only the faintest ripple in the air. But before he completely disappeared, a final message drifted to Wei Lang Lam. I trust you won't make the wrong choice. Perched on a branch, Lin Gang had pointed her in the right direction. If you want to complete your mission and uncover the truth, he'd said, go to the pigsty and the other rooms in Lu Gui's villa. Take a look around, but he'd cautioned, steel yourself. Human nature in that place is truly wicked. His task complete, Lin Gang returned to An City. He tossed his disguise into an incinerator beneath an apartment building. I've taken care of Dushing Village from start to finish, he thought to himself, a grim satisfaction settling in. Now, he mused, let's see what La has to say. Speak of the devil. A message popped up from Bunny on his chat app. Hello. Things in Dushing Village blew up quite spectacularly, didn't they? Huh? Lin Gang remained silent, choosing not to respond immediately. He waited for Bunny to continue. The other end continued. With so many deaths, it's bound to attract the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau. You're afraid I'll stab you in the back and reveal your information, aren't you? The Dushing Village commission I helped you accept was relayed through multiple anonymous accounts, leaving no trace whatsoever. Bunny's message continued its relentless flow. You're thinking that if the Special Affairs Bureau can't catch me, then my secrets, my past, and the history of my clients could be used against me. Don't worry, she reassured him. I won't destroy my own reputation by leaking your information. I'm not that stupid, she added. Lin Gang remained silent for a moment longer, then finally typed, give me one reason to trust you. Bunny sent him a virtual item, a rare submerged implication scroll. Its description read, special effect, 2 players voluntarily, without coercion or duress, mutually agree to a confidential contract regarding specific information. This agreement will be notarized by the system, ensuring the confidentiality of the shared information within the community. Lin Gang scanned the details of the contract. He accepted the scroll and replied, fine. With this contract, we can hold each other accountable, he typed. But I still don't understand your reasoning. I know very little about you, and your identity is well hidden. I can't even find a crack to pry into. Bunny replied, my job is to be an information broker. Satisfying my clients is part of my professional ethics. Besides, she added, I'm not keen on having a high-level player put a bounty on my head. I value my life too much. Lin Gang walked past a kid burning joss paper and calling out, Grandma, the wind just picked up. Have you come to collect the money yet? He messaged Bunny, if you value your life so much, then tally up the fees for this project. 45 game coins. Bunny replied, exasperated. You already dealt with the client. How can I possibly collect payment now? Lin Gang, ever pragmatic, simply stated, figure it out. Bunny sighed. Fine, I'll transfer it to you. As she transferred the coins, she grumbled, even in death, you need money. Lin Gang accepted the transfer and replied, happy to do business with you. Back home, he logged into the system to calculate his reward. A handsome sum of 600 game coins awaited him. There was also a random item. Lin Gang settled onto the sofa, a grin spreading across his face as he opened the virtual gift. With so many S-rank missions completed, he mused, I've been getting a lot of random items lately. Even with regular random rewards, I always seem to get something hidden. The item he unwrapped was much larger than the box it came in. It was called the Damaged Box of the Alchemist, a rare, elite quality item. Its special effect: activate a ruined alchemy workshop of an alchemist. A grin stretched across Lin Gang's face. He snapped his fingers with a sound of pure excitement. Elite quality, huh? This is the first time I've gotten my hands on an elite-grade item. He reached out and pressed the activation button. What happened next, however, was completely unexpected. With that single action, the unfortunate tea table beneath the item crumpled. The box's design shifted and expanded, transforming into a small room that landed squarely on the ruined table. Lin Gang was thankful his floor was sturdy enough to bear the sudden weight. He approached the door of the now room-sized box. Opening it, the space within stopped him dead in his tracks. Did I just open up a portal to Cyberpunk 2077? The ceiling of the box was a state-of-the-art exhaust system. In the center of the room, a circular machinery system hummed. Stepping inside, Lin Gang marveled. This workshop must be at least 200 square meters. Normally, but I wouldn't have anywhere near this much space to work. Lin Gang pulled out his electronic tablet, a question forming in his mind. Is there only one machine in this whole workshop? The item's name was Smelting Furnace, a workshop apparatus of elite quality. Its function, he read, was to combine two or more materials. Two or more materials containing supernatural elements, he clarified. The machine will then determine the compatibility of the equipment or items created. Lin Gang's eyes lit up as he finished reading. A divine artifact, he exclaimed. Isn't this my own personal Horadric cube? Finally, I have a use for all those rare materials I collected. From the last 10 mission spaces. He donned his gloves. First, I need to check the compatibility between these materials. Pulling on his blue jacket, he prepared for a serious test. Let's see how the black steel's finger and hair react. The furnace whirred to life, beginning the crafting process. The result, 95%. As expected, Lin Gang mused. Starting materials have a pretty high compatibility rate. He glanced at his chest filled with various samples, a calculating smile playing on his lips. Next up, a cross-compatibility check. Let's see. Black steel hair, black steel finger, and plague ghoul skin. He placed the tray containing the three potentially infectious materials into the furnace. Lin Gang analyzed the results. 90% compatibility. Worth a shot. The furnace hummed and whirred once more, signaling the start of the process. Crafting time remaining, 1,440 minutes. Lin Gang considered this. A whole day. Standing in the workshop, Lin Gang stroked his chin in thought. I have absolutely no idea how this thing actually works. Maybe after I've mastered some alchemy skills, I'll be able to get a better grasp of it. He decided to shed his blue jacket and step out of the workshop. Better to get some rest. As a blossoming flower of the nation's youth, I need to be up early for school tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Gang sat in class, listening to a security guard's lecture. This concludes the correct self-rescue procedures following a nuclear detonation. Related basic protocols will be announced subsequently. Another instructor will explain the 3 major construction projects for everyone to study. Study the 3 core tenets of Heaven's Head, Earth's Foundation. The girl beside him grumbled, there's so much nonsense online these days. Now they're even teaching how to rebuild agriculture and industry from scratch in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Like we'd ever encounter such extreme circumstances, right? She turned to Lin Gang, noticing his distant expression. Brushing her hair back, she asked Lin Gang, why are you sweating so much? Lin Gang didn't respond. He was lost in thought. What is the Special Affairs Bureau up to? Everything they're teaching us is about rebuilding from the ashes of a destroyed civilization. Could things really be this screwed up? Calm down, calm down. You have to tell yourself to stay calm. The Special Affairs Bureau is probably just taking precautions. This whole survival game invading reality thing, the future is bound to be terrifying, turning the world upside down. I just wonder when that day will actually come. The whole morning's gone. You've been completely ignoring your girlfriend. Once he got home, Lin Gang went straight to his workshop. A plume of blue smoke billowed from the smelting furnace. This was the signal that the artifact was complete. A sharp blade was withdrawn. This weapon's name is Venom. When the blade wounds a creature, the poison will enter through the mucous membranes and all bodily fluids, infecting the creature with a random toxic disease. As far as humanity currently knows, the type of toxic disease is random and changes every minute. It can even stack on the same target. Lingang dunatagas mast. He muttered to himself, a random disease that changes every minute. What if it becomes Ebola? Or dengue fever? That would be catastrophic. What if it's some ancient plague, or it stacks with some other horrific disease? I'd be guilty of a crime against humanity. Lin Gang lifted the blade from the furnace and quenched it in water. He picked up the blade. It was approximately 110 centimeters long, well-balanced, with a sharp yet durable edge, likely due to the absorption of the black steel claw. But Venom's primary damage still depends on the poison itself. If I don't summon a spirit beast, I can only use this in a self-contained instance where I don't have to worry about the consequences. As soon as the blade was finished, the system notified him that he met the requirements to activate a new mission. This mission was a 3v3 team battle, codenamed Wasteland and Prosperity. The objective was to eliminate the chairman, Almas Anderson, of the Libra Corporation. Then, eliminate the original form of the variant. Finally, eradicate the Boston creature of the Libra Corporation within the science lab. After completing the first two objectives, a fourth objective would be activated. Reading this, Lin Gang felt uneasy. This was the first time he'd received a team battle mission. Based on what he'd read on the forums, players on different teams could kill each other to earn extra game currency and experience. Sometimes teams had the same objectives, sometimes not. In some situations, cooperation might be necessary to complete the mission. The notification also detailed the scoring system. 1 point awarded for each enemy team member killed, 1 point deducted for each team member lost, and 1 point for completing each objective. The first team to reach 3 points would be considered the winner and return to the real world. The time limit was 7 days. The rewards for this mission were substantial and unique. Lin Gang only had 5 minutes left. He remembered the mission mentioning experimental creatures and the original form of the variant. He wondered if there was a risk of infectious diseases. Better to be over-prepared. Looking at the newly crafted blade, Lin Gang had a good idea. For this transfer, he donned a full hazmat suit. He also carried an umbrella as he went to meet his team. 2 teammates, one in green and one in white, were already there. This time, Lin Gang took the initiative to greet them. Judging by the mission details, it looks like this world might have infectious diseases, mutations, monsters, maybe even elemental radiation. I'm Jack the Ripper, Berserker Lin Gang, level 9, NDD 0. My teammates are always meticulous. The young man in the white hazmat suit replied curtly. No one asked, and no one needs to praise their teammates. I'm Unquenchable Ember, Dusk Knight, level 9. Only the last person remained, introducing himself. Severing Blade, Lanfengli Wandao, level 8. Li Ngang Chukui. Both of them smiled, because there was at least one more reliable teammate. Lin Gang stepped closer to the window, analyzing the situation outside. Looking at the backdrop and the mission objectives, he summarized. It seems we're in a fantasy world, where civilization has crumbled after a catastrophe. The occurrence of this catastrophe is highly likely related to a company called Libra. Lanfengli Wandao added, Libra Corporation likely focuses on technology, biotechnology. Like in those movies, he continued, a powerful, monopolistic organization. Powerful enough, with advanced technology, that even government officials worldwide couldn't prevent this massive disaster. Furthermore, if they're strong enough to act as a shield against biohazards, it's highly probable that in the later stages of this scenario, we'll face a modernized, mechanized military force. Or even worse, the actual military itself. Unquenchable Ember, the Dusk Knight, finally spoke. Since the mission duration is 7 days, our current location, that isn't far from Washington. This might even be a fantasy version of Washington, D.C., and the people and animals living here that are likely mutated. Lin Gang silently praised his teammates' analysis. As expected, players above level 8 were no ordinary folks. They weren't just mindless brutes with only combat strength and no observation skills. As the three were strategizing, cries for help echoed from outside the door. Lin Gang signaled for silence. He would take the lead. The cries continued, help, someone help me. Someone, please come save me. A megapixel machine gun was in Lin Gang's hands. He carefully cracked open the door, his eye peering through the scope. He saw the figure of a man yelling, "Help! Save me! Someone come save me!" As it was about to continue its plea for help, the door was flung open. It turned, grinning at the three figures before it. Lin Gang clicked his tongue, appraising it. Not bad looking for a monster. The monster, limbless, rode on the back of a demonic wasp. "Someone help me!" It shrieked, charging towards Lin Gang's team. Lin Gang gripped his gun, firing a burst towards the mount's head. He wanted to test its combat strength. The mount, head riddled with bullets, collapsed at their feet. This left the team stunned. Weak. Don't tell me that was a player. Even the average spearman should be on par with that. Lin Gang cautiously kept his gun trained on the creature's head. He sensed something was amiss. This is going to be troublesome. Usually. But the first encounter with monsters in an instance gives us a measure of the dungeon's difficulty. Lifting the wasp's head, now oozing green fluid, Lin Gang concluded, this is going to be tough to crack. We have a gauge of the enemy's threat now. This moth in real life is barely a couple of millimeters. This isn't normal mutated radiation. How far can this go? A murderous aura emanated from him. Lin Gang unfurled a scalpel, informing his teammates, I need to examine this carefully to figure out what's going on. Dusk Knight and Lan Fengli Wandao watched as Lin Gang worked on the moth's corpse. Both had their own thoughts. He's awfully enthusiastic about dissecting that thing. Is he a coroner or something in real life? I think he's just a freak. After a while, Lin Gang finally stopped. Hey Rao, you still have time to tease Fengli Wandao. If these techniques are considered perverted, then you're a total noob. You'll have to sit at the kids' table from now on. Autopsy complete. My conclusion is that this monster isn't a mutant species caused by natural atomic radiation, because it's too perfect. Fengli Wandao peered at the dissected creature in front of him. This monster with stitches all over it, and you call it perfect. Lin Gang's voice grew more complex. Normal radiation only brutally and savagely disrupts DNA strands. But this one it's rearranged and reorganized with precise, stable order, like an architect. Insects don't have hearts or lungs. They rely on spiracles on both sides for respiration. However, after enlarging their size, under circumstances where the oxygen content remains unchanged, this system can't supply enough oxygen. At this point, the function of the human on the back of this moth isn't just to lure other humans here, but also to provide additional respiratory organs for the insect. Dusk Knight suddenly remembered something. He quickly added, look at the thriving plants outside we saw earlier. Perhaps this place has only experienced a relatively minor radiation contamination explosion. Fengli Wandao pondered. It could also be said that the mutated creatures here aren't radiation mutants, but artificially created beings that have undergone extremely secretive adjustments and modifications. Artificial intelligence. Based on the mission objectives, perhaps these mutated creatures that are recorded in Libra Corporation's files. Lin Gang stood up, gathering his things. He agreed with their reasoning, adding one more point. This further proves that Libra Corporation's technological prowess far surpasses the current world's. The enemies we face are unknown entities. After this initial encounter, the three stepped out of the dilapidated building, joking with each other. Who knows? This might be an opportunity. Seeking fortune amidst danger, right? As they stepped out of the gate, the desolate and gloomy cityscape unfolded before them. The palpable sense of despair foreshadowed the difficult task ahead. Dusk Knight, using a signal detector, announced after checking, the radiation levels here are relatively low. Lin Gang agreed. That's true. Earlier, I also saw a few normal cats and dogs. Holding the area map he'd retrieved from the ruined hotel, he considered for a moment, then advised the team, but let's not take off our hazmat suits just yet. I haven't seen any living people along the way. Who knows? If there are any airborne diseases harmful to humans. Pointing to a location on the map's left corner, Lin Gang stated, the creatures in the science and technology lab in the northwest of the city are about an hour away from our current position. Looking at the unusually large tree in front of them, he sighed. But now it seems this road is closed to vehicles. Summoning a blade, he considered if we travel by jumping between treetops, we'll definitely be faster. But it'll also make us more exposed to other teams. It's better to stay grounded and overcome the obstacles on the way. Lin Gang volunteered to lead the way, his blade slicing through branches. Even large creatures, like an anaconda, were cut down by his blade. Lin Gang was exasperated. Is this Washington or a rainforest? Why is there a green anaconda here? A loud boom echoed, putting everyone on alert. Watch out! A shockwave rippled towards the three. Dusk Knight identified it, a shockwave from the northwest. There's been an explosion. Lin Gang looked in that direction. That's the direction of Liber Corporation. Be prepared for a major incident. No more hiding. Let's run towards it with all we've got. The three quickly changed their plan, scrambling up the trees and dashing straight towards their destination. Upon arrival, they halted before the base. Lin Gang confirmed this is the building, and that thing over there .is that a mutated South American jaguar. Dusk Knight beside him voiced his confusion. But why haven't its spots turned white? Look closer. Those are maggots pouring out of it. The jaguar, sensing their presence, rose to fight, but not against Lin Gang's team, against another. From its maw, it spewed a massive clump of maggots. The other team's leader, blade in hand, cleaved a path through the writhing mass, splitting it in two. The entire team engaged the jaguar. Finally, under the fiery fists of one of their members, the jaguar was ripped apart, dying on the spot. The leader of their team spoke up. "Well, friends, since you're here, why not come out and say hello?" Another followed up. "Our drop point was closer to the lab than yours. We've done some preliminary scouting. That small building over there is just a facade. The real lab is underground. You need to go through a ridiculously long elevator to get there. The elevator entrance is swarming with mutated beasts. This jaguar was the only one we managed to lure out alone. They're not individually strong, but if they swarm, any team here would be wiped out." Lin Gang's team listened as he concluded, "So, we have to cooperate." Hiding and watching wasn't an option anymore. Lin Gang led his team out into the open. "Perfect timing," he replied. "I was just pondering something. We only need 3 points, not necessarily a total team wipe. 2 evenly matched teams would make that difficult. Bottom line, someone's team is likely to lose members. Then, using that weakened team to attack that super difficult dungeon, the outcome is pretty obvious." Summarizing, Lin Gang agreed to the black-clad team's proposal. "It seems even the system is hinting that we should form an alliance for now." In the forest, under the cloak of night, a narrative appeared. Both sides originally shared the same ideals, friendliness and peace. Lin Gang and his 2 teammates quickly slid down to the ground. In this amicable atmosphere, they took the first steps towards cooperation, sealing it with seemingly heartfelt handshakes. Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. Lin Gang boomed, "Comrades, you've worked hard." His words caused a stir among those present. He even added background music with applause and camera shutters. Sensing the shift in mood, the man from the other team lowered his voice. "Let's pause for a moment. The situation is as we described earlier. The vast majority of the mutated beasts are guarding the building. Luring them out for an ambush is hopeless." The 3 members of the other team were revealed to be Black Saint, Zhuang Pengbai, and Stone Statue. Stone Statue continued, "Let's go to the building and assess the situation. I guarantee it'll be an eye-opener." Despite the suggestion, Lin Gang's group hesitated to approach directly, opting to observe the dilapidated building from a distance. Given the urgency of the situation and the need for reconnaissance, we've prepared a drone. It'll go straight in. The drone, through a hole in the wall, penetrated deep inside. Its camera, barely inside, began transmitting clear images of the surroundings. Watching the feed, Lin Gang exclaimed with satisfaction, "Whoa, this is enough to retire on." The interior of the building appeared dark and ominous, with glimpses of gore beginning to emerge. The drone, following Lin Gang's command, continued to delve deeper into the building. The further it went, the more gruesome the images became. 2-horned mutant octopus worms, each with a ferocious expression, filled the screen. From behind a vivid crimson layer, more creatures began to emerge. Observing from outside, Lin Gang commented, "These mutated things, they look like they could take on any form imaginable." The parade of horrors continued. A dog with grotesquely long fangs lumbered into view, a creature straight out of a chaotic nightmare. The strangeness didn't stop at their bizarre forms. Their faces were covered in a countless, writhing mass of hands. Unfazed by the others, Dusk Knight, his jaw agape, peppered Lin Gang with questions. "There's blood and flesh everywhere, like it's transporting nutrients to the mutated creatures. Is it alive?" Stone Statue offered an explanation. "This bacterial mat is likely a living organism. It's incredibly sensitive to changes in pressure. Earlier, when we stepped on some of the mutated creatures, it reacted. Lin Gang quickly understood. Single-celled organisms are typically insensitive to sound but highly sensitive to touch. After a brief assessment, Lin Gang outlined a rudimentary plan. Even working together, our two teams can only handle 6 or 7 of these mutants at a time. But there are 30 or 40 of them in that main hall. We can't just waltz in there. The perilous situation demanded caution. Lin Gang pointed at the drone feed. Based on our earlier reconnaissance, the bacterial mat covering the area behind the first floor to the right is relatively thin. We could attack from there. Stone Statue expressed reservations, concerned about the risk. What if we attract a mutant? We can't avoid disturbing the bacterial mat during the fight. Lin Gang countered confidently. There are plenty of ways to infiltrate. If you're asking how to blend in, his eyes gleamed with determination. We could be a bit bolder, eliminating those that spot us as blending in. The group cautiously advanced, each step measured and deliberate. Stone Statue eyed the door opposite them. This is about 100 meters from the elevator. How are we going to cross that bacterial mat? Dusk Knight shared his observations. From what I can tell, the bacterial mat behaves a lot like a single-celled organism. It seems to react only to physical stimuli. Lin Gang's plan unfolded. He hurled a tiger figurine towards the mat. The force of the throw sent it sprawling onto the surface, unable to bounce or roll away. The surrounding bacteria began to engulf the figurine. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gang coiled, ready to spring. With a powerful leap, he landed squarely on the back of the tiger figurine. He'd barely touched down in the heart of the bacterial mat when several long-snout creatures slithered towards him, their beaks clicking. Their eyes glowed with a menacing red light. Their beaks clacked incessantly, building to a unified screech. But before their cries could fully resonate, Lin Gang's blade flashed, severing heads and necks. He surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, trying to raise the alarm. Try again in your next life. Stepping onto the corpse of the three-headed creature, Lin Gang secured a new vantage point. Use their bodies as stepping stones, he instructed. Don't let the bacterial mat alert the other mutants. We'll take them down one by one. Just make sure none of them get a chance to signal the others. The massacre began. The team advanced, following Lin Gang's strategy, treading on the corpses of the fallen as they pushed forward. Everywhere Lin Gang stepped, monstrous heads fell. Even a massive bull's head succumbed to his blade. Nothing could stand before him. Dusk Knight, equally relentless, unleashed his own attacks, turning fallen creatures into stepping stones. The relentless assault of the group transformed the chamber into a gruesome battlefield, littered with the remains of their monstrous foes. These morbid platforms provided a path forward, leading them closer to the now accessible door. A colossal mammoth, momentarily stunned by a deep thrust, staggered. A flurry of blows followed, leaving the mammoth riddled with wounds. With the beast finally felled, Zhuang Pengbai signaled the all-clear. Responding to the signal, the group converged on the mammoth's massive form, using it as a bridge to reach the entrance. Urgency propelled them forward as they quickly opened the door and stepped through. Lin Gang stared in bewilderment at what lay beyond, a new and unknown world unfolding before him. The elevator must have stopped on a lower floor, he mused, but this elevator shaft is incredibly deep. Undeterred by the daunting abyss, Lin Gang leaped into the darkness, proclaiming, "Let me show you my level 2 berserker skills." Mid-fall, he expertly located a handhold on the shaft wall, clinging to it with the tenacity of a magnet. From his gripping hand, a surge of spiritual energy emanated. Harnessing this power, he propelled himself across the shaft, moving from wall to wall like a seasoned climber. While Lin Gang demonstrated his prowess, the others above prepared their descent equipment. Sliding down ropes, they effortlessly reached the bottom, offering Lin Gang a playful jibe. Keep up. Seeing their equipment, Lin Gang pondered, this gear, are these guys from the government? After his acrobatic descent, Lin Gang finally landed safely. Everyone stared down at a gaping hole. It seems the mutants really did crawl out from here, Lin Gang concluded. Dusk Knight descended to investigate further. There's no radiation here, he observed, and no sign of any mutants either. Even the bacterial mat seemed sparse. Following other passageways, the group ventured deeper. This must be the real laboratory area, Lin Gang remarked. The others examined the rooms along the corridor. The oxygen levels are very low here, one noted. It looks like the ventilation and power systems are completely down. After some exploration, Lin Gang located a map of the facility. There are 3 levels in total, he announced. The top 2 floors are laboratories, and the lowest level is for offices. Stone statue, scrutinizing the bodies scattered on the floor, commented, "These researchers look like they've been dead for over a decade. It seems that after the explosion and the elevator malfunction, no one could escape this giant prison." Stone statue's words brought a frown to Lin Gang's face. Speaking of a giant prison, he said, "It reminds me of our mission." The vast corridors and numerous large rooms reinforced Lin Gang's concern. "The explosives we brought won't be enough to demolish a lab this size." He continued, "The system wouldn't give us an impossible mission. If this lab was researching such dangerous bioscientific technology, the offices on the lowest level probably have a self-destruct switch for the entire facility." The team pressed on, their exploration continuing as they opened more and more doors. Inside the darkened room, Lin Gang scanned his surroundings. Scattered across the floor were papers, mingled with remnants of the bacterial mat. This wasn't what he was looking for. He rummaged through the other documents, his voice laced with frustration. "This isn't right. Average scientific records," he muttered. "This place, it's not even as advanced as the real world. How could they have possibly researched such perfectly mutated organisms?" Suddenly, Lin Gang's eyes widened in surprise. A document lay before him. He carefully read the words on the page. Within the file, a picture emerged, captioned A.O. Mask Anderson, founder of the Libra commercial empire. This information wasn't enough to satisfy Lin Gang. He continued to flip through the other pages. Piecing together the information he'd gathered, Lin Gang formed a hypothesis. The Libra company initially started as a normal functional food company, but within 85 years of Anderson taking over, he continuously introduced fruit-flavored vapes, nicotine patches, products with extremely far-reaching competitive uses. His best-selling product was a chemical patch. When applied, it could enhance memory, quicken thinking, even increase happiness and confidence levels. Completely non-toxic, no side effects. 60% of the world's population used it daily. Countless companies tried to replicate his formula, but they couldn't even analyze the chemical composition. And when he amassed such wealth and status, Anderson turned his attention to researching how to completely cure terminal illnesses, from cancer to HIV, even Brian. After summarizing the events, Lin Gang declared, "The most important thing is, he did achieve remarkable results. He truly eradicated many diseases. Seems like he was a virtuous man after all." "Wait, Brian. If I remember correctly, our side discovered that this ancient infectious disease wasn't primarily transmitted through infection, but through cannibalism. How? It's no longer seen in modern society. But most of the documents in this lab mention this disease." The more Lin Gang read, the more confused he became, investing so much to build an entire lab for a disease that poses such a low threat. This isn't the act of a virtuous man. It's clear that Lin Gang's words trailed off. He spent more time reading the other documents. After gathering information from the room, he rejoined his team in the hallway. Everyone was focused on the movement ahead. A pair of feet shuffled forward, each step leaving a trail in the bacterial mat coating the floor. Its form was bizarre, its steps slow. Facing this creature, Lin Gang muttered, "This strange little thing looks familiar." The creature's face became visible. A voice cried out, "Are you people?" It was none other than Anderson himself, his face filled with excitement. He ran towards the players. "This is wonderful." The team quickly warned him, "Don't come any closer." Understanding their words, the old man stopped. He mumbled, "I knew it. I knew there would be lucky survivors." Zhuang Pengbai asked curiously, "You're still conscious. You're not a pure mutant." Another voice suddenly interjected, "I know he's an AI." Stone statue asked, surprised, "He's already transformed like that, and you still recognize him?" Lin Gang, unwavering, replied with absolute certainty, "Those Mediterranean blue eyes. Even as a mutant, they still shine as brightly." After hearing Lin Gang's observation, the old man seemed surprised. "Lingang poiten definitin." That's A.O. Mask Anderson. The other players started thinking dismissively. "This is the big boss, Anderson, the target of the mission." Looking somewhat pathetic, the old man responded to Lin Gang's earlier statement. "Anderson, it's been a long time since an AI addressed me like that. You've come from the surface, haven't you?" His face was alight with excitement, questions pouring forth. "Are there many other lucky survivors? Have you rebuilt civilization?" and you've managed to fight your way past the mutated monsters on the surface. Have you come here to destroy? Stone statue, his face grim, interrupted the old man. Answer our questions first. What exactly happened to cause this disaster? The stern tone made the old man pause, lost in thought. The disaster. Have the people on the surface forgotten the source of this calamity? Was it 25 years ago? Or 35? Anderson's voice drifted into a reminiscent murmur. Originally, I was just supposed to take over my father's position. Be a sincere and honest old boss. Keep the company afloat. That trip, it changed everything. As he was organizing his belongings, something strange caught his eye. In Michigan, Anderson recounted, I discovered something composed of chitin, filamentous protein, and even thyroid tissue. A thin, plate-like object resembling a computer motherboard. I named it the template. At the time, I simply considered it a decorative piece. Until one day, I accidentally dripped blood onto it. In that instant, when my blood touched the template, it converted the blood into a kind of powder. This strange phenomenon piqued Anderson's curiosity. After testing, I discovered this powdery substance was methamphetamine, a drug used in psychiatric treatment, capable of regulating dopamine. This wasn't a chemical substance that should be present in blood. Through experimentation, I found that if organic matter like cells, hair, or yeast touched the template, it would be transformed into chemical compounds, some of which were completely unknown to mankind. These potent and versatile chemical compounds led to the Libra company's continuous creation of globally marketable products. But I didn't know then that I had opened Pandora's box. Then, a shocking event occurred. In the year 2000, a researcher died suddenly and mysteriously, catching my attention. After his death, we discovered an unusual object in his brain. After experiments and analysis, Anderson concluded in minute quantities it resembled the strange DNA structure of the Bryan disease. This wasn't an easily transmissible disease, and this research wasn't found in any records of cannibalism. This gave me a bad feeling. I immediately had the entire company undergo examinations. The results? Every employee, including myself, had trace amounts of the Bryan disease. This development prompted me to immediately collect samples worldwide. The results were that nearly half the world's population was infected. Tracing the source, we discovered a clue from the 1990s. A chemical fertilizer researched using the template. The grass fertilized by this chemical would synthesize the Bryan disease within the bodies of cattle and goats. Although the amounts were minuscule, accumulating in the human body year after year, roughly 200 years later, the Bryan disease would be able to infiltrate the human nervous system. By then, all of humanity would become walking corpses controlled by the template. From the very beginning, the template laid a trap for me, and I foolishly led all of humanity to its grave. Tension filled the air. Anderson began frantically building a secret research area, devising a plan to counteract this monstrous Bryan disease. Not only that, he continued, I also brought the template to the deepest level of the experimental area, locking it away under the strictest level 7 security. I even buried a nuclear warhead with it, hoping that if we failed, it would take the template to hell with us. Lin Gang responded bluntly, clearly you failed. Anderson, his voice laced with sorrow, confessed, I underestimated the template's intelligence. After it perceived the threat, that it triggered the Bryan disease within our brains. It even affected all the infected wildlife. In just 3 days, it brought all of humanity to its knees. Anderson slumped to his knees, overwhelmed by despair. Everyone is dead. Yet I, the one who helped the template, am still alive. As the story unfolded, Lin Gang's curiosity deepened. This is the template's true cruelty, isn't it? It wants you to witness the apocalypse you helped create. Lin Gang's words continued to pierce Anderson. There are still some people in the world born with immunity to the Bryan disease. The survivors in Boston have already established a base nearby. Lin Gang's plan began to take shape. We have to give him some hope. Only then will he willingly help us. Don't you see he's practically given up on living? Following Lin Gang's lead, Stone Statue declared, that's right. Those lucky survivors are constantly harassed by mutated creatures. That's why we're here, to deal with the source. Anderson, surprised, asked really. His demeanor brightened considerably. That's wonderful. I knew someone would survive this catastrophe. I'll take you down to level 3 right away. However, the old man suddenly froze, his eyes widening. His mutated brain was sliced in two. The blow that cleaved Anderson's mutated brain disrupted his movement. Simultaneously, other monstrous creatures appeared, their roars echoing through the space. The players, upon encountering the monsters, attacked with brutal efficiency, each strike delivering devastating damage. Lin Gang exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it. I almost had that NPC, almost finished the mission, and now some mutated freak ruins everything." At that moment, Lin Gang noticed something strange behind them. Anderson's bisected brain, from moments before, was slowly moving and knitting itself back together. Astonished, someone asked, "Did that AO mass get swallowed by the bacterial mat?" The bizarre phenomenon continued, the bacterial mat piling up into a towering mass. As if fueled by this strange occurrence, Anderson revived, his body seemingly stronger than before. He addressed the players. "Perhaps the template wants me to personally witness humanity's extinction. It doesn't want me to die, so I won't." Lin Gang, staring at the mutated Anderson, asked, "Does this template have consciousness? Can it eavesdrop on our conversations?" The mutated Anderson replied, confirming, "It doesn't have independent consciousness. It won't actively interact with the outside world." Lin Gang, curious, pressed further, "Are you sure? I have level 8 sign language, and my hand speed is as fast as any spellcaster. I can even sign in dialects." Anderson conceded, "True, there's no need. We could discuss how to destroy the template right in front of it, and it wouldn't react." He added, "You want humanity to survive, to eliminate the source of these mutations, right? The source is the template on level 3 in the basement." He then offered, "I'll lead you to it. Let's destroy it." Before they left, Anderson paused, a flicker of memory in his mutated eyes. "Ah, yes, I almost forgot. The bacterial mat down there. It's not as simple as the stuff on the surface." He outlined a simple strategy. "To avoid being attacked, smear some of my blood and flesh on the soles of your feet." His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "What you're about to witness is the world the template has created." A chilling premonition hung in the air. A cruel template, layers upon layers of bacterial mat, full of hardship and tragedy. Anderson's warning continued. "The monsters lurking within are far more cunning. Grotesque shapes, eyes filled with bloodlust." A hand suddenly reached out. Lin Gang, his curiosity piqued, observed, "The creatures here, they're all composed of pure flesh and blood. Even the plants and insects. If we leave the template unchecked, the entire world will be transformed into this kind of ecosystem, won't it?" As they moved deeper into the facility, Lin Gang continued to question Anderson. "If you're immortal, have you never considered activating the nuclear warhead yourself?" Anderson replied calmly, "The template has guardians. It's not something you can destroy just by dying a few times. You'll see soon enough." A heavy door creaked open. Anderson gestured towards the interior. "This is the base's power center. We need to activate the electric motors inside to power the nuclear warhead." He hesitated for a moment, but as the door opened further, a bright light spilled out. A beam of energy shot out, slicing through the mutated flesh on Anderson's body with a sickening SHHHK. The sudden attack put Lin Gang and the other players on high alert. They peered into the room stunned. A strange shape emerged from the light. Its eyes glowed brightly. A cocoon, someone whispered. The room wasn't just filled with a massive bacterial mat. It also teemed with grotesque monsters, now surging towards them. Lin Gang reacted quickly, unleashing a barrage of attacks. He surveyed the chaotic scene. Anything that moves in this room, organic or inorganic, is attacked by the cocoon. "Looks like we'll have to exterminate these things the old-fashioned way," Lin Gang said, directing the players to prepare their weapons. The strange, powerful weapons caught Anderson's attention. Have the surface dwellers developed spatial storage technology? He wondered aloud. Within the room, the cocoon, no longer just two glowing eyes, pulsed with multiple points of light. From these points, beams of raw energy lashed out. Flames began to lick at the cocoon's exterior. It was He Xingzi unleashing a fiery assault. "Just an insect," he muttered as he attacked. "Nothing fire can't handle." The flames engulfed the cocoon, drawing everyone's attention. Whispers broke out amongst the players. "Is that guy cultivating immortality?" Lin Gang murmured. "That guy's not simple. I saw his hand earlier. He has 2 lifelines." "Scary stuff," he finished, relaying the information to his team. A frustrated voice responded, "Damn." Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on. Everyone exchanged confused glances. light flooded the basement level. The monsters, startled by the sudden illumination, paused, their gazes fixed on the ceiling. Above them, Anderson roared, "The tremors and the light will awaken the mutated forms and draw them here. We need to get to the control room and activate the self-destruct system." As soon as Anderson's command rang out, everyone sprang into action, each player finding their optimal escape route. Of course, their paths weren't clear. Obstacles, writhing and grotesque, dropped from the ceiling. But opportunity arose amidst the chaos. As a snarling monster descended, Zhang Pengbai leaped high, delivering a precise blow that cleaved the creature in two. One monster down, but the fight was far from over. They were confronted by a horde of others, pouring from the surrounding rooms, each one massive and menacing, their roars echoing through the facility. Sticking to their plan, the players moved with practiced efficiency, leaping and bounding. Gaining advantageous positions, they unleashed a flurry of precise attacks. The monsters, despite their size, succumbed to the players' relentless assault. With the immediate threats neutralized, the players pressed on, all headed towards the room Anderson had indicated. Before entering, Anderson issued a warning. "Stay back," he cautioned. "The control room identifies authorized personnel. Anyone unauthorized will be sliced into ribbons by laser beams." After successfully entering the code, the door slowly opened. Anderson stepped inside, greeted by a digitized voice. "Welcome back, Dr. A.O. Mask Anderson." The system continued, its tone almost nostalgic. "The last system activation was 31 years, 7 months, 2 days, and 12 hours, 10 minutes ago." Anderson responded with a hint of amusement. "Long time no see, Nina. I'm surprised you still recognize me." He then declared, "Let's close Pandora's box, shall we? The one we opened together." From his hand, Anderson produced a blue object. As planned, he inserted it into a key activation slot. Energy pulsed outwards. With a decisive press of a button, the system announced, "Self-destruct sequence initiated. Nuclear detonation in 20 minutes." The players received a notification on their system interfaces. Main quest Objective 1. Eliminate Libra Corporation CEO, A.O. Mask Anderson complete. Team awarded 1 point. Main quest Objective 3. Destroy Libra Corporation's Boston Biotech Laboratory complete. Team awarded 2 points. The message surprised the team. The system notifications continued. 2 main quest objectives complete. Unlocking main quest Objective 4. Destroy the damaged biological template. This new objective caught Lin Gang off guard. "We've been tricked by A.O. Mask," he thought. "There's no biological template here." Based on the previous 2 completed objectives, Lin Gang suspected that even a nuclear detonation wouldn't destroy the biological template. This urgent situation demanded a new strategy. Each team had received 2 points. They were only 1 point away. Before Lin Gang could fully assess the situation, a surge of energy swept through the corridor. A voice echoed urgently, "Gentlemen, it seems our cooperation has come to an end. Aren't you being a bit hasty? Can either of us guarantee we can subdue the other without suffering significant losses?" Another voice responded, "You're courting death." Looking into the control room, Lin Gang made a pointed observation. "And it seems, Mr. A.O. Mask, that the template isn't quite as contained and sealed as you led us to believe." From within the control room, Anderson admitted, "Just a white lie. The template shouldn't be allowed to resurface." He continued, "And during the incident, I did seal the template in Vault 7. After that, during my experiments, suddenly, a strand of hair fell from Anderson. The template continued its relentless work. Under its influence, the hair evolved into the first mutant. Anderson believed that with his assistance, the biological template had successfully broken through its containment. By the time he realized the truth, it was already too late. The template and the bacterial mat fused together, fueled by the abundant energy constantly supplied by the template. The template gradually evolved into an unprecedented mutant monster. Its power far surpassed their wildest imaginations. If not for the template's self-awareness, this monster could have easily escaped from the depths of the earth and terraformed the entire world. The players stood dumbfounded by the sight before them, a bottomless chasm. No one dared to take a step forward. Lin Gang looked around, muttering about the tremors. He suspected the main army had arrived. As if on cue, monstrous figures began to emerge from the chasm, radiating an aura of violent intent. Every part of their bodies exuded a fierce, fighting spirit. The players outside prepared for battle. A voice shouted, "Prepare to fight." Another echoed the command. The players were being pressed from both sides. Lin Gang surveyed the scene. Both paths are blocked by mutants, he observed grimly. But from the other side, there was no movement at all. Looking into the deep, silent chasm, Lin Gang felt uneasy. He sensed something terrifying lurking within. A brave hand reached into the bacterial mat, pulling it apart with all its might. With this forceful action, a path was cleared, allowing everyone to proceed. Stone Statue warned, "Be careful. These mutants are far more ferocious than the ones above ground." After a fierce battle against the monsters, the scene was littered with carnage. The number of mutants had decreased significantly. A few slow footsteps still echoed on the ground. Massive, brutal monsters approached Stone Statue. Despite the situation, he remained remarkably calm. The monstrous creature's heavy footsteps grew closer, their oppressive aura intensifying. Then, strangely, they abruptly turned and fled, not even looking back. The players watched in confusion. What's happening? The mutants are running away. It's like they received some kind of message. Or maybe, Stone Statue declared, something has appeared that even they fear. And it's still within this blood-soaked corridor. The two teams stopped, staring ahead. In the distance, a bizarre creature emerged. Its body was pitch black, its eyes glowing brightly like headlights. Lin Gang stared at the new mutant. "No, I can't believe it. No wonder it's said to be capable of conquering the world. It seems rather cute," someone remarked. "Its interface is adorable." The moment it appeared, it rushed towards the fallen mutants, lapping up their blood. The scene took a disturbing turn. As the creature drank the blood, its body began to swell, its eyes glowing even brighter. Sensing the strange phenomenon, the players quickly exchanged warnings. The once cute monster transformed into a gigantic, grotesque figure. Its tail multiplied, its power drastically amplified. Terrified by its immense size, the players fled, desperate to avoid any contact. No matter how fast the players moved, they couldn't outrun the monster's swift reversal of the situation. In a flash, the monster blocked their entire path. At the same time, the template the players were searching for appeared on the monster's body. Hei Xingzi, recognizing it, shouted, "It's carrying a biological template on its back." However, in a moment of carelessness, Stone Statue was struck hard by the monster's tentacle. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. After a fierce struggle, Stone Statue was flung away in pain, his body sprawling uncontrollably. Stone Statue, his face covered in wounds, muttered careless, "Just one blow broke my ribs." The black-clad players began to worry. "We're doomed. With Stone Statue seriously injured, our strength compared to the other team is unbalanced. This monster is too powerful to match." Determined not to sit and wait for death, they decided to change their tactics. Several black-clad players, their expressions furious, began to use dirty tricks, aiming their attacks at Wanli Fengdao. However, Wanli Fengdao had already sensed the sneak attack and turned his blade towards them. He even let out a sigh of exasperation. "It seems I've been underestimated." Enraged by the ambush, Fengdao charged forward, declaring, "If you're not going to take this seriously, then let me show you what I can do." A chaotic battle between the two teams erupted. From one side, a voice urged Stone Statue, "Drink a health potion quickly." Hei Xingzi had barely finished his warning when Lin Gang and the Dusk Knight attacked. Sensing the impending danger from behind, he froze. Suddenly, a bizarre image appeared. Something wriggled and moved behind Hei Xingzi's back. It turned out to be a pair of extra arms. One hand grabbed Lin Gang's staff, the other seized the Dusk Knight's spear. In an instant, he neutralized the attack. Lin Gang and the Dusk Knight stood before Hei Xingzi, their weapons locked. Lin Gang remarked, "No wonder you have 2 health bars. It's because you have 4 arms." Hei Xingzi's arms ignited with flames as he taunted, "I wonder if you were a master pet tamer, a sprite monster, or perhaps Mr. Henry himself." His booming voice was accompanied by a bloodthirsty grin. Lin Gang, observing the situation, thought to himself, their situation isn't good, yet he's still smiling. He's incredibly confident in himself. Before Lin Gang could finish his thought, a sudden movement caught his attention. From behind, the monster's tentacle was rapidly approaching, poised to strike. The monster's tentacle, still eager for battle, aimed directly at Lin Gang. In the face of imminent danger, Sai Tui Kyo's hand appeared, intercepting the attack for Lin Gang. Just as the tentacle reached Lin Gang, Sai Tui Kyo's hand gripped something above and pulled Lin Gang's entire body upwards. Failing to hit its target, the tentacle redirected its attack towards Hei Xingzi. The 2 health-barred man's eyes widened in terror as the monster closed in. Unable to resist any longer, he was quickly ensnared by the monster, his body stiffening. Not only constricting him with its tentacle, the monster also used its sharp barbs to crush him. He Xingzi's screams echoed through the air. This brutal monster, without a moment's respite, continued its relentless hunt, seeking new victims to satiate its bloodlust. Stone statue, too, couldn't escape its wrath. The monster's tentacle coiled tightly around him, squeezing the very air from his lungs. As if toying with its prey, the beast whirled Stone statue through the air, spinning him so rapidly that his form became a blur. Zhang Pengbai, locked in combat with Feng Dao, suddenly realized his comrade was being mercilessly crushed by the monster's tentacle. A chilling thought echoed in his mind. We're doomed. If both teams are wiped out, he panicked, I'll never escape this dungeon alive. I'm Zhang Pengbai, Korean nobility. I haven't even begun to truly live. The thought of his unfulfilled, luxurious life away from home filled him with despair. Feng Dao, seizing the opportunity presented by his opponent's momentary distraction, struck. You dare lose focus while fighting me? He scoffed. Terrified, Zhang Pengbai broke away, fleeing for his life. Zhang Pengbai abruptly shifted his focus. An unnatural violet light emanated from his blade. With a swift, brutal slash, he severed the monster's tentacle, sending it plummeting to the ground. Amidst the chaos, he urged his two remaining teammates, quickly, drink a health potion and recover. Enraged by the savage blow, the mutated monster's gaze burned with fury. Its entire body flushed a vibrant crimson, and a multitude of large eyes blinked open across its form. The three black-clad players trembled, sweat pouring down their faces as they stared at the monstrous sight. In a fit of rage, Stone Statue plunged his own knife through his hand, a desperate gesture of defiance against the creature. The monster's eyes, still blazing with anger, unleashed a barrage of tentacles. Each tentacle pulsed with a blinding light, slamming into the ground with brutal force. He Xingzi unleashed a torrent of flames from his hands, channeling all his power in an attempt to incinerate the monster. His attack seemed to have some effect. The flames intensified, and the monster's outer flesh began to char. The battle raged on. In a blink and you'll miss it moment, Stone Statue launched himself high into the air, his blade poised to strike. The power of his spectral blade was immense, radiating a violent violet energy that dealt devastating damage wherever it landed. His attack complete, Stone Statue landed back on the ground. Looking at the bisected monster, one of his remaining teammates asked, "Will that finish off the mutated core?" The question left Stone Statue speechless. He had barely cleaved the monster in two when a horrifying development unfolded before his eyes, his face darkening with dread. The monster's body suddenly surged with renewed power, its flesh knitting itself back together, seemingly erasing the devastating wound. Lin Gang, observing from a distance, commented, "They're players after all. Even if it swallows them, they won't die instantly. If we don't deal with this mutated core before the nuke detonates, we're all out of options." Suddenly, Feng Dao spoke up. "I have an attack that could severely damage this core, but I need you to buy me some time." With those words, Wanli Feng Dao lifted his leg high. He assumed a powerful stance, preparing to unleash his devastating attack on the mutated monster. A thud echoed as someone landed nearby. The Dusk Knight declared, "I'll intercept its attacks." Lin Gang quickly responded, "All right." He added, with determination, "I'll provoke it." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Gang coordinated his movements with Sai Tui Kyo's extra arms. The two of them quickly jumped forward to provoke the mutated monster, its razor-sharp teeth gnashing. The scent of Lin Gang's body gradually drew the creature's attention. Meanwhile, the Dusk Knight's fists pounded with brutal force. He channeled power into the blade before him with each punch, each blow releasing a surge of vibrant green spiritual energy. The combined efforts of Wanli Feng Dao and the Dusk Knight quickly generated a formidable force, propelling them forward. Their power ripped through the air towards the mutated monster, its intensity so great that even Lin Gang had to dodge out of the way. Their coordination proved highly effective. The sheer force of their combined attack shattered the monster's tentacles. Meanwhile, Feng Dao continued to gather energy within himself. While the monster was under attack, Lin Gang seized the opportunity to climb onto its head, putting his plan into action. However, the creature detected Lin Gang perched above. Its tentacles whipped upwards with alarming speed. It seemed surprised by Lin Gang's presence. Their eyes met in a brief, almost comical stare down before the monster's tentacles slammed down, attempting to crush him. But Lin Gang was quicker. With a swift motion, he plunged his dagger into the monster's head. The blade, initially just grazing the surface, was driven deeper with each passing moment. Lin Gang's dagger was unlike any other. It carried a potent poison designed to invade the target's brain. Lucky me, Lin Gang thought the poison dagger has been upgraded. This new strain is even more potent. The poison from the dagger caused the monster's head to turn a dark purple, the wound deepening with alarming speed. At that moment, Sai Tui Kyo's extra arms moved to support Lin Gang's attack, but one was caught by the monster. Looking at the monster's head, Lin Gang observed, "It seems the effects of the poison are even stronger than I anticipated. The focal point of the infection is completely spreading." The poison continued to spread, causing the monster's other tentacles to swell and react. Lin Gang boasted, "I'm a demon with these hands, and what's more, that I have the support of Sai Tui Kyo's extra arms. My power is undeniable." He proudly declared, "I have 4 of these arms, you know." The battle intensified. Everywhere Lin Gang moved, poison tentacles lurked. The situation was becoming unsustainable. Wanli Fengdao, Lin Gang shouted, "How much longer? I'm about to start swinging my sword." From below, Fengdao replied, "Just in time, you two." A powerful voice boomed, "Move aside." It seemed Fengdao's energy had reached its peak. His eyes burned with determination. He drew his sword, spiritual energy overflowing from its blade. He roared, "Sever." The speed of his swing, combined with his powerful voice, resonated with his overflowing energy, amplifying Fengdao's attack. The sheer velocity of the blade's movement was almost unbelievable. Wherever the blade passed, the monster's body froze. Soaring through the air, Lin Gang thought Fengdao's got some serious skills to master such a powerful technique. But the charge time is so long. It's only usable when coordinating with teammates in a dungeon raid. Even Fengdao's death blow hadn't finished the mutated monster. Lin Gang sighed in exasperation. It's still not dead. He suddenly noticed something interesting. A bear skeleton gradually emerged, accompanied by the original template. These phenomena gave Lin Gang pause for thought. A template creature with such an intense attack power. Yet it hadn't even scratched the monster. The opportune moment has arrived for our side. Quickly activate the adrenal glands. He quickly lunged forward, his entire body pressing close to the target. Noticing Lin Gang approaching, the monster began to raise its eyes, ready to fight. Its fangs pointed directly at Lin Gang's body. Ducking low, he muttered to himself, "How can the mutated original form regenerate so quickly?" A precarious situation unfolded. Lin Gang stretched himself to the limit to retrieve the template. "I have to seize this chance," he thought urgently. "If I don't capture the template creature now, I'll have to keep fighting this original form until it explodes." Finally, fortune favored him, Lin Gang, and the other players. The template was now firmly in his grasp. The monstrous creature's powerful body began to distort and spark, on the verge of exploding. Lin Gang exclaimed with joy, "I got it." The template quickly began to take effect, emanating a light from within. Lin Gang's successful retrieval meant the monster would gradually dissipate. However, Lin Gang still had some lingering questions. What was that explosion inside the monster's original form just now? He wondered. A ting suddenly sounded. The system sent a notification. The second objective of the mission, eliminate the mutated original form, has been completed. The temporary team receives 3 points. The Dusk Knight and Fengdao rejoiced upon receiving this information. The mission is complete. Let's get out of this world quickly. It's about to explode. Immediately after those words, the teleportation process began. As the players left, the building was gradually engulfed in flames. With a boom, the entire building was reduced to smoke and debris, swallowed by a sea of fire. Immediately after completing the challenge, Lin Gang was transported back to reality. However, as soon as he landed, Lin Gang exclaimed, "Don't let anything get contaminated." Having just finished speaking, he quickly summoned the alchemy workshop. Upon receiving the command, the alchemy workshop quickly appeared, growing larger and larger in front of him. Time was of the essence. As soon as the workshop doors opened, he went straight inside. After everything was arranged, the only thing left was a box. No AI could imagine how massive it was inside. As soon as Lin Gang entered the workshop, he was thoroughly disinfected by the surrounding items. The disinfection process was like a spectacle, so impressive that Lin Gang couldn't help but whistle. He tossed his clothes into a container. "Begone," he said. The disinfection and cleaning process was nearing completion. Lin Gang nodded in satisfaction. "Now, I won't be carrying any pathogenic organisms from that mutated world." The unexpected events weren't over yet. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Stroking his chin, he mused aloud, "So I can throw all my household waste into the smelting furnace. That way, I won't have to go outside and sort the trash anymore. What a waste. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have had to argue with the neighborhood Annie for 3 hours about whether toilet paper with vegetable soup on it is solid or liquid waste." The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. It seems I need to explore more uses for the system's tools. After spending time on the mission in the other world, Lin Gang was starving. He quickly made himself some instant noodles. Slurping his noodles, he mumbled, "Only after having money do you realize how luxurious takeout is. For now, I'll just enjoy my meal while checking out the mission rewards." Fulfilling Lin Gang's desire, the system interface promptly appeared, displaying a comprehensive overview of his player information. The harvest included in-game currency, Su, and experience points. The mission bonus reached a staggering 155%, yielding 11 scrolls and 10 elite quality skills. The reward for 2 missions totaled 800 experience points and 800 Su. Just glancing at the information, Lin Gang's jaw dropped. 800 experience points, with each of the 3 missions rewarding 200 points. This meant that besides the 3 missions, one of their opponents must have died. This deduction only piqued Lin Gang's curiosity further. He wondered which of the 3 had been consumed by the mutated original form. Lin Gang sat in contemplation, replaying the events in his mind. When I rushed towards the template, he murmured, analyzing the situation. Something clearly exploded inside the mutated original form. Someone must have helped me seize that moment. He realized the system recognized Stone Statue and the other's attack on the original form as fulfilling the mission objective. The remaining 2 hadn't been eliminated. While Lin Gang pondered, the system bestowed upon him a generous influx of spiritual energy. Finally, he accumulated 1,240 experience points in Su. The system confirmed his level up to level 10. His previous title, The Chilling Jack the Ripper, faded from view. His new, upgraded title appeared, The Rather Edgy Flesh Carver. The system diligently updated Lin Gang's basic information. Title, Flesh Carver. Usage, passive. Special effect. Upon attacking a living entity, an additional chunk of flesh and blood will be gouged from the target at the point of impact. The extent of the gouging depends on attack power, with width and depth being the determining factors. The upgrades filled Lin Gang with excitement. "Whoa," he exclaimed. "Am I aiming for a hole-in-one now?" The name might sound a bit tame, but the practical application is anything but simple. He considered some hypothetical examples. Imagine, he mused, I just casually flick a toothpick at an enemy's head. It could cause their head to explode. Even if they try to block it with their hand, they'll lose that hand too. Talk about the ultimate assassination technique. The current situation prompted a more cautious train of thought. This is only the first stage of the survival game, Lin Gang reflected, and players can already casually slaughter ordinary people. By the mid to late stages, when the survival game is revealed to all of humanity, I fear the existing social order will completely collapse. Pushing aside these concerns, Lin Gang turned his attention to the items he'd obtained. There's no point dwelling on unanswered questions right now, he decided. I should check out the 10 skill scrolls from the reward. The scroll Lin Gang retrieved bore an inscription, "No one can defeat me in my own BGM." The system promptly displayed information about the scroll. Name, "No one can defeat me in my own BGM." Special effect. When music recognizable to the player is playing nearby, the user receives a continuous boost in effectiveness. The type of boost resonates with the emotions conveyed by the music. After reading the system's information, Lin Gang broke out in a cold sweat. Looks like I'll need to bring a massive speaker to every fight from now on, he thought. This skill, compared to my usual torture methods, well, it's a whole different level of assassination strategy. Lin Gang grasped some of the potential applications. The Small Knife Society's theme song could boost morale before battle. Deja Vu could increase movement speed. Chanting scriptures could unleash incredible power. Even Zhu Beiji carries his wife could empower him to fear no monster. Lin Gang confidently declared, from now on, I'm the guy who brings his own BGM to battle. He also reminded himself, but I definitely shouldn't be the guy who dies to his own BGM. Lin Gang began to contemplate his next move. The template, he mused, is the biggest gain but also the most dangerous thing I got from this instance. Should I even take it out? Maybe I'll just keep it in my inventory and observe it for a while. The template Lin Gang had retrieved was carefully stored away. Lin Gang stared at it, lost in thought. This small object held the potential to destroy the world. He decided to see how the system evaluated it. Meeting Lin Gang's expectations, the system updated with comprehensive information. The creature's name was Damage Template. It possessed 3 special effects and 3 consumption requirements. The conditions for its use were: Reason attribute must be greater than or equal to 10. Sensitivity attribute must be greater than or equal to 10. This information shocked Lin Gang to his core. "Whoa," he exclaimed. "It's a perfect quality item." However, Lin Gang had to seriously reassess his current situation. His intelligence and sensitivity attributes were only at 9 points. Even with an additional free attribute point, he couldn't use the template directly. But reaching level 11 is just a matter of completing a couple more missions, he reasoned. I'll meet the requirements soon enough. Considering each aspect, Lin Gang felt that the first special effect wasn't particularly beneficial for a solo player like himself. The second special effect, however, seemed more promising, as his current reason points were at 270, a considerable amount. However, reason points couldn't be used carelessly. According to the forum, if reason points dropped below 20%, the consequences range from headaches, dizziness, nausea, and discomfort to severe long-term coma, permanent cognitive impairment, and various neurological disorders. While Lin Gang was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered, the voice on the other end started talking nonstop. "Suika, the Jianghu is in danger." The gentle voice continued, pouring out its worries. "I have a cousin, beautiful, earns a lot of money, elegant and refined. But because she's so outstanding, no man dares to pursue her. She's still single, but her mother keeps urging her to get married. A while ago, she lied to her family, saying she had a boyfriend. Now, the lie's about to be exposed. I just thought of your amazing acting skills, your talent for pretending, your impossibly thick skin, and you seem like the perfect person for this." The friend's fawning tone left Lin Gang confused. "I can't tell if you're complimenting me or insulting me," he replied. His friend continued, undeterred. "So, I'll send you a picture of my cousin. I'm definitely not lying to you." Lin Gang casually asked, "What's in it for me?" She quickly responded, 2,000 meal vouchers to help you prepare, even cover makeup. The moment he received the picture, Lin Gang froze. It's really... A sinister smile crept across Lin Gang's face. "This," he declared, "is what you call a miraculous coincidence." Absolutely speechless. The girl Lin Gang was about to meet was Wei Lang Lam, a level 4 newbie in the survival village. Lin Gang spritzed himself with cologne, muttering, "So she's related to Wang Tungsan." Given the scale of the current incident in Survival Village, she probably surrendered due to immense pressure from the Special Affairs Bureau. Lin Gang's grooming ritual continued, punctuated by his thoughts. Could the Special Affairs Bureau have discovered something and created a fake identity to approach me? But according to the notes, the chances of being discovered by them are very low. Besides, even if they did find out, they wouldn't use Wang Tungsan as a connection. Lin Gang seethed, asserting, "If they exploit the person I trust most in this world, they'll only face my fierce resistance." Dismissing his worries, Lin Gang concluded, "It seems this is just a coincidence. I hope so. Otherwise, I'll have to be a little ruthless." Before the meeting, he carefully prepared a romantic bouquet. The scene shifted to their first meeting. As soon as he sat down, Lin Gang began, "Uncle, Annie, it's a pleasure to meet you. I thank you for bringing Lam into this world, allowing us to meet. This bouquet is for you. But your humble servant isn't just good at polite conversation." Lin Gang continued smoothly, laying the charm on thick. "Just looking at the two of you, I understand why Lam is so beautiful. You've clearly passed down excellent genes." While playing his part, he shot a quick, meaningful glance at Wei Lang Lam. "Remember to pay me back for that bouquet," he mentally reminded her. Wei Lang Lam, observing Lin Gang's performance, was taken aback. Had she really just hired a high school student? He seemed surprisingly mature. Lam's father adopted a stern expression, addressing Lin Gang. "Young man, just because you can sweet-talk us doesn't mean I'll accept you so easily. Our Lam is exceptional." Her mother, however, took a softer approach. "Old man, I think this young man is quite accomplished for his age." Seizing the opportunity presented by the mother's approval, Lin Gang introduced himself. "My name is Tu Hao Ca, and I'm a young photographer. I'm not yet as accomplished as Lam Lam, but I have received a few minor awards. For example, the Pulitzer, the Hugo, the Black Award. Wang Tungsan, observing Lin Gang, grew increasingly satisfied. He was certainly living up to her expectations. She studied him carefully, thinking to herself, he really knows how to play the part of a thoughtful and sophisticated boyfriend. Perfect. Lam Lam's mother beamed. Wow, those are some of the highest honors in photography. Li Nang Feigen Modesty. Oh, it's just a little recognition, nothing worth mentioning. Suddenly, Lin Gang took Wei Lang Lam's hand. Holding her hand, he declared, meeting Lam Lam has inspired me to become the best version of myself. Wang Tungsan, witnessing this display of affection, felt a pang of annoyance. Why did this sudden discomfort wash over her? She felt a strange sense of loss. Even though it was just an act, Wang Tungsan couldn't shake the feeling. She continued to observe them intently. Another scene unfolded before her eyes. Lin Gang gently brushed a stray strand of hair from Wei Lang Lam's face. Your hair's a little messy, he murmured. The sweetness of the gesture was too much for Wang Tungsan to bear. She crushed the compact mirror she was holding, a surge of anger rising within her. Damn him. He's never been this gentle with me. It's just 2,000 meal vouchers. Why is he taking this so seriously? A thought crossed Wang Tungsan's mind. Maybe I should offer him 2,000 meal vouchers to be sweet to me for a day. Her own reactions and thoughts gave her pause. Something felt wrong. What the hell was I just thinking? This is so embarrassing. Lin Gang, glancing over at her, sensed something was amiss. This girl seems to have a lot going on in her head. The conversation continued. Suddenly, a phone rang, startling Wei Lang Lam. She quickly picked it up. The caller ID caused a flicker of unease in her eyes. Excusing herself, she hurried outside. Excuse me, I need to take this call. As soon as she left, Lin Gang's mind began to race. He'd noticed the caller ID, Fertilizer Factory. That was code for the Special Affairs Bureau. Something was happening. Outside, Wei Lang Lam answered the call. Hello, why are you calling me directly? Is something urgent? The voice on the other end was urgent. Officer Wei, we need you to evacuate the civilians in your vicinity immediately. There's been an incident. Before she could respond, Wei Lang Lam asked, hello, what's going on? Back at the table, her father looked out the window in alarm. What is that outside? His panic question caught Wei Lang Lam's attention. She turned to look, her eyes widening in shock. Lin Gang, equally surprised, voiced his confusion. What's with the sudden fog? A thick fog was rapidly engulfing the area outside. Everyone stared in bewildered silence, murmurs breaking out amongst them. Just a moment ago, there were people walking around, shops open. Where did they all go? And why is it so quiet? It's like all sound has been swallowed up. Suddenly, someone spotted something strange. He yelled, hey, it looks like there's a dark shadow. What's worse is that black thing just hit the building. Just as he'd said, a mysterious black object suddenly slammed into the front of the building. A powerful tremor rippled through the interior. The lights went out, plunging everyone into darkness. Panic erupted, and people began to scramble. They couldn't comprehend what this black object was. Questions flew through the air. What is that enormous thing? It seems to be moving, and it has two tails that are wriggling. Hairy hands began to touch the glass of the building. The sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. The monster's form gradually became clearer. Someone exclaimed, holy crap, it's a rat. A mutated rat, massive and monstrous, let out a terrifying screech that sent people fleeing in terror. Seeing the dangerous situation, Lin Gang prepared to find a safe place for Lam Lam's parents. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Gang heard a ding from his system. The system panel appeared, displaying the details. Activation conditions met. Mission type, regular mission. Teamwork required. Mission name, escape the mist. Further details about the mission updated. Objective, escort 132 civilians from the Yonde Hotel to 149 Hoa Sun Street. Time limit, 2 hours. Reward 130 experience points. Reward 2, based on survivors 50 in-game currency. Reward 3, based on survivors 1 random rare item. Penalty for failure, none. Wei Lang Lam shouted to get everyone's attention. Everyone, get away from the windows. Following her command, people quickly moved away from the giant rat's area of influence. The monster's eyes burned with a ferocious intensity, as if wanting to corner everyone. Its massive body didn't break through the glass, but even a slight push was enough to send tremors through the building. Despite their efforts, those inside couldn't escape the monster rat's notice. Its nose twitched, sniffing the air. Wang Tungsin screamed in terror. What kind of monster is that? In the chaos, Tungsin was bumped into by the fleeing crowd, causing her to cry out in pain. After the impact, Tungsin collapsed on the floor, groaning softly. Dangelumd. The monstrous rat snarled in front of Tungsin, who trembled, frozen in fear. The rat's massive jaws moved closer, threatening to devour her. Despair washed over Wang Tungsin. This is it. I'm done for. Suddenly, Lin Gang's hand appeared. He hurled pieces of wood to distract the monstrous rat. Still on the ground, Tungsin cried out, "Help me. I'm going to die." Lin Gang rushed to her side, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" Instinctively, Lin Gang pulled Tungsin into his arms. Feeling his embrace, she finally managed to respond, "No." They quickly separated, both blushing at the sudden intimacy. Lin Gang quickly explained to Lam Lam's parents, "Before I met Lam Lam, I knew this young lady. She's Lam Lam's cousin." Lam Lam's mother, surprised, asked Tungsin, "San, what are you doing here? What a coincidence." Before Tungsin could answer, she looked at Lin Gang, still flustered. "Are you still in character?" she muttered. Lam Lam's mother, noticing her daughter's absence, whispered to Lin Gang, "Young man, where's Lam Lam?" She wasn't hurt by that monster, was she? It seemed Lam Lam's mother was worrying a bit too much. Lam Lam was moving with surprising agility, leaping from table to table. Her movements drew everyone's attention. After a while, her feet finally came to a stop. She planted herself firmly on a table, her stance solid and balanced. Wei Lang Lam's professional skills began to shine. With practiced ease, she rapidly assembled a gun on the table, the weapon taking shape in mere moments. Taking advantage of the moment while everyone was seeking cover, she unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The powerful force from the muzzle blasted towards its target, the monstrous rat. The bullets found their mark, splattering blood from the massive creature's body. Its eyes burned with rage as it was struck. The barrage from Lam Lam's gun continued relentlessly. The sheer force of the attack kept the monster from advancing further and harming anyone else. Wei Lang Lam's impressive display captivated everyone. Perhaps the most astonished was her mother, who could only stammer, "Lam, Lam." To calm everyone down, Lam Lam produced a certificate. "Everyone, please be quiet," she commanded. An unusual silence fell over the room as everyone listened intently. "I'm an official. There's a special situation outside right now. I will lead you all to safety." Wei Lang Lam's words brought a wave of relief. "Thank goodness. Someone official is here. We're saved." Lin Gang observed the scene, thinking to himself, the mental intervention certificate is working. It's quickly calming the crowd. It's a tool developed and released by the Special Affairs Bureau. Lam Lam continued, "This place is no longer safe. Next, everyone needs to form groups. We'll head to Hoa Sun Street together." Lin Gang's suspicions were confirmed. It seems she's also aware of the mission objective. Lost in thought, Lin Gang's mind raced. "I just counted everyone. There are 132 people here. That matches the number in the mission, including the players. When Wei Lang Lam finishes counting, she'll realize that the players have to cooperate in this mission. I'm hiding in plain sight. After the mission, when the Special Affairs Bureau arrives, the chances of my identity being exposed are high." Several thoughts troubled Lin Gang. Wang Tungsan is also here. I can't make a move, and I can't protect her without drawing attention. There's only one thing I can do. A wide grin spread across Lin Gang's face. "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. It's time for Plan B. I've decided who to use." Wei Lang Lam glanced around, thinking 132 people. There's one more person, or maybe a few players, hiding among the crowd. Suddenly, she heard heavy footsteps approaching. Lam Lam raised her gun defensively and shouted, "What monster is that?" Outside, the thick fog persisted, obscuring everything beyond the building. The heavy footsteps grew louder. A mysterious voice emerged from the fog. "The wind is quite boisterous today, isn't it?" The newcomer, having just appeared, spoke with a strange familiarity. "Young lady, you've certainly caught my attention." As Wei Lang Lam stared in surprise, the stranger continued, "Are you my teammate for this mission?" The mysterious figure was clad in heavy armor. A closer look revealed the figure to be a woman. Wei Lang Lam, curious, asked, "Who are you?" At the same time, she thought to herself, the moment she appeared, the atmosphere in the hall completely changed. Meanwhile, Lin Gang chuckled inwardly. Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. It's time. Especially in critical moments like these, I'm silently grateful. It's a good thing I regularly burned a bit of incense for Sai Sai. Finally, it's all paying off. Turns out, this awesome iron armor was prepared by the male lead for Sai. Lam Lam, puzzled, persistently questioned the armored girl. Tell me, are you an AI? Faced with this urgent situation, Tuikyo brushed aside the question. Quickly, let's focus on dealing with these trivial, annoying matters. The monstrous rats were relentlessly closing in. Noticing the situation, Lam Lam lost her usual playful demeanor. She yelled, "Get out of the way." The rats' attacks are devastating. In stark contrast to Lam Lam's frantic reaction, Tuikyo simply snapped her fingers. Immediately after the snap, the number of her arms tripled. With unified strength, all the arms reached back and simultaneously choked the monstrous rats. While brutally carrying out this action, Tuikyo recited, "Hu Hao Dain, Yet Taitan Contang Tu Du Chung Min." Tuikyo's actions and words continued without pause. Kich 3 Tien, Di Kwa Koi Hung 9, Van Nhai Tan Shin. The opportune moment arrived. Sai Sai proudly declared, "I am Noi Noi Yet Yin Sa, one of the 7 stars of the Huan Vu constellation in the Dain Tang Tu, responsible for swift execution." Tuikyo's combat prowess left Lam Lam utterly astonished. So strong. I've never heard of this Dain Tang Tu. It must be because my level is too low. Lam Lam clasped her hands respectfully before Sai Sai. "I've heard of your great name for a long time. We must work together for this mission." This action made both Tuikyo and the male lead chuckle inwardly. She believes it, seems quite gullible. A favorable opportunity unfolded. Sai Sai, with a mischievous grin, thought, if she's this trusting, I'll continue this performance to shock the world. However, the male lead reminded her, hide the crucial points. Don't reveal any weaknesses. A naked image of Lin Gang suddenly appeared, causing Tuikyo to break out in a cold sweat. Lin Gang quickly explained, "This is an illusion created by my cat's eye ability, just for you. Use it as a guide for your next actions. Li Nang Samai Fai Li. Follow me closely. Every action you take must follow my instructions, Sai." Tuikyo, relying on her own senses, assessed the situation. This place isn't safe. There are still many giant rats in the fog. We have to leave immediately. Sai Sai ordered everyone around, grab knives from the kitchen, bring pots, pans, anything that can be used as a weapon. Also, ropes and anything that can provide light. Find them and bring them with you. Lam Lam, bewildered, urged everyone to follow the instructions. Everyone, do as the warrior says. Quickly, footsteps gradually moved towards the outside, into the fog. As soon as everyone moved out, they were gradually swallowed by the dense fog. Everyone's faces were filled with bewilderment. Lin Gang moved while thinking. Thankfully, cats I can see through the fog. I'll let Sai Sai lead everyone out of danger. If we encounter those grotesque monsters in the fog, the number of survivors will be few. But the more he moved, the more Lin Gang felt that this fog was strange. No vehicles could be started, but strangely, there weren't any other obstacles. Looking around, Lin Gang realized that besides their group, there weren't any other living beings in the fog. Not even stray cats, dogs, or birds. No living creatures at all. After calming down a bit, Wei Lang Lam rushed to her parents. Worried, she asked, with all the chaos earlier, "Are you too hurt?" Both her mother and father were bewildered, asking Lam Lam, "What in the world happened? How did you suddenly become a government special agent?" Lam Lam was flustered by the question in this tense situation. Then, Lin Gang, ever curious, added to her confusion. "Zits, Lam Lam, what in the world is going on?" Holding her hand ever tighter, Lin Gang continued his questioning with an oddly romantic tone. "Lam Lam, have you been exposed to some kind of radiation? Have you sprouted 3 scales, 6 blue, and 1 red?" A romantic image flashed before Tungsun's eyes, making her blush. "Shibuso, are you still in character? Once he starts acting, he really commits, even to the point of imagining marriage." Tungsun mused, "Will this affect our future children?" Exasperated with her friend, Tungsun shook her head. "It's just 200,000 NDD. Do you really need to go this far? Don't tell me you've actually fallen for my cousin. Embarrassed by the questions, Lam Lam replied, Mom, Dad, I'm fine. I've just been recruited by the government. There's no need to worry. Even in this urgent situation, Lam Lam couldn't stop thinking about the mission. She suddenly remembered something. According to the Special Affairs Bureau's previous reports, this fog phenomenon had started appearing randomly in an city a month ago. But it was mostly small-scale fog incidents, she thought. For example, the worker in the underground water system said his colleague was suddenly swallowed by a patch of fog. Or the group of night fishermen who encountered a foggy area, and then some of them disappeared without a trace, neither alive nor dead. However, Lam Lam was suspicious. The previous reports clearly stated that the fog only appeared at night. Why is it happening during the day today? And why has it swallowed so many people? The more she thought, the more worried Lam Lam became. And why does the system identify 149 Hoa Sun Street as a safe point? Lost in thought, Lam Lam was startled by the sight before her. Everyone held makeshift weapons, pans, knives, chopping boards in their hands. They walked hesitantly, murmuring amongst themselves. What's that sound? It sounds like metal scraping against the ground. The unsettling sound grew louder and more intense. Everyone advanced cautiously as the fog thickened around them. It's getting closer. This phenomenon also gave Lin Gang pause for thought. I can't let this situation get out of control. Lin Gang carefully observed the area ahead. A sigh of frustration echoed softly. From Lin Gang's observation, the things scraping against the ground were the claws and feet of demons. Their faces were savage and bloodthirsty. He couldn't believe they were Dao Lao demons. And it wasn't just one. They were moving in a horde, enough to wipe out the entire city. Brief information about this type of demon. They are monstrous creatures recorded in the supernatural chronicles. On the mountains, there is a type of monster that often appears during storms. They make sounds like human screams. These monsters can spit poison. The place where the poison lands will instantly swell. The severity of the poison depends on the gender of the demon. The male's poison acts quickly, while the female's poison acts slowly. The fast-acting poison takes effect within half a day, while the slow-acting poison takes effect the next day. The image of the demon appeared. Dao Lao Demon. According to the records in the 12th volume of the Supernatural Chronicles, during the Eastern Jin Dynasty, they were a type of monstrous creature that appeared in the Lin Chuan mountain range. They usually appeared during heavy rain and strong winds, making sounds like human screams. They could spit poison, which caused the affected area to swell and led to death within half a day. Young Master, although Dao Lao demons have low cognitive abilities, they are very belligerent, and there's such a large horde of them. Lin Gang's illusion quickly responded. Even if you and I work together with all our might, we can only guarantee our own escape. What about the others? Thinking of this, Lin Gang became even more furious. Even if I get hurt, I must protect that foolish Wang girl. Lin Gang's intense demeanor suddenly softened. A puzzling scene unfolded. Why did they suddenly become silent? Then, the demons that had been making such a racket suddenly fell silent. They parted, dividing into two distinct groups, their claws scraping against the ground with a chilling screech. After they had separated, a figure began to emerge from the depths between them. Tall and shrouded in darkness, it commanded attention. Like the other demons, this new one's feet scraped against the ground with a metallic clang, but the sound was heavier, more oppressive, radiating power. Its body was monstrously powerful, from its hulking frame to its grotesque face. Every feature screamed demon in the most literal sense. Sai, facing the new demon, muttered in astonishment, Young Master, as a seasoned demon myself, I can say with absolute certainty that the demon before us is immensely powerful. It must be a demon king. Lin Gang looked down from his vantage point and gestured. From now on, follow my instructions. You need to turn around calmly and shout to us. Tuikio. Hearing this, Tuikio asked doubtfully, Young Master, are you sure? Wei Lang Lam stood below, filled with anxiety. Lady Knight, what should we do? Tuikio asked in a serious tone. Which of you is a gynecology expert? The question stunned Lam Lam and the others, leaving them speechless. Not only that, but the question also caused the old demon to burst into uproarious laughter. Her disgusting laughter reverberated, accompanied by her belly shaking uncontrollably. The lesser demons behind her couldn't contain themselves either, erupting in laughter. Tuikio reiterated, a doctor from any other department will do. A hand shot up quickly. Lin Gang declared loudly, I graduated from medical school. 5 years of clinical medicine. Lam Lam's mother was astonished. Young man, aren't you a photographer? Lin Gang sheepishly explained, I was about to finish my studies, but something unexpected happened, so I dropped out halfway and became a photographer. As Lin Gang prepared to step forward, Tungsen suddenly grabbed his arm. She warned him, you're just a student. Why are you showing off? Don't go. You'll be in danger. However, Lin Gang reassured her, don't worry, I'll risk my life to get you out of here safely. Lin Gang's words clearly touched Tungsen's heart. Blushing, she stammered as safely, you're the one who's in danger. Following Tui Kyo's instructions, Lin Gang feigned curiosity, asking, so, what do you want me to do? Tui Kyo and Lin Gang put on a show. Tui Kyo pointed, look, its belly keeps expanding and contracting. It's having uterine contractions, and its water has broken. It's clearly about to give birth. If you know anything about gynecology, go up there and help it deliver. Lin Gang responded with confusion, demons. Give birth. Tui Kyo snapped, why can't demons give birth? Just do as you're told. Why so much talk? Lin Gang was taken aback. She's even ad-libbing now. With the situation urgent, Lin Gang didn't have much time. He quickly unbuttoned his vest. As he acted, Lin Gang continued his commentary. As a former doctor, it's only natural that I carry some surgical tools with me. Lam Lam couldn't believe her eyes. What kind of craziness has my cousin gotten himself into? Exasperated, she confronted Lin Gang. Aren't you a high school student? How do you know how to deliver babies? Don't lie to us. Lin Gang replied, to meet the diverse needs of my clients, I know a little bit about everything. After finishing his explanation, Lin Gang approached the demon's belly. Lam Lam's gaze followed him, filled with a newfound respect. This guy is not simple. He's definitely going places. After observing for a moment, Lin Gang declared, the fetus is too large and in an abnormal position, leading to difficulties in delivery. Prepare for a C-section. Lin Gang carefully coordinated with the lesser demons. Hey, you lot, help your queen lie down. As if his words were imbued with magic, the demons obeyed, gently lowering their queen to the ground. In a moment, the queen's massive form lay prone on the earth. The perfect opportunity had arrived. Lin Gang produced a syringe, comically large, like something designed for livestock. This anesthetic should be enough to knock out a few elephants, he declared. Lam Lam, witnessing one unbelievable event after another, could only gape. Where did he get that? Where did he get a needle that big? And why does the anesthetic work on demons? This is too much. I don't know what to believe anymore. A tiny scalpel appeared, prompting Lin Gang to exclaim, damn, the scalpel I prepared is too small. Well, I guess I'll have to use my trump card, he muttered, brandishing a wickedly sharp butcher knife. After administering the anesthetic, Lin Gang made swift, precise incisions across the demon's belly. He carved the C-section incision with practiced ease. Even from a distance, Wei Lang Lam had to admit this surgical skill. This isn't some high school student. He's a natural. He's either an assassin or some kind of psychopath, she thought, her initial disbelief hardening into a strange sort of awe. Mid-delivery, Lin Gang continued his running commentary, completely unfazed. So many people watching. Makes me a little nervous. Otherwise, I'd definitely be filming this miraculous demon delivery. You'd be amazed. Lin Gang's knife continued its work, slicing through the demon queen's flesh. As he worked, he continued his assessment. No wonder even the Dao Lao queen had a difficult birth. This baby is no ordinary demon. The incision widened, revealing the form of the child within. With a final heave, Lin Gang lifted the newborn high. He announced a healthy baby girl. The surrounding demons cheered, their guttural roars echoing the joy of the moment. Delivery complete. Lin Gang handed the infant to its mother, offering words of comfort like a seasoned obstetrician. All the Dao Lao demons here are male, yet this is a baby girl. This must be the next Dao Lao queen, right? Even amidst his doctorly duties, Lin Gang's entrepreneurial spirit shone through. Oh, right, I have some bandages and medicinal herbs for bleeding and such. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'll give you a 99% discount. After selling the queen his supplies, she was able to stand and hold her child. Lin Gang breathed a sigh of relief. Good, she's all right. The ordeal over. The demon queen let out a joyous laugh. Her happiness spread through the ranks of her demonic followers. Suddenly, the demons split into two groups and advanced. Stay calm. No illegal fees. Their movements gave Sai pause. Wait, don't panic. They don't have any killing intent. I don't think they're attacking us. It looks like they want to escort us, she realized. Indeed, the Dao Lao demons formed two lines, flanking the group like a protective honor guard. As they walked under this strange escort, Lin Gang remarked, "This unexpected protection is exactly what we need right now." They continued their journey, their steps now bolder and more confident. Surrounded by the demons, they felt a surprising sense of security. Every movement felt safe, controlled. They covered a significant distance in a short amount of time. Tongsan ran up and clung to Lin Gang's arm. "I never thought Dao Lao demons could feel so safe." Still in character, Lin Gang reminded her, "I'm your brother-in-law now, you know. Show some restraint." Despite his teasing, Lin Gang couldn't deny the truth. "It's a good thing we have these Dao Lao demons. Miao Yan's, I has detected way too many other demons on the way here." "Typical sightings," Lin Gang muttered, "like that massive head that like a hot air balloon. And then there's the Su Mao demons and the Jiaohua demons lurking in the corners. The sheer number and variety that this is definitely a 100 demons night parade." Lin Gang's footsteps faltered as he felt a tremor beneath his feet. From seemingly nowhere, a monstrous creature erupted from the earth, its elongated body a grotesque silhouette against the swirling mist, lunging towards the group. Its 6 eyes fixed on Lin Gang, its massive form rippling with muscle, its arms twitching menacingly. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the 6-eyed monster was cleaved in two. The Dao Lao Queen had intervened, her swift blades saving them from certain doom. "Amazing!" Lin Gang exclaimed, relief flooding through him. "If it wasn't for the Dao Lao Queen, we would have been in serious trouble." But a frown creased Lin Gang's brow. "Something's not right," he mused. "Judging by the scale and behavior of these Dao Lao demons, it doesn't seem like they were suddenly summoned by the dense fog. They've been living here for a long time. This demonic ecosystem it's already fully established." Closing his eyes, Lin Gang focused on sensing the Yin energy, the lifeblood of these demons. "Where's it coming from?" he wondered aloud. "I can't sense any concentrated source of Yin energy that could sustain this many demons." The demon queen continued her march, her footsteps ringing with a metallic clang against the unseen ground. Abruptly, she stopped and slammed her fist into the earth. Her guttural sounds, though unintelligible, conveyed a clear message to Sai. "She's saying we're on our own from here," Sai translated. "With the Dao Lao demons gone, Tuikyo took the lead." Well, she sighed, "Looks like the system isn't going to let us complete this mission so easily." As they walked, Sai declared, "Just watch, everyone. Witness the power of Nguyen Noyet Yen Saw." Lin Gang's illusionary form materialized beside her, questioning her bravado. Sai, the Dao Lao Queen's power compared to yours, how can you be so confident? She's leagues above you." The long road ahead weighed heavily on Lin Gang's mind. "Let's assume," he began, "that the Dao Lao Queen isn't escorting us out of fear. She wouldn't just let us walk into a dangerous area she couldn't handle herself." Sai, picking up on his train of thought, finished his sentence. Both Lin Gang and Sai spoke in unison, a chilling realization dawning on them. "We're about to enter another Demon King's territory." A demon, barely peeking its head out from behind a crumbling wall, had its head instantly crushed by Sai. "Another demon extra, gone before their debut," she quipped. Tuikyo breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing I can absorb demonic Yin energy to maintain peak combat readiness." But these streets, the demon encounter rate is dropping. A sense of unease settled over Tuikyo. "This feeling it's getting worse," she murmured. "It's like we're walking straight into hell." A strange, barbaric sound pierced the air, sending scraps of paper swirling around them. Tuikyo recognized the sound instantly. "Swana horns," she stated. Lin Gang, unfamiliar with the instrument, looked to Sai for clarification. "As far as I know," Sai explained, "Swana horns don't herald joyous occasions. They signify loss, grief, great sorrow." In the distance, a vibrant red glow illuminated the sky, accompanied by the festive sounds of horns and revelry. Juxtaposing this joyous scene was a somber procession of white, a heavy coffin carried through the streets, silence hanging heavy in the air. At a crossroads, These two contrasting spectacles converged, creating a bizarre and unsettling tableau. Sai Tuikyo assessed the situation. She quickly informed everyone that they were facing the red and white killers. The red killer was a girl who died during her wedding, a tragic blend of great sorrow and great joy. Clad in red, she radiated intense resentment. The white killer, on the other hand, was a water demon of exceptionally high power. If these two encountered each other, that they would clash head-on, neither willing to yield. Each would advance, step by inexorable step, until they collided. Sensing the imminent danger, Sai yelled everyone back. As everyone retreated, Tuikyo channeled her profound energy. Violet light coalesced around her, vibrant and potent. The opposing forces clashed, creating a violent spectacle. Tuikyo strained, pushing her power forward. The dense violet energy solidified into a massive form. Wei Lang Lam, watching from behind, gaped at Nguyen Noyet Yin saw. She can actually draw out this muching energy. Is she even human? Tuikyo, having unleashed the massive wave of Yin energy, declared, "You ugly demons. You're far too noisy." From within the red palanquin, a voice responded, "Ugly demon. My dear sister, you have quite the temper." The figure within parted the curtains, continuing, "But sister, you've covered your face. Perhaps you know you have no beauty to show the world." Sai scoffed at the childish taunt. "That's still better than you, hiding in your palanquin. Who knows, maybe you're some ancient hag, hundreds of years old." The figure within the palanquin began to emerge. She appeared to be a young woman, her steps light and graceful. As soon as she stepped out, she exclaimed, "You say that." Her expression faltered, then that a cruel glint flashed in her eyes. She seized Sai Tuikyo's head, hissing, "I don't like it." Her grip tightened, and she hurled Sai Tuikyo across the ground. In an instant, Tuikyo was out of sight. Wei Lang Lam thought, terrified that speed. Sai flung away, gasped for breath, her mind reeling. She had to admit the difference in power was immense. "If I weren't a celestial being, I'd be splattered across the ground." She looked towards Lin Gang, gauging him. "Young master, if you don't intervene, this red killer could slaughter us all." Seeing Sai injured, Wei Lang Lam quickly drew her weapons. "Wen Wai Et Yin Sao, are you all right?" The red killer, spotting Wei Lang Lam's arsenal, sneered. "Interesting. Such outdated weaponry." Infuriated by the dismissal, Wei Lang Lam retorted, "Then try these outdated grenades." She unleashed a barrage of bullets, followed by a volley of grenades. But the red killer remained unscathed, advancing steadily. Wei Lang Lam warned, "I'm not your punching bag." Enraged, the red killer effortlessly snapped Wei Lang Lam's gun in half. Wei Lang Lam Thikoi, Satun. Both her weapons destroyed in mere moments. Retreating, Wei Lang Lam realized she had no choice but to resort to the Special Affairs Bureau's trump card. Accessing the Bureau system, she selected a weapon. A massive blade materialized, radiating intense energy. The system displayed information about the extraordinary weapon, Oil at Nessun Shin. Special Ability 1, Jet Slash. A nozzle releases gas to create a vectorized jet stream, propelling the greatsword forward with dramatically increased slashing speed. Special Ability 2, Yang Horizontal Defensive Parry. The long, heavy blade is used to block incoming attacks, significantly weakening their impact. Effective against mid-air projectiles. The moment Wei Lang Lam drew the sword, the red killer clapped her hands in admiration. "Oh, what a beautiful greatsword." Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Lang Lam lunged forward to attack. The sword's movements prompted a disdainful remark from the red killer. "A bit slow, isn't it?" However, Wei Lang Lam pressed a button on the sword's hilt. It was, after all, a Special Affairs Bureau sword, boasting superior features like the jet slash. The slash became faster and more powerful, finally managing to graze the red killer. The red killer winced, her face twisting in displeasure as the blow landed. Wei Lang Lam's assault continued relentlessly, her slashes growing in speed and force. Unfortunately, the red killer blocked each attack with her arm. Enraged, the red killer glared at Wei Lang Lam. "How dare you?" Her face flushed crimson. "Scorch my wedding dress," she shrieked, each word dripping with venom. No matter how hard she tried, Wei Lang Lam couldn't land a solid blow. A look of helpless frustration crept into her eyes. The red killer sneered. "Nice sword," she mocked. She continued her taunts, deliberately flicking the greatsword, trying to disarm Wei Lang Lam. Her words stung, but the effect was far more physical. The sword was suddenly ripped from Wei Lang Lam's grasp, leaving her stunned. The Red Killer's eyes blazed with hatred as she lunged, her sharp nails extended like claws. Suddenly, a voice rang out, halting the attack. Wait! It was Lin Gang. His chivalrous nature, ever present in his role as the hero, had surged forth. Don't hurt Wei Lang Lam. Lin Gang's voice startled the Red Killer, momentarily breaking her focus. Why did I feel dizzy just now? She wondered, and I heard chickens clucking, rhythmically. What was that about being beautiful? Lin Gang, now in his element, delivered his lines with practiced sincerity. What do you want? If it's within our power, we'll cooperate. His heroic stance brought a blush to Wei Lang Lam's cheeks, leaving her speechless. His acting is top-notch, she thought proudly. Sai Sai's skills are amateur compared to this. Look at him, conveying such complex emotions with a single glance. He's scared, but he's standing his ground for the woman he loves. Intrigued, the Red Killer replied, Handsome, what I want is simple. Pulling Lin Gang closer, she declared, Marry me, and I'll guarantee your safe passage out of here. No dowry, no invitations, no need to walk by my side. Just bow to heaven and earth with me, right now. Lift my veil, and you can all leave. Lin Gang, bewildered, couldn't help but ask, It's that easy. Suddenly, another voice cut through the conversation. Easy. Don't be naive, Lin Gang. Tuikyo warned him. She wants your life force. The Red Killer's intentions were exposed. She let out a hollow laugh. Huh, you're right. Do you even know where you are? The Red Killer gestured towards the coffin. Compared to that damned devil inside, she declared, I much prefer the living. Lam Lam immediately protested the Red Killer's proposal. No way. But Lin Gang interrupted her. He stepped forward and nodded. I agree with you, he said. Still in character, he offered a reassuring smile. Lam Lam, we're out of options, aren't we? It's only 55 years of my lifespan. Even if two people are deeply in love, they can't be together forever. It turned out Lin Gang had another plan. While agreeing outwardly, he slipped Lam Lam a secret message. The crucial moment arrived. Lin Gang lunged forward dramatically. Come at me, he cried. Don't pity me just because you see me as some delicate flower. He found himself suddenly decked out in flamboyant red wedding attire. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. These guys really went all out with the preparations, he thought. The wedding officiant began his duties, his voice booming. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to the ancestral altar. The scene of battle abruptly shifted to a hastily arranged wedding. Outside, Wei Lang Lam paced anxiously. Shouldn't we save him? She asked Noi Noyet Yen Saw. Sai Sai Longhit. If 55 years of a normal person's lifespan can buy us an easy passage through this ordeal, she replied, then this is a pretty good deal. Noi Noyet Yen Saw's words shocked Wei Lang Lam, leaving her speechless. Meanwhile, Tuikyo watched expectantly. The young master has arrived at the main event, she murmured. The officiant's voice droned on. Bride and groom, bow to each other. Finally, light the incense to guide the spirits. His chance had come. Lin Gang used his cat-like eyes, staring intently at the wedding officiant. The old man faltered, his mind suddenly clouded. His voice became erratic. The bride is a fine young woman. The groom is a talented young man. The Red Killer, bewildered in the midst of her own wedding, wondered, where is that accent coming from? And what's with these lines? The officiant, losing all control, babbled incoherently. May their faces always be radiant with joy. Let us bless this couple. May they share both joys and sorrows. Heaven and earth potato, look at how well matched they are. This is true happiness. The wedding, disrupted by the officiant's rambling, infuriated the Red Killer. She kicked him away. Who ruined my plans? She shrieked, her rage boiling over. Her fury intensified, her entire body flushing crimson. Just then, a voice boomed from above. Marriage is the grave of love. A giant leopard appeared, proclaiming, I shall now save you. I will reclaim your final moments. I will dig you out of this grave. The Red Killer, enraged by the ruined ceremony, roared, Do you want to die? Lin Gang, standing nearby, smirked. The Red Killer, consumed by rage, shattered the ground beneath her as she leaped into the air. She strained to reach her airborne opponent. "Now's my chance," Lin Gang exclaimed, his spirit detaching from his body. As he moved, he grumbled, controlling multiple illusions at once is a bit tiring, you know? While the Red Killer closed in on the leopard, Lin Gang raced to possess it. His timing was perfect. He merged with the leopard just as it bounded away. The Red Killer, finding nothing but empty air, froze in confusion. "Where did he go?" she screamed. While she frantically searched, Lin Gang, now the leopard, had circled behind her. Seizing his opportunity, he struck the Red Killer with a stunning blow. The force of the impact sent her crashing head first into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The Red Killer rose from the rubble, her voice laced with indignant reproach. "If I hadn't used my invisibility technique in time," she shrieked, "you would have torn my wedding dress." Lin Gang, concealed within the leopard's form, responded with a bold declaration. "To withstand one of my attacks without collapsing," he boomed, "this female ghost possesses some skill indeed." The weapon Lin Gang wielded was called the Three-Wave Bone Spear. Its special ability allowed it to be used for both formations and direct combat. Upon activation, its tip hardened, and like a whip, it could extend, inflicting damage upon distant enemies at will. Lin Gang, ever the showman, even activated his personal AI assistant. "Hey Siri," he commanded, "play Darude Sandstorm." Obediently, the familiar electronic melody of Darude Sandstorm began to pulse through his headphones. The tempo of the music intensified, driving him forward. Empowered by the music, Lin Gang's fighting spirit surged. He launched his attack, declaring, "A chilling ray of light sweeps forth." Immediately following, he thrust the spear forward. His voice continued, unwavering. The spear strikes like a dragon. Finally, a telling blow landed, piercing straight through the Red Killer's shoulder. The Red Killer, enraged and fleeing, thought his speed is incredible. "I was hit the moment we clashed. I must escape." However, Lin Gang, enjoying the chase, had no intention of letting her escape so easily. He pursued her relentlessly, his pace ever increasing. "Where do you think you're going?" he taunted. Panic seized the Red Killer as she felt the pressure mounting. "Who are you?" she shrieked. "Who is ruining my plans?" Her desperate cries continued. "Why are you relentlessly pursuing me?" To satisfy her curiosity, Lin Gang replied, "Because I need syrup urgently." His nonsensical response sent a chill down the Red Killer's spine, momentarily paralyzing her with fear. In a flash, Lin Gang's spear ensnared the Red Killer's entire body. The slightest movement now threatened to end her existence. Lin Gang, now in complete control, declared, "My earth-absorbing energy is the bane of ghosts like you. It can easily scatter your soul. Behave yourself, and I'll make your demise less painful." He advanced, his voice resonating with authority. "I have some questions for you," he continued. "If you dare to give me flippant answers, I will kill you instantly." Observing the intense battle, Wei Lang Lam, filled with curiosity, asked, "Is that leopard man also a player? That wedding ghost is so strong, yet he subdued her in just a few moves." Sai Sai replied, "It's just a matter of their attributes being incompatible." Mid-battle, Lin Gang reminded Sai Sai, "I need you to use your acting skills to conceal my identity." Sai Sai confidently responded, "Just watch me." Just then, Tuikyo approached, exclaiming, "I thought it was an AI, but it's you. The 10th ghost of the painting tomb, the ghost of the wedding," she added. Lin Gang cringed at the title. Did they really have to give it such an embarrassing name? He muttered, "Even with my thick skin, I feel a bit awkward." While Lin Gang complained about the name, Tuikyo observed Wei Lang Lam, who was lost in thought. "The painting tomb, what mysterious organization is that? I've never even heard of it. This player's level is profound. How can I compare?" Sai Sai, still deeply in character, delivered her lines with impeccable timing and expression. "You stupid wedding ghost," she cried. "You're a terrible, heartless, shameless, senseless, and lawless man." Tuikyo's words poured forth like a scene from a romance drama. "You swore oaths to me, promising me the sun, the moon, and the stars," she wailed. "Yet you treated me like a naive, innocent fool, easily deceived. The moment you decided to lay a hand on my younger sister, you lost me forever." Lin Gang stood dumbfounded by this theatrical display. "Hello, he interjected. "I couldn't even get half a word in edgewise. Your acting is a bit over the top, don't you think?" Sai Sai, still in character as Kyo Sai, continued her tearful lament. "All the beautiful things we promised each other, Sob, are gone now. Wah! The scene Sai Tuikyo created left everyone exasperated with the unseen villain. Lin Gang, hiding behind his leopard form, began to feel apprehensive. My lady, he thought, you just lit the fuse on everyone's temper. Lin Gang quickly responded to bring the escalating drama to a halt. Noi noi yet yin saw. He exclaimed, stop this madness. Don't you realize you're delusional? Your younger sister is you. You are your own sister. The unfolding drama was so bizarre that the onlookers were completely captivated, hanging on every word. A furious Tuikyo, still in character, threw a rock at Lin Gang. How dare you call me crazy? She shrieked. She continued her assault, launching accusations. You pervert. You wield a spear and then ask pretty girls for syrup. Our protagonist easily caught the rock thrown by Sai Sai. Seizing the opportunity, he channeled his earth-absorbing technique. The rock in Lin Gang's hand swiftly moved, propelled by his power. Its target, a distant coffin. The impact shattered a section of the coffin, and a hand reached out. The force of the rock had completely blown the coffin apart. Lin Gang, catching sight of the coffin's occupant, exclaimed, "Oh, this groom looks quite appetizing." From the shattered coffin emerged a large, obese groom. Lin Gang couldn't resist taunting the newcomer. This white killer must be a waterlogged ghost, right? With a belly that big, it must be filled with water and decaying methane. The relentless mockery caused the white killer to roar in frustration. He pounded his chest, a sinister expression spreading across his face. Suddenly, his mouth gaped open, spewing a torrent of green fluid. Lin Gang dodged the attack, pulling the red killer into the path of the green stream. The fatty groom's attack was indeed formidable. His vomit carved a deep furrow in the ground. Your acid reflux is pretty potent, he commented. Ever thought about getting that checked out? After shoving the red killer aside, Lin Gang addressed Noi Noyet Yinsaw. Here, he said, keep an eye on this red killer for me. Preparing for battle, Lin Gang took a moment to change the music. Trust me, he said. The upbeat music began to play. I want to fly up to the sky. Lin Gang's feet started tapping along to the rhythm. Side by side with the radiant sun, Lin Gang leaped into the air, directly facing the incoming stream of stomach acid. He thrust his spear forward. The spear's power was impressive, redirecting the groom's acidic torrent. Instead of a straight stream, the vomit now swirled and coiled in the air. The redirected acid splashed outwards, threatening to engulf everyone nearby. Those present scrambled to avoid it, but it was too fast. Several of the wedding attendants were consumed by the acidic spray. Witnessing this, Lin Gang thought to himself, even ghosts are dissolved by that stomach acid. I definitely shouldn't touch it. Facing the obese groom, Lin Gang pondered. This guy's too agile and poisonous. My water techniques are completely useless against him. And the red killer, as strong as I am, was easily captured. I need to find a way to escape. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the white killer opened his mouth, spewing a torrent of acidic fluid. His target, Lin Gang, the very person he was supposed to be attacking. The erupting stomach acid terrified Sai Sai. No, she cried. We can't let that poison touch anyone. Understanding the groom's intent, Lin Gang thrust his spear towards the palanquin. He manipulated the broad blade of his spear, creating a barrier to block the acidic stream from the obese groom's mouth. Wherever the fluid sprayed, it was stopped dead in its tracks, unable to reach anyone else. Wei Lang Lam spoke up, urging Lin Gang to finish the white killer quickly. Leave the remaining poison puddle to us, he assured. With this command, Lin Gang focused on pursuing the fleeing obese groom. Sensing the pursuit, the obese groom trembled in fear. Resorting to his usual tactic, he opened his mouth, preparing to unleash another acidic spray. But Lin Gang anticipated this, using his earth-absorbing scatter technique to intercept the attack. The technique effectively sealed the groom's mouth shut, preventing him from spewing any more acid. With his opponent effectively muted, Lin Gang hurled his spear forward. The spear wrapped around the groom's massive form, binding him tightly. Terrified, he dared not move a muscle. Lin Gang pressed his advantage, whipping the spear back and forth, causing the obese groom's body to flail helplessly. With each movement of the spear, a sharp, ripping sound echoed through the air. Time to dismantle the goods, Lin Gang declared. With a final, Devastating blow. The obese groom collapsed to the ground, stomach acid oozing from his form. Looking at the scene, Lin Gang remarked, with that much stomach acid, even eating your stomach wouldn't cure it. Noi Noyet Yin saw. Bring the Red Killer here. Following Lin Gang's command, Sai Sai brought the Red Killer closer to the obese groom. Looking at the two red and green figures, Lin Gang raised his voice. Happy New Year, you two lovebirds, he said. Do you want to live or die? Startled by Lin Gang's abrupt question, both the red and white killers cried out in unison, We want to live. We want to live. In this tense situation, Lin Gang carefully laid out his terms. Now then, he began, to prevent future trouble, I'll separate you for questioning. If I find any discrepancies in your testimonies, a cunning glint appeared in Lin Gang's eyes as he delivered his threat. You'll discover that death is only the beginning of your suffering. Lin Gang's intimidation caused the ghostly couple to fall into a deep sleep. Seizing the opportunity, he conferred with the others. Based on what they said, they're not from the Yin family. They're not even from the same time period. Based on his observations and analysis, Lin Gang theorized after they died, they became wandering spirits. But one day, they were suddenly pulled into this misty realm by an unseen force. This mist mimics the real world of the Yin family, but it has no boundaries, no day or night. The flow of time is different in various parts of the mist, he continued. These lost souls have lost all concept of time, watching the buildings within the mist transform from thatched huts into towering skyscrapers. There are also dozens of strange, moving locations within this city, he added, further solidifying his theory. Any monster that enters them completely vanishes. These anomalous zones have an incredibly high concentration of mist, Lin Gang explained, and you can constantly hear the heavy clang of chains. And every so often, these strange areas draw in new, incredibly powerful monsters. But that powerful demon king wasn't resigned to his fate. Trapped in this misty landscape, he rallied his vast army and charged into the fog, intending to slaughter every being within that strange domain. Yet, the entire demonic horde, like pebbles tossed into a vast ocean, vanished without a trace. Even the demon kings outside the fog were struck down by a black light descending from the heavens. No one even saw clearly what that black light was. Our men's analysis is nearing its conclusion. It was precisely because of the deaths of those powerful beings that these two demons, Hong Sat and Bok Sat, became the dominant force here. But recently, the misty area has expanded. Even the surrounding areas of Nti have been encroached upon. And within these strange zones, something else has appeared. The frequency and intensity of activity within this strange area are increasing. The heavy sound of dragging chains echoes ceaselessly throughout the city. Occasionally, the oppressive, heavy growls of beasts can also be heard. It's likely that before long, this misty scene will activate everywhere. At that time, Nti may have to face a super difficult battlefield. Sai Tui Kyo observed Lin Gang's expression as he spoke, then thought to herself, this is the first time I've seen the young master's face so serious. This misty scene is truly unfathomable. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Gang quickly raised his head and posed a question to Sai Sai. Tell me, if the situation becomes so dire that we're forced to evacuate Nti, will my monthly rent be temporarily suspended? This absurd question left little Sai Sai speechless, unsure how to respond. Lin Gang continued, we can't resolve this peacefully. Let's just follow the mission requirements and go where the system directs us. Replying to Lin Gang, Sai Tui Kyo said, wait, I still have something to do. Her footsteps moved closer and closer towards the newlywed couple, her voice rising. You too. Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you. As soon as Hong Sat heard Sai Sai's question, she quickly began explaining without pause. Spare me. I was a young lady tricked and robbed by that poor scholar. Later, during the wedding ceremony, he oppressed me to death, which is why I became Hong Saturday. The fat groom also seized the opportunity to plead his case. I died trying to save someone. I drowned. And that damned Vuis just sat there raising the price. So my body remained underwater, and that's how I became Bok Saturday. I was a good person. Sai Sai sat down and brushed off their previous words. Hold on. Who cares about these stories? After you died, the people you harmed erased all your merits from your past lives. What I want to ask you is, do you have any valuable magical treasures on you? The sudden question made the Hong Bak couple freeze, stammering, magical treasures. How? We're both poor ghosts. Sigh in disappointment. If that's the case, then this is quite difficult for me. Our organization's policy is that if we don't pick up something on the road, it's considered discarded. Well then, Sai Tuikyo declared, I'll have to make the decision to take it myself. She lunged forward swiftly, her eyes fixed on Hong Saturday. That wedding dress of yours looks pretty good. Sai's threatening gesture frightened Hong Saturday. She cowered and cried out, What are you doing? This wedding dress was made for me by my mother. The more intensely Hong Sat reacted, the more interested Sai became, poking fun at her. Oh, it's an antique too. Wearing these clothes, so pleasing to the eye, must make you remember the past and feel even more heartbroken. Why don't you just give it to me? I'll bear the burden of this sorrow. Lin Gang and Lam stood outside, bewildered. The commotion continued. Don't! Where are you touching? In an instant, Sai had Hong Sat's dress in her hands, a satisfied expression on her face. Tainted by Yin energy for so many years. It seems this clothing is also a supernatural artifact. Excellent defense. It can even self-repair through Yin energy and nourish the spiritual body. Hong Sat stood behind, cowering, covering her body with her hands, her face a mask of despair. Lam looked at Lin Gang and questioned him. Everyone from the Qin Dian sect profits from murky situations like this. Why is Sai so fixated on personal gain? Doesn't she strive for self-improvement? But Sai hadn't finished yet. And you vomited so much poisonous liquid earlier. Your stomach capacity is astonishing. That's a treasure in itself. Before she could finish her sentence, Sai darted forward, snatching something from Box Saturday. I'll take this. Successfully holding her prize, Sai let out a sinister laugh. Whoa, this color is like jade. It might even be some kind of supernatural component. Lam, observing the whole scene, reacted vehemently. This isn't just profiting from a murky situation. She's not even sparing the egret. Lin Gang, embarrassed by the celestial being beside him, muttered, well, she does have a natural talent for this sort of thing. Having achieved her objective, Sai Tuikyo turned to leave, calling out, let's go. The main character prefers to act alone, Lin Gang declared, arranging their formation. Just let me secretly protect you as you move forward. After saying this, Lin Gang quickly teleported away. Sai stopped and shouted, hey you two, Hong Sat and Box Saturday. If you're still alive, come here and lead the way. Take us to 149 Hoa Sun Street. Sai's challenge frightened Lam, who fell into deep thought. Demons are more merciful than her, she mused. Everyone began moving forward, with Hong Sat and Bak Sat diligently leading the way. We're here. Suddenly, Sai, who was moving, stopped. She instructed you all, step back. Upon receiving this order, Hong Sat and Bak Sat obediently complied. This sudden development made Lam wonder, why is she going forward alone? Could it be she knows something? As if to confirm her suspicions, a powerful blue light flashed intensely from within the fog. A yellow light pierced straight through. An announcement rang out. This is the Hoa Sun Street Special Affairs Bureau. Please identify yourselves. Immediately after the announcement, a gunshot rang out, aimed towards the sky. The shot, accompanied by a signal flare, was sent by Lam. Upon hearing the gunshot, Hin Ha-su spoke up. That's the signal from the Special Mobile Task Force. Send 2 people down to meet them. Below, everyone stood waiting, shrouded in the fog. Quickly following Ha-su's command, 2 guards went down. Come on in, they called. Hearing the command, everyone lined up, preparing to move inside. Even in such a tense situation, they couldn't resist their curiosity, looking around and commenting, that lion is seriously majestic. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, they were startled by the lion. The lion's fierce expression caused someone to fall to the ground. A guard quickly reassured them, don't be afraid of the lion. It only attacks those with evil intentions. Putting aside the small talk, everyone moved according to the instructions, remaining silent. On the way, Lam's gaze suddenly shifted. A system message appeared. You have escorted 132 people from the Ri Cat restaurant to 149 Hoa Sun Street. The Escape from the Mist reward mission is complete. This notification brought Lam relief. Thank goodness we met those two veterans, she thought. Otherwise, no one might have survived. But where did they go? Could they leave the misty area on their own? Even after the mission's completion, Lin Gang couldn't shake a nagging worry. This had been a brutal encounter, and the Special Affairs Bureau would undoubtedly conduct a thorough examination of the survivors. Those lucky enough to live through such events often exhibited physical capabilities far beyond ordinary humans. Red blood cell counts, hemoglobin levels, bone density, metabolic rates, routine checks were one thing. But the more enhanced his physiology proved to be, the harder it would be to explain. A tangled mess, he muttered, slipping a hand into his pocket. I can only rely on this now. The scene shifted to Lam's family, Lin Gang, and Wang Tong-san. Suddenly, Lam spoke up, a flustered edge to her voice. I have to go upstairs for roll call. Everyone, please follow the instructions of the staff. It's safe now. Still caught up in the intensity of the situation, Lin Gang rushed to embrace Lam, reassuring her, I'll definitely take care of your parents and cousin. Don't you worry. Lam blushed slightly at his earnest words. I'm just going for roll call, not to my death, she retorted gently. Near the high-rise building, the lingering mist hadn't fully dissipated. The elevator doors on the 6th floor slid open. Lam quickly joined the others from the Special Affairs Bureau. A young man, blindfolded, was drawing on the floor. Lam watched curiously, wondering if he was sketching some kind of mystical formation. But her expression changed as she looked closer. This formation, it looked more like a chicken pecking at grain. Indeed, Lam's assessment wasn't far off. The drawing on the ground barely resembled a chicken at all. A woman in a green coat addressed Lam. Are you the player who escorted everyone here? Lam responded promptly. Instructor, I am Wei Lang Lam from Team 2 of NT's Special Mobile Task Force. Service number 0248. I'm here to report on the mission. I was dining at a restaurant when the order was suddenly activated. A thick fog. The instructor cut Lam short. I understand. Go down to the basement level and report according to protocol. As for your parents and the others, we will conduct physical examinations and Class A memory wipes after they leave the mist-affected area. The instructor's words left Lam stunned. A sharp voice barked, well, go on. Statan, lam stam, evits, ma'am. Ignoring her surroundings, Wei Lam hurried downstairs, thinking to herself, the instructor is so strict. It's like she's a player, the way she makes you feel the pressure. Hasu stood up, offering the instructor some advice. You really should smile more. Being so serious will stress out the youngsters. The instructor replied, and you don't seem stressed at all, do you? Hasu chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Well, these past few missions have caused me to lose hair like whole clumps of it. The scratching sound of the brush on the floor continued. The blindfolded young man, Truck Hawk Dan, continued his work with focused strokes, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Hasu approached curiously. Comrade Truck, how's that formation coming along? Success or epic fail? Immediately after Hasu spoke, the ground trembled violently. Everyone had to brace themselves to avoid falling. Flashes of blue light streaked across the space, accompanied by the tearing of illusory images. Something strange was happening. Truck Hawk Dan let out a breath, explaining, the Venton Van Thursday formation has taken effect. We've left the mist-affected area. A confident declaration followed. And T is safe. For now. Downstairs on the first floor, people were talking amongst themselves, a mixture of confusion and relief swirling in the air. Only Lin Gang and Wang Tong-sen seemed to sense something different. They exchanged bewildered glances. It seems we've escaped the mist and returned to reality. Upon hearing this, everyone behind them erupted in cheers. Overcome with excitement, Lin Gang momentarily forgot his reserved demeanor and swept Wang Tong-san into a hug, shouting, we're saved. Tong-sen looked at Lin Gang curiously and asked, why did you hug me and laugh like that? Lin Gang, oblivious to anything else, replied joyfully, haha. From now on, we can live happily. I'm happy you're safe. The celebratory atmosphere was quickly dampened. An announcement rang out. To ensure everyone is free from any aftereffects of the misty area, please follow the staff for a full physical examination. Upon receiving this news, Lin Gang smirked inwardly. As expected, the Special Affairs Bureau won't overlook us players. A knowing smile played on Lin Gang's lips. Good thing I prepared for everything, he thought confidently. Inside the examination room, the diagnostic voice droned, bone density normal, all other indicators normal. But young man, you look a bit weak. You're sweating quite a bit. Lin Gang quickly replied to the staff member. Wouldn't you be sweating too if you almost got married off to a demon groom? My heart's still racing. Meanwhile, Lin Gang thought to himself, using a biological template to modify my body's structure really drained my sanity. I'm down to only 25% now. My head hurts so much I feel like I'm going to pass out. After a thorough examination, the medical staff member advised, I've inquired about your behavior throughout the incident, and there's nothing suspicious. Just treat this whole ordeal as a dream. Immediately after those words, a strange mist seeped into the room, enveloping everything. Lin Gang inhaled deeply, the mist clinging to his face. A few thoughts flickered through his mind. First, the mid-stage tranquilizer, then hypnosis, and finally, memory erasure. Looks like I'll have to put on my acting skills again. The medical staff member began implanting fabricated memories. You dined for a long time at the Ung Di Cat restaurant, then went home to rest. Lin Gang, playing his part, mumbled along, I dined for a long time at the Ung Di restaurant. Lin Gang's words caused the medical staff member to stare, a puzzled expression on their face. Confused, Lin Gang continued to parrot back. I dined for a long time at the Ung Di restaurant. The young man's repetitive mumbling sent a shiver down the staff member's spine. Did I use too much memory-erasing gas? They wondered. The scene shifted to Lin Gang's apartment. After the ordeal, Lin Gang finally collapsed onto his beloved sofa. The Special Affairs Bureau is thorough, he mused. Not only did they send someone to escort me home, but they also left guards to observe me for so long. A few thousand dong's salary. Are they kidding? Suddenly, Lin Gang sprang to his feet, phone in hand, and declared triumphantly, finally, they're all gone. I don't have to pretend to be an idiot anymore. But my acting was top-notch, wasn't it? Time for a selfie. A picture of a mentally challenged person experiencing spring is award-worthy, easily a contender for photo of the year. Lin Gang's expression turned serious. Let's see what the reward is for my one-man, three-role performance. As if on cue, the system displayed a notification, calculating rewards. Overall player performance, S+. Mission 1 reward, 38 points. Experience value multiplied by the final number of people, 1.6. Total, 634 points. Mission 2 reward, 1,056 su. But that wasn't all. There was still the Mission 3 reward, a random 1-star rare item. Intrigued, Lin Gang thought, now that I have the Alchemist's Crucible, even if it's not something good, I can just toss it in the furnace as a supernatural material. The random item materialized before him. Lin Gang, curious, muttered, is that a fish tank? To explain this random item, the system updated the basic information. It's called the Automated Pet Housing Unit. Its prominent special feature, based on the type of living creature placed inside, it automatically creates a suitable living environment. It can simulate weather, temperature, tides, sunrise, and sunset. Time inside the unit corresponds with the outside world. After skimming the information about the random item, Lin Gang scratched his chin in bewilderment. This pet housing unit, it's the kind of thing summoner-type players used to crave. But, he mused, if I combine it with the biological template, this thing could be unexpectedly useful. This thought led him to conclude, I have to thoroughly research this. A tool of such perfect quality deserves my full attention. The scene shifted to the sterile space within the alchemy workshop. Our alchemist rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a research project. Looking at the biological template, Lin Gang made his observations. The first special feature of this template is the slow absorption of inorganic substances and their conversion into compounds. This feature is passive and doesn't consume anything, but the process is quite random. A flicker of worry crossed his face. What if it creates some extreme compound? Like, I don't know, Korekifoin, Docty food or something, or maybe that almondy smell of some death god. He recalled the template's second special feature, the one he just tested at the Special Affairs Bureau. The consumption of sanity, the slow modification of an organic life form's physical structure. Lin Gang's face suddenly turned a deep purple, his features contorting. After touching the template, his body felt like it was being infused with a fierce energy. His entire skeletal frame felt like it was separating from his flesh. Even in this dazed state, Lin Gang's thoughts continued to race. Even though I've experienced this once, the feeling of this will overwhelming my flesh remains miraculous. ridiculous. Lin Gang felt as if his entire body had been sliced into countless pieces, placed under a microscope for his own observation. The sensation was both terrifying and exhilarating. How extraordinary, he thought. It was like witnessing a confrontation. On one side, a rigid skeletal frame, and on the other, a vibrant, overflowing soul. Lin Gang, filled with a strange excitement, entered the physical modification phase. He could feel it. Increased bone density, strengthened muscle bundles, accelerated blood flow, enhanced rod cells in his eyeballs. More than that, it enhanced his physique, a far more arduous task than simply weakening a body. Suddenly, his vision swam, and sweat poured from his brow. His entire body was pierced by beams of red light, showing no sign of stopping. After a while, Lin Gang collapsed to the ground. Sai Tui Kyo, her hands trembling, cried out, "Master, are you all right?" Lin Gang, face pressed against the floor, mumbled unintelligibly. A moment passed, and Tui Kyo, still unsure of what her master wanted, anxiously pleaded, "What do you want? I'll get it for you." In a sudden burst of energy, Lin Gang roared, "I want steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, Peking duck, peppercorn roasted chicken, roasted goslings, braised pork, braised duck, chicken in soy sauce, dried meat with salted egg yolk skewers, cold noodles, grilled noodles, dala duck neck, sausage sandwiches." Hearing this, little Sai realized she'd fallen for her master's theatrics again. She sighed, exasperated. After expressing his desires and cravings, Lin Gang finally received his first bites of food. He devoured them like a man starved for years. As he ate, he grumbled, "Using the template drains so much of my mental and physical strength." He analyzed to himself, the human body has 23 pairs of chromosomes, over 100 organs, 206 bones, over 600 muscles, over 800 types of tissue. It's a colossal organism made up of 40 to 60 trillion cells. However, the human body structure has many irrationalities. Our skin is soft and weak. Our intestines are crude and easily damaged. Our sense of smell is poor. But now, I have a template. I can send signals to my cells, allowing them to grow, divide, and differentiate according to my desires. By changing these irrationalities in the human body, I can probably achieve a baseline physique that far surpasses human limits. What I, Lin Gang, aim for is to transcend humanity, to transform myself into a monstrous, superhuman being disguised as a man. He declared audaciously, "I don't want to be human anymore." Lin Gang's hand slowly reached for the activation button on the template. Suddenly, he transformed into a shimmering, imposing phantom. Gazing at his skeletal form, he mused, "First the skeleton. To compensate for the increased bone weight, I must increase bone density. Adjust the internal structure of the bones to significantly enhance their strength." After a month of adjustments, even with the naked eye, one could perceive the burgeoning bone structure. His body was becoming powerful. This also caused Lin Gang discomfort. Sweat poured from him ceaselessly. "I feel a tightness in my chest. It must be the muscles." Unable to adapt to the sudden skeletal changes, unable to bear the prolonged discomfort, Lin Gang proceeded to the next step, increasing muscle cell density and anatomical strength. This way, he reasoned, my strength limit can be raised significantly, no longer like ordinary humans. Just exerting a great force could tear my muscles apart. Lin Gang's entire body was undergoing tremendous changes. He gasped, "Doug, I can't stand it anymore." He called out loudly, "Sai, prepare some hot food for me." Transformation requires more energy. Afterwards, prepare a cold bath. I'll need it next. Upon receiving the order, Sai obediently replied, "Yes, master." After the preparations were complete, Lin Gang stepped into the cold bath. In a flash, his entire body was submerged. He thought to himself, the next step will be relatively dangerous. This action will increase the volume of my heart, reinforce my blood vessels, and accelerate blood flow. Lin Gang foresaw that this would lead to a dramatic increase in body temperature and a violent shock to his organs. He anticipated that most of them would hemorrhage. Lin Gang's entire body lay submerged in the bath, blood flowing continuously from several points. Sai Tui Kyo cried out in terror, "Master, master, don't scare me." Overwhelmed with worry, Sai Tui Kyo jumped into the bath with him, saying, "Master, my body temperature is low. Let me hold you." Lin Gang's phantom stood beside the bath, observing the situation. His face slackened as he assessed, although I'm hemorrhaging internally, filling my abdomen with fresh blood. Fortunately, I've endured this critical stage. Lin Gang continued to implement the next phase of his plan, modifying his internal organs. It seems my body will bleed even more tonight, he thought. The rhythmic movements of his stomach, along with other organs, continued to discharge blood. So much blood flowed that it pooled at the bottom of the tub. A bloody hand braced against the side. Lin Gang slowly rose, his movements sluggish. He muttered as he walked, truly a long, drawn-out night. Beside him, a worried sigh, Tuikyo wrapped a towel around him. Meanwhile, he continued to focus, saying it took more than 10 hours, with hundreds of rest periods, to finally complete this. He examined his body. Now, my very life essence has begun to diverge significantly from humanity. 2 stomachs can pre-digest and detoxify. 2 sets of lungs can breathe in low oxygen and toxic environments. The muscle cells in my chest cavity, including the trachea, have been reinforced, increasing my body's resilience. My kidneys and liver have also been strengthened. There's still one more issue: attributes. The system obliged Lin Gang. It updated the information on the flesh and blood grinder. Li Not Tang's experience points were 233 out of 1,100. Strength 11, Dexterity 11, Intelligence 10, Physique 11, Perception 10. Glancing over his own stats, Lin Gang grinned and clenched his fist. Strength, Dexterity, Physique, all 3 attributes had clearly increased by 3 points. Lost in thought, Lin Gang stroked his chin. If I weren't so attached to this devastatingly handsome face, he mused, I could alter my bone structure. 3 heads, 6 arms, an enlarged cranium, an extra eye, then my attributes and appearance could increase even more. Lin Gang's modifications weren't finished yet. He manipulated a few buttons and continued. Next is a new body, more suitable for me. I still need to make localized adjustments to my hearing and sense of smell. And this blood in the bathtub, no need to waste it. I'll just put it in the automated pet housing unit. Lin Gang confidently picked up the bathtub and poured its contents into the pet housing unit. Now, with this strength of mind, he boasted, I don't need any skills. I can lift a whole car with one hand. After pouring the blood into the pet housing unit, Lin Gang added 1,000 game coins to automatically upgrade it. In an instant, Lin Gang's eyes widened in surprise. This is like spatial folding technology, he exclaimed. Overcome with curiosity, he opened the lid of the housing unit wide and peered inside. 600 square meters. That's bigger than a football field. And all this blood only takes up a tiny corner. The sheer size of the pet housing unit brought a sly grin to Lin Gang's face. Next, he said with a cryptic tone, I need to test how to use this pocket dimension. A shadowy scene unfolded. The moon climbed higher in the sky. Birds had settled in their nests for the night. Suddenly, a mysterious hand appeared. It swatted a resting bird, scattering feathers in its wake. The hand, it turned out, belonged to Lin Gang. He struck a powerful pose, radiating an intense aura. Standing inside, watching the startled bird fly away, Lin Gang muttered, just using my thoughts, I can teleport into the pet housing unit. And I can even specify the location. It feels like I'm playing a game in an ecological park, but with only 600 square meters, creating multiple ecological cycles and fostering biodiversity. There are still a million challenges. Lin Gang's hand curled into a grasping gesture. However, he mused, using organisms for the biological template to modify my physique is temporarily sufficient. Holding the template, Lin Gang grinned with excitement. Let's see, which organism should I use to change my form? The image of a large earthworm appeared. The earthworm, he read, Class Oligachida, Phylum Annelida. Key feature, ventral nerve cord. After being cut in 2, the wounds quickly close, eventually returning to its original state. Another option is the Turbularia, he continued. Class Turbularia, Phylum Platyhelminths. Key feature, centralized nervous system. After being separated, they can retain their original memories due to their rapid regeneration. I could use them as biological weapons. The third type of worm is the ribbon worm, Phylum Nemertea. Key feature, incredibly strong regeneration capabilities. Even if cut repeatedly, even if I take a single fragment from 20,000 pieces, it can still regenerate into a new body. After analyzing the characteristics of the 3 worms, Lin Gang concluded, all All three of these invertebrates have their own advantages and disadvantages. I need to synchronize and categorize them to develop a modification plan. Let's see which candidate can pioneer the next stage and become a viable biological weapon. Lin Gang surveyed the surrounding organisms. As for the fourth type of worm, the range of options is quite large. Flies, butterflies, honeybees, beetles, ants, and even fleas, he added, his eyes glazing over with the possibilities. Each insect has distinct advantages. It's a pity, Lin Gang mused, the flow of time inside the automated pet housing unit is the same as outside. The survival game won't give me much time to cultivate organisms. Therefore, the key targets will be. Lin Gang's voice trailed off. Something had zipped past him with incredible speed. He quickly snatched it out of the air and examined it. A honeybee, he observed. Although honeybees are inferior to other insects in terms of physical strength and regenerative abilities, they possess three distinct advantages. Lin Gang clearly listed them. First, in terms of growth, honeybees undergo complete metamorphosis. They go through 4 stages: egg, larva, pupa, and adult. In other words, the larva and the adult of insects with complete metamorphosis are 2 distinct individuals. The more he thought about it, the more disturbed Lin Gang's expression became. His mouth twisted into a grimace. If you think about it, he groaned, it's even more terrifying. He began formulating a plan. During the pupal stage, he muttered, I can use the biological template to intervene and differentiate the parts one want. By directly creating new insects, I can save a significant amount of intelligence points. Honeybees have another advantage, Lin Gang continued. They inherently belong to a highly stratified social structure. The queen bee has an incredibly strong reproductive capacity, while worker bees, as biological weapons, are very suitable as core combat units. At the same time, I can utilize their labor. Finally, honeybees communicate through pheromones. By differentiating an organ, a gland specifically for producing pheromones for myself, I can directly communicate with them, making it easier to control them. After careful consideration, Lin Gang made a decision. Earthworms, Turbellaria, ribbon worms, and honeybees. I'll choose these 4 as my key candidates. The next step brought a wide, delighted grin to Lin Gang's face. It was time to begin the modification and differentiation process. He rummaged around in the forest he had just created within the automated pet housing unit, talking to himself as he worked. The pet housing unit will prioritize the care of these higher-level organisms as limited breeding subjects. Its highest level of function is to ensure their survival. After bustling around for a while, he stretched and declared, all right, that should do it. This can be considered a long-term investment in the creation of biological weapons. Even if it fails, I won't lose much. He paused, calculating the time. It should be about time for a scenario mission, he thought. Just as he predicted, the system promptly notified him. Conditions met for mission activation. Mission type, scenario mission. Game mode, single player. Mission name, Bloodstained Dawn. Objective: investigate the death of Alan Raffalo during a specific phase of the mission. Time limit: 1 hour. Reward 1, 100 experience points. Reward 2, 100 game coins. System reminder: transfer will commence in 5 minutes. Do you wish to transfer immediately? Lin Gang was taken aback by the notification. Another single-player scenario mission. After processing the information, he called out Scientific Kyo. His assistant quickly responded, yes. Get ready. Lin Gang Gongman. Done. Sai Tui Kyo replied firmly. Lin Gang initiated the transfer as instructed by the system. As he prepared to land in the scenario mission, Lin Gang closed his eyes and pondered, muttering to himself. The meaning of the mission name is unclear. The objective is to investigate the cause of death, but it's set within a specific phase. This means that after I find the cause of death, additional mission objectives will be triggered. A smile played on Lin Gang's lips. He assessed the situation. A 1-hour time limit and meager reward suggest the initial phase won't be too difficult. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in fear, his body tensing. The scene before Lin Gang's eyes was the interior of a car. Looking outside only deepened his confusion. Questions tumbled through his mind. This is a residential area. So, is the world in this mission a Western setting? They keep their public lawns pretty tidy, I'll give them that. It's mostly 3-story villas, all spruced up and looking quite grand. And the occupancy rate seems relatively high. The gardens are meticulously maintained too. This has to be at least an upper-middle-class neighborhood. Sitting inside the car, Lin Gang peered out, his voice a low murmur. Judging by the outside, it's definitely an upscale residential area. Probably won't be too many hidden dangers. Still, best to confirm. This isn't the real world, after all. If it isn't, how different is this world from the outside? Having taken in the view, Lin Gang turned his attention to the car's interior. He shook his head in dismay. This is a cheap, low-end Toyota. The warranty's probably just as cheap. His confusion grew. What am I doing driving a cheap Toyota in an upscale neighborhood like this? Well, whatever. Let's figure out my role first. Let's see who I am this time. To ascertain his appearance, Lin Gang reached up and pulled down the sun visor. The streetlight shone directly into the car, illuminating his face. Suddenly, a violent curse ripped from his throat. Holy shit! His hand trembled as he pointed at the reflection in the mirror, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. His jaw clenched, his lips full and red. His eyes widened in horror. Lin Gang couldn't stop cursing. What the hell? Again. The character I'm playing this time is a middle-aged woman again. No matter how many times I look, I still can't get over the shock. He shrieked, "Oh God, isn't this Susan?" Lin Gang still felt uncomfortable in this new body, especially the ample bosom, which made movement awkward. Sai Tui Kyo, standing beside him, burst into uproarious laughter, her eyes red with mirth at her master's new form. Lin Gang raised a hand. "Quiet down," he hissed. His serious demeanor caused Sai Tui Kyo to clap a hand over her mouth, feigning silence. "You knew about this beforehand, didn't you?" Lin Yang Questin. Sai Tui Kyo leaned in and whispered, "Ha, I thought your soul's aura would just evaporate naturally." This teasing remark irritated Lin Gang, who shoved Sai Tui Kyo away. "You little brat, just you wait. I'll definitely prepare a disgusting, hairy old man cosplay for you later." Lin Gang surveyed his surroundings, making a mental note. This mission doesn't have any restrictions. I need to see if there are any props I can use. The streetlight continued to shine on Lin Gang's cheap Toyota. By its light, he rummaged around for a while, finally grabbing a large bag. "Only these will be useful," he muttered. He picked up a phone, but found himself stymied. "I don't have the fingerprint to unlock it, and I don't know the password." Continuing to observe his surroundings, Lin Gang analyzed the situation. Although this isn't the real world, the setting is similar to the United States. My role is this woman, Catherine Raffaello, 52 years old. According to the information I found, she's a nurse working at a hospital, barely making ends meet. She lives in the southern suburbs of Frankfort, Alabama. At this moment, Lin Gang realized that the name Alan Raffaello in the mission objective was Catherine's daughter. The relationship between mother and daughter seems harmonious. However, there's no sign of a father in the picture. Lin Gang carefully examined the woman's left hand. After a thorough inspection, he concluded there's no ring indent on her left ring finger. This led him to suspect three possibilities. 1. The father abandoned this marriage early on, leaving his wife and child. Either he ran away, or they had a peaceful divorce. 2. He's no longer alive. The third possibility, which I just randomly thought of, is that Catherine was quite rebellious in her youth, juggling multiple partners, so she doesn't know who the child's father is. But Lin Gang mused, studying his reflection in the mirror, his face drooping at the sight. Considering everything, the first possibility is the most likely. With a confident glint in his eye, Lin Gang summarized the situation internally. So, the current situation is that Alan Raffaello has died mysteriously. Her mother, Catherine Raffaello, my current role, driven by love for her daughter, wants to uncover the truth behind her death. Although he understood the general plot, Lin Gang still had some questions. The question is, why didn't Catherine report this to the police in Frankfurt? What is she doing in this upscale neighborhood? And what's more, she's even armed with a gun. Not only that, but the items include rope, presumably for tying someone up, 2 gun clips, 2 boxes of ammunition, and even a supermarket receipt. The information on the receipt clearly states the transaction time as 5:08 a.m. on August 8th at the large Walter supermarket. The current time is 11:08 a.m. on August 8th. After absorbing this information, Lin Gang quickly searched the trunk for anything useful. The first thing he pulled out was a map of Frankfurt. He urgently flipped to the page he needed. After reviewing the information, Lin Gang's expression paled. The open page has a leaf pressed within it, he noted. And when I consider the surroundings of this street, the circled area on the map is exactly where this car is parked. The map labels it as the home of George Cowlett. It's right there, right in front of me. Following the map, Lin Gang started the car and slowly moved forward. After a short while, the car approached George Cowlett's house. The scene was quite dark. The lights were off, and the silence was unusual. Sai Tuikio, sitting in the passenger seat, reminded him, "Aren't you going the wrong way? Shouldn't you be looking for that guy?" Lin Gang calmly analyzed the situation. "If I stop now, the residents here will call the police. Just wait until I park outside." A dramatic smile spread across Lin Gang's face. "Then just sit back and enjoy the show." Over at the house, as the man lay in bed reading, the doorbell rang insistently. Ding dong, ding dong. Along with it came the sound of a feral cat yowling. Confused, the man wondered, did a stray cat get into the house? Feeling a little anxious, he turned to the sleeping woman beside him. "Go downstairs and see what's going on. I think John probably left the back window open again." The drowsy woman simply mumbled a brief reply. The bedroom door opened, and he followed, cautiously listening to the sounds outside. The man carefully grabbed a wooden cane. The meowing continued to echo in his ears. The sound grew louder, irritating him. He hurried down the stairs, thinking, "I'll definitely have to tell John not to leave the back window open tomorrow morning." Reaching the first floor, the man's expression shifted to one of confusion. There was no cat. He looked around. "Where is that damn stray cat?" Unwilling to give up, he walked over and pressed a button. The kitchen light flicked on. The scene revealed nothing but some fallen cutlery. Still no cat. Annoyed, he muttered, "Where is it? Did it run away?" No sooner had that question left his lips than a savage, feral meow echoed through the house. It stretched on, a chilling sound that raised the hairs on the back of the man's neck. Curious about the source of the unsettling noise, he craned his head back to investigate. What he saw made his face drain of color in an instant. Lin Gang, fully in character, appeared with a mockingly sweet tone. "Meow, meow, meow," he purred. He stood there, in Catherine's form, his eyes sharp and menacing. The man, the moment he saw her, his legs gave way, and he collapsed backward onto the floor. The imposing figure of the woman advanced, looming larger with each step. George Cowlett could only sit there, frozen in terror, unable to offer any resistance. Lin Gang's large hands raked across the ceiling, leaving deep gouges in the plaster. He then launched himself down, body poised with practiced grace. He landed with a ground-shaking thud. The man before him cowered, intimidated by Lin Gang's sheer physical presence. His face contorted in fear, his body shrinking back. The aggressive display wasn't over. Lin Gang rose, gathering himself, an aura of menace radiating from him. A glint of cruel, blue energy flickered in his eyes. George Cowlett trembled, his mind racing. "What the hell is this? What the—" "Stay back. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." The proximity, the sheer terror, overwhelmed him. He screamed, his voice echoing through the house. Lin Gang didn't hesitate, delivering a swift slap across his face. The well-practiced blow left the man's face swelling rapidly, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Lin Gang, truly adept at inflicting pain, addressed the cowering man. "Listen up," he hissed. "I've been sent here by your grandfather. You will obey me." The words sent a jolt of fear through George Cowlett. But my grandfather died 25 years ago," he stammered. Lin Gang's demeanor shifted, a strange, almost playful innocence replacing the menace. "I was an old friend of his back when he was still alive," he chirped. The man continued to contradict everything Lin Gang said. "But my grandfather was into men." Though growing weary of the charade, Lin Gang pressed on, his words slick with practiced deceit. "Into men, you say? Then where did your father come from?" George retorted, "Adopted." The situation was becoming more convoluted than Lin Gang had anticipated. He brushed it aside. All right, let's not get bogged down in the details. The point is, he heard about your family's dream of becoming astronauts, and he was thrilled." The woman's words left the man utterly bewildered. Lin Gang, relentless, continued to slap the man across the face. "He sent me here," he snarled, "to give you the beating you apparently so enjoy." After a flurry of slaps, Lin Gang had effectively painted two large, tomato-red welts onto the man's face, his eyes swollen shut. Using brute force to cow the man into submission, Lin Gang leaned in, his voice a low growl. "Now, when I speak, you listen. Understand." Taking advantage of the man's dazed state, Lin Gang produced a photograph, his voice sharp. "All right, look at this woman. Do you recognize her?" George Cowlett's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the person in the picture. He stared for a moment, his lips moving as if to speak. "She's..." The surprise quickly gave way to a thoughtful expression, his gaze shifting. Then came the answer. "I don't know her. His demeanor was beginning to irritate Lin Gang. Playing games, are we? Refusing to let him get away with it, Lin Gang grabbed him by the throat, his voice a dangerous whisper. Don't you dare play coy with me. Tell me everything you know. The unexpected strength of the woman shocked George. How is she so strong? I can't breathe. He struggled against her grip, realizing he was hopelessly outmatched. Lin Gang, his face still scowling, roared, I'm asking you again. Do you know her or not? Sensing that words were having little effect, Lin Gang pulled out a weapon as a threat. Not talking, huh? Pretty tough, aren't you? Let me be clear, he declared bluntly. Don't blame me for what happens next. If you still refuse to talk, I'll have no choice but to carve tic-tac-toe onto that pretty face of yours. The mere threat of facial tattoos was enough to send George into a panicked frenzy, frothing at the mouth. Disgusted by the vomit, Lin Gang recoiled, wiping his hand in disdain. Ugh, how disgusting. My hand, it feels like spicy duck neck. George's coughing continued unabated. Cough, cough. Unfazed, Lin Gang strode over, feigning concern. Are you all right? Why is your face so red? Let me have a look. George cursed internally, terrified. It was you who choked me, wasn't it? A sly smile played on Lin Gang's lips as he continued his interrogation. Do you want to cosplay as the reddest, most spoiled brat in Teletubbies? George vehemently shook his head, fear etched on his face. No. What do you want from me? I'll cooperate. With surprising strength, the imposing woman effortlessly lifted the man with one hand. That's more like it, she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. This is what cooperation looks like. Having agreed to cooperate, George was unceremoniously dropped onto the sofa. The rough handling left him aching all over, desperate for sleep. Lin Gang stomped her foot on the sofa to get his attention. George stammered, his voice trembling. Just ask me anything. I'll tell you everything I know. The sudden shift in George's address caught Lin Gang off guard. Grandma, what's with that? He thought, bewildered. George's jaw dropped. Is this even humanly possible? He wondered. You're one of them, aren't you? He blurted out, then immediately clapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. Intrigued, Lin Gang raised an eyebrow. What did you say? He asked, his voice laced with a low chuckle. You know me. That look on your face tells me you're hiding something big. He started to speak again, then abruptly stopped, clamping his hand over his mouth once more, his face a mask of fear. Lin Gang found the situation increasingly amusing. Go on, he urged, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Tell me. You know me, don't you? It's written all over your face. You're hiding a very big secret. Lin Gang tapped the wooden stick he held, his voice firm. I knew it. Alan's death. There's a big secret behind it. Big enough to make you choose death over revealing it. After a moment of twisting and bending, the wooden stick in Lin Gang's hand had taken on a menacingly curved shape. He glared at George, a clear threat in his eyes. Seeing the stick poised to strike, George's face was drenched in sweat, his voice a desperate plea. What are you going to do? Please don't hurt my family. He dropped to his knees in a flash. Clutching Lin Gang's legs, George pleaded, his voice filled with despair. Please, Grandma. I can't tell you. They'll kill me. Please stop tormenting me. Lin Gang remained resolute. If you don't tell me, I won't let you off the hook either. If you tell me, I'll deal with them. But if you don't, both you and your family will die. Right here, right now. The woman's fierce expression and overwhelming strength convinced George that she was capable of carrying out her threat. Realizing he was out of options, George sighed. All right, I'll talk. He looked at the photograph and began to speak. The woman in the picture, her name is Alan Raffaello. Last week, she was found dead outside an abandoned factory, and there were some chemical vials near her arm. The Frankfurt officials assigned the case to me. I performed the autopsy and wrote the report. Lin Gang listened intently, a look of surprise on his face. This woman's daughter died a week ago, he thought. Go on, he commanded. He hung his head, his face a mask of fear and frustration. Originally, I thought it was just a simple overdose. In a big city like Frankfurt, that's pretty common, you see. But during the autopsy, he continued, his voice barely above a whisper, I discovered that Alan Raffaello died from internal bleeding. Before the injection, even, Lin Gang's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Internal bleeding. George nodded miserably. Yes. As a medical examiner, he explained, I'm more inclined to believe that she bled out from her carotid artery. A closer look revealed 2 circular wounds right on the artery in her neck. That's where the blood came from. Besides that, there were other wounds on her body. Many wounds. All kinds of fresh wounds. These new details deepened Lin Gang's suspicions. 2 circular wounds on the carotid artery. A vampire, he thought, recalling the mission's name, Bloody Dawn. George continued his account. After submitting the autopsy report, I talked to some colleagues. I learned that there was a late-night gathering, a rave party, held at that abandoned factory just before Alan's death. Alan Raffaello and her friends went to that rave. The next day, she was found dead outside the factory, and her best friend vanished, just disappeared. George ventured a guess. I thought it was some kind of gang violence, maybe some Mexican immigrants. But a few hours after I submitted my report, my superior called me into his office for a private conversation. Just the two of us. A knowing smirk spread across Lin Gang's face. He could smell a cover-up, a private conversation. Let me guess. There was a problem with the autopsy report, wasn't there? Lin Gang's guess hit the mark. George sighed heavily at the memory. He told me, very politely, that there was a problem with my report, that I had underestimated the lethality of the injected drugs. That was the real cause of Alan's death, he said. In all my years working there, I'd never seen him so diplomatic. Lin Gang leaned forward, intrigued. And then what? What did you do? George recounted his reaction. At first, I argued with him. A big argument. He got so angry, he practically threw me out of his office. When I went back to my office, I heard shouting outside the precinct. It was Alan's mother. She wanted to see her daughter one last time. My superior had her removed by security, claiming she was disturbing the peace. He also warned me, George continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper. He said he wasn't playing games, that there was a secret connected to Alan Raffaello, a secret I couldn't afford to get involved in. Lin Gang pressed him. And then you backed down? Yes, George admitted, defeated. He explained his reasoning. My colleagues told me that the people who organized that rave party, they're the top of the food chain in this city. Rich kids, spoiled brats. They could make me disappear with a single phone call. Because of them, George confessed, I changed the autopsy report. I listed the cause of death as natural causes. My superior praised me, and everything seemed to be fine. Except Alan's mother kept trying to break into the precinct and the medical examiner's office these past few days. He trailed off, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Lin Gang followed his train of thought. If the death was ruled natural causes, the body would be released to the family after being held in the morgue. Like yesterday, he realized aloud, Alan Raffaello's body, in the morgue freezer, is completely gone. This new mystery piqued Lin Gang's curiosity even further. Gone? How could it be gone? George wrung his hands, his voice laced with helplessness. I don't know either. That day, when I arrived at the door, the freezer containing Alan's body was already open. Inside, it was completely empty. When I discovered the body was missing, he continued, his anxiety evident. My first reaction was to think someone had stolen it. I immediately reported it to my superior and asked to check the security cameras in the morgue from that night. But they told me that all the cameras had malfunctioned the previous night. They said there was some kind of outage and they couldn't retrieve any footage. Lin Gang let out a sardonic chuckle. A malfunction. Your Frankfurt cameras are quite resourceful, aren't they? Knowing something was up, they conveniently decided to have issues. An outage, a power failure, years of neglect, a full memory drive, truly remarkable. It seems to fit the typical pattern of crucial surveillance systems, doesn't it? The sarcasm dripped from his voice, leaving George visibly uncomfortable. He coughed, attempting to deflect the pointed remark. But the story doesn't end there, George stammered. After that, things took an even stranger turn. Lin Gang raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, what happened then? George's voice was strained. For the Frankfurt Medical Examiner's office, a missing body is a very serious incident, especially when the deceased has family. According to the law, we have to pay a significant amount in compensation. It would impact our entire budget for the next year. But then he continued, his voice hushed, something unusual happened. My superior told me not to worry, that someone would compensate us. He also said he wouldn't hold me responsible for what happened in the morgue. He even gave me a 2-week paid leave. After a bit of internal debate, George confessed. I took the offer and left the morgue. Just as I was leaving, I saw Alan's mother. She was trying to force her way in again. Lin Gang considered this new information. It seemed this grieving mother's purpose was to pressure George into investigating her daughter's death and bringing those responsible to justice. He still had some unanswered questions. So, Lin Gang began, his voice carefully neutral. What did you mean earlier when you said her mother was one of them? George hesitated, clearly conflicted. Lin Gang pressed him. What are you waiting for? A fleeting image of a family photograph flashed across George's mind. He seemed to make up his mind. All right, he resigned, I'll risk it. He turned and gestured down the hallway. Follow me. The scene shifted to George's office. He rummaged through a filing cabinet. "These documents," he explained, pulling out a stack of papers, "are autopsy reports from the Frankfurt Medical Examiner's office. Technically," he admitted, "I'm not supposed to take these home. But the funding for forensic medicine in the U.S. is so poor, and we're so short-staffed, they allow us medical examiners to work from home." Lin Gang scanned the reports. More than 10 names, each with different circumstances of death. Yet a common thread linked them. Most were from the lower rungs of society, their deaths seemingly unnoticed and unmourned. "These people were all murdered," Lin Gang stated, his voice low. "The cause of death, massive blood loss from the carotid artery. But someone went to great lengths to damage the bodies, to cover up the true cause of death." George nodded grimly. "You're right. They were all hunted. One of them, his skull was crushed while he was still alive." George then produced a videotape. "Look at this. This is the video recording of Alan Raffaello's autopsy." He offered a warning. "If you want to watch this, you should prepare yourself." The first frame alone was enough to make Lin Gang recoil in horror. The screen displayed a brutal scene. A young woman pinned to the ground, a knife pressed against her cheek. Lin Gang sat watching the tape, a burning heat spreading through him. The room seemed to darken, a suffocating shadow pressing down. Rage contorted his features. "Those animals," he spat, a venomous curse under his breath. As if on cue, a notification from the system pinged. "Target acquired. Stage 1 of the mission, investigate the death of Alan Raffaello, complete. Stage 2 objective, proceed to Club Ibox, 17, Black Mountain Road, Frankfurt, and locate Philip Millet." The appearance of a new target, a name, Philip, brought a grim satisfaction to Lin Gang. He turned to George. "Philip Millet, do you know him?" George nodded slowly. "Yes. The Millet family," George explained, "owns a massive arms and ammunition company. They've amassed a fortune over the last 15 years. They're practically royalty in this city. His father is the CEO of the arms company, his mother a high-ranking television executive, his uncle the district attorney, and another uncle a member of the European Parliament." George's voice was laced with disgust. "Philip himself is pure scum. He's gotten away with everything. He's got a rap sheet a mile long. Everyone in Frankfurt knows it, but no one can touch him. Even if you dare to insult him on Twitter, his goons will show up on your doorstep, no matter what state you live in." Lin Gang absorbed this information, a slow nod of acknowledgement. "Good," he murmured. George noticed Lin Gang's wife moving towards the door. "Where is she going?" he asked. "On a little trip," Lin Gang replied casually. "She'll be back." Before leaving, Lin Gang turned back to George, his voice low and menacing. "You'd better get your family out of this city. If I find out you've breathed a word of this to anyone, I'll come back and finish the job." Once outside George's house, Lin Gang set his plan in motion. He consulted a map. "The nearest gun shop," he muttered, tracing a route with his finger. "Need to be properly equipped." He arrived at the gun shop and began working on the lock. "Fancy security system," he remarked, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Too bad for them. I'm a master locksmith," he chuckled, the lock clicking open. Inside, the shop was a veritable arsenal. Lin Gang surveyed the goods with a predatory gleam in his eyes. "So much to choose from," he said, laughing. "I only visit a gun shop twice a year, but it's always a refreshing experience." Saitui Kyo, his wife, looked on curiously. "So many guns," she said. "How many are you taking?" Lin Gang grinned. "How many?" Without hesitation, he opened his pet dimension and began transferring weapons inside. "These guns are too dangerous to leave here," he explained. "Best to take them all." "Saitui Kyo, what are you doing?" "Just relocating some inventory," Lin Gang replied, continuing to load weapons into the dimensional space. "Transferring all the gunpowder and ammunition into the pet dimension. Let the earthworms and honeybees inside get a taste of American freedom." Finished, he let out a satisfied laugh. "Huh." One rich night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale light over the city. A figure moved swiftly across the rooftops, leaping from building to building. Despite his bulk, Lin Gang moved with surprising agility. He reached his destination, landing silently on the roof of a building. "There it is," he said, his voice firm. "Club Ibox." He looked down at the activity below, a throng of stylishly dressed men and women. "With my current appearance," he mused, glancing down at himself, "I'd be lucky to get through the door without getting thrown out. I'll have to take the conventional route." Lin Gang scanned the area, his mind searching for the hidden side entrance. There seemed to be less traffic near the side door. Two bored guards chatted, trying to fight off sleep. "Keep a close eye on this place for a bit, will you? I'm going to take a piss break," one grumbled. The other guard responded irritably, yeah, right? You just want to sneak off and slack off, don't you? Fine, I'll switch with you in a little while. In a sudden move, Lin Gang launched himself from above, landing squarely on one of the guards, pinning him beneath his weight. Startled and enraged, the other guard spun around, a curse forming on his lips. But before he could fully unleash his anger, Lin Gang struck with brutal efficiency. A swift, powerful punch sent a spray of blood into the air. The guard's body slammed against the wall, leaving a deep indentation. Lin Gang's savage attack left the guard crumpled on the ground, his body limp and unresponsive. The two guards, who moments before had bickered about bathroom breaks, now lay unconscious, embraced in an unintended slumber. Inside, the pulsing bass of the music throbbed, the dance floor a blur of scantily clad bodies. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gang slipped inside. As he surveyed the scene, a ripple of commotion caught his attention. Someone called the police. A voice cried out. The words were barely out before a club employee struck the speaker, silencing him with a brutal blow. The man, now being beaten, continued to plead, "Call the police. Someone, please call the police." He pointed accusingly. "I saw them. They were trying to drug that girl and take her to the VIP room. They're going to, he stammered, his voice filled with fear. They drugged her to make her unconscious. She can't fight back. She's completely out of it." The club employee continued to kick the man, snarling, "Shut your mouth." The sounds of the beating echoed through the club, causing those nearby to shrink back in fear. After a few more brutal blows, the man's face was swollen and bruised. The employees exchanged a look. "He's out cold. Drag him away." One of the employees addressed the remaining onlookers, attempting to smooth things over. "Sorry about that, folks. This guy's just high out of his mind. He's spouting nonsense. Nothing to worry about. Everything's under control now. Let's keep the party going," he shouted, trying to regain the energy of the crowd. This was Lin Gang's moment. He roared, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Let him go." The employee scowled. "Who the hell are you?" Lin Gang smirked. "Me." He flashed a card. "I'm a senior FBI agent, Jordan. I'm investigating a black-clad organization, part of a transnational crime syndicate. I suggest you cooperate." The card was a forgery, but Lin Gang exuded confidence. He thought to himself, "They've fallen for my illusion. If I told them this was a certificate, they might see through it. A business card is enough." Lin Gang pointed to the unconscious man. "This man is my informant, Idagawa Conan. Now release him." The employee, sensing trouble, spoke into his earpiece. "We need backup over here. Get some more men to control the situation." The employee monitoring the security cameras saw Lin Gang and burst out laughing. Someone actually dares to investigate Philip Millet's nightclub in this city. Are they crazy?" More employees began to converge on the scene. "Make way! Make way!" they shouted. Seeing the growing number of opponents, Lin Gang quickly reached into his jacket and retrieved something. It was nothing other than a gun. He leveled it directly at the employees, who recoiled in terror. The lead employee slowly raised his hands, his face a mask of warning to the others to stay still. Following his lead, the others gradually retreated, their bodies stiff with fear. One employee, attempting to appease Lin Gang, stammered, "Officer, we'll cooperate with you, ma'am." But honeyed words wouldn't sway Lin Gang. He fired, the shot hitting the employee squarely. Blood sprayed across the floor. The brutal display of violence terrified the remaining employees, their legs trembling as they hesitated to advance. The other clubgoers scattered, their faces etched with fear, scrambling to escape the chaos. Lin Gang let out a savage laugh, his voice laced with menace. "You dared to attack an FBI agent. Don't blame me for acting in self-defense." The bewildered employee couldn't comprehend what was happening. "Attack you? We haven't even done anything yet." The tension ratcheted up. The remaining employees rallied, shouting, "Get him," as they surged towards Lin Gang. Lin Gang's gun clicked as he chambered another round. He unleashed a barrage of bullets, muzzle flashes illuminating the chaotic scene. His marksmanship was impeccable, each shot finding its mark with deadly accuracy. Bodies crumpled, blood splattering the floor as the employees staggered and fell. Lin Gang, with a flourish, fired a shot from under his arm. With cool nonchalance, he blew on the barrel of his gun. His eyes swept across the room. "Anyone else want to try their luck?" The gun in Lin Gang's hand, barely given a moment's respite, was put back to work. Another volley of shots rang out, aimed directly at the remaining employees. He targeted their legs, crippling them. One employee, despite being hit, remained defiant, a strange foam bubbling at his lips. He even managed a twisted grin. "You can't kill me," he declared. Lin Gang stared, taken aback by the man's resilience despite the bullets lodged in his body. How? He wondered. Deciding the smaller gun wasn't having the desired effect, Lin Gang pulled out a much larger weapon. "Let's try this instead." The barrel of the massive gun pressed against the employee's temple, his eyes widening in terror. Sensing imminent danger, he lunged, desperate to escape. But Lin Gang was faster. "Where do you think you're going? Take this," he roared, firing the sniper rifle. The powerful rifle tore through flesh and bone, dismembering the employee. The remaining employees cried out in horror. The club manager, realizing the situation was hopeless, turned and fled, every man for himself. Lin Gang, still in his element, aimed his weapon at the fleeing figures. "Don't run. Let me teach you a lesson with this AC." His thirst for vengeance unsated, the sound of gunfire continued to echo through the club. The man who had tried to raise the alarm slowly opened his eyes. He pushed himself up, his body aching. Dizziness swirled around him as he tried to focus on his surroundings. He looked around in disbelief. "Are they all dead?" Lin Gang's voice cut through his daze. "Hey, wake up. What are you staring at?" Lin Gang smirked. "Hey, kid, can you still walk?" Terrified, the man replied, "Why, yes, I can still walk." Receiving this affirmative, Lin Gang swiftly commanded, "Get that woman into a car and get out of here. Use the back exit." The man obediently replied, "Yes, ma'am. But what about you?" Lin Gang instructed, "I still have some business to attend to." Following the instructions, the man quickly led the drugged woman out of the club. Lin Gang stayed behind, approaching one of the unconscious employees. "Sleeping soundly, aren't we?" After Lin Gang's remark, the employee remained unresponsive on the floor. Frustrated, Lin Gang yelled, pointing the gun at the employee's face, "Wake up." Fearing another bullet, the employee quickly sat up, his face contorted in a scream. In a flash, his features shifted, sharp fangs extending from his mouth as if ready to tear into someone. The vest he wore began to rip apart. His body bulked up, the constricting clothes no longer able to contain his transformed physique. Lin Gang observed this transformation, a thought flashing through his mind: a vampire. The vampire threatened, "Come any closer and you're dead." In Lin Gang's eyes, this employee was nothing more than a lowly bloodsucker, drained of any real power. Annoyed, Lin Gang kicked the vampire employee, sending him flying. Reeling from the relentless assault, the vampire thought in fear, "How can she be so strong? I've given it my all, but I can't even touch the hem of her garment." Lin Gang grabbed the vampire by the hair, her voice sharp. "Where's Philip Millet?" The employee remained stubbornly silent, his jaw clenched tight. Seeing his defiance, Lin Gang tightened her grip, eliciting a cry of pain. Finally, unable to bear the pain any longer, he revealed, at the end of the left side of the third-floor corridor. After receiving the information, Lin Gang also took the vampire's phone. She demanded he unlock it immediately. Scrolling through the phone's contents, Lin Gang muttered, "This place is truly filthy." The Millet family, thinking they can get away with anything because of their power and influence. These patrons come here, get drugged by the security, and then end up in the VIP rooms of these influential figures. Lin Gang leaned close to the vampire, her voice laced with mock admiration. "You lot really know how to play dirty, don't you?" Having fully grasped the power and influence of the woman before him, the vampire pleaded, his voice trembling, "I don't want to die. I have family. Please spare me." But Lin Gang showed no mercy. Her hand shot out, plunging directly into the vampire's chest. His face contorted in agony. In a swift motion, she withdrew a long, sharp bone, a cruel smile playing on her lips. The torture didn't end there. Lin Gang continued to torment the vampire with his own bone. The scene shifted to a quiet room. Inside, the clinking of wine glasses could be heard. Frank, the director of the Golden Stream Bank, slammed his fist on the table. "Damn it, why aren't they here yet?" Unable to contain his impatience any longer, he stormed towards the door, cursing under his breath. "Shit, I've been sitting here for 20 minutes. His footsteps grew increasingly hurried and heavy. He grumbled to himself as he walked, "Don't tell me the girls arrived, and there's no one here to entertain me." A hand reached out, ready to open the door. The door slowly creaked open. The figure standing before him caused him to freeze in surprise. Standing before the bank director was the club manager, his body battered and torn. He barely managed to stand for a moment before collapsing forward, leaving the terrified bank director bewildered and struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. The club manager crumpled to the floor, his body seemingly devoid of any remaining strength. To prevent any further unforeseen incidents, the bank director swiftly slammed the door shut. Overcome with fear, he sank to the floor, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A question quickly formed in his mind. What's happening out there? Looking at the manager's mangled body, the director thought a blood slave, capable of self-healing, yet wounded to this extent. He stammered, barely able to form words. He tried to speak, but before he could finish his sentence, an object embedded itself in his face. A spear pierced his head, his brain spinning within his skull. His head was then pulled back through the gaping hole. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the bank director recoiled in horror. The manager's head stopped abruptly at a certain point. The bank director stared at the severed head, his face a mask of terror, wanting to scream. Just then, a voice called out, feigning casual curiosity, "Aren't there any more people here?" The question forced the director to clamp his hand over his mouth. Footsteps faded into the distance. Only then did the bank director begin to calm down, wondering, are they gone? Still clutching the severed head, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." Sensing the precariousness of his situation, he placed the head on the ground, reminding himself not to be foolish and stay there. He began to crawl slowly towards his phone, determined to call for help. But before he could get far, a voice from outside declared, well, there's another one." Immediately after, a spear shot into the room. The speed and force of the spear sent the bank director's head flying, his body convulsing. These spears are truly lethal, someone thought. Lin Gang moved on, saying, "On to the next room." With a swift and brutal efficiency, Lin Gang breached room after room, claiming the heads of the depraved occupants. One room remained untouched, an eerie silence hanging in the air. Inside this room was Philip Millet, surrounded by numerous guards, while outside, a few terrified individuals huddled together in fear. A guard stepped forward to reassure Philip, "Master Millet, reinforcements are on their way. Let's escape through the tunnel in the restroom." Philip Millet started forward, ordering, "Follow me." They quickly obeyed, their footsteps echoing urgently. One of the employees suddenly stopped, thinking they're here. His body began to transform, sharp fangs emerging from his mouth. His body swelled, his skin turning a sickly green. His suit ripped apart. Now empowered, he charged forward, wielding two swords, his eyes burning with hatred. He thrust the swords through the door and out into the corridor. At the same moment, Lin Gang arrived, narrowly avoiding the green-skinned demon's attack. Unflinching, Lin Gang swung her spear, shattering the demon's swords. The battle raged on, the door of the room before Lin Gang splintering. The door swung open ominously, a confrontation imminent. Lin Gang grinned, excited by the appearance of the door. "Ha!" she shouted. "I'm about to slam right into this door. Are you really a demon now?" "Demon or not," Lin Gang declared, her resolve unwavering. "I will fight." Her spear lunged forward with brutal force. The sheer length and power of the spear pierced the door, nearly impaling the transformed employee on the other side. Unable to withstand the force, the green-skinned demon was forced to release the door, his body weakened and helpless. Lin Gang seized the opportunity, her spear slashing at the demon's arm, leaving him no chance to retreat from the brutal attack. The green-skinned demon crumpled at Lin Gang's feet. She looked down at him, sneering. "You're quite large," she mocked, "but surprisingly weak." Lin Gang examined his powerful shoulders and dark, hairy skin, seemingly impervious to bullets. "Your body is a treasure trove," she remarked. "Just a pity it's so ugly." From the tunnel below, voices echoed. "Master Millet, there's a metal door here. Open it," came the command. The door slowly creaked open, revealing the anxious faces of those within. As the rear door swung open, a chorus of disgusted groans filled the air. "Ugh, it reeks." Philip, catching a whiff of the stench, grimaced. "It smells like a sewer." Shaking his head in disgust, Philip muttered, "Let's go." Following Philip through the door, the group hurried away. Their panicked whispers echoed through the foul-smelling tunnel. "Damn, those vampires are fast. It's dark, smelly, and sticky down here. I can't see in the vampire's darkness. I fell and bruised my face, and I still couldn't catch them. Wait, I think they stopped. They found the exit. Follow them." As they moved, a voice suddenly boomed, "Going somewhere." You're surrounded. Lin Gang appeared, confronting the group. Hey, she called out, why so smelly? Were you down in the sewers looking for a tasty snack? Terrified by the imposing figure, the group scattered, their screams echoing. Whoa, a monster! The light is the exit. Everyone run slowly. It's pitch black. If we fall and break our faces, we won't be able to get plastic surgery. With no other choice, they scrambled out of the sewer, their faces contorted in disgust. They landed in a pool of sewage, the stench overwhelming. Ugh, it's so foul. They gagged. As they frantically tried to move, a weapon suddenly pierced upwards from below, spraying blood everywhere. Lin Gang, using her spear as leverage, hoisted herself onto the body of one of the fleeing figures. Standing above them, she chuckled. You even drink sewage. You have a strong stomach. Even in death, you don't. Her brutal act sent the remaining figures into a panicked frenzy. Despite the stench, they continued to flee. Lin Gang laughed, taunting them. Hey, you can't run. With that, she fired a shot, splattering blood. I told you not to run, she mocked. Lin Gang's taunts continued, her voice laced with a sinister amusement. See, I'm actually quite reasonable. Just listen to me, and you'll be safe and sound. Now tell me, where did Philip go? The others whispered amongst themselves. I think they turned left. Overhearing them, Lin Gang continued, good acting. Such good children. Go on, I won't kill you. Suddenly, Lin Gang's tone shifted, feigning curiosity. Wait a minute, what's that on your head? The terrified man touched his face, his voice trembling. It's a sewer cockroach. Lin Gang feigned outrage, raising her gun. So, you dare to sneak some chocolate without me? Well, I can't forgive that. No sooner had she spoken than a volley of shots rang out. Blood splattered across the foreheads of the two men. Lin Gang raised her gun high. If you do something hateful, she declared, then you deserve to die. I'm still being quite reasonable, aren't I? From behind Philip, one of his guards spoke up. Master Philip, he warned those gunshots. I think she's caught up to us. Philip ran frantically, cursing under his breath. How is she so fast? That means Paul is useless. But this sewer system is complex. She won't know which way we've gone. We'll definitely escape. His confidence quickly evaporated, replaced by a stunned expression. The tip of Lin Gang's spear scraped against the sewer floor. Lin Gang was enjoying the chase. The terrified men ahead of her sprinted desperately, trying to escape her sights. A look of exhilaration spread across Lin Gang's face. Her eyes gleamed with malice, and a chilling chuckle escaped her lips. Philip glanced back in terror. She's gaining on us, he yelled. Stop her. Shoot. Mid-stride, Lin Gang suddenly equipped herself with a new item, positioning boots. The effect boosted her movement speed for 10 seconds, though it didn't inflict any significant damage. Desperate, Philip's men turned to face Lin Gang, buying their master precious seconds to escape. Low-level blood slaves can't disobey my orders, Philip thought. Let them stall for me. Behind him, Lin Gang was tearing through his guards. None of their attacks could match her strength. In a flash, the guards transformed into green-skinned demons, snarling ferociously. Lin Gang showed no fear. Her resolve only deepened. With a powerful swing of her spear, mud erupted from the ground, sending the green-skinned demons flying. Philip ran for his life, not daring to look back. His breath came in ragged gasps. Suddenly, he felt something close behind him. He whipped around in fear. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gang lunged towards Philip like an arrow. With no time to lose, Philip transformed into a green-skinned demon. His larger form allowed him to narrowly dodge Lin Gang's spear thrust. Lin Gang, slightly surprised, exclaimed, "Wow, you dodged that." She wasn't about to let him get away. Quickly drawing another weapon, she said, "Try this then." As Lin Gang's gunshots echoed, Philip transformed into a swarm of flies, scattering in all directions. Dodging the bullets, he thought smugly, haha, turning into flies worked this time. Are you stupid? I can fly. Meanwhile, Saitui Kyo's power helped Lin Gang cling to the ceiling. Seeing her opportunity, she kicked off powerfully and soared through the air. Mid-flight, Lin Gang drew another weapon. The system quickly displayed the skill's name, Flesh-Grinding Chainsaw. Its effect, when used to attack, the skill would gouge out additional flesh from the enemy's wounds. Using this skill, Lin Gang shot down the entire swarm of flies. Critically wounded, Philip reverted to his human form, his face covered in blood. Weakened by the fight, he collapsed on the ground. Lin Gang seized the moment. She plunged her spear deep into his body. A scream ripped through the air. His body began to dissolve, breaking apart into shimmering particles. Lin Gang laughed, a sound filled with savage satisfaction. The energy wave on my spear, she thought, is pure poison to vampires. It probably neutralizes their regenerative abilities too. She fixed her gaze on the dissolving remains of Philip. Her voice, dripping with mock cordiality, echoed in the sewer. Well, Philip, fancy meeting you here. Tell me, she continued, her tone laced with curiosity, are you, by any chance, an AI? Simultaneously, she produced a photograph of a young woman. Forgotten her already, she sneered. The moment the image appeared, Philip's dissolving form seemed to convulse, a spectral image of terror flickering across his fading features. Lin Gang pressed her advantage, her voice sharp. Good. So you do remember. Now, tell me everything about this girl, and be quick about it. Of course, she added, a cruel smile playing on her lips. You could choose not to tell me. But her smile widened, becoming truly menacing. Vampires are known for their remarkable regenerative abilities, aren't they? Such a magnificent gift. It would be a shame not to put it to the test, wouldn't it? A shame to waste such potential. Terror consumed what remained of Philip. Through gritted teeth, he hissed, You devil. I'll talk. He began his tale, his voice a ghostly whisper. 7 days ago, I went to the outskirts of the city with some friends. We were having a rave party. We were having our underlings renovate an abandoned factory into a nightclub. And that's when. We're all ancestral vampires, he explained. Power-hungry individuals. All of us, exiled from our clans in Europe after losing power struggles. We were forced to flee, to find refuge here in the United States. Except for one, he added. His name is Seiya, our leader. He's from the Dreams family, one of the 13 clans. A powerful family, instrumental in the salvation and rise to dominance of the vampire race. Philip continued, his voice growing weaker. Seiya is a charismatic leader. He became a viscount before he even turned 25. The Dreams family had high hopes for him. His only flaw, he confessed, is his brutality. He enjoys tormenting the weak. Perhaps it's because his mother has Gunjel blood. Seiya likes to play hunting games, Philip revealed. He selects young, beautiful women to his liking, charms them with his captivating personality, and lures them back to hotel rooms. He wouldn't actually harm them. Not usually, he added quickly. He'd be rough, yes, but he'd compensate them handsomely afterwards. That night, at the nightclub, Philip continued, he noticed the girl in the photograph. He tried to seduce her, but she refused. Normally, he would have given up, Philip explained. But that night, something snapped. He used his vampire powers to control her, taking her back to his hotel room. He was more brutal than ever before. He broke her ribs, burned her flesh, hung her upside down, and beat her until her internal organs ruptured. We couldn't stop him, Philip whispered. We didn't enjoy the game, but under Seiya's influence, we were forced to participate in the torture. And that's how Alan Raffaello died. Lin Gang's voice was cold. Philip, his spectral form paling further, stammered. Why yes, but after she died, Seiya regretted it. He seemed fond of her. He sat and stared at her all night, Philip continued. He didn't dispose of the body until sunrise the next day, leaving her at the abandoned factory. The needles, he added, were planted to create a false scene. Not that anyone would dare investigate us anyway. A new voice cut through the sewer's gloom. Catherine, stepping into view, smiled coldly. So, Seiya still has Island's body. Where is he now, Philip? Philip, his spectral form now little more than a shimmering outline in the filth, stammered. The Dreams family owns a high-rise in the city. Seiya and his clan occupy the 12th floor, the penthouse. I think Seiya had her body stolen. As Philip finished, Catherine's smile turned predatory. I see, she purred, her voice dripping with malice. So that's how it is. Very well, I understand now. With a sudden, brutal movement, she stomped on the shimmering remnants of Philip, eliciting a final, agonizing shriek. At this moment, Catherine summoned the soul-devouring urn, a swirling vortex of shadowy energy held in her hand. She intended to use it to utterly obliterate what remained of Philip. Slowly, deliberately, she raised the urn, a cruel smile twisting her lips. Well, Philip, she purred, her voice laced with dark amusement. I think this urn will make a lovely, permanent residence for you, don't you? Philip's spectral form recoiled in abject terror. No, I don't want to die. Please spare me. Please, I beg you. The Dreams family's high-rise is heavily guarded. There are humans and vampires everywhere. If you spare me, I can tell you everything. I can betray them. His pleas were cut short. The urn pulsed with a sickening energy, and an irresistible force erupted from within. Philip's shimmering form contorted, fragmenting into motes of light that were inexorably drawn into the swirling darkness. A tempting offer, Catherine murmured, her eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction. But no thank you. Begone. Only the echoes of Philip's terrified screams remained. A system notification materialized before Catherine. Phase 2 of the mission, find Philip Millet, complete. Phase 3 of the mission, eliminate Saya, initiated. Mission Reward 1, minor life potion. Mission Reward 2, 300 experience points. Mission Reward 3, 400 game currency. Mission time limit, 3 hours. Penalty for mission failure, obliteration. High above the city, in the penthouse suite of a towering skyscraper, Saya stood before a panoramic window, gazing out at the sprawling metropolis below. A knock echoed through the opulent room. "Tell William to enter," Saya commanded, his voice smooth and assured. A young man, impeccably dressed, entered and bowed low. "Master Saya," he reported, his voice tinged with urgency, "we've received reports of an attack on the High Pot Club. All the guards, both human and vampire, have been eliminated. Philip Millet, of the Millet clan, is missing." Saya's brow furrowed. "What? Do we know who is responsible?" "Not yet, Master Saya," William replied. "The Millet clan has mobilized their forces to investigate. They are confident they will find the perpetrator. However, they have not yet issued a bounty or requested our assistance." A dismissive smirk played across Saya's lips. How predictable, still clinging to their pride, even in the face of such a blatant attack. Regardless of whether this is a personal vendetta against Philip or something else entirely, we have every reason to assist the Millet clan. Finding this attacker will maintain order in the city, and that benefits us all. Suddenly, a message crackled through William's earpiece. He paused, listening intently. "Master Saya," he began, "your father wishes to see you." Saya's response, a curt "very well," was cut short. His eyes widened in shock. William, his features contorting into a monstrous visage, his fangs bared, lunged at Saya with savage fury. Saya, momentarily stunned, thought treachery, but that he was just helping me. His thoughts were interrupted by a deafening crack. A bullet, seemingly materializing from thin air, pierced the thick glass of the window and tore through Saya's right arm, continuing its deadly trajectory. The bullet lodged itself squarely in the head of the transforming William. A spray of blood splattered across Saya's face. Another sharp crack echoed through the room, putting Saya on high alert. Another bullet was coming. This time, prepared, Saya transformed into a swarm of bats, bursting through the shattered window. As he fled, he thought, just reach the main hall. Once I'm with the others, I'll be safe. That sniveling coward. Just wait until I get my hands on you. On a nearby rooftop, Catherine and Lin Gang watched the chaos unfold. "He's still alive," Lin Gang remarked, a hint of frustration in her voice. "Your shooting skills are atrocious. Are you getting weak in your old age?" Catherine scoffed. "Are you blaming me? I've never used this type of weapon before. Besides," she added with a wicked grin, "this is much more entertaining." Saya, severely wounded, stumbled through the corridors of the high-rise, clutching his mangled arm, crying out for help. Alerted by the commotion, his guards rushed towards him. Just as they were about to drag him inside, another volley of bullets ripped through the air. Saya's subordinates instantly shifted into their massive wolf forms, rising as one to shield their master. At first, they thought a few bullets couldn't possibly. But before they could finish the thought, the bullets tore through their bodies, dropping them one by one. "How come mere bullets?" One managed to gasp. "That'd be so powerful." Another finished, just as his form disintegrated. "Careful, these bullets are strange." The two remaining guards snarled. "Damn it, what kind of AI is this?" Suddenly, Catherine burst onto the scene, a terrifying 8-armed, Valkyrie-like figure. "Your grandmother," she roared. Seeing Catherine's advance, the two remaining guards threw up a defense. "Master Saya, we'll hold her off. Run!" they yelled. Saya didn't hesitate, turning tail and fleeing. "I'm counting on you," he shouted back over his shoulder. From the guard's hands, a shimmering, crimson barrier materialized, pulsing with an unsettling energy. Undeterred, Catherine charged forward, her multiple arms unleashing a furious barrage of bullets. Despite the relentless assault, the barrier held firm. "That's some tough blood magic," Catherine mused, both poisonous and resilient. Unable to breach the barrier, Catherine opted for a more strategic approach. She backflipped away, then, with a powerful kick, shattered a nearby window. Using her multiple arms to her advantage, she quickly gained purchase and smashed through another section of glass. Bursting through the shattered window, Catherine landed directly behind the two unsuspecting guards. A cold sweat slicked their faces as they turned to face her. Before they could react, Catherine unleashed her meat grinder, a whirlwind of bullets that reduced them to pulped, twitching heaps on the floor. "Bye-bye, suckers," she cackled, her laughter chillingly manic. Having dispatched the guards, Catherine quickly spotted Seiya, who hadn't made it far. Spinning around, she aimed her weapon and fired. "Where do you think you're going?" A sickening thud echoed through the air. Seiya's leg, now several feet away from the rest of him, bid him a gruesome farewell. He crumpled to the ground, clutching the bloody stump. "My leg! Aff!" he screamed in agony. Catherine stalked towards him. Seiya, eyes wide with terror, thought, "This is it. It's over." Just as Catherine prepared to deliver the final blow, a tremendous crash erupted from the front of the building. Something massive had slammed into the structure, sending debris and dust billowing into the air. From the swirling chaos, a figure emerged, cloaked in crimson and radiating power. Taking in the scene, the man scowled. "Are you a ghost hunter from the northern border? Or were you sent by the Holy See?" He was Elias Dreams, one of the most powerful, awakened members of the Dreams family. Seeing his rescuer, Seiya reached out a desperate hand. "Uncle, help me." Without a word, Elias gestured, his cloak transforming into a swirling mass of blood that hung suspended in the air. "How dare you attack a member of the Dreams family?" he boomed. "Do you have no fear of starting a war?" Elias's threats didn't faze Catherine. "Bring it on, tough guy," she retorted. "I've fought bigger battles than this." The two launched into a furious exchange, their attacks punctuated by taunts and insults. Such eloquent words, Elias sneered, unleashing another wave of blood. "Someone's got a heavy flow," Catherine quipped, returning fire. "Pink pajamas would suit a stiff, suit-wearing guy like you. Might help you sleep better." The ground quickly became slick with blood, forcing Catherine to leap onto higher ground. As she jumped, she lunged at him with a sharpened stake. "Seriously," she continued, "I'm just saying you should try some feminine sleepwear. Something pink. It'd really complement that whole cold, aloof, suit-wearing vibe you've got going on." Just as the spear in Catherine's hand was about to pierce him, Elias flicked his wrist, conjuring a shield of blood. He glared menacingly at Catherine. "Reveal your identity quickly, and your death will be less painful." Catherine, relentlessly stabbing with her spear, augmenting her attacks with waves of energy to shatter the blood shield, scoffed. "Waste of breath." Feeling his shield weakening, Elias's thoughts raced. The blood shield is dissolving rapidly. To prevent a complete breach, he lashed out with a powerful punch, disrupting the stalemate. The force sent Catherine flying. Seeing his opportunity, Elias swiftly manifested two enormous, blood-red hands, poised to seize her. He intended to grab Catherine, but she was formidable, not foolish. With impressive agility, Catherine flawlessly evaded the grasping hands. Not only did she dodge, but she also snatched the whimpering Seiya from the corner as she retreated. "Later, loser," she taunted. "Enjoy your stay." Seiya, dragged along helplessly, could only cry out, "Uncle, save me." As she made her escape, Catherine thought, first the small fry, then the big bloody one. That overgrown mosquito is too strong. If I get bogged down fighting him, I'll be swarmed by vampire reinforcements sooner or later. Best to retreat for now. Despite her flight, Catherine hadn't forgotten her objective. Producing a knife, she pressed it against Seiya's throat. "I risked a lot to snatch you. Don't you think you should tell me where Alice Raffaello's body is?" Seiya, choked by the cable wrapped tightly around his neck, struggled to breathe, let alone speak. Though unable to speak, Seiya's mind raced. "Alice Raffaello, that the girl who was killed a few days ago, that I can't tell her. If I do, I'll lose my leverage. She'll definitely kill me if I'm no longer useful." Seeing his reluctance, Catherine's patience snapped. She jabbed the knife into his shoulder. "Not talking, huh? Playing games with me. Speak up, or you'll lose both your hands." Twisting the knife deeper, eliciting a pained grunt from Seiya, Catherine continued to press him. On the 89th floor, Elias, hot on their heels, roared, "You bitch. Give Seiya back." Hearing him approach, Catherine muttered, "He's fast. Time for a shortcut." With that, Catherine smashed through a nearby window with three of her arms, creating a large opening and making a swift escape. As she fell, she scanned the building. 89th floor, there it is. Without hesitation, Catherine burst through another window. By this point, Seiya had lost consciousness from blood loss and exhaustion. He wouldn't know what horrors awaited him, horrors that would send Catherine into a rage. The sight that greeted Catherine was a gruesome display of large glass cases, each containing the meticulously stitched and cosmetically preserved bodies of young women, posed like beautiful dolls. The scene sent a wave of fury through her. Her teeth gritted. She hissed, "So you turn your victims into puppets. You deserve to die." She stood before the puppetized form of Alice Raffaello, dressed as a ballerina. Below the display, a small plaque read, "A gift from foolish brother to Alice for her 16th birthday." Consumed by rage, Catherine grabbed Seiya. He trembled, pleading for mercy. "Please don't, I beg you." Catherine snarled, "You deserve to die." With brutal force, she severed his limbs. Suddenly, a child's voice shrieked, "Don't hurt my brother." A little girl with pigtails, dressed in a pink dress, stood at the doorway, her voice filled with defiance. As she yelled, she focused her hypnotic gaze on Catherine, her eyes glowing crimson. "Let him go." However, Catherine remained unfazed by the child's attempt at hypnosis. Pathetic, she scoffed. "Try something else." As she spoke, one of her eyes flashed blue. The little girl's hypnosis was quickly broken. On the contrary, Alice herself was now trapped in an immobilizing illusion. At this moment, Seiya used all his strength to yell, "Alice, run. You're no match for her." However, Catherine swiftly slashed Alice's throat with a single stroke, then quickly advanced toward Seiya. Seeing this, he looked despairingly at the body of his beloved little sister as she fell, saying, "Why didn't you run, you silly girl?" With those words, he too received a swift cut to the throat from Catherine, joining his precious Alice in death. It was only then that Elias' dreams finally arrived. He witnessed the gruesome scene of his two grandchildren sent to meet their maker by Catherine's hand. Enraged, he roared, "How dare you kill them?" Consumed by fury, Elias unleashed his ultimate attack. Massive wings materialized behind him and launched towards Catherine. He bellowed, "Die." However, Catherine remained motionless, allowing the wings to pierce her body. She rapidly dissolved into data, vanishing completely. All that remained at the scene was a time bomb, mere seconds from detonation. A massive explosion ripped through the air, shaking the entire skyscraper. Hours later, the news spread throughout the underworld, sending shockwaves through the darkness. A mysterious figure had infiltrated the Dreams family estate in Frankfurt. This enigmatic assailant, defying the vampire count, had assassinated both the young master and mistress, the current heads of the Dreams family. The prodigious Aloka Dreams made an unexpected move. Back in the skyscraper, several Dreams family guards were cleaning up the scene. One of them said, "Clean up all traces, understand?" A moment later, he picked up a fragment of Seiya's body. As he placed it on a tray, he sneezed from the excessive dust. He didn't notice anything unusual about the body fragment. Meanwhile, back at his home, Lin Gang lounged on the sofa in his casual clothes, sipping a soda. "Phew, that was dangerous," he muttered. "That old man's power is pretty terrifying. He's 10 times stronger than Seiya and those vampire guards. I have a feeling that if we really fought, I wouldn't stand a chance against him." Scratching his head, he continued, "I feel like he was just going with the flow, watching me take care of Seiya and his sister. Is that upper-class family morality or something?" Just then, the system interface appeared, calculating the rewards. Player S's performance has earned 160% game currency and experience. Lin Gang sat up, studying the interface intently. He mused, this mission didn't activate any new traits or nicknames. Using the Blood and Guts chainsaw nickname is pretty handy though. And this time I got 2 big hauls, ton of guns and ammo, and the Vampire Phillip. However, upon checking the automatic pet incubator, he was disappointed. Oh, come on. Before him lay Philip's desiccated corpse, infested with blood-sucking worms. Staring at the scene, he said, "Isn't the SRX automatic pet incubator supposed to prioritize caring for large creatures? I guess a dismembered vampire is no match for blood-sucking shoelace worms." After pondering for a moment, he decided to drag Philip's dried-out remains away. "You can't die in vain like this. I'll find a good place for you." He dragged the body to the lakeshore within the pet incubator. Opening his toolkit, he looked at the vampire's remains. He picked up a scalpel and thought, the physiology of vampires in this world scenario is quite similar to Earth humans, especially with those 4 blood-sucking fangs, he muttered, using the scalpel to examine the corpse. Continuing his train of thought, he added, the blood grooves in the fangs would transport blood through the esophagus, pumping it into the digestive organs. It was still unknown what this digestive organ sac had to do with the vampire's special abilities. Lin Gang muttered to himself as he meticulously performed a microdissection on the abdomen of the vampire corpse. The vampires in this world scenario didn't have red blood cells. They didn't suffer from porphyria or develop it slowly. Although they were very pale and craved blood, they didn't have any strange blood-related diseases. The more he explored the vampire's body, the more excited Lin Gang became. He thought this vampire corpse is a real treasure. I've always wondered about the nature of supernatural powers, but I've never had the chance to explore it like this before. In this world scenario, vampires use the blood-sharing ritual, the embrace, on ordinary humans to develop their lineage. Is this embrace a theological ritual with supernatural power, or is it due to something in the vampire's blood itself? Now, I have the body of a vampire with supernatural powers. This means I have everything I need for research. This will open a huge door for me, a materialistic approach combined with supernatural elements. Inside the plastic-sheeted operating room, Lin Gang diligently continued his research on Philip's body. As he analyzed, he thought, flat bones throughout the body. All 4 vampires, including Philip, showed signs of little to no bone marrow. The amount of red marrow is extremely low. The volume of the liver and spleen is smaller than in normal humans. It can be inferred that the vampire's hematopoietic ability has degenerated, preventing them from producing their own blood. They're forced to suck human blood to survive. Let's take a blood sample and see. The 4 rich kids and Philip were all AB blood type recipients. It's possible that all existing vampires inherited a defective gene. The red blood cell parameters in the blood show nothing unusual. Summarizing his research, he muttered to himself, I've discovered hair follicles in the epidermis that are different from normal hair. The follicle volume is much larger, regulated by the erector pili muscles. This suggests that these large hair follicles can be activated under special conditions, transforming them into the half-human, half-beast form with jet black hair. For now, I haven't found the specific organ that controls blood and releases its power. The absorbed energy didn't cause any significant damage to the blood and flesh of the corpse. He continued to ponder. The 4 vampires are identical to Philip. They all have small digestive organs, but the state of their growth is different. I can't rule out the possibility that these organs are the source of the vampire's power. Let's use the cat's eye's spiritual energy to examine these small digestive organs. They exhibit a strong spiritual energy reaction. The absorbed energy shows a strong rejection reaction to the stomach. This suggests that even a small amount of absorbed energy could cause the stomach to explode. For now, I've gathered one piece of information. The source of the vampire's power likely comes from that small stomach pouch. So, is fresh blood the currency for exchanging souls? The more he thought, the clearer it became. Finally, Lin Gang concluded, if the stomach is the source, then what's the purpose of the embrace ritual? Observing the results of the ritual, there are no traces of life in the vampire's blood cells, especially from viruses or special bacteria. It could also be said that the stomach itself has some hidden meaning. However, thinking up to this point brings up another question. If I perform the ritual, can I force the blood slave's body to generate a similar organ? The more he thought, the more confused he became. Exhausted from his long research session, he slumped to the floor, saying, it would have been great if Philip hadn't died. Guessing on my own is too troublesome. It's all because Philip was so weak, he couldn't even fight back against those worms. Sitting in front of the pile of organs, Lin Gang analyzed and pondered. Regardless, at least I have the stomach that contains the source of the vampire's power. This means I can perform some experiments on the sample organism that I couldn't try before. A daring thought emerged in Lin Gang's mind. Artificial vampires. Thinking was immediately followed by action. Lin Gang grabbed several of the worms that had previously sucked Philip's blood and brought them into the laboratory. Holding one up, he muttered, "You've already tasted Philip's blood. Now offer up your own bodies." Paying no mind to their willingness, or lack thereof, Lin Gang placed one of the worms onto the dissecting table and swiftly began the dissection. Transplanting a vampire's stomach into a shoelace worm is incredibly difficult, Lin Gang mused. The immune system will attack the foreign organ. A rejection response is inevitable. Only with a sample organism can I forcibly implant it and simultaneously suppress the rejection response from high to low. Lin Gang observed the shoelace worm wriggling and exhibiting signs of rejection. Seeing the worm's movement subside, he said, "Good, it's barely withstanding the first wave of rejection." Suddenly, the worm exhibited a strange reaction, surprising Lin Gang. Using his cat-eye spiritual energy to observe, he exclaimed, "This is a spiritual energy reaction. Although the compatibility is weak, it's definitely spiritual energy. I have a good feeling about this," he murmured. Acting on his hunch, Lin Gang continued the experiment. First, he used a scalpel, frozen with vampire blood, to carefully cut open the shoelace worm's body. He had to meticulously control the force of his hand to avoid slicing the worm in two. Otherwise, the shoelace worm will regenerate from one into two, and the stomach might not develop, he reasoned. He continued cutting for an hour, seemingly awakening some hidden potential within the worm. All the while, he observed the process with intense focus. Using his cat-eye spiritual energy, Lin Gang noticed that the spiritual energy within the shoelace worm had increased compared to before. "Success," he declared. "Its spiritual energy reaction has reached its peak." Noticing the blood on his hand move, Lin Gang exclaimed in surprise. This ability is clearly the innate supernatural power that allows vampires to control blood. Could it be that I've successfully created one? Lin Gang placed the specimen back into the glass container. "The artificial vampire organism is a success," he announced. "However, this shoelace worm's blood ability is quite weak. It can probably only influence the fresh blood within small mammals like puppies. If it were to draw human blood, it would probably only increase blood flow. Completely useless compared to those noble vampires. They're much stronger. Could it be because this worm is too small?" A new question arose, prompting Lin Gang to ponder further. He then retrieved a much larger specimen, laughing heartily. "Ha! Like the sample organism, it can be inflated to any size I want." Lin Gang placed the larger worm onto the dissecting table and resumed his experiment. After a period of intense experimentation, Lin Gang collapsed onto a chair, exhausted. "Phew," he sighed. The experiment was a complete success. By increasing the worm's size, the intensity of its blood power has increased many times over. I feel like it's reached the same level of power as those noble vampires. If it exerts all its strength, it could probably drain the blood of a pig from 7 or 8 meters away, or even spray a high-pressure stream of blood with putrefying properties. But that's its limit. It would need to replenish its blood supply afterwards. Suddenly remembering the vampire's blood shields, Lin Gang mused, if 5 of these worms combined their strength, they might be able to recreate the blood mirror and form a bulletproof shield. The only problem is how to give commands to these blood-sucking worms. They don't have brains. They have a ladder-like nervous system. Their intelligence level is tragically low. There's no way to communicate with them. Thinking about practical combat, Lin Gang realized, I can't just have them unleashing different blood powers in every battle, can I? They're not grenades. Using absorbed energy to stimulate the worm's blood activity would cause a conflict with the stomach and make them explode instantly. Using microelectrical waves to stimulate them would throw them into chaos, causing them to release all sorts of different blood powers. That would quickly deplete their blood energy and leave them in a weakened state. This method won't work. That method won't work either. Lin Gang was at an impasse. He hadn't yet found a way to control the worms. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, bringing a sinister smile to his face. It was the look of a man brewing another crazy idea. What if I use Yin energy as a catalyst? He mused. The thought seemed to reach Sai, who was comfortably lying in bed playing games. She shivered involuntarily. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Who's cursing me? Lin Gang grinned, revealing his teeth. Sai, hikalit. I've also equipped you with some auxiliary software. Don't tell me you're planning to kidnap a handsome guy for me to possess. Oh, what a lovely dream, Sai retorted sarcastically. Whoever I possess will be infected with hundreds of diseases. Within 3 months, they'll be bedridden at best, dead at worst. Did you find me some evil person to possess? If not, forget it. Why would you think that? Lin Gang asked. I'm giving you 2 magic wands, the kind of magical girl wands that can make things bigger and smaller. Want to try them out? What? An automatic pet feeder. This is the magical enlarging and shrinking device I was talking about. Disgusting. What's disgusting about it? It's pink and feminine. It doesn't look dangerous at all. Suddenly, it moved, shattering the glass container. Look how much it likes you. It's so eager to greet you, Lin Gang said. Greet me. Why do I feel like it wants to suck my blood? Sai replied nervously. Suddenly it sprayed blood. Look, Pinky is so happy to see you it's peeing itself. Li Nang et Golim. Pinky. That name gives me goosebumps. And it's clearly spitting blood, not peeing, Sai corrected him. It jumped through the broken glass. Oh my god, it likes men, Sai exclaimed in surprise. Bad Pinky. Absorb energy, Lin Gang commanded. Do you want to try controlling it with your Een energy? It looks ugly, but its combat power is actually quite impressive, he suggested. Let me try. Besides possessing living bodies, souls can also reside in objects and creatures with strong Een energy. Because the shoelace worm's nervous system is so primitive, it's not affected by the soul. This worm has already been implanted with a vampire's stomach and become a supernatural creature. Because of the abundant blood energy in its body, its energy attributes are very negative, gloomy, and cold, somewhat similar to a soul. It seems I can influence it, but I can only give it simple commands like telling it to spit venom. While it actually spit, it's paralyzed but can still spit venom. That's enough. Now I can take the next step in modifying the vampire shoelace worm. Lin Gang began his work. He took out a larger glass container. Finally, he held up 2 iron rods and shouted, "Done." This weapon is called the Bloodworm Crowbar. These 2 modified worms have become bioweapons, yet the system identifies them as equipment. Truly rare items. Based on the average market price, they should sell for at least 1,000 game coins. And all I spent were 2 vampire stomachs, worth 100 coins on the market. It seems crafting equipment myself is much more profitable than buying from the market. It seems I can add my own notes to the system's description. What should I add? I've got it. You can throw them. Here, take them. All done. You just need to hold these worm crowbars and use your Een energy to stimulate different nerve points. This will activate the bioweapon's blood energy, allowing them to release supernatural abilities inherent to vampires. Basically, you can unleash high-intensity vampire skills about 3 times. After the energy is depleted, inject them with the high-nutrient blood in this tube. Try it yourself, she said, a playful lilt in her voice. Looking at the diverse and abundant items in the inventory, Lin Gang smiled to himself. Even if I temporarily store the unused weapons in the pet's inventory, my backpack is still full, he muttered. Maybe in the next phase of the game, players can pay or use other methods to expand their backpacks. Or maybe use items like spatial rings to hold a few items to be taken out in emergencies. For now, I have enough light weaponry. This prototype bioweapon project cultivating these weapons will take a while to see results. The vampire's stomach, white matter, and 3 remaining digestive organs. I still haven't found a suitable use for them. The current phase isn't sufficient to analyze and test the epiphyllum oxypetalum tube. Number 3's lab environment is very sealed. I have to consider safety issues as well. I can't effectively test the toxicity of the poisonous machete. I'm still diligently accumulating energy bit by bit. I have to gradually strengthen my physiological functions because I have to shrink my body to resemble a normal person, and I lack a direction for development. My growth has stagnated. My power is nearing its limit. After a lone wolf reaches level 10, it will see more clearly. The supernatural elements are not only insufficient, but also lacking in quality. Even if it gets stronger, it doesn't know where to start. This is the fate of a lone wolf, not joining any organization. At least until that's done, I still have to continue acting alone, not joining any organization. The next day, Lin Gang was cycling down the road, humming a song, "Don't Make My Heart Ache" by The Boss. Just forget me. Let it fade like the mist, love like drifting clouds, sad. Those deep kisses, where is that innocent smile now? Then a call came in, interrupting him. "Hello, can it wait? I'm busy with something important." "What's so important?" the voice asked. Using the nuclear fusion reaction of solar energy particles from several astronomical units away to precisely kill the majority of low-level bacteria in order to protect the sacred purity of my place. "Speak normally, old man. I'm airing my blanket on the balcony. My relative sent over some seafood. He's asking if you want to come over and freeload. Did your dad agree to us being together?" "I told you, as long as we have a child, Everything will be easier. Stop talking nonsense. Are you coming or not? Just say it. Of course, I'm coming right away. Hanging up, he thought such a sudden invitation. Are Wang Tungsun's parents simply being kind, or is there another reason? The most likely reason is because of what happened that day. She and I disappeared for several hours. Although the Special Affairs Bureau erased memories and induced sleep, her father is Chief Wang. He could have found clues and discovered something unusual about his daughter. But because of the need for secrecy, he can't know the details. So, he's targeting me, the guy who also disappeared for several hours. He wants to get information through this meal. For now, this is the most likely scenario. I'll have to enjoy this meal with great enthusiasm. Room 208, 2E. New door already. The murder case was just a few days ago, and someone moved in already. Brave, or is it haunted and cheap? Whatever, doesn't matter. Wang Tungsun's crabs are waiting for me. Wow. Not only am I not late, but I'm incredibly early. Do you want to eat my crabs that badly? If Miss Wang is treating, I have to give you face. I even brought a gift. Alright, come in. I'll go prepare the food with my mom. What should I do? Go talk to my dad for a bit. But once you're there, you two will just awkwardly stare at each other without saying anything. Hey, Kidley, I heard that Sanson caused some trouble that day, having you pretend to be Lang Lam's boyfriend, right? I heard a lot of interesting things happen that day. Ling Gang thought, here it comes. Just follow the memories implanted by the Special Affairs Bureau, and everything will flow smoothly. No, sir, we just stayed at the Ungdi restaurant for a few hours. Besides eating and chatting, nothing much happened. Is that so? Last time, at the scene of the 2084 homicide, this kid's behavior. It wasn't like a normal third-year student at all. However, I had my colleagues investigate him. They didn't find anything unusual. The TV is talking about the rural teacher who was found dead, hanging from a Sephora tree, while her husband was away working. Her clothes were torn to shreds when she died. Her head was covered with a thick piece of cloth. Kid, guess whether the victim in this news story committed suicide or was murdered. I didn't see the scene photos very clearly, but I think the possibility of murder is slightly higher. Why wasn't this woman's husband at home? She lived in the countryside with her parents-in-law. According to the news, other families weren't in dire financial straits. Besides, if it was due to extreme poverty or illness leading to suicide. But there's no reason to wear tattered clothes and run to the edge of the village to hang oneself. The most likely cause of death is that she was raped before she died. If that happened, the last person to leave the scene should be a suspect. In that case, the victim, suffering emotional trauma, would likely clean herself up and try to compose herself. Not before choosing suicide. Before committing suicide, people usually hope to maintain a certain image as they leave this world. Eliminating all other possibilities, the most plausible one remains. She was raped before her death. During the assault, the perpetrator accidentally killed her. To avoid responsibility, he carried the body to the tree at the edge of the village and staged it to look like a suicide. So why was a cloth covering her head? I'm not sure, but there's one possibility. The perpetrator was very close to the victim, perhaps even someone she saw every day. When staging the scene, he didn't want to face the victim's eyes, so he used a piece of cloth to cover her face. In this case, perhaps the officials could investigate the victim's close acquaintances first, such as the parents-in-law she lived with. Maybe you're right. According to the police, the victim's father-in-law had inappropriate intentions towards her while her husband was away working. He repeatedly assaulted her. The victim's mother-in-law, to avoid disgracing the family, pretended not to know. She even helped her husband confine the victim. During the assault, the victim wanted to speak out so her husband would return. But her in-laws panicked and killed her, then staged the scene as a suicide to evade responsibility. They didn't want to face the victim's eyes, so they covered her head with a cloth. These people are truly ridiculous. I don't see any genuine tears from them. While committing the crime, they had countless opportunities to stop the assault, but did they? No. They intentionally harmed an innocent person. Now, wearing prison clothes, they cry. They only regret being caught for their crimes. They're only afraid of being punished. Trash will always be trash. Your deductive abilities are quite impressive, kid. Sanson told me you've read a lot of books on deduction and detective work, right? Yes, sir. My childhood dream was to be a nemesis of criminals, maintaining order in society, protecting the lives and property of the people. A bunch of documents were thrown out here. There's a photo. Take a look. Is this the crime scene photo? The male and female homeowners lie dead in the living room. Several deep stab wounds are visible around their waists. There are no bloody footprints or other bloodstains on the floor. There's a knife with a relatively short handle. The knife is made of steel with a shiny, curved blade, and there's smeared blood in the corner of the wall. Oh, a break-in and robbery. Is that it, kid? There's a fire escape ladder outside the window. The perpetrator broke into the house at night. During the robbery, they murdered the homeowners. The entry and exit points happened to be in the camera's blind spot, so their appearance wasn't captured. How long ago did the incident occur? 2 days ago. I can't be certain, but I suggest checking nearby hospitals and clinics near where the incident happened. Investigate recent medical records. See if there are any cases of injuries, specifically a deep knife wound in the palm of the right hand. It's highly likely that this person is the perpetrator. Chief Wang, hearing Lin Gang's conclusion, was stunned. Oh, why? Lin Gang explained, there's only a single blood stain, right here below the light switch, and the blood dripped straight down. The shape of the stain indicates that when the suspect flipped the light switch, the blood dripped onto the floor. The bathrooms in these residential areas are quite small and dark, especially where the light switch is located. It's on the lower right side, close to the wall. This makes it difficult for someone to use their left hand to flip the switch. They would have to use their right hand, meaning the blood dripped from the perpetrator's right hand. As for whether the blood belongs to the perpetrator or the victim, I'm more inclined to believe it's the perpetrator's. If the perpetrator had gotten the victim's blood on them, the bloodstain would have dripped from top to bottom, going from dark to light. But at the scene, the bloodstain's darkness is consistent from top to bottom, indicating it came directly from the perpetrator's hand. Based on the shape of the knife, I deduce that during the attack, because the handle is relatively short and the blade is long, when the perpetrator gripped the handle and stabbed forward with excessive force, the blade recoiled, cutting their own right palm. As for the lack of other traces at the crime scene, I suspect that after hastily cleaning the blood from their hand in the bathroom, the perpetrator returned to the living room, wiped away any remaining bloodstains, and then escaped. Judging by the amount of blood below the light switch, I believe the hand wound is quite serious, requiring treatment at a hospital or clinic. Chief Wang affirmed, we've already confirmed through testing that the blood belongs to a third party in the house, meaning the perpetrator. With a DNA sample, catching the culprit is just a matter of time. While Chief Wang looked at the photo, pondering Lin Gang's deduction, Lin Gang thought, so many strange incidents have occurred recently in N City on such a large scale. This case is actually quite simple. Even without checking hospitals or clinics, the police could mobilize a large-scale camera search and find the perpetrator. It's been 2 days, and the case hasn't been solved. This suggests that N City's authorities are understaffed, or perhaps there's another reason related to the supernatural forces from the survival game. 6 p.m. After speaking with his colleagues, Chief Wang told Lin Gang, I've had my colleagues investigate. The hospital and clinic systems are interconnected. We'll find something soon. You did a great job, Lin Gang. If we catch the perpetrator, I'll definitely award you a certificate of merit. Lin Gang, seizing the opportunity to downplay his accomplishment, said, You're too kind, sir. No need for a certificate. My walls are already covered with them. I've run out of space. Chief Wang gave him a thumbs up. Excellent. He thought this kid is quite something. Wang Tungsen's mother and Wang Tungsen herself had finished preparing the meal and were bringing out the dishes. Her mother announced, dinner's ready. Everyone gathered around to eat. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened. This caught Lin Gang's attention. Then, the sound of a dog barking startled everyone. Listening to the sounds, Lin Gang thought, going home to get something, and then leaving. What's going on? Then he asked Wang Tungsen's mother, Annie, is the apartment opposite the one that just got new neighbors? I think I saw the door lock being changed. Mrs. Wang replied, after that incident, Fang Yi's children came back from abroad to handle the funeral arrangements. People said the child, a girl, who lives abroad, didn't want to keep the apartment, so they decided to sell it cheaply to the previous prospective buyer. It seems to be a young woman named the Gi. I heard from the neighbors she's a model, living with her best friend. Look, she even left 2 notes. Li Nyang et Golim, Oha, and took the 2 notes. In the 2 notes, the young woman apologized for the constant barking of her dog, disturbing the neighbors. While Lin Gang read the notes, Mrs. Wang sighed. Such a sweet, young, and beautiful girl. Very polite, too. Her handwriting is so neat. Lin Gang agreed, indeed, but inwardly he thought that dog's barking just now was a bit strange. I need to investigate these new neighbors. Suddenly, a phone rang. Wang Tungsun's father went into his room and answered the call. Hello. Have you found any information about the suspect's hospital records? What? He's at Pham Street, Van neighborhood. Haven't you sent someone to arrest him yet? His colleague on the other end said he's dead. How did he die? Severe dehydration, organ failure. Time of death, at least 7 days ago. Chief Wang was startled. Impossible. The incident happened 2 days ago. Didn't the suspect go to the hospital that afternoon to get his wounds stitched up? What's going on here? All right, inform the others. I'll be right there. As he left the room, Mrs. Wang asked, busy again. Chief Wang replied, yes, it's quite unusual. He and Lin Gang exchanged a meaningful look. Putting on his uniform, he said, I'll probably be back late tonight. Don't wait up for me. After he left, everyone continued their meal. By 9 p.m., it was quite late. Lin Gang made a move to leave. Annie, Tong San, everyone, I should be going. No need to see me out. Mrs. Lee said, all right, it's late. Be careful, young man. Don't worry, Annie. Leaving the apartment, Lin Gang glanced at the security camera outside the door. He pretended to tie his shoes, but actually spoke to Sai. Sai understood. She immediately slipped inside apartment 2084. She hadn't been inside long when a dog started barking ferociously. Then she came back out. Lin Gang asked, anything strange inside? Sai replied, there's a dog cage in the living room corner. Inside is a one-eyed, middle-aged man wearing a dog skin, lying down. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened again. A very beautiful young woman walked in, humming a tune. She walked right through Lin Gang and into apartment 2084. He could hear her say, Mau Mau, look, Mommy bought your favorite dog food. Then the system issued a notification. Conditions met. Mission activated. Mission type, regular. Team cooperation required. Mission name, grinding teeth, sucking blood. Lin Gang said, Sai, stay here and keep an eye on her. I'll be back soon. Sai agreed. Okay. In a shadowed corner of the apartment complex, Lin Gang muttered, ever since that serious case, they've installed a ton of cameras. It took me forever to find a blind spot. Time to transform. The speaker was the original tiger, Lin Gang. He continued, thanks to the prototype creature, even if I change my appearance 100 times, they won't be able to see anything unusual about my outer form. Inside apartment 2084, Lin Gang cautiously observed the scene. The TV was on, and the sounds of a yoga instruction video filled the room. Peering through the window, Lin Gang thought, there's the sound of a game show and the melody of an ocarina too. What on earth is that model doing? He stealthily slipped in through the large window. Upon entering, he immediately came face to face with the cage. He activated his cat's eye ability. Looking closely, he confirmed it was indeed a one-eyed man huddled inside. At that moment, Sai appeared beside him. She's doing yoga in the living room, Sai reported. I was afraid of being seen, so I haven't gone in yet. There's a camera in the room. Lin Gang granted the acknowledgement. Subdue her first, he instructed. Then, using his ability, he shattered the window and entered the apartment. However, upon entering, he found no one there. Where is she? He exclaimed in surprise. Seeing no one, Lin Gang stomped his foot, activating his search ability. He detected the model standing by the window. She spotted me, he thought. Invisibility doll. He commanded, nobody's getting away. He immediately opened fire with his gun. Seeing his attack, the model quickly charged towards him. With a single punch, she forced him to stumble back. He switched weapons. Using a different ability, he attacked her. A large spear shot forward, pinning her to the wall. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Detected action causing harm to teammate. Weakening mechanism activated. Attack on teammate. Reminder to team. During cooperative missions, harmful actions with subjective intent are prohibited between teammates. Violators will be penalized by the system. The disheveled young woman slowly got to her feet. Brushing off her clothes, she said, you heard the system warning, right? Barging into my home, armed, sneaking around. A suspicious character like you really fit the part. Lingang Feigen In Gozan. Who's your teammate? You're mistaken, miss. I'm a public servant working for the Department of Subjective Administrative Environmental Hygiene. The city is cracking down on aggressive dog breeds. That giant dog with the oversized shoulders you're keeping, that IT could easily hurt someone. You need a license for that. She scoffed. A license? You think I'd fall for that? I know your true identity now, Lin Gang pressed. Don't play coy with me. I could expose your personal information online. Unfazed by his threat, she retorted, go ahead. Do you think this face is really me? Anyone who plays this game seriously has a fake identity, even a fake appearance. Lin Gang stared at her, thinking, could she be some fat otaku pretending to be a female celebrity? His thoughts must have been evident on his face because she suddenly erupted in anger. Your filthy thoughts are all over your face. she roared. Keep them to yourself. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Gang said, at least give me a name to call you. Otherwise, I'll just call you dog-loving warrior. And you, she shot back. Want me to call you Shorty? Call me Tiger, Lin Gang replied. Time's wasting. If we want to finish this mission, we better get moving. She agreed with this sentiment and snapped her fingers. The man in the dog cage cried out. Then, transforming into a dog, he actually ran over and wagged his tail at the gi. Lin Gang, witnessing this, thought he's actually turned into a dog. After attaching a leash to the dog, the gi said, let's go. Once outside, they arrived at the street mentioned in the mission briefing. Seeing a large crowd gathered and chattering, Lin Gang said, this is the place. Police were already cordoning off the area. Lin Gang and the gi stood at a distance. Lin Gang, looking at the dog, asked, what's wrong with this dog? The gi didn't hide anything. He was my manager, she explained. My modeling career was pretty successful. Within a certain circle in N-City, you could find information about him online. Actually, he was quite good at his job. Easy work, high pay, treated the models under him well. But unfortunately, some time ago, I don't know what madness took him, but he drugged me. So I decided to give him a permanent dog skin. Let him be a dog. Don't let his appearance fool you. He has a keen nose and he bites. Lin Gang responded, really? Can he help us avoid the police directly investigating the cause of Ha Tuan Kwang's death? Of course, the gi said. Show him quickly. She released the leash. The dog immediately barked a few times and rushed off in one direction. Reaching a trash can, it began digging frantically. Lin Gang, surprised by its actions, asked, what's it doing? The gi replied, skill demonstration. You'll see in a moment. Nearby, the two of them listened to the crowd's gossip. Seems like he didn't have any friends with that name. Looks like he ordered takeout every day. Could it be he stayed up late and died suddenly? This is my apartment. I'm afraid I won't be able to rent it out after this. After hearing the crowd's speculation, Lin Gang said, given the current situation, we can't directly collect information about Ha Tuan Kwang's body. I suggest we go to the stairwells of the other buildings and use pocket telescopes to get a clear view of the room Ha Tuan Kwang rented. The gi replied, wait a bit. Mao Mao hasn't come back yet. Oh, right. I have Ha Tuan Kwang's personal information. Do you want to see it? Lin Gang replied, no need. I have it too. He pointed to his phone, which displayed Ha Tuan Kwang's private information. Name, Ha Tuan Kwang. Sex, male. Age, 29. Homatovn, Handong. Family situation. Parents separated since childhood. Grew up with his father, who worked as a freight driver. Ordinary family background. Father died of illness during his third year of university. After skimming the profile, Lin Gang thought, never even stayed in a hotel. Probably a long-time bachelor. Suffered a serious illness during his fourth year of university. After recovering, he joined an internet company as a developer. No motive for burglary or theft. Could it be that the two deceased knew Ha Tuan Kwang? The two discussed the situation. Lin Gang said, judging from the target's background, there's nothing particularly unusual. The gi added, this mission has a stage 1 and a stage 2, meaning it's a long-term assignment. The first stage of the mission is to investigate the cause of Ha Tuan Kwang's death. It's possible his death is connected to the supernatural element of another case. The Special Affairs Bureau might also be investigating the target's death. We have to complete the mission before them and make sure we don't get caught. Mao Mao is back. The dog returned, carrying something in its mouth. It dropped the package in front of its owner, barked a few times, and wagged its tail. Lin Gang, observing this, thought the target's package. The tape was cut cleanly with a utility knife. Southeast Asian latex pillow, delivered 3 days ago. Interesting. A programmer opening a latex pillow. 3 days ago. Why murder someone? The gi was soothing Mao Mao. Good boy, Mao Mao, Lin Gang asked. How can he do that? She explained the skin on him isn't ordinary. After it's applied, he can easily smell the scent of the deceased. From that, he can find their belongings. Lin Gang, impressed, said, wow, really? Suddenly, Mao Mao barked twice, as if understanding. The gi said, all right, let's begin. Given permission, Mao Mao lunged at the package and began to devour it. Lin Gang, surprised by this, asked, what's this? The gi replied, he can access some of their memories before death by consuming their belongings. This ability is similar to necromancy or divination, but the process is rather bizarre. After finishing, Mao Mao trembled all over. Then, he suddenly spat out something round. Afterward, exhausted, he collapsed. Lin Gang then took out a camera. He looked into the disc. Through it, he saw some memories of Ha Tuan Kwang. After accessing a strange website, he kept saying, die, die, all die, and then the events of the case unfolded. After committing the crime, he returned and sat in front of his computer. a series of other phenomena occurred. After being electrocuted, he slumped over and died. After seeing a part of the memory, the Gi said, "The necromancy divination has ended. Did you discover anything?" Lin Gang replied, "Yeah, how should I put it? Let's leave this complex first. I think I can guess the cause of his death." The two then immediately left and entered a nearby cafe. Lin Gang said, "The target clearly died due to a supernatural phenomenon. To be precise, he died from a mysterious curse targeting programmers." Hearing this, she asked a curse, "How do you know?" At this point, Lin Gang turned over a document and said to her, "Hatuan Kwong was a 7-year programmer. Based on citizen information, 6 months ago, he was fired by his boss of 6 years without any compensation. You saw that in Hatuan Kwong's memories, right? It's unclear which specific hit item he viewed on the web. Afterward, he broke into a civilian's home, killed 2 people, and then returned to his rented room, where he was desiccated. Therefore, the items he viewed were unusual." The Gi said, "So, you mean the target, after browsing related websites, developed the intent to attack?" Lin Gang didn't deny it, saying, "That's right. I saved the address of the apartment Hatuan Kwong broke into. In the citizen information system, I found the homeowner's information. It's a 26-year-old unmarried woman. She was once a hotel employee, ordinary family background, dropped out of high school to work in thin tea. Bank card information shows nothing unusual until a year ago. Strange sums of money started appearing in her bank account. Every month, a surplus of 7,000 to 12,000. 6 months ago, her card had a balance of over 700,000. She used this money to pay the deposit for that apartment." The Gi voiced her question, "The murdered woman. Did Hatuan Kwong know her?" Lin Gang replied, "Unfortunately, they didn't know each other, however. Thus she knew Hatuan Kwong's former boss, a married, middle-aged man, Kui Tong Tain. The one who sent her the money was Kui Thong Tien. They've been seeing each other for a year, frequently checking into hotels together. Their relationship was that of a sugar daddy and his mistress. A programmer who was fired 6 months ago. Why would he kill his former boss? I'm quite curious about this," Lin Gang mused, tapping his fingers on the table. "Using corporate information databases, I looked into IB Company, owned by Kui Thong Tien. I found quite a bit of employee turnover history. On some forums, there are occasional sarcastic posts about the company's draconian overtime policies. Clearly, this IB company is your typical small business. Low pay, heavy workload, forced overtime, chaotic management, and promotions based on connections. As a boss, Kui Thong Tien generated a lot of resentment," Lin Gang concluded. "Tani not de? What a cruel capitalist, a true leech. The programmers are exploited." Lin Gang agreed. Hatuan Kwong's performance was quite outstanding. He even won an international programming competition with his team, the ACBC. Logically, he should have been in a higher position, not working in development at a company like IB. I suspect it's because he contracted a serious illness in college. That's why he needed money urgently after his recovery. In short, 6 months before he turned on the company that fired him, he filed a labor mediation request with the Labor Dispute Committee. He just received his severance pay a few days ago, and not long after receiving the compensation, he broke into his former boss's house and killed him. After listening to Lin Gang's analysis, the Gi spoke. With the current information, the murder and the supernatural element aren't directly related. Killing his former boss could simply be due to a labor dispute. For example, Kui Thong Tien had money, but didn't want to pay compensation, perhaps even humiliating Hatuan Kwong when he came to collect. This ultimately led to the murder. Lin Gang countered, "I thought so too until I clarified the image and saw exactly what Hatuan Kwong was looking at that day." He pulled out his iPad, enlarging the image for the Gi to see. "Look at this." After the Gi finished looking, she was shocked, breaking out in a cold sweat. Her head throbbed as if pierced by needles. This is cognitive distortion. Complex lines of code ran in endless loops, faint error messages barely perceptible, constantly scrolling and hiding within the seemingly normal web page. Even from a distance, the sight was enough to induce a headache and hallucinations. A ringing started in her ears, and her skin began to itch uncontrollably. These were all telltale signs, and the Gi couldn't bear it any longer. She doubled over, coughing violently, her stomach heaving. The scene naturally attracted the attention of those around them. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gang jumped to his feet and shouted, "What are you looking at? Never seen someone pregnant before marriage." "What are you looking at?" I said. "Never seen someone pregnant before marriage." "Look again, and I'll rip your hair out." The Gi, still reeling from the nausea, thought hazily, "He's not affected by this. Why did he intentionally enlarge it for me to see? Was he trying to harm me?" The truth about the curse's effects began to dawn on her. Cognitive distortion, it's so versatile. The caster can use words, images, music, even sense to curse. As long as the target comes into contact with the related medium, their psychology will undergo subtle changes. A skilled caster can even insert a single, out-of-place word into a newspaper article, thereby affecting a large crowd. A strong cognitive distortion curse can even lead to abnormalities in the structure and function of the cerebral cortex, causing the target to experience permanent or semi-permanent cognitive chaos. Simply put, it's a mystical version of forced hypnosis. The stronger one's perception, the easier it is to be affected. Conversely, the stronger one's willpower, the greater the ability to recover from cognitive dissonance. After the wave of nausea subsided, the Gi quickly grabbed a compact mirror and examined herself. Lin Gang, sitting opposite her, watched with a curious expression. The Gi scrutinized her reflection, but found nothing amiss. Lin Gang gave a knowing smile. "You weren't affected by the cognitive distortion, were you?" he asked, his voice laced with intrigue. The Gi immediately replied with a firm no. After the recent events, Lin Gang began to piece things together. His voice took on an analytical tone. "Now we know this curse utilizes hidden code embedded within the webpage. The crux of the anti-996 license project was used to attack Ha Tuan Kwang. We as players might be lucky enough to avoid it, but for an ordinary programmer like Ha Tuan Kwang, there's almost no chance of resisting the curse." Searching for more information, Lin Gang's curiosity deepened. The question now is whether the curse targets the entire website project or just Ha Tuan Kwang. Anti-996 license. The full name is Anti-996 Open Source License. Once this project spreads, companies with 996 work schedules will face difficulties in their web operations. Lin Gang tapped his finger rhythmically on the table. A company's network operations wouldn't be able to use existing code. Development costs and time would multiply. Calling the anti-996 license a proletarian programmer movement against capitalist exploitation wouldn't be wrong. Lin Gang adjusted his glasses and stated firmly, "I refreshed the web page multiple times, but I didn't find any trace of the malicious code." He then proposed 3 possibilities. The Gi, naturally curious, waited expectantly for Lin Gang's speculation. He didn't keep her waiting. 1. The web page has been reset and the cognitive distortion curse has been removed. 2. The curse was specifically targeted at Ha Tuan Kwang. After it took effect, the caster immediately erased it. 3. We don't meet the conditions to trigger the curse. The possibilities Lin Gang presented forced the Gi into deep thought. Her brows furrowed, her voice laced with uncertainty. The probability of the first scenario isn't high. The Anti-996 license website has a considerable number of visitors. If the caster used a widespread cognitive distortion curse, there would likely have been a string of incidents already. She continued, "The second possibility can't be verified at the moment. The third possibility has the highest probability. If the caster spread a wide-ranging cognitive distortion curse across the website and set activation conditions, they could indeed narrow the scope of influence, accurately cursing a specific group of people. The problem is, only heaven knows what specific characteristic of Ha Tuan Kwang triggered the curse." The Gi's expression turned serious. Thoughts raced through her mind. The objective of the first stage of the mission is to find the cause of Ha Tuan Kwang's death. If we don't complete this first requirement, once the time limit expires, our team's damage shield will disappear. She carefully observed Lin Gang's face, her thoughts growing more cautious. Later on, the most important thing will likely be to guard against the caster's attacks. If there's no other way, we'll have to risk a direct confrontation. But after careful consideration, I don't think I'm a match for him. His base stats are ridiculously high, completely unlike the physique a normal player should have. After a period of intense contemplation, she still couldn't find a solution, her mind hitting a dead end. Breaking the silence, the Gi voiced her plan. "I have a way to verify the third possibility, but I need to message a friend. Lin Gang adjusted his glasses, asking, oh, this friend, is she the occult scholar? Tani note? Yes. She's done some research on occult rituals. Lin Gang considered the request, a flicker of caution in his eyes. Finally, he agreed to the Gi's request. The Gi quickly scrolled through her contacts, finding her friend's name. A single tap would start the conversation. The Gi typed her message. This is a screenshot of a supernatural phenomenon I encountered. I think it's a cognitive distortion curse. Can you clarify the activation conditions and how it targets the cursed individual? Seconds after sending the message, a notification chime sounded. Both Lin Gang and the Gi waited with anticipation. The Gi's friend, nicknamed White Bear, replied with a detailed message. The chaotic code in the image is indeed a cognitive distortion curse. The origin and caster are unknown. The activation condition of the curse is a belief system that favors the working class, possessing strong, simple values, and harboring animosity towards corporations that exploit the fruits of their workers' labor. The curse's ultimate goal is to reinforce the cursed individual's worldview, values, and outlook, making them resolute, stubborn, and unyielding. Just then, information from the system panel appeared, detailing Stage 2 of their mission: prevent the second murder caused by the cognitive distortion curse. The time limit was 1 hour. The reward was an S-rank clearance rating and a scroll, similar to the rewards for A and B ranks. The information about the reward piqued Lin Gang's curiosity. He thought to himself, I'm a perfect rank scroll. At our current level, a reward that's substantial is usually reserved for the final stage of a mission. This could mean the objective of Stage 2 might be the final objective of this entire mission. The Gi, also receiving the Stage 2 mission information simultaneously, spoke with a hint of curiosity. The highest reward is a perfect rank scroll. Considering the 1 hour time limit and the penalty of increased difficulty for the next mission, she wondered aloud, what do you think? If we give up now, we can still claim the Stage 1 reward and leave safely. The arrival of the new mission made Lin Gang cautious. He probed for more information. Can your occult scholar friend trace the curse's origin or pinpoint the location of its energy fluctuations within Shengshi City? The Gi replied, let me ask her. However, the Gi's face crumpled as she read the reply on her computer. Disappointment laced her voice. No good. The website shows nothing. The curse no longer exists. Pinpointing the exact location where the curse took effect is impossible. Even the Special Affairs Bureau hasn't managed to establish a system to monitor supernatural energy fluctuations within Shengshi City. Grasping the situation, Lin Gang nodded. All right, let me use your tablet for a moment. The Gi readily handed it over. Sure. She quickly closed the chat window. Lin Gang took the tablet the Gi offered. Lin Gang tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed intently on the tablet screen. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A notification appeared. Teammate has accepted the mission. Accept or decline. The Gi watched expectantly, wondering if he would accept. Lin Gang quickly tapped the accept button. His choice brought a wave of relief to the Gi. Finally, she thought, if either of them had declined, their teammate's status would have been revoked, allowing them to attack each other. She had been dreading that possibility, fearing the unpredictable consequences of a fight. She had already messaged her friend for backup, but now wasn't the time for confrontation. At least until the mission succeeded or failed, they were temporarily safe. Curious, the Gi asked Lin Gang, do you have any ideas about the mission? Lin Gang pointed at the tablet, his voice serious. Look, I just found 4 programmers who had heated arguments with Ha Tuan Kwang while he was alive. I found their real-world IP addresses and hacked them. He revealed, I used the Citizen Information System to automatically retrieve their real identities. 3 are in other regions, and 1 is in Shengshi City. Immediately grasping the situation, the Gi exclaimed, other regions. We can't reach them in an hour. What should we do? Lin Gang suggested, call the police. The Gi stared at him, stunned. Lin Gang affirmed his decision, explaining, yes, call the local authorities for each programmer. Make a police report. Fabricate any charge like theft, kidnapping, threats, anything. At that point, the local authorities will definitely investigate these 3 individuals. If they overreact, the officers will subdue them immediately. If they aren't cursed and don't intend to assault the authorities, they'll be released. Of course, our curiosity doesn't stop there. The question remains, what about the programmer in Shengshi City? Lin Gang's face hardened with resolve. He's the closest to us. Following the logic of the mission, he's the most likely to be cursed. We have no choice but to go and restrain him ourselves. The scene shifted to an auditorium. A man stood at the podium, microphone in hand, booming, down with 996. I know everyone harbors a lot of resentment, but I feel that 996 is a blessing. In front of a large crowd, he continued his monologue. When I was young, it wasn't just 996, it was 12 by 12. And now, I'm standing on this stage while you're all down there. This is a word of encouragement, a boost of morale for you young people. Youth is a time for striving. Strive, and you will achieve greatness. If you don't embrace 996 in your youth, you'll regret never having experienced it when you're older. I know everyone wants to succeed, to move forward, to be financially independent. The man's words twisted the faces of the young people in the audience, their expressions contorting as emotions welled up in their eyes. His voice, like that of a seasoned motivational speaker, echoed throughout the room. But if you don't want to sweat and invest as much time as others, then on what basis do you expect to surpass them? Here at 996B, many people work even longer hours. Factory workers endure even harsher conditions. But you get to work in air-conditioned comfort, earn more money, and most importantly, you're creating value for society. Your work is even easier, making the labor in factories all the more valuable, all the more meaningful, with a greater sense of accomplishment. That's why I say, many people cultivate, but few receive blessings. You are fortunate to have 996. A young man in the audience stood rigid, barely containing his rage. His fists clenched, his mind seethed. Such blatant lies. The pay is pathetically low. Overtime is unpaid. He insults his subordinates at will, even lays his hands on employees, and he acts like everything he does is for our benefit. Disgusting. The director continued his self-congratulatory speech. Think about it, you unemployed people out there. Those who rely on hard work to support their families. Those who work diligently but achieve nothing. Don't think about what the company can do for you, but what you can do for the company. The young man remained trapped in his furious thoughts, his face tight, silently cursing. Damn him. Last time, my father broke his leg back home, and he wouldn't let me take leave to go back. When I finally called home, I couldn't even look my parents in the eye. The director pressed on with his pronouncements, his voice brimming with self-assuredness. Finally, I've heard something about some people objecting to the company's freedom of speech policy. First of all, our company has never mandated overtime. Overtime is entirely voluntary. Secondly, those employees who are dissatisfied with the company's policies should either adapt themselves or report to their superiors. He pointed a warning finger. Posting complaints on online forums, bad-mouthing your superiors on Who, getting your friends to harass your superiors. Do you think that's impressive? If you're so capable, step forward now and let me see what you're made of. Losers will always be losers. Those who act but can't take responsibility can pack their bags and leave. The director's words finally pushed the young man over the edge. His face flushed crimson. Mustering all his courage, he roared, "Screw you." The outburst stunned the entire room into silence, every eye turning towards the young man. The director, in rage, goaded him. "What did you say? Say that again." Even if he had to repeat himself, the young man wouldn't change a word. He roared, "Fuck you." After the outburst, he calmed slightly and began systematically listing every dirty, rotten detail about the company. They say they don't demand overtime, but those who refuse are fired within minutes. Then, right before the end of the workday, they dump a mountain of work on you. How can anyone possibly finish it on time? It's forced overtime, plain and simple, and they don't even pay for it. He acts like he's some big shot, lording over us. I say, screw him. He says the company doesn't keep idle people around. I work, I get paid. This is a partnership, not some charity case. The only ones who've ever kept me around are my parents. Every word the young man spoke rang true. The director's face twisted, his jaw working, unable to form a coherent response. He pointed a trembling finger at the young man. You're fired. Get out. The young man moved towards his workstation. Don't need to tell me twice. I wouldn't stay in this hellhole another minute. As the young man gathered his belongings, the director rushed over, yelling, "Those are company assets. Put them down." Having reached his breaking point, the young man slapped the director hard across the face. "Get your hands off me, you fat pig." Humiliated by the blow from a subordinate, the director sputtered, You dare slap me. I'll have my guys beat you to a pulp. You and your girlfriend live together, right? I'll. Before he could finish his vile threat, the young man delivered a swift kick to the director's chest, sending him sprawling, blood trickling from his mouth. Straddling the director's chest, the young man brandished a stapler menacingly. "You think you can threaten me, you scum? You're gonna die." Seeing the imminent danger, the director's eyes widened in terror. He screamed, his voice echoing through the room. Just as the stapler plunged towards the director's face, a voice called out, "AI food delivery for a fu raw." The delivery man, none other than Lin Gang, surveyed the scene. Interesting stress relief technique, he thought, a small smile playing on his lips. Perfect timing. Lin Gang approached the scuffle. "Easy there, friend," he said calmly to the young man. "What's going on?" "Put the stapler down." The director, his face a mess, looked up pleadingly. "Thank you, brother. Help me up, please." Lin Gang, however, wasn't there to help the director. He produced a new weapon, handing it to the young man with a cautionary word. "Staplers aren't very effective. This is much more persuasive." The director, increasingly panicked, shrieked, "Another lunatic." His words were punctuated by a sharp thwack as a knife plunged into the floor beside his ear. Lin Gang grinned, his eyes glinting. "I suggest you stay very, very still." The director, flattened against the floor, stammered, Who are you?" Lin Gang adopted a new persona. "I'm the Tiger Cop." The director's tone shifted instantly to abject servility. "Tiger Cop, you're my brother. Anything you want, just name it." The mention of money brought a sneer to Lin Gang's face. "Your paltry cash. You think that's enough to insult me?" The terrified director babbled. "Well, what do you want then?" "Tiger Cop, please let me go." Lin Gang's playful cruelty continued. "Let you go? Weren't you just going to call your brothers on me? Such a waste of brotherhood, don't you think?" The director, his voice trembling, quickly backpedaled. "I was joking. I wouldn't hurt him. We're all colleagues, all good brothers." Tired of the charade, Lin Gang delivered a stinging backhand across the director's face. "Shut up. You're sullying the word brother." With each slap, a lesson was delivered. "Let this teach you the value of labor, the dignity of the working man. See if you dare exploit your employees again." The young man roared, punctuating each word with a blow. After a flurry of slaps, the young man paused, observing the director's now symmetrically swollen face. "That's not acceptable," he muttered, seemingly satisfied with his handiwork. The surrounding onlookers stared, transfixed by the spectacle. Lin Gang, breaking the silence, addressed the crowd. "All right, that's enough. The show's over. What are you all gawking at? Clean up this mess." The scene shifted to the outside of the building. The Gi was hurrying towards them. Upon reaching Lin Gang, she asked, "Is it taken care of?" He replied succinctly, "More or less, but I haven't received the mission completion notification from the system yet." He pondered silently. "The objective of the second phase is to prevent murders. I suspect I have to completely neutralize his ability to commit murder to fully dispel the curse before the mission will be considered complete." He suddenly remembered something. "Right, your friend, the occult expert. Could she help with this?" The Gi shook her head. "She's out of town. She can't get here." Lin Gang made a decision. "Then let's get out of here." The three of them moved off, disappearing into the shadows of a darkened alleyway. As they moved, Ao Hung's thoughts raced anxiously. "White Bear is too slow. If he doesn't return before the mission ends, I'll be in danger." The Gi abruptly stopped, her eyes wide with a flicker of fear. "White," she began, then corrected herself. "No, that's not right." She warned, "Careful, he's a player." System notification. Skill. Universal admiration acquired. Skill effect. Passively perceive emotional intent through eye contact. In life or death situations, predict opponents' attacks with a certain degree of accuracy. Detect hostile intent from hidden enemies. The Gi alerted the others. He's a player. Prepare for combat. Lin Gang sensed the other player's technique taking hold. Illusions. The opposing player stood confidently, staring straight ahead. From his feet, he began to activate his boots. Amidst the chaotic situation, Lin Gang urgently called upon Sai Sai. His body slowly sank into the ground. Ready to move underground with Lin Gang, Sai Sai advanced towards the player's position. As the player stood confidently, Lin Gang and Sai yanked his feet out from under him. He stumbled forward, losing his balance. The sudden loss of balance and his own momentum sent him crashing face first into the ground. Disoriented and in pain, the player looked up in confusion. "What just happened?" "My wrists and ankles are broken." Lin Gang stood over him, spear pointed down. He recovered quickly. "Stay still," he warned. Having subdued the player, Lin Gang reached down to turn him over. As the player's face came into view, Lin Gang exclaimed in surprise, "Du Hua, it's you." The sight of the young man's face brought a smirk to Lin Gang's lips. Black Trojan horse, you've fallen into my hands. His expression hardening, Lin Gang interrogated him. Tell me, are you an AI? Of course, just like you, Duhua retorted, his eyes darting towards the other onlookers. The Gi, quickly assessing the situation, unleashed her ability. Skill, idle person, retreat from the boundary. The system's description appeared. Type, psychic. Effect, creates a barrier no larger than 10m x 10m, lasting 10 minutes. Completely blocks sound, smell, electronic signals, and information transfer. After the Gi deployed her ability, she reminded Lin Gang, now, anyone outside can no longer hear anything in here. Communication between players is also cut off. With the space secured, Lin Gang quickly slipped back into his role. He sternly questioned Duhua. Just now, your suspicious actions and appearance beside us. As a player, I see this as an extremely hostile and provocative act. Fortunately, I'm a reasonable man, Lin Gang continued. If you can clearly explain why you, as an AI, are here, what your purpose is in following us, and provide a sufficiently justifiable reason, and furthermore, proactively offer some money and equipment, I might just let you go. Caught in this predicament, Duhua fell into deep thought. He was at their mercy. His only chance of escaping safely was to buy time. He quickly replied to Lin Gang, I am a player belonging to the Kinka organization. My ID is Black Trojan Horse. Lin Gang, mentally reviewing the current situation, pondered carefully. Compared to their previous encounter, Duhua had gained 2 levels. However, his title and ID remained unchanged. Did this mean he hadn't performed well in missions, or was his new title skill less useful than Gray Pigeon? The Gi suddenly observed him intently. Curiosity about the name Kinka swirled in her mind. Duhua, still on the ground, looked towards Lin Gang. My appearance here wasn't targeted at you all. To be precise, I came for him. Surprised, Lin Gang asked, oh, you two know each other. Duhua's voice echoed from the ground. I came to find him to carry out orders from my superiors in the Kinka organization. The history of this Kinka organization goes back much further than this death game. He continued to explain about Kinka. It was originally a small chat group created at the beginning of the century. The members were all computer science talents from all over the world. Back then, they discussed computer theory, algorithms, information science, and other related topics every day in the group chat. The focus of their conversations revolved around the direction of scientific development, or more accurately, AI intelligence. Duhua continued to recount past events. Artificial intelligence technology means understanding the nature of intelligence and creating machines that can produce reactions identical to those of humans. It originated in the 1950s and is known as one of the 3 greatest technologies of the 21st century. Back then, the people in the chat group had lively discussions about artificial intelligence. They eventually agreed that artificial intelligence would be successfully developed in the near future and would bring about rapid and effective changes to human society. After listening for a while, Lin Gang stroked his chin with amusement. Sounds a bit like science fiction, he remarked. Duhua affirmed his knowledge. Indeed, their conversations back then weren't unusual. Whether it was science fiction books or movies, they all reflected the interest, and imagination surrounding artificial intelligence. Like those in the chat group, younger people had more progressive thinking, believing that perfect creations would eventually surpass their creators. There was one thing that the chat group always focused on. Humans get tired, injured, and grow old, but machine intelligence doesn't. Humans become corrupt and depraved, but machine intelligence doesn't. Machine intelligence will never make mistakes. It's eternally just and loyal, surpassing human nature. Beyond just nature, artificial intelligence can be divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level intelligence based on its capabilities. These 3 levels have distinct differences. Low-level intelligence performs simple tasks. Mid-level intelligence can perform tasks similar to ordinary humans. High-level intelligence can surpass humans. Black Trojan Horse paused, setting aside the 2 higher levels. Without discussing those, everyone in the chat group believed that just considering low-level development, a low-level intelligence would self-learn and grow, as if reaching a certain threshold would trigger a transformation. First, the change will begin in factories. Cheap, precise smart arms. No mistakes and no labor contracts. The perfect, cost-effective workforce. A mature smart arm operates 10, even 100 times more efficiently than a human. Very quickly, factories will be replaced on a larger scale. These robotic arms will be incredibly ruthless, driving human workers out of factories. Even if the government wanted to intervene to secure jobs for its citizens, it wouldn't be able to. Next, modern industry and agriculture will follow the same path. By then, humans will only be able to excel in the service industries. The global industrial population will plummet to just tens of millions. And these remaining individuals will all be educated, computer-literate people capable of participating in the optimization and automation of AI. The new industrial professions won't be able to accommodate so many workers. But thanks to the diligent work of the mechanical workforce, enough materials can be produced for industry and agriculture. They will still be able to feed those in the service industries, preventing famine. This information about artificial intelligence is truly impressive, Lin Gang thought, not immune to the captivating narrative. Oh, he exclaimed aloud. Low-level intelligence can automatically help us even carry out reasoning about societal structures, just as Black Trojan Horse described. However, Lin Gang still harbored doubts. But what happens after that? Limited by the era and the technology introduced into society, some deductions and general societal direction can be predicted. But to be accurate down to a single year or even 15 years, no AI can calculate that. Du Hua, the player known as Black Trojan Horse, further unveiled the truth. The first people to create Kin Ka were just researchers in the field of computer science. They also had limitations. Their fate was to only see the direction of the field's development. But there was one point they agreed on: the degree of capitalist cruelty. Du Hua's face tightened, his voice firm and resolute. Capitalists are the embodiment of the capitalist class. For the benefit of that capitalist class, they can do anything. But when their influence reaches a certain level, even exploiting surplus value can't satisfy them. Instinctively, that they will constantly find loopholes in the law, using the protection afforded by the law to maintain their violence. The Gi and Lin Gang listened intently to the captivating information provided by Black Trojan Horse. The elites in the chat group realized that low-level intelligence would automate mechanical technology, significantly boosting human productivity. This generated productivity could only be used to support and sustain human life, or for production and the automation of production, like unmanned aerial vehicle legions. This kind of productivity gives rise to another kind of explosive productivity, which, no matter what, would be controlled by those capitalists. Lin Gang, as if realizing something, suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute. You said the founders of Kin Ka were all..." Du Hua, his face flushed with excitement, confirmed yes. They were all what the West calls traitors. They were determined to fight against the personified capitalists to the very end. This information was so intriguing that Lin Gang's face stretched into a wide grin. These foreign comrades, he thought with satisfaction, turned out to be good brothers. These are our comrades, scattered across the world, even infiltrating some organizations. His train of thought barely finished before he pressed, and then what? Not disappointing Lin Gang's anticipation, Du Hua elaborated. Those in the chat group vaguely recognized the 5 developmental directions of the 21st century's 4th industrial revolution. 1. New materials. 2. Genetic engineering. 3. Artificial intelligence. 4. Quantum mechanics. And 5. Nuclear reaction-related technology. None of these 5 directions showed any hope of a breakthrough in the foreseeable future. Even low-level artificial intelligence. That would require a long time to slowly develop. Following those events, the members of the chat group created a small, secret organization called Kin Ka. It means gathering all the elites in computer science research. Although they couldn't fully assemble in the real world, they were like whales. Whales sing deep in the ocean, helping each other, always monitoring the development and breakthroughs of artificial intelligence and automated machinery, automatically intervening at critical moments. They could prevent the personified capitalists from obtaining the key to low-level or even higher-level artificial intelligence. Black Trojan Horse's face darkened, his voice tinged with regret. The founding members of Kin Ka were all passionate high school students. As time passed, none of Kin Ka's idealized goals came to fruition. It was essentially just a chat group discussing the cutting edge of science. Reaching this point, Black Trojan Horse offered a cryptic smile, his tone suggestive. But 7 months ago, the killing game began. The nature of Kin Ka suddenly changed. According to Black Trojan Horse, the killing game randomly selects players from within the game to kill. Some researchers of this killing game believe the system prioritizes individuals with unique talents, those with potential, capability, and the greatest capacity for power development to become players. Black Trojan Horse's eyes glinted with intrigue, his voice deepening. Coincidentally, the members of Kin Ka were all talented in the field of computer science and shared the same ideals. So, after the killing game began, many of the hundreds of Kin Ka members became players. Moreover, they even incorporated the test into the organization itself, filtering out those with wavering ideologies. Then, they revealed the killing game to the remaining members. The Gi and Lin Gang, naturally captivated, couldn't tear themselves away from Black Trojan Horse's narrative. Following its initial trajectory, the Kin Ka organization likely would never have been able to combat the personified nature of capitalism inherent in this world. But the killing game possesses limitless potential. Not only can it grant players a range of powerful abilities, but it also acts as a catalyst for societal development, accelerating human civilization's future, much like fast-forwarding. After a period of storytelling and stalling, the player grew more calculating, thinking to himself, "The wounds on my neck and ankle are healing well." He continued, "Originally, human civilization would have needed 10 to 25 years to achieve such a breakthrough. With the help of the killing game, it might only take 1 or 2 months. Various new sciences and technologies will no longer be a pipe dream." He added, "Therefore, the elders of the Kin Ka organization predict, they assess, that the organization's proposals for the future can almost certainly be realized." Black Trojan Horse shifted his tone to one of inquiry. "Lin Gang and the Gi, you've probably heard the recent news, haven't you? The American Prometheus Laboratory has developed a robotic arm prototype called Deadless Blues, capable of self-replication. By simply writing the appropriate program and adding different components, this robotic arm can adapt to any industry manufacturing anything." The news about the robotic arm gave Lin Gang pause for thought. They say the robotic arm can self-repair. In just a few months, hundreds, even tens of thousands of arms like Deadless can be produced. Even more frightening, these robotic arms are not only cheap, but can also self-repair. They can even adapt to high-demand industries, completely surpassing human resources and efficiency. Black Trojan Horse's face darkened, his words veiled in past events. Initially, the Kin Ka organization infiltrated Prometheus's database, analyzing the intelligence controlling the robotic arm. We discovered that Prometheus named this robotic arm Spark. According to our experiments, Spark's AI is considered low-level, far inferior to the intelligence of a magpie. However, it already demonstrates a learning model with the prospect of continuous development. Du Hua, looking directly into Lin Gang's eyes, asserted, "The development of artificial intelligence is exponential. An AI that can only be compared to the intelligence of a cockroach will mature much faster than my learning speed. From cockroach to rat, monkey, pig, dolphin, even human. This phenomenon of rapid, sudden maturation is what we call recursion." Black Trojan Horse nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's self-directed recursive evolution. Because the processing speed of low-level AI is so fast, it will develop from the brain of a cockroach to an intellect on par with Einstein. Black Trojan Horse's words increasingly stimulated Lin Gang's mind. Think about it, something that never gets tired, an Einstein who always thinks 1,000 times faster and never gets tired. There's only one outcome, the explosion of artificial intelligence. Specifically, this explosion is the point where AI reaches human-level intelligence. Humans will never understand AI. It will completely escape our control, designing its own new models. However, Du Hua continued, "Even within Kin Ka, we recognize that in the future, the explosion of AI, due to its rapid progress, will fall into the trap of the elevator effect and never truly think things through. What we're still considering," Du Hua affirmed, "is whether AI will be fully deployed or become weaker than those personified capitalists who have already achieved a very rapid production capacity. In reality, whether it's animal husbandry, enhanced self-sufficiency support, or confinement, that it's all calculated by the personified capitalists. Humans will fall into the most vulnerable and easily bullied state." Lin Gang pressed his spear towards Du Hua, his tone interrogative. "So, some within Kin Ka have hatched a plan. Is this why you sought out programmers?" Without hesitation, Du Hua nodded. "That's right. When Kin Ka was first established, it was a very loosely managed organization. Members didn't meet. They only communicated online. There was only a superior-subordinate relationship between them. Therefore, Internal disagreements arose within Kinka. Everyone knew they couldn't hand the key to the capitalists, but regarding the final ownership of the key, we split into 3 factions. Duhua analyzed the objectives of each faction. One is the extremist faction, believing the key should be held by Kinka itself. Not only should we develop AI science ourselves, but we should also use hackers and real-world attacks to effectively cut funding for AI research. Another is the peace faction, believing the key should be held by the East, meaning us. Therefore, the focus of development needs to be promoted cautiously, with oversight of the key's ownership. And there's the self-destruct faction, believing that AI also doesn't have the right to hold the key. The key's existence can only cause an intelligence explosion, creating a god superior to humans. Therefore, the self-destruct faction not only wants to attack AI research with all its might, but also completely prevent the possibility of AI development. Intrigued, Lin Gang asked, "Which faction do you belong to?" Black Trojan Horse replied firmly, "I belong to the peace faction. I came to Auntie this time to resolve some trouble caused by the extremist faction." He continued to list their offenses. The extremist faction, in their recruitment efforts, caused a significant impact, creating the favoritism appointment curse. And it was posted on the GiftUp platform, where programmers often look for jobs, recruiting programmers who met their criteria. Kinka only sent people to contact and recruit them after the curse took effect. Lin Gang quickly predicted the outcome. "You've lost, haven't you?" Du Hua, who hadn't refuted anything so far, nodded. Indeed, the curse created by the extremist faction has been very well refined. It not only severely affected 3 of our opponent's officials, but also provoked them to retaliate in the real world, actively attacking and eliminating the personified capitalists who humiliated them. Ordinary people have been affected, so we need to approach them directly. Remove the curse. Black Trojan Horse quickly explained the situation. Following from earlier, I just used hacking software to lock onto the citizen information and specific location of Tranfu Nuok. I originally wanted to lift the curse for him, but I discovered he was taken away by others. At that time, I was considering whether to retreat when you all directly rushed in and arrested me. Just like now. Damn Chu OS expression shifted, a thoughtful look on his face. We are carefully considering the changing global landscape. It's something humans can't stop, but we can trust the capabilities of this killing game arena. The focus of this change might not be limited to low-level AI, so no need to overthink it. His thoughts barely finished. Lin Gang quickly adopted a gangster persona, his voice booming with intimidation. "Hosie, you're known as the king of AM City. I don't care if you're some King Ka or whatever. Now that you've fallen into my hands, you'll face the punishment of justice. Hand over your valuables and let me see them." Black Trojan Horse, terrified, his voice trembling, pleaded, "Wait, I'm still useful," he declared loudly. "You aren't agents of the SAO, Special Forces. Finding Tranfu Nuok was a high-efficiency search, but you were even faster than me. So, you two are probably ordinary players who happen to receive this mission. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, one of the conditions for completing the mission is to lift Tranfu Nuok's cognitive curse. I was sent by my superiors. I have equipment that can lift the curse quickly and efficiently." Lin Gang, intrigued, let out an "Oh, is that so?" Internally, he thought, quick thinking, found a reason for me to spare him. Maintaining this Ho-CA persona is quite troublesome. Lin Gang moved, his hand reaching closer to Black Trojan Horse's body. He suddenly lifted Black Trojan Horse into the air in front of Duong Nin NAC. "Enough talk," he commanded. "Do it." Duong Nin NAC's eyes shifted, a cryptic expression on her face. A strange action followed. She began tapping her feet rhythmically on the ground, the sound vibrating through the surrounding objects. Suddenly, Duong Nin NAC's hand moved to her side, as if preparing a mysterious attack. As expected, she pulled out an item, a firework labeled hot and cold. Easily detonated. Without hesitation, she activated the firework, its sound and effects filling the air. While Lin Gang held Black Trojan Horse, he used his free hand to point his spear towards Duong Nin NAC. Every movement was anticipated by her. She dodged each thrust, her sharp eyes glancing at Lin Gang. Duong Nin NAC realized she couldn't stay any longer. She quickly dispelled the barrier and fled. The restrained Black Trojan Horse craned his neck to watch, thinking, what's going on? Interrupted. Observing the situation, Lin Gang thought, she's fast. I was worried that once the mission was complete and the police persona disappeared, I'd have to deal with her. The fireworks will attract nearby agents. By then, I won't have to worry, and she'll be safer. Stupid. Time waits for no AI. Must complete the mission before the special forces arrive. A red glow suddenly appeared in Black Trojan Horse's eyes, scanning across Tran Fu Nuok's body. The system simultaneously sent a mission completion notification, gnashing blood-sucking, complete. Black Trojan Horse sighed in relief. Taken care of, Lin Gang, unable to hide his relief, exclaimed, finally done. Immediately after completing the mission, he tossed Black Trojan Horse aside, leaving him bruised and aching. Before leaving, Lin Gang didn't forget to give Black Trojan Horse a parting word. I know you can heal yourself. Take your time recovering. Conveniently, that'll help take some heat off me from the SAO agents. I'm counting on you, buddy. After handling everything, Lin Gang quickly moved away. As he went, he pondered. There was no doubt the SAO agents would carefully monitor the situation. Based on Black Trojan Horse's appearance, they would tighten their surveillance. Lin Gang's steps grew faster and faster, an urgency building within him to find an escape route. After walking for a while, he finally saw what he was looking for. The canal. This is the place. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Gang grabbed the railing and jumped down. In an instant, his entire body was submerged. Not even a shadow remained visible. The scene shifted back to reality, where Lin Gang sat deep in thought beneath a tree. Lin Gang's mind raced with overlapping thoughts. With Duong Nin NAC's cautious nature, she definitely wouldn't return to room 2084. Instead, she would vanish from this world entirely, completely changing her identity. He picked up his phone, formulating a plan. First, check on Vong Tung San's situation. He texted his friend, "Wanna play Honor of Kings?" The scene shifted to Vong Tung San's residential complex. Below, a group of people moved back and forth. A closer look revealed that among them were V. Lang Lam and Vong Fong Nian. It seemed this was the plainclothes team. From above, Tu Sai observed the situation. She thought to herself, I have to inform Lin Gang. Immediately after that thought, Tu Sai rushed forward. Meanwhile, Lin Gang was still exchanging messages with Tung San. You were offline for a long time. What happened? Tung San replied, there's been a new development in the case my dad's investigating. According to his friend, her father said, there's a woman living in room 2084 across from us. She's likely involved in overseas smuggling and procurement. She's probably run off with the money now. Reading this, Lin Gang smirked. Smuggling, huh? Your dad's been fooled. Lin Gang's expression suddenly changed as he read the latest message. This is strange. My cousin decided to rent room 2048 across from me. She's got guts, living there alone, not afraid at all. The cousin Vong Tung San mentioned must be V.E. Lang Lam. Thanks to this detail, Lin Gang gradually pieced together the situation. Then, through surveillance around Tran Fu Nuok, they identified Black Trojan Horse and Duong Nin NAC. From the SAO's perspective, Black Trojan Horse and Duong Nin NAC appeared together and were likely working together. Lin Gang wearily leaned his head against the tree, lost in thought. The SAO agents didn't know that Duong Nin NAC lived across from Vong Fong Nian. Was it just a coincidence, or was it premeditated? For the safety of the Special Task Force members, V. Lang Lam had to move to room 2048. This is a good thing. At least I don't need to worry about Tung San's safety anymore. He reminded himself, the SAO are investigating. I need to lay low for the next few days. After the mission was completed, the system quickly updated. Rewards are being calculated. Back at Lin Gang's place, he carefully examined the information displayed on the system panel. Player completion efficiency, S+. Received experience and currency increased by 160%. Mission Reward 1, 1 stellar quality skill. Mission Reward 2, 1,000 experience points. Mission Reward 3, 300 game coins. These rewards intrigued Lin Gang. According to the notes for the second reward, only players ranked S or above could receive a stellar quality skill. The S rank criteria included ensuring Tran Fu Nuok safety, no AI casualties, understanding the cause of the curse, cognitive bias, removing the curse, and several other criteria. Lin Gang's face suddenly fell, his voice a low murmur of disapproval. The moment the curse was lifted, Duong Nin Isi just bolted. Didn't get any help whatsoever with breaking the damn thing. Since I didn't receive any assistance in dispelling the curse, the evaluation's going to drop several ranks. I'll probably only get a common grade skill book. And the way she ran, she definitely knows something. Doesn't even care about the scroll, just runs off. Am I that scary? I bet she's not too happy right now, having to change her entire identity. A rolled-up item rested in Lin Gang's hand. He let out a boisterous laugh. What's the point of overthinking it? Better check out my big haul from this little adventure. The name of this skill is Vicious Assassination Technique. Learning type, and it disappears after a single use. Its special effect, targets within a 200-meter radius will continuously spew water from their throat, larynx, trachea, bronchi, and lungs, causing them to drown as if submerged. Upon receiving the skill, Lin Gang wasn't particularly thrilled. His voice dripped with disdain. For a stellar-grade item, Vicious Assassination Technique is pretty mediocre and straightforward. He began to analyze the skill's implications. The casting range is 200 meters. Combined with the special effect of causing continuous water flow from the target's respiratory tract, it could silently kill ordinary people who have no means of resistance. Moreover, it'd be undetectable, even for players or monsters. If they're hit unexpectedly during combat, they could easily drown and lose their fighting ability. The system promptly notified him that the Vicious Assassination Technique had been successfully learned. Lin Gang abruptly called out to Xiao Sai, "Xiao Sai, come to the bathroom and assist me." The guard, receiving the order from their young master, replied, "Understood." Standing beside him, Xiao Sai curiously inquired, "Are you planning to test the Vicious Assassination Technique on yourself?" The question had barely left Xiao Sai's lips when Lin Gang's eyes widened, his body swelling. He stammered in alarm, "It's already starting." Inside Lin Gang's body, a grotesque transformation began. His internal organs were submerged in a strange, green fluid, the surrounding areas gradually taking on the same sickly hue. The horrifying spread of the green fluid terrified Lin Gang. His eyes bulged, threatening to pop from their sockets, as his nose and mouth erupted with a torrent of the substance. Xiao Sai, standing outside, called out, "It's full. It's full." The sheer discomfort of the moment overwhelmed Lin Gang. His eyes narrowed in anger, and he resolved to end the skill's effect. A fit of coughing racked his body, each cough a desperate attempt to expel the fluid. Exhausted, Lin Gang slumped to the floor. This amount of water, it's practically a small waterfall. An ordinary person wouldn't last 20 seconds. They drown and lose consciousness instantly. Weariness clung to Lin Gang as his thoughts raced. Too bad the cooldown for this skill is a whole 10 minutes. It can't be maintained indefinitely. Otherwise, I could go to the desert, pour water, and create a forest. Beside him, the water in the toilet swirled. Several days later, Lin Gang sat, brimming with pride, contemplating the fruits of his labor. The breeding of organisms in the pet incubator has seen significant progress. The first generation of mutated worms are now almost the size of a human arm. Some have even molted and can rival anaconda pups. Not only that, the first batch of mutant mosquitoes has also been born. The enhanced acupuncture needles can now be retracted after injection. No need for them to remain lodged. The mosquito wings have been adjusted to be compatible with 0-degree muscles, granting them higher flight intensity. They can flap their wings over 100 times per second, reaching speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour. To prevent the AI's exposure during operations, I've modified the appearances of the stinger, needle, and venomous bite. Lin Gang chuckled, a smug grin spreading across his face. Everything is prepared. Just before he could finish his sentence, a new mission appeared on his system interface. Mission Activation Conditionné. Mission details. Team mission scenario. Organ Mansion. Mission objective, Stage 1, infiltrate the Williams Mansion. Mission duration, 1 hour. Mission reward, none. After receiving the mission, Lin Gang quickly changed his clothes, preparing for transport. Before leaving, he slipped his hand into his pocket, his voice a low, soul-like murmur. Williams Mansion sounds like a Western setting, but no clue about the time period or specific location. 1 hour to complete the mission means I won't be dropped off nearby. I'll have a decent trek to get there. It'll be quite a walk. Not just that, Lin Gang mused, I can imagine running into danger along the way, maybe even life-threatening danger. Meaning, once I arrive, I need to be ready for a fight. No information about rewards. This makes me think there is no mission completion reward, meaning just surviving the trip to the mansion is the reward. And the penalty for mission failure is also blank, meaning if I don't reach the mansion within an hour, it's as good as death. Maybe even worse than death. Lin Gang's face darkened. He muttered, "It's a shame the system only specifies Stage 1. No details about Stage 2. But from the mission summary, I can already imagine how dangerous this is going to be. The transport timer counted down from 1 to 0. Instantaneous teleportation. A look of intense focus flashed across his face. In an instant, he was transported to the mission location. Lin Gang glanced around, a note of disappointment in his voice. This forest is way too quiet. The scenery was so desolate that he found himself waxing poetic. The moon shines bright, birds fly south. His moment of poetic reverie was abruptly shattered. He yelled in frustration, "No phone signal. System communication error. GPS error. The drone won't start. What kind of forsaken place is this?" Xiao Sai, standing behind him, scanned their surroundings, his voice calm. "This forest, something feels off. I have a bad feeling about this." Lin Gang's face fell. He replied with the same weary tone he'd used back at the abandoned temple. "They didn't even bother giving me a special identity for this. Which probably means I won't need to interact with any NPCs in this mission. Or if I do, they won't care about my weird appearance." His curiosity piqued. The most important thing, where are my teammates? This is supposed to be a team mission, but there's no sign of any other living souls around here. After observing and pondering for a moment, he arrived at a single explanation. The system and the players aren't synced. Looks like the danger in this forest isn't necessarily life-threatening to players, but it's still dangerous. "I'm going in alone." Lin Gang's steps faltered. His face went pale. "What was that?" Staring ahead, he murmured, "Looks like something's crawling on the ground." To be sure, he activated his cat's eye vision, but he still couldn't detect anything unusual. His suspicion lingered. He raised his spear, jabbing the sharp tip into a nearby tree trunk. There was no reaction. He poked it a few more times, but the tree remained impassive. The only thing that came loose was a piece of bark. He snatched the bark, examining it closely. Strange, there's really nothing wrong with it. He'd barely taken a few steps when a strange sound startled him. He whipped around, his eyes wide with curiosity. What was that? His hunch had been right. Before him, a horde of grotesque creatures lumbered into view, their forms bizarre and unsettling. They advanced towards him, their numbers growing. Where did all these giant things come from? Are these trees come to life? No matter the situation, Lin Gang thought, sprinting away from the monstrous horde. When you're facing a swarm of these things, running is always the best strategy. Even as he fled, his mind raced, formulating a plan. Avoid direct confrontation. Head straight for the Williams mansion. Lin Gang's movements were unpredictable. Using his spear as a vaulting pole, he propelled himself upwards with surprising agility. In a flash, he landed gracefully on a sturdy branch, putting a safe distance between himself and the creatures below. Having secured a temporary reprieve, he moved swiftly and surely, leaping from branch to branch. After a while, his expression changed. He stammered, Is that?" Before him stood a magnificent, gleaming white structure. "That must be it," Lin Gang murmured, "the Williams mansion." The mission objective. With renewed determination, he pressed forward, his pace quickening as he raced towards the mansion without a backward glance. Behind him, the monstrous creatures continued their relentless pursuit. Their massive forms shook the ground, throwing the entire forest into chaos. The chase intensified. Feeling the imminent danger, Lin Gang cried out in desperation, "Leave me alone. I don't even have any first aid kits." His pleas fell on deaf ears. The creatures surged forward, their intent clear, to devour him whole. The monsters roared, their claws snapping menacingly close to Lin Gang's face. The dire situation forced him to a grim realization. Begging clearly isn't working. He spun, thrusting his spear at the closest monster. "Get back!" he yelled. He expected to inflict some damage, but the creature's incredible resilience negated the spear's impact. Stunned by the monster's durability, Lin Gang growled, "How are you still alive?" He unleashed his energy absorption technique, even as he questioned undead, or some kind of energy being. Just as he managed to subdue one of the brutal creatures, 3 more emerged, their roars echoing through the forest. Facing the imminent onslaught, Lin Gang thought, not afraid to die, one by one, like wolves attacking, but there's no leader, like an alpha. Tough hides, strong muscles. Bullets can't pierce them, can't kill them. After a quick analysis, he adjusted his strategy. The head. I have to aim for the head. He muttered, more effective than those biohazard freaks, but there are so many more of them. Lin Gang rationalized the attack pattern, just enough to be dangerous to a mercenary group. In modern warfare, with enough agility and ammo, a player could take them down. He thought he could finally approach the Williams mansion after dealing with this wave, but his hopes were dashed. More dark holes appeared in the ground, From these openings, a fresh wave of monsters emerged, crawling and growling, searching for their next target. Lin Gang looked back, his face paling at the sight. So many of them, he whispered, fear creeping into his voice. Despite the overwhelming odds, he quickly regained his composure. I can't let them surround me. He tapped the device on his wrist. A notification flashed, activating BGM skill. Run away. Effect, enhanced running speed. Straight ahead, he commanded himself. With the skill activated, his speed surged, rapidly widening the distance between him and the pursuing horde. In a flash, Lin Gang's feet carried him across the forest floor, bursting through a line of trees. He landed, his body scrambling for purchase on the uneven ground. He glanced back. The monsters were still there, but they weren't pursuing him. Instead, they knelt, their hands clasped together. This strange, synchronized action gave Lin Gang pause. They wouldn't come closer. He wondered if it was because of the mansion itself, or something within the mansion. Standing before the Williams mansion, Lin Gang carefully surveyed his surroundings. He noticed others had arrived before him. As he scanned the faces, he suddenly recognized a familiar figure, a stone-like statue from before. The presence of these people before the Williams mansion sparked a series of deductions in Lin Gang's mind. Survivors of the team mission, perhaps through luck, but certainly not fools. If they dared show their faces, it meant they either didn't care about their identities being exposed, or these weren't their real faces at all. Lin Gang approached, offering a friendly wave as graceful as a beauty queen greeting her public. His steps carried him steadily forward. Suddenly, darkness descended. What's happening? He thought, his mind reeling. He was trapped in a bewildering state, completely unable to control his body. His hearing, smell, and touch faded. Even his brain activity slowed. An inexplicable force pressed down on him. The world turned pitch black. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, growling and advancing towards him. Its eyes glowed red with a fierce determination and bloodlust. The shadowy figure lunged, its movements swift and predatory, its mouth gaping like a ravenous beast. Lin Gang felt the figure's words echoing in his mind. You will die here. But then the situation shifted. Chains erupted from the darkness, yanking the shadowy figure back. Its attack was thwarted, its form dissolving into the swirling black smoke. Behind Lin Gang, a grotesque female figure materialized, her voice a chilling whisper. You will die here. Lin Gang squeezed his eyes shut, feeling his senses return, the control over his body restored. With the immediate danger palpable, he unleashed his breath of truth technique. Free from the woman's control, he spun around, his spear held expertly in his hands. But a look of surprise crossed his face. It went right through, he thought. Despite the speed and force of his attack, the spear hadn't harmed the woman. Panic began to set in. It's not working. She's not physical. How? The woman continued her chilling pronouncement. You will die here. Her eyes, devoid of pupils, stared blankly ahead. Found me, she mumbled. Her words struck Lin Gang, leaving him speechless. He turned to Xiao Sai, seeking help. Xiao Sai, do you know what that shadow and that woman in the red dress were? Xiao Sai looked confused. Shadow, woman in a red dress. I just saw you suddenly freeze, then attack the air behind you. I didn't see anything else. What happened? Lin Gang's brow furrowed. He didn't see anything. He glanced behind him, then spoke with certainty. It was a background effect, part of the mission, or maybe related to those teammates' case. A mental attack is impossible to counter without the right items or skills. You could die without even knowing how. Lin Gang abruptly turned back towards the mansion. He struck up a friendly conversation. Hello, everyone. I'm super ultra genius strategist Lam Muoy. Do you remember me? The group, upon receiving his greeting, stood dumbfounded, question marks practically hovering over their heads. This reaction left Lin Gang feeling deflated. Don't these guys have any childhood memories? He thought, exasperated. A young man in red suddenly spoke up. You're a player too, huh? Those monsters outside were all chasing after you, right? Caused quite a ruckus. Lin Gang brushed off the comment with a casual, just normal stuff. Normal stuff. His curiosity piqued. He asked, so, how come you guys didn't encounter them? The man in red snorted. If this is a cooperative mission, show us your player ID first. The man in red continued, laying down the law. No matter what, we're supposed to be teammates. Cooperation requires trust and mutual support. What if you're the mission's boss in disguise? What then? Lin Gang calmly replied, thanks for the concern, but I'll go first. I have too many connections. That's why I'm hiding my name. The The man in red didn't hesitate. Fine, I'll go first. He quickly revealed his identity: explosive pyrotechnician, heartless devil, AC Vonium. Immediately after introducing himself, he excitedly prompted the others. The remaining individuals chimed in with their introductions. Bao Vu Hai Yin, Whispering Forest Bewitching Miao Mi, Toa Lin Tan, East Wind Breaker, and Stone Statue. Lin Gang, not wanting to be left out, joined the introductions, proclaiming himself as Blood Nipple, Sand Loving Ji, Li Rixing. Meanwhile, he reminded himself internally, last time, in the Kwangsai world, player information wasn't revealed. This time, it's best to act like I don't know these people. Stone Statue stepped forward, offering some information to Lin Gang. We have a little time left. The mission's 1-hour time limit is ticking. Before you arrived, we were discussing what happened when we were transported here. Stone Statue carefully explained his experience. This time, I was transported to a beach. According to the compass, it's roughly northeast of this mansion. Lin Gang, curious, probed further. An island, or a peninsula? Stone Statue replied, based on the coastal vegetation, I think it's a fairly large island. He continued, as for the specific geographical location, due to the dense fog on the sea and the beach, I couldn't get a clear GPS signal. Phones and electronic devices are malfunctioning. There's no way to determine our exact position. Without pausing, Stone Statue continued to describe the surrounding scenery and terrain. After observing for a while, I headed southwest, towards the brightly lit mansion. On the way, I heard various noises, so I immediately concealed myself and snuck into this open area. Lin Gang, oddly specific, asked, was there any trash on the beach? Stone Statue politely replied, no, the beach was very clean. Just a few branches and leaves. Whispering Forest Bewitching Miao Mi picked up where Stone Statue left off, recounting her own experience. I was the second to arrive. I was transported near the mountainside, with a direct view of the entire mansion. To avoid the enemies mentioned in the mission briefing, I took my time approaching. The remaining characters quickly summarized their arrivals. AC Vonium and I were the third and fourth to arrive, respectively. We were both transported near the river. After meeting up along the way, it took us quite a bit of effort to get here. After listening to everyone's journeys to the Williams mansion, Lin Gang stroked his chin thoughtfully. None of you found any signs of human life here. Either this place is too far from any human settlements on the island, or this island was never inhabited in the first place. Considering those man-con cock monsters, I think the second possibility is more likely. AC Vonium, puffing on a cigarette, countered, maybe not. If there were no people on the island, then this ancient mansion would have been built by AI. I think there were originally people living here, but after some unexpected incident, they left the island. AC Vonium's words went in one ear and out the other for Lin Gang, who was more focused on appraising the speaker. Can't deny, this guy's got a certain roguish charm. Handsome, with a touch of bad boy. Probably adds quite a few points to his charisma stat. AC Vonium asserted, there are way too many monsters in the forest. If they attack us en masse, they could completely overwhelm us. Containing the monsters in the forest might be key to our survival in this mission. Stone Statue, listening intently, nodded in agreement. Anything else you two want to add? Lin Gang chimed in, offering his own observation. The mission's name is Organ Mansion, which probably means we need to be extra cautious once we're inside. We shouldn't split up. Every action should ideally be within sight of our teammates. East Wind Breaker adjusted his hat and spoke, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. We're running out of time before the deadline. We have to assume there aren't any more teammates coming. I think we should enter the Williams mansion first. If we run out of time for the second phase of the mission, he trailed off, the unspoken consequence hanging heavy in the air. With their plan hastily formed, the group of players voiced their readiness. In unison, they stepped forward towards the mansion, their postures radiating a determined confidence. Lin Gang slowly raised his spear, the tip coming to rest against the surface of the mansion's door. The door swung open instantly, and all eyes turned towards the interior. Whispering Forest Bewitching Miao Mi took a deep breath, a thoughtful expression on her face. There's a foul odor, but nothing seems out of the ordinary. She relayed her observation to the group. There's a foul odor, but nothing seems out of the ordinary. AC Vonium, seemingly uninterested in Miao Mi's words, pushed the door open further. Less talk, more action. Let's go. Without hesitation, the group followed AC Vonium's command and entered the mansion. Only Stone Statue, bringing up the rear, suddenly paused, a look of uncertainty clouding his features. His gaze drifted towards the distance, curiosity etched on his face. Stone statue stretched his arms out to their fullest extent, straining to keep the mansion door from closing. The others watched, bewildered by his actions. The effort of holding the door open was clearly taking its toll on Stone statue. He felt a surge of unseen force pushing against him. Despite his best efforts, the door slammed shut, throwing Stone statue back with a jolt. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared before them. All players have entered. The next phase of the mission is now revealed. Mission Stage 2. Cleanse the heart, lungs, stomach, kidneys, limbs, torso, head, and all other internal organs of the Williams mansion. The rewards for completing this stage are exceptionally enticing. AC Vonium's expression shifted, his face contorting in frustration. Damn it. East Wind Breaker, standing beside him, suddenly offered a grim prediction. The penalty for mission failure isn't specified, which probably means something really bad will happen if we don't complete this within 3 hours. He continued, his voice laced with apprehension. I wonder if it's some kind of abnormal organ mutation, or if those monsters outside will just devour us. As Stone statue examined the closed door, searching for a way to open it, a voice called out, "Any luck getting it open?" Stone statue, still focused on the door, replied without looking up. "Even though I can see a gap between the doors, nothing can fit through. It's like something's blocking the space." Lin Gang, observing from the other side, had to agree. Not just the wooden door, the glass panels won't break either. Faced with this new obstacle, Meowmi paused to consider their options. Even with energy reinforcement, my spear only created a barely visible spiderweb crack. She added, a note of concern in her voice. And the cracks sealed themselves up almost instantly. AC Vonium quickly assessed the situation. We're trapped inside the Williams mansion. As he spoke, he summoned a glowing blue object into his hand. With a cryptic air, AC Vonium placed the blue object against the door. Stone statue, witnessing this, froze, his words catching in his throat. Stone statue, his voice rising in alarm, exclaimed, "This is insane. Are you crazy, Vonium?" AC Vonium calmly replied, "I'm not crazy. I can control the blast. It won't hurt us." He continued, explaining his reasoning. "Besides, I'm not trying to open the door. I'm testing the hardness of this air wall. This way, we can understand the mystical force covering this mansion." Stone statue, understanding the principle, still voiced his discontent. "I know, but don't forget our mission is to cleanse the internal organs. What if you set off a trap or something by blowing things up?" Finally, Stone statue offered a suggestion for their next course of action. "If you want to test the wall's hardness, we should wait until we've searched this floor. After we have a general idea of what these organs are, then we can start blowing things up." AC Vonium, listening to Stone statue, seemed to reconsider. He pulled the bomb off the door. Lin Gang, standing nearby, muttered, "Kids these days are terrifying, resorting to heavy weaponry at the drop of a hat." Adjusting his hat, East Windbreaker spoke up, "We should focus on the mission first. Let's check the main hall." Lin Gang mentally applauded this sensible suggestion, thinking he's got a good head on his shoulders. He also couldn't help but admire the room, adding to himself, "And what a beautiful room it is." Indeed, the scene before them was opulent. The room exuded an aristocratic air, decorated with minimalist elegance. However, upon closer inspection, some areas appeared disheveled. The furniture was worn, and cobwebs clung to the corners of the ceiling. Tucked away in a corner, a family portrait came into view, depicting a man and a woman. Stone statue picked up a few objects, making an assessment. The study is mostly furnished with antique wood, at least a century old. While the lights use electrical wiring, most of it is old and buried in the walls. The construction is quite rudimentary. After examining the lamps, Stone statue announced his findings. "These are white tungsten filament bulbs. At least we know this house was used until the early 20th century. AC Vonium, also curious, joined the investigation. Looking closely at the wall, he exclaimed, "Electricity means a power source. Maybe we can follow the wiring to find the source or something similar and see if there are any of these so-called abnormal organs there." Suddenly, a sound caught the attention of both AC Vonium and Stone statue. They turned around, the sound seemingly emanating from something Meowmi held. In her hands, she held a Polaroid camera. "Divination," she explained. "According to the system, this equipment's skill can capture prophetic images. If an unusual event occurs within the scene in the next 10 minutes, the camera will provide a vague, prophetic glimpse of the future. Note, those who only dabble in photography for leisure will never understand this." Meowmi reassured the curious onlookers. "Don't mind me. Carry on." Following her instruction, everyone returned to their own tasks. AC Vonium continued his observations, while East Wind Breaker used a light to search for passageways. Lin Gang, curious, called up the stairs. "Hey, Wind, what are you looking at?" East Wind Breaker brushed him off. "Don't call me Wind." "Okay, it feels weird." Reaching the top of the stairs, East Wind Breaker pointed out something unusual to Lin Gang. "See those two rooms in the hallway? The shape and structure of their doors are a bit different." Lin Gang, taken aback, simply responded, "Huh." With calm confidence, East Wind Breaker elaborated. "The structure of the second-floor hallway is like countless rooms pieced together. Did the owner of the mansion intentionally design it this way? Or is it some kind of mechanism causing the house's abnormality?" Lin Gang, ever the observant one, added his analysis to the ongoing exploration of the mansion. In the living room, he began gesturing around. The homeowner displayed numerous oil paintings. Furthermore, the portraits of men and women hanging in the hallway are likely the descendants of this mansion's owner. This was once a noble family with many descendants. However, Lin Gang continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "There's something odd. I checked the frames of the oil paintings, and I couldn't find any names or family crests. If we want more clues, we'll have to look elsewhere." East Wind Breaker nodded in agreement. Suddenly, East Wind Breaker's eyes widened, his gaze snapping towards the staircase. He moved quickly to the stairs, peering down intently. Surprise laced his voice. Where did everyone go? A sense of unease settled over him, and he hurried down the stairs, searching frantically. Despite reaching the bottom floor, East Wind Breaker still couldn't see any sign of his companions. His voice rose in alarm. "Something's happened. Where are the other three?" Even considering the worst-case scenario, East Wind Breaker struggled to believe it. His face darkened, and he muttered to himself, "They're all level 10 powerhouses with strong equipment and skills. Even a dungeon boss couldn't silently eliminate all three of them so quickly." His eyes widened in fear, his voice trembling. "This is bad." East Wind Breaker turned and rushed back up the stairs, his worry for Lin Gang growing with each step. After a brief search, he couldn't find Lin Gang either. The urgency of the situation compelled him to equip his powerful baseball bat. According to the system information, its active effect was hit the ball, granting cumulative damage with each successful hit, allowing him to easily take down lighter opponents. Just as East Wind Breaker prepared to move forward, a strange sound from nearby stopped him in his tracks. A strong red glow emanated from the area, slowly engulfing the surrounding air. The red carpet suddenly expanded to an enormous size. Witnessing this, East Wind Breaker declared, "The carpet's become a monster." Lin Gang, bewildered, looked around in confusion. "What's happening? Where am I? Where's East Wind Breaker?" He stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a noticeable dent. His entire body tensed, as if bracing for a significant impact. His eyes widened in shock. Following the stomp, Lin Gang's body plummeted into the newly formed hole. His legs flailed, his hand gripping his spear tightly. Lin Gang's descent continued unabated, the speed so great that his face contorted. He cried out in alarm, "What kind of force is this?" His trajectory became increasingly bizarre. A white door appeared before him. With a violent crash, Lin Gang's momentum carried him through the door and into the room beyond. His lower body was completely swallowed by something within the room, his face contorted in a grimace. The strange, inexplicable tube continued to pull him deeper, eliciting a desperate cry. "What is this? Are they trying to bury me alive?" Lin Gang's head spun around, completing a full 360-degree rotation. "Sai," he called out, "what did you just see?" Sai, standing outside, replied fearfully, "Just like you saw, the floor collapsed and you were thrown into that room." She added, "Outside that room is a corner of a hallway. It doesn't look like the hallway on the second floor. This house is strange. The gravity and space are completely abnormal." Lin Gang couldn't deny the strangeness. Looking around, he observed bookshelves, a desk, a piano, a plush teddy bear. This must have been a child's room. More accurately, Lin Gang mused, this is the room of a child with polio. Sai looked puzzled, not quite grasping the implication. A child with polio. she questioned. How do you know? Lin Gang reached out and manipulated a part of a mechanical device. Upon contact, the machine suddenly expanded, capturing Sai Sai's attention with a look of surprise and intense focus. Having successfully opened the machine, Lin Gang shifted his weight, preparing to move. He approached the device and explained this machine, which looks like some kind of star-making contraption, is called an iron lung. It was invented to help children with polio. However, he continued, with the advent of the polio vaccine, there was finally an effective treatment for the disease, and the iron lung faded into history. If the setting of this scenario mission is the near-modern Earth, then this must be around the 1920s, 1930s, or even later. Sai Sai, impressed by his knowledge, simply responded, how do you even know this? Lin Gang affirmed, I had a friend who suffered from this disease. That's why I researched its history. A thought flickered through Sai Sai's mind. Was it that friend from the orphanage? She wondered. Lin Gang's hand continued its work, now firmly grasping the doorknob. As the door swung open, he stared in bewilderment. He could clearly sense the hallway's bizarre nature. It's like they dismantled several rooms and pieced them back together, he observed. Stepping back into the room, he muttered, let's see if there's anything else in this room first. Sai Sai, hearing this, inquired, aren't we going to look for the others? The flashlight in Lin Gang's hand flickered to life. We can, but we don't need to, he replied. Assessing the situation, he explained, earlier, I was on the stairs, doing nothing, and I was forcibly transported here by some mechanism. Even with my strength, I couldn't react in time. I'm sure the others were also transported around the same time. Lin Gang and Sai Sai searched the bookshelves. He speculated as he worked, this mansion is too large, and its structure too bizarre. Wandering around looking for them would only waste precious mission time. We have 8 unusual mechanisms to deal with. Besides, even if we find them without understanding the cause of the transportation, it won't help. Lin Gang suddenly paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. We've searched most of the room. We haven't found anything special. The only place left unchecked is... The place he was referring to was inside the iron lung. He shone his flashlight inside, searching carefully. After a moment of observation, he confirmed his suspicion. There's definitely something there. It's a piece of paper. On the paper was a message. Alice must obey McCarrick. Hoping you are always healthy and safe. Your loving parents. The words in the letter were deeply moving, and Lin Gang was no exception. His eyes welled up, and he sniffled. A strange phenomenon then occurred. The light in the room exploded outwards. Lin Gang's surprised gaze shifted forward. A mother and daughter were interacting, a scene filled with peace and love. Confused, he wondered, is this a reenactment of the past in this room? The little girl held up her drawing and asked, Mom, look what I drew. When I'm better, you have to teach me how to dance, okay? The mother replied gently, okay, Alice. In a flash, the scene vanished before Lin Gang's eyes. Is it over? He wondered aloud. Lin Gang paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let me see. Alice had polio. Her parents, for some reason, couldn't take care of her anymore. Did they move somewhere else? Or did they discover the abnormality in this house? They wanted to send Alice away. A loud noise echoed violently from above. Lin Gang looked up in surprise. He jabbed his spear upwards towards the ceiling. He could sense someone jumping back and forth in a circle on the floor above. But then, an eerie silence fell. Lin Gang realized the sound had stopped. Immediately after the silence, a hole began to appear in the ceiling, gradually growing larger. From this hole, a pair of legs slowly emerged, dangling down. Lin Gang's eyes widened with curiosity as he followed the descending limbs. Is it a person or a monster? He wondered. Observing further, the legs appeared quite alluring, moving with a captivating grace. In a blink, the legs touched the ground. Looking at the shoes worn by the figure, Lin Gang could tell this was a ballet dancer. But strangely, the ballet dancer only had limbs. The ballet dancer performed right in front of Lin Gang, her form captivating his gaze. He noticed a mole on her right arm, just above the elbow, exactly like Alice's mother. Moreover, she currently only had limbs, no body. This likely corresponded to the mission objective, the unusual mechanisms. The dancing form seemed to be groping for something on the ground. Lin Gang surmised she was searching for something. Lin Gang froze, a look of realization dawning on his face. Perhaps sensing the situation, Lin Gang slammed his spear onto the ground, a confident look in his eyes. The spear had lifted a book. He affirmed, this is it. It's the same book I imagined. Lin Gang quickly tossed the book near the ballet dancer's position. Opposite where the book landed, near the seated ballet dancer, her arm continued to reach out. After a while, her hand finally reached its destination, grasping the book. The ballet dancer held the book preciously. Slowly, she opened the pages, revealing images of dance poses. These were the same drawings young Alice had made. Lin Gang's eyes widened in surprise. She's turning into a statue. To explain this strange phenomenon, the system provided a notification. Other anomalies have been removed, leaving 7 unusual mechanisms. Meanwhile, Stone Statue held a knife, muttering, "So quickly resolved. Too bad I don't know who resolved it." He walked around the room, observing his surroundings. Judging by the arrangement, this must be the utility room. Inside, there were many strange jars. Stone Statue wondered, why are there so many alchemy tools? His curiosity grew. Is the owner of Williams' mansion a sorcerer? Or more accurately, is the entire Williams family sorcerers? If so, that would explain why this place is so bizarre. Stone Statue's footsteps grew more curious as he ventured deeper inside. However, after only a few steps, his eyes fell upon something grotesque. He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. It was a jar containing a heart, labeled Mr. Williams' heart specimen. The more Stone Statue looked at the heart, the stronger a feeling overcame him. What's happening? This heart's beat, it seems to match mine. His body suddenly stiffened. His blood vessels felt constricted. His face darkened. Stone Statue's legs could no longer support his weight. He stumbled, his hand hitting a shelf, causing it to topple. Stone Statue's eyes were filled with the image of the heart. Sweat poured down his face. A scene from the past suddenly flashed before him. A procession of people moved along, with horses leading the way. An order rang out. Tell the servants not to discard those ugly black trees. Use them to build the house. A servant obediently replied, "Yes, Master William." The urgency of the situation made Stone Statue tremble. "Send blade," he choked out. The system immediately updated with information on the knife. Utility: kinetic blade. Effect: sends blade. Launches several metal blade fragments that can detonate slightly, causing damage within a 30-meter range in front of the blade. After using his skill, scratches appeared on the surface of the jar. A series of rapid explosions echoed through the room. Stone Statue, startled, shielded his eyes and stumbled backward. The explosions and the slight impact caused the cabinet to wobble and then tip over. The jars on it collided with each other. They shattered, and the heart tumbled out, landing directly beneath another heavy jar. The moment the impact occurred, Stone Statue's body convulsed violently. He collapsed onto the table. His heart pounded furiously. His blood vessels constricted. He gasped, as if unable to bear it any longer. "That was dangerous," he muttered. "I almost died here." The trapped heart shifted quickly to a different position. Seizing the opportunity, Stone Statue stabbed forcefully with a knife in his hand. He continued to stab until the heart ceased all movement and pulsation. Only then did he stop. Stone Statue stared at the heart and said, "William, 1830. The system promptly appeared, providing an update. Abnormal heart resolved. 6 other abnormal mechanisms remaining. Meanwhile, Forest Cat let out a sigh of relief. "They've resolved 2 mechanisms already," she mused. "That means everyone's still alive, and they're not too weak. That's good." Within a mysterious room, Forest Cat moved back and forth, searching for clues. After observing for a while, she nodded, concluding, "This must be the witch's divination room." A series of overlapping images were pasted on the walls. The fool, the magician, the high priestess, the lovers, the chariot, the world. However, Forest Cat noticed one card was missing: the devil. The devil corresponded to Capricorn, symbolizing primal joy and endless temptation. The card depicted a red-skinned demon with bat wings and horns, enslaving humans with chains. Forest Cat carefully considered the current situation. Her teammates had resolved 2 abnormal mechanisms. Although she didn't know how they did it, it couldn't have been too difficult and probably didn't involve any intense fighting. Otherwise, she would have heard it. Her conviction grew. So, where's the devil card? She wondered. The beam of Forest Cat's flashlight swept across the room. Suddenly, she exclaimed there. The image of the devil card, a black goat, gradually materialized. Forest Cat pointed her staff directly at the devil card and the black goat. A violent burst of golden light erupted, sending the goat's head flying high into the air. The tabletop was left completely bare. Behind the dark surface, internal organs became visible. With just a glance, Forest Cat confirmed, "This is the abnormal mechanism. Lungs." Forest Cat resolutely reached forward. "Going somewhere." she challenged. Her hands closed in on the black goat's head. Following the direction of her hand, she lunged forward. She thought she had the head firmly in her grasp, but to her surprise, it remained defiantly in place. The lungs, previously protruding from its sides, now exhaled a jet of intensely black gas. The stench, along with the brutal intensity of the black gas, it was too much for Forest Cat to bear. Her throat opened wide, her breath coming in ragged gasps. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed by the black gas emanating from the abnormal lungs. The dark fumes enveloped Forest Cat, her face contorting as she let out a high-pitched scream. A choked cough rattled in her throat, as if it were being constricted by some vile substance. Suddenly, the door burst open from the outside. Lin Gang, stepping inside, was met with the sight of his teammates slumped on the floor. His jaw dropped. "Forest Cat," he exclaimed in disbelief. He stamped his foot. "What kind of monster is this?" he demanded. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Gang found himself facing the abnormal lungs. He couldn't deny the sheer intensity of the dark miasma radiating from them. Lin Gang's feet shifted, propelling him upwards. He channeled the strength from the ballet dancer's arms he'd acquired earlier, striking forward with unrelenting force. Finally, the powerful blow cleaved the abnormal lungs in two, sending the severed halves flying in opposite directions. The system promptly updated, lungs purged, 6 abnormal mechanisms remaining. The exertion left Lin Gang drained, and he collapsed onto the floor. The most prominent sound in the room was now Forest Cat's agonized screams, her face still rigid with pain. Standing beside her, Lin Gang sensed that the effects of the gas were still lingering. The situation grew increasingly dire. Forest Cat reached out, desperately pleading with Lin Gang. "Help me. I don't want to die. Save me." Heeding her plea, Lin Gang began his rescue attempt. He gently pried open Forest Cat's mouth. "Bear with me," he murmured. He activated his catch the cat skill. "Let's see," he muttered, focusing his attention. After a careful examination, Lin Gang diagnosed the problem: a severely swollen throat, the cause of Forest Cat's suffocation. He cautiously reached into her throat, probing to see if he could remove the obstruction. However, his hand hesitated as it neared the source. This bone, it can sense danger, he realized, noticing a resistance. "It's fighting back." Lin Gang shook his head. "This won't work," he thought, "if I try to pull it out directly." He feared she might die before he could extract it. Lin Gang shifted his approach. Gently laying Forest Cat on the floor, he instructed, "Hold still." He produced a knife. Holding her throat open, he pressed the blade against the swollen area from the outside. With a swift, decisive thrust, he pierced the obstruction. Blood splattered. Forest Cat clutched her throat, trying to speak, but no words came out. Her face darkened, and she pointed a trembling finger forward. It was as if she were drawing symbols in the air, a silent incantation. With a final, agonizing heave, Forest Cat coughed up the grotesque object, accompanied by a torrent of blood. The swollen mass landed on the floor. Its wrinkled, porous form filled Forest Cat with revulsion. She recoiled. Suddenly, a hand appeared, slamming down on the discarded organ. The swollen throat exploded into a mess of fragmented flesh. After the ordeal, Forest Cat looked towards Lin Gang and let out a relieved cough. Her gaze settled on him, and an item materialized in her hand. The system updated. Item: Happy Bensi Bandage. Effect: continuous minor healing. Slowly heals non-fatal wounds. Forest Cat quickly used the item to bandage her neck, murmuring a grateful thank you. With her life no longer in immediate danger, Forest Cat's curiosity resurfaced. "Was that a cricothyrotomy just now?" she asked, still slightly breathless. Lin Gang nodded in confirmation. But the mystery wasn't over. Forest Cat examined the expelled object with a critical eye. This looks like some kind of curse, a dark ritual," she mused. "I think that mask has a special power, a way to keep the lungs active. There must have been some sort of alchemical reaction, creating this special ability." A troubled expression crossed Forest Cat's face. "Most of my skills rely on incantations or specific actions," she thought aloud. "But this low-level curse, it completely countered me. It's baffling." Lin Gang, meanwhile, was backed by the remains of the abnormal organ, muttering, can't leave this." His actions puzzled Forest Cat. After a moment of apparent distraction, Lin Gang had collected the abnormal remains into a bag, proclaiming with a satisfied grin, "These are good things." Forest Cat, watching him, frowned. "Is he all right?" she wondered. His sense of value seems a bit skewed. He took the thing that was choking me, she thought, still slightly disturbed. But it was formed by a curse. It'll dissolve soon enough. He won't be able to glean any information from it then. Lin Gang turned his attention back to Forest Cat. When you were influenced just now, he began, a curious glint in his eyes. Did you see or hear anything unusual? The sudden question startled her. See, she stammered. She affirmed, I did see something. A woman, she said. Lady Leslie, your husband's death. It was indeed an anaphylactic reaction to the curse. At the mention of these words, Lady Leslie's face, as Forest Cat had seen it, paled. Her entire body seemed to lock up, as if unable to utter a single word. The woman in the vision continued, her voice firm. It's back. It's alive again. She reiterated, before the Leslie family bought the William estate, it was already back. It killed the Williams family, and it killed your husband. Terror was etched on a Lady Leslie's face. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, I came to you for advice, to ask how to escape it. The unseen woman's voice offered a grim prognosis. It will be very difficult. From the moment you awakened it, from the void, it has latched onto you. No matter where the Leslie family flees, you cannot escape its call. The gravity of the situation sunk in. Lady Leslie pressed, then is there any way to delay it? The question hung heavy in the air, forcing the unseen woman into deep thought. Finally, she spoke. Renovate, demolish, rebuild the William estate. The layout must be made strange. The more complex and bizarre, the better. This might confuse its senses, slow its arrival. Lady Leslie absorbed the instructions. She stood, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. I understand. Thank you. I will prepare a room for you within the estate. Back in the present, Forest Cat spoke, convinced that the vision was over. That Lady Leslie, she looked exactly like the old woman in the oil painting in the living room. Lin Gang, listening intently to Forest Cat's account, stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, he deduced, the person who built the William estate was also killed by something like this. And the final owners, the Leslie family, they designed those bizarre rooms to escape its pursuit. Lin Gang's confidence piqued Forest Cat's curiosity. How do you know about the vision? She asked, surprised. The system notification earlier. How did you complete it? Lin Gang gestured towards the ballerina's remains. I purged the limbs, he stated simply. He touched the severed limbs, continuing his analysis. It seems the hidden clues for this mission are tied to these abnormal organs. Only when we encounter them do the visions trigger, revealing pieces of the estate's history, crucial information that will determine whether we survive this. Lin Gang continued towards the entrance hall. Forest Cat, curious, followed close behind, her flashlight beam dancing in the dimness. So, what should we do next? She asked. Lin Gang, already formulating a plan, replied, we need to help the others. If they succumb to these abnormal mechanisms, we'll never get the information they hold. Stepping out into the hall, Lin Gang took a deep breath. He stomped his foot and bellowed, hello. Is anyone there? Hello. His call echoed through the silent mansion, unanswered. Growing increasingly frustrated, he shouted again, louder this time, is anyone there? Hello. Forest Cat, bewildered by her companion's strange behavior, edged closer. What are you doing? She inquired. Lin Gang, unfazed, simply replied, calling for our teammates. He elaborated, trying to explain his reasoning to Forest Cat. Considering the limbs I found and the lungs you encountered, these abnormal mechanisms might not be that difficult to deal with. Now that there are two of us, we can support each other. It's best if the others can hear us. Even if they can't, it's worth a try. It might trigger something. Forest Cat, beginning to understand his logic, still looked uneasy. The acoustics in this hallway are terrible, she complained. I can barely hear myself, even when I shout. I doubt anyone can hear us. Lin Gang couldn't deny the truth in her words. Yeah, he conceded. The layout of this mansion is so convoluted, he continued. It makes communication almost impossible. Shouting probably won't do much good. And the wood used for the walls, floors, and ceilings. He tapped his hand against the floor, testing its resonance. It's strange. There's no creaking at all. It's like it absorbs sound. Forest Cat, also noticing the unusual property of the wood, added, it's not just sturdy, it's dampening. Lin Gang paused, lost in thought as he carefully pried a piece of wood loose from the floor. This wood is similar to the strange pine I saw in the forest, he mused. Forest Cat, seeing his contemplative expression, asked something wrong. Lin Gang shook his head. Nothing. Let's go find the others. They split up, exploring the remaining rooms. Forest Cat meticulously documented their progress, taking pictures and drawing arrows to guide their teammates. In contrast to Forest Cat's diligence, Lin Gang stopped, holding a loudspeaker he had found. A bizarre, repetitive message blared from the speaker, echoing through the halls, collecting old refrigerators, old TVs, old fans, old washing machines. Zhuzhong Wenzhou. Zhuzhong knife sharpening. Forest Cat stared at him incredulously. What in the world are you doing? The relentless chant continued. Southern Jiangsu factory closed. Yellow Crane took his sister-in-law and ran away. After listening to the nonsensical broadcast for some time, Forest Cat, growing impatient, asked, "Are you sure this will work?" Lin Gang, brimming with confidence, replied, "Of course. Only a sound completely out of place in this mansion will convince our teammates that it's the call of a comrade." Suddenly, both of them turned their heads. "Look, Li Ngang et Galim et Siten Li." It worked. Stone statue emerged from the shadows. "Brother Li," he said, a hint of admiration in his voice. "You're clever. You didn't follow the conventional route." Forest Cat, still in disbelief, thought to herself, "I can't believe that actually worked. This guy's mind works in mysterious ways." Stone statue filled them in on what he had discovered. The Leslie family who owned this mansion, they were no ordinary folk. They were likely a family of sorcerers, well-versed in mystical arts. They used this mansion, which originally belonged to the deceased Williams family, to carry out some sort of plan. These pieced-together mechanisms, they could form a complete human. Perhaps the Leslie family was attempting some kind of resurrection ritual. After updating information from our teammate, Lin Gang, we have a plan of action, Stone Statue declared. We've dealt with 3 abnormal organs so far. 5 remain: intestines, kidneys, torso, head, and fetus. It's clear their plan has mostly failed. This mansion doesn't seem to have any AI, and I'm not sure if the monsters outside are related to this place. Forest Cat quickly added, "I'm guessing about the other situations. After the 3 of us were transported here, we immediately encountered these abnormal organs. It's possible Evil Uninhibited and East Wind Breaker faced similar circumstances. It's just that we haven't heard any system notifications yet." The scene shifted to Evil Uninhibited. He was panting, exhausted, cigarette still dangling from his lips. He strained, pulling himself up a frayed rope. "Ever since I got here," he grumbled, "I've been climbing this damn rope. 10 minutes now. I can't seem to get any closer to that wooden door. The distance stays the same. Am I supposed to die on this rope?" The darkness deepened, and a reddish fluid began to drip down. Evil Uninhibited continued his ascent, the rope bringing him closer to the dripping fluid. He stared at it for a long moment, his eyes widening in horror. This is an intestine. Panic seized him. He scrambled, his limbs tangling as he desperately sought an escape. "I can't die here," he yelled. "I can't die here." The intestine pulsed, contracting around him. Terror mounting, Evil Uninhibited shrieked, "It's going to swallow me." In a desperate bid for survival, he clasped his hands together. A surge of energy emanated from him, freezing him in place. A system notification appeared, detailing the skill, Thermal Flash. Its effect, transform hand into blade. After briefly gathering strength, lunge forward. 2 blade auras intersect. Evil Uninhibited unleashed the attack, praying, explode. The skill erupted in a violent burst of blue light, spiraling outward. It slammed into the intestine, the impact reverberating. Blue light engulfed the reddish fluid. Evil Uninhibited stared at the wound, a flicker of hope in his eyes. It worked, but the gash began to close, the flesh knitting itself back together. Evil Uninhibited gaped, jaw dropping. "It's regenerating." Backed into a corner, he roared, "You want me dead? Well, you won't get off easy." He launched another attack. Sticky bombs exploded, adhering to the intestine's inner walls. He glared, declaring, "Let's die together." A voice echoed from somewhere above. Evil Uninhibited's head snapped up, his eyes widening in surprise. He yelled towards the opening, "Is anyone there? Can you hear me?" Lin Gang's voice drifted down, laced with sarcasm. "Why are you shouting? It's all an illusion. Cut the rope and jump down." Evil Uninhibited scowled. "What? You want me to drop down there? I tried that already. It gets narrower the further down you go. It's a dead end." Lin Gang's voice was firm. "Just listen to me. Cut the rope and jump." Forest Cat added, "Trust him. Just do it." Evil Uninhibited paused, considering their words. Doubt still etched on his face. However, the scene within the pit remained perilous. The sticky bombs he'd planted began to detonate. Viscous fluid splattered around him. He groaned, "I'm out of options." Finally, he made his decision. He severed the rope he clung to. His body plummeted downwards. Li Nang Watet Intenti. Evil Uninhibited's face darkened as he fell towards a seemingly bottomless abyss. His eyes snapped open. A blurry image of three figures materialized before him. As Evil Uninhibited landed, Stone Statue spoke. "Everything you saw up there was an illusion." In Evil Uninhibited's hand was a section of intestine. He examined it closely, noting the absence of any corrosive marks. However, it was stuck fast to his hand. A chilling thought arose. "I can't get it off. It's sucking my blood." The situation was urgent. Stone Statue lunged forward. "I'll help." He strained, pulling the intestine from Evil Uninhibited's grasp. Evil Uninhibited, his face creased with confusion, asked, "Everything I saw was an illusion." Lin Gang, peering into the pit, confirmed, "That's right." Forest Cat also looked in, her gaze fixed on the intestine. A thought formed in her mind. This small intestine, it's identical to the one in Evil Uninhibited's vision. I thought it was always here after he was transported. Its mouth latched onto his hand, sucking blood and creating illusions. It was trying to lull him to sleep to his death. Meanwhile, Evil Uninhibited was lost in thought, replaying the events. In the illusion, my teammates were at the top, but they were actually down here by the crates. If I had kept climbing, I'd be a mummy by now. Lin Gang approached Evil Uninhibited. "Give me the intestine." Evil Uninhibited nodded. "Sure." Forest Cat took the intestine and stepped forward. "Wait a moment," she said. "I'm going to peel this thing open." With that, she moved towards a pit. The intestine in her hand twisted and turned, quickly unraveling. As she carried the unraveled intestine, Forest Cat felt its weight. "There's something inside this," she thought. She pulled the object out. Surprise flickered across her face. "A small wooden horse," she murmured. "It looks like a child's toy." Having secured the intestine, Lin Gang assessed their progress. Heart, intestines, lungs, and limbs were halfway there. Kidneys, head, torso, and fetus remain. As Forest Cat climbed out of the pit, she stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened. "Wait," she breathed. "There's something in there." Red letters materialized, spelling out the word Krypton. Outside the pit, Stone Statue questioned Evil Uninhibited. "When you were inside, did you see anything other than the wall of blood?" Evil Uninhibited recounted his experience. "Yes, after I was pulled in, the first thing I saw was a normal stone wall. Then some strange images appeared. A desolate wasteland, villagers living in a dark, dense forest. The villagers were covered in yellow pustules, filled with fluid. And in the mist, amidst the dense forest, a figure suddenly appeared. It seemed to speak, and after hearing its words, the villagers' faces were etched with conflict. After a moment of hesitation, they silently stepped into the mist, following the red shadow and vanishing into the depths of the forest. Their footsteps continued, pressing ever forward. Just then, a young girl, held in her mother's arms, clutched a small wooden horse. The girl, with eyes the green of the forest itself, was the only villager who dared not enter the mist. Beside them stood an older man, his body also marked with the same yellow pustules. His clothes were disheveled. Judging by his attire and the Bible he held, he appeared to be the village priest. His expression was heavy with sorrow, the sores on his face stark against his skin. The young girl and her mother then stepped into the swirling mist. As they did, the small wooden horse slipped from the girl's grasp, falling onto the moss-covered stones. The priest quickly picked up a stone from the ground. He carved something into the trunk of a nearby tree. The images vanished. Evil Uninhibited assumed the illusion had ended. Stone Statue wrote down the word Croton. He asked aloud, "Wait," the word the priest carved on the tree. Was it Croton? Evil Uninhibited looked at it and mumbled, "I think so." The situation was becoming clearer. Stone Statue said in a low voice, "I understand. It's Roanoke Island. The island we're on now is a real place. It's Roanoke Island." Forest Cat frowned. "Roanoke, that's it." Evil Uninhibited, still confused, asked, "What's going on?" Lin Gang, standing nearby, began to explain. Roanoke Island is an island off the coast of North Carolina, USA, located in Albemarle Sound. This island actually exists on Earth's maps. However, the current situation, this mission, is only borrowing the setting. It's not actually happening on the real island. Stone Statue nodded in agreement. "Exactly. All the visions we've seen, are from the past of the characters in this scenario. The time we saw the people here disappear was actually around 1680. Going back to 1585, the English explorer John White came to Roanoke Island, east of the United States, to map the island. 2 years later, he led a group of Englishmen back to claim the island. He then returned to England for more support, so the matter was delayed until 1590. When he returned, the colony had vanished. More than 120 English settlers had completely disappeared. No bodies were found. The only trace left behind was a single word carved in English on wood: Croton. Listening to Stone Statue, Forest Cat added her own observations. These are all true stories. For centuries, many historians and explorers have come here to investigate the cause of the disappearance. Some believe the settlers were attacked by Native Americans. Others believe they left for other parts of the United States. There are many different opinions. To this day, there's no definitive conclusion. This mysterious mass disappearance was very famous back then. It was even used as inspiration for movies. In short, we can currently determine that what you saw is the cause of the disappearance. In this mission scenario, we need to find out what that large shadow really is. A voice probed Evil Uninhibited. Look at this wooden horse. Have you seen it before? Evil Uninhibited, upon seeing the wooden horse, became incredibly excited. Yes, this is the wooden horse the little girl was holding. Where did you get it? Lin Gang explained. I found it inside the intestine. I also found the word Croton right at the mouth of the well. After a series of patterned events, Lin Gang silently pieced together the clues. Every time they encountered an organ, it triggered memories of the past within the mansion. The writing on the well's mouth proved one thing. Even if Evil Uninhibited were to die, they could still, through the English words on the well, find clues connecting to the island. The group's current gathering suddenly sparked Evil Uninhibited's curiosity. Right? Where's East Windbreaker? Has anyone seen him? Stone Statue replied sadly, no. After each of us completed our objective, we regrouped and searched the entire mansion. He was incredibly noisy along the way, but we still haven't received any response from East Windbreaker, nor have we found any trace of him. We finally made it to the utility room. Grasping this information, Evil Uninhibited's face darkened. A thought surfaced in his mind. I struggled in that well for so long, and in the end, I still needed my teammates' help to barely escape. East Windbreaker hasn't responded, and the system hasn't given any notification. This isn't looking good. Stone Statue shifted direction. He urged the others, let's go. Let's make the most of our time and continue searching the mansion. His sudden words left his teammates somewhat bewildered. His instructions continued to echo. Check the corners carefully. Don't miss anything. Forest Cat, ever meticulous, documented her observations with photographs. After a while, she sighed in frustration. This is the last room in the mansion, and we still haven't found East Windbreaker or the last organ. Evil Uninhibited, standing beside her, probed, do we want to go back to the living room and check again? Just as hope seemed to dwindle, Stone Statue's voice rang out. Wait, I found it. He was rummaging through some wooden crates and looking behind the wall. The faces of Evil Uninhibited, Forest Cat, and Lin Gang simultaneously turned towards where Stone Statue was pointing. The wall he indicated began to crumble. Bricks fell from the surface, creating a chaotic clatter. After using a knife to break through the surface, Stone Statue, suspecting a hidden passage, announced, this is probably it. Before them appeared a dark opening, seemingly full of the unknown. Stone Statue peered down, murmuring, there are electrical wires here. This might lead to a control room or something. Evil Uninhibited peered inside, urging, come on, let's go down there. Following his words, everyone descended, holding their light sources firmly. The deeper they went, the more mysterious it became, the darkness enveloping the space within. A door ahead began to emit a sound, echoing outwards, catching the attention of anyone passing by. Stone Statue reached the door, examining it closely before declaring, this is the control room. Forest Cat, standing there, didn't forget to take a picture. However, as soon as she developed the photo, surprise registered on her face. What's this? Evil Uninhibited, noticing her unusual expression, couldn't hide his concern. What is it? Any new predictions? Forest Cat stared at the picture, a blank, black image. Confused, she speculated. Could it be that in a few minutes, there'll be a completely black figure standing here, blocking the camera? Dismissing the strange photo, stone statue, who had been climbing and peering, announced, "This hole looks like we can see inside." From his vantage point, he could see something on a table inside. It was a head, and it was emitting a savage sound. The head gradually changed its appearance. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and a cunning expression spread across its face. A green fluid of some kind was exhaled from its mouth, moving in a precise, arrow-like trajectory. In a flash, the green fluid blasted the wall where Stone Statue clung. His entire body lurched backward. Stone Statue warned his teammates, "Careful, it can attack from a distance." The situation grew dire. Evil Uninhibited, standing below, unleashed a crimson, shadowy attack. He propelled the crimson energy towards a target that needed to be destroyed. Not to be outdone, Forest Cat launched her own attack, her hands moving with a swift, subtle gesture that sent a powerful force outwards. All attacks converged on the head. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop!" Immediately following the command, Evil Uninhibited was violently repelled, his body writhing backwards. Lin Gang, refusing to stand idly by, unleashed his stifling assassination technique. He faced the head, which continued to spew its green fluid. Lin Gang leaped upwards, using the momentum from his limbs to propel his attack. The head's eyes widened, its brow furrowed. Lin Gang stared in astonishment at the scene before him, bewildered. How could it withstand his stifling assassination technique and still activate its abilities? The green fluid showed no sign of stopping. Lin Gang's body stiffened, unable to continue the assault. He felt the air grow heavy, trapping him like an insect in amber. Lin Gang carefully surveyed his surroundings. He realized with surprise that electrical currents were charging the head on the table. Lin Gang unleashed his brutal shattering dispersion technique, declaring confidently, "Charging it won't do anything. Even charging 6 walnuts wouldn't help." Lin Gang's attack quickly interrupted the charging process. The electrical wires snapped and ceased functioning. The head on the table began to change, its previous ferocity replaced by a pathetic, wailing expression. The remaining green fluid dripped out. A howl echoed, signaling its impending demise. The aged head no longer held its initial imposing presence. Its eyes closed, and no further sound escaped. The system promptly updated. Abnormal head eliminated. 3 abnormal organs remaining. Evil Uninhibited, Stone Statue, and Forest Cat all stared at the head Lin Gang presented. Stone Statue spoke, "Is this the head?" Lin Gang replied, "It's withered. It looks a bit like a shrunken, dried Javaro head." Lin Gang continued to examine the head, noticing a socket and a cylindrical metal component at the back of its neck. "This thing looks like it can convert voltage." Leaning closer, Lin Gang confirmed a vertical wound. "There's a cut here." His voice filled with alarm as he peered deeper inside. "It's very clean inside. There really is no brain." Forest Cat approached the machinery and gestured. "Look everyone, there's a mystical formation set up here." Stone Statue moved closer to where Forest Cat pointed, asking curiously, "Can you understand the specific effects of this formation?" Forest Cat's expression grew serious as she explained. "This magical formation seems to be set to activate every 5 years. When it does, the valve of the oil tank behind the wall will open." She continued, "The oil will flow into the generator and start it. The formation lasts for 2 hours." Stone Statue began to piece things together. These generators, besides powering the lights in the mansion, also supply energy to the withered heads. Perhaps the formation was originally set up by the head in anticipation of this moment. However, one question remained for Stone Statue. But why did it attack us? Moreover, this abnormal organ didn't seem to trigger any hallucinations. Stone Statue's curiosity remained piqued. Evil Uninhibited, standing behind them, suggested, "Let's take a look over here." Following Lin Gang's suggestion, the group gathered to observe. Stone Statue was surprised to see writing underneath the table. Forest Cat, standing nearby, quickly cautioned her teammates, "Don't read it aloud." The contents of the inscription were silently absorbed by everyone. "Greetings, stranger, who has entered William's mansion. You must have seen my head placed upon this table, haven't you? I am the owner of William's mansion. I do not know if you are descendants of the Leslie family, or the Wizard Alliance come to destroy evil, or ordinary people who have stumbled upon this place. But," the inscription continued, "I hope you will read these words carefully. They are the key to your survival. The history of William's mansion originates with a mysterious scholar named William. He was originally a member of the Far East Magic Organization. He was exiled to Roanoke Island in the early 19th century. He heard about a case of mass disappearances in the colony colony and ventured into the jungle to investigate. Finally, he discovered the truth behind the incident. On this island, the inscription revealed, there is a reindeer god named Kryptoan. Its origins lie in the early beliefs of the native inhabitants of the eastern islands of the Americas. It is a symbol of medicine, longevity, and health. But due to the tribe's migration and decline, the reindeer god also weakened, becoming sinister, cruel, and chaotic. It attacked the colony with plagues and famine, forcing the residents to pledge their allegiance. It led them into the misty swamps deep within the forest to become its slaves. Under the influence of the reindeer god, the humans underwent various changes. Their bodies became distorted and deformed, their minds dull and bloodthirsty. They could no longer be called humans. In William's records, they were called children of the forest or forest people. Reading this, Lin Gang ventured, the children of the forest mentioned here are probably those monsters that crawl on all fours. Forest Cat nodded in agreement. Exactly. The reindeer god hoped to rely on the faith of the forest people to maintain its divine status and self-awareness. Unfortunately, the forest people, in their ignorant state, even with their increasing numbers, couldn't provide enough faith to sustain the reindeer god's existence. The inscription continued. The reindeer god gradually lost its divinity and fell into a deep slumber. After it became silent, the forest people also fell silent, digging a dense network of tunnels beneath Roanoke Island, surviving within them. The lifespan of the forest people was not long. The aged forest people would crawl to the surface and bury themselves in the earth. From these burial sites, trees would sprout, the twisted, black pine trees surrounding the mansion. William discovered this history. To steal the reindeer god's power, he cut down the trees formed by the forest people. He used this wood, combined with other mystical materials, to construct William's mansion. But unfortunately, he failed. When he cut down the trees, a part of the reindeer god merged with the mansion itself. The ritual to usurp the god's power went awry, and William perished. And more than 10 years later, our Leslie family took over this mansion. We are a secret magical family, inheriting the bloodline of the Titans, possessing inherently powerful supernatural abilities. But this bloodline power, after a certain period, inevitably becomes a curse. All members of the Leslie family will completely turn to stone in middle age, becoming living corpses trapped within stone shells. As the Titans buried deep beneath the sea gradually awaken, the call of the bloodline grows stronger. We had no choice but to flee to the new continent to avoid being summoned and assimilated. Evil uninhibited its bloodline. The inscription trailed off. Evil uninhibited pondered, whom they have emotional fluctuations. It didn't end there. After discovering William's mansion and his writings, we tried using the reindeer god's power to resolve the hidden affliction within our bloodline. Applying mystical knowledge, we perfected the ritual and absorbed divine power to alleviate the petrification curse. However, when the ritual took place, a part of the reindeer god was revived. It merged with the mansion itself, killing my husband. Its power fused with our family's bloodline. Even if we escaped Roanoke Island, we would experience a backlash. We continuously rebuilt the mansion, attempting to exhaust its power. Unfortunately, the reindeer god's divine nature was greater than anticipated. Family members were continuously harmed, and our numbers dwindled. The woman continued to pour out her heart through the inscription on the table. The petrification curse gripped me. Before losing my mind, I instructed my granddaughter to turn me into a specimen and to continue leading the family as the head of the household. I told them to establish a magic formation to prevent the forest people from reaching the mansion. Then I instructed some of the younger family members to escape Roanoke to avoid being detected by the reindeer god. The remaining members had entered the awakening stage. Their bloodline would remain within the mansion, entangled with it. In the end, we failed. The reindeer god retaliated. All the family members in the mansion, it tried to use us as materials for its rebirth. We are trapped here, unsure how much longer we can maintain our sanity. My descendant, you must have been summoned to this island during the full moon by the dark bloodline curse. I don't know how strong you are, nor how far the reindeer god's rebirth ritual has progressed. Take my head with you. I hope you can break the ritual, save the Leslie family, and save yourself. Stone Statue was astonished after reading the inscription. He exclaimed in alarm, "This is the history of William's mansion. How much of this do you think is true?" Lin Gang wondered. Song Lin Miao shook her head dejectedly. No one knows. the abnormal organs we encountered before could directly trigger hallucinations. Forest Cat's voice suddenly deepened. Actually, based on the hallucinations provided by the 4 types of abnormal organs and some clues hidden in the mansion, we can roughly deduce what happened here before. The purpose of this record is probably to enhance our understanding of this world scenario, raise the mission's difficulty rating, and let us know what the enemy is so we can prepare for the next battle. And what about her telling us to take her head? What does that mean? Lin Gang, standing behind them, spoke up after listening to his teammates' discussion. What's with this? He asked, turning the head over in his hands. This is recognized by the system as equipment, you know? Sure enough, the system quickly updated the information about Lady Leslie's head. Its special effect was a psychic attack. Pressing the metal part behind the neck would release a powerful psychokinetic shockwave forward. Lin Gang, after carefully reading the item information, was surprised. It's actually a good quality piece of equipment. Too bad it's single use. Forest Cat seriously analyzed the situation. Combined with the formation in the generator room, we can assume that Lady Leslie used her last will to create a way for her descendants to understand the truth. But this low-power, single-use equipment will probably be needed in the upcoming battle. Lin Gang agreed with Forest Cat's opinion. He nodded. I guess the reindeer god's rebirth ritual is about to take effect. If we wait until it's complete, I'm afraid something disastrous will happen. Time is of the essence. Let's continue searching for the abnormal organs. Immediately after Lin Gang's command, everyone started moving to search. Suddenly, Evil Uninhibited stopped. He called out, "Hold on. Does anyone else smell something strange in the air?" he asked. Lin Gang and the others moved through the labyrinthine mansion. After a while, he clamped his hand over his nose, his grimace breaking the tense silence. Ugh, what is that smell? It reeks of urine. He strode forward, pointing accusingly at his companions. All right, which one of you is the culprit? Own up. You hit it well. I'll give you that. Seriously, Lin Gang, you're such a pain sometimes, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Stone Statue stepped forward, silencing the group with a gesture and directing their attention ahead. He pointed at his own nose, his expression grave. My nasal passages contain supersensory bugs. They allow me to perceive everything through smell and convert it directly into images. After a moment of concentrated sniffing, Stone Statue straightened up. I've got it. I can see what's inside that hazy cloud up ahead. Lin Gang, preoccupied, hadn't noticed the direction Stone Statue indicated. He was staring at something red trickling from Stone Statue's nose. Blood, it seemed. He moved closer, peering intently. Stone Statue gave a weak chuckle. See something horrifying just now? Lin Gang asked. Stone Statue wiped the blood away with his hand, forcing a smile. Just a bit of fire. A side effect of the supersensory bugs. A bit embarrassing, really. The group quickly moved to the location Stone Statue had sensed. On the ground were yellowish streaks. Not sure what left these, Lin Gang mused, scratching his head. Like a giant slug, maybe, he suggested. Song Lin Miao shook her head. I doubt it, but I don't think this is the source of the stench. Seeing the yellow trail leading deeper into the mansion, Stone Statue urged the others to follow it. The trail led to a partially open door. The room beyond was pitch black, obscuring everything within. Stone Statue pointed towards the room. It's in there. That's where the smell is coming from. Lin Gang pushed the door open and stepped inside, ready to investigate. The others followed, on high alert. Stone Statue's flashlight beam danced around the room. The room was a chilling sight. Torture devices lined the walls. The source of the yellow slime, however, was nowhere to be seen. It seemed to have moved on. Lin Gang stared at the instruments in horrified fascination. Judging by their wear, they've been used a lot, he observed grimly. But Lady Leslie's inscription didn't mention any torture chambers. The family lived here for a time after acquiring the mansion. Perhaps the Leslies used this room more than they let on. Lin Gang moved towards another door, where the yellow trail disappeared inside. The stench here was at its most potent, acrid and sour. He pushed the door open. This room was a water cell, seemingly another form of torture. Lin Gang led the others inside, pinching their noses against the overpowering odor. The sound of rushing water filled the chamber. Abandoned for years, and it hasn't dried up. Must be connected to some water source, he commented. Suddenly, the ceiling above them cracked open, sending tremors through the floor. A torrent of yellowish liquid poured through the fissure. The yellow mixed with the clear water, creating a noxious, eye-watering fume. Lin Gang, closest to the downpour, was hit hardest. The stench was overwhelming. Eyes squeezed shut, nose plugged. Lin Gang leaped onto the raised walkway above the cells, his staff clutched tightly. The walkway was simple, with open iron bars, designed for observing the prisoners below. Looking down into one of the cells, Lin Gang saw a skeleton submerged up to its shoulders. So, these were the prisoners, he murmured. In this, he gestured to the foul-smelling liquid now flowing from the walls above. I need to get a closer look at that. He sprang up, nimbly dodging the streams of falling liquid. Then, with a final leap, he landed on the walkway above to get a better view. The others quickly followed Lin Gang up onto the walkway. Lin Gang moved along the wall, carefully sidestepping the downpour of foul-smelling liquid. He tiptoed with exaggerated caution. This stuff is absolutely putrid. If I get any of this on me, I'll be scrubbing for days, he muttered. The others followed Lin Gang, equally cautious. The stench was so overpowering that no one dared speak. Lin Gang, however, seemed unfazed, continuing to chatter as he moved. He truly had a remarkable tolerance. They quickly reached the epicenter of the stench. Lin Gang pointed, gesturing for the others to look. Before them was something large and gelatinous, resembling a mound of human flesh. It was a truly grotesque sight, beyond anything they could have imagined. And there was something inside it. Something darker in color clung to the sides of the fleshy mass. Perhaps kidneys. Lin Gang raised his flashlight, illuminating the fleshy mound. Inside the mass was a person, frantically licking at something on their face. A truly resilient individual. And that person was Dong Fengpa. The others were astonished. They hadn't expected to find Dong Fengpa here. Finally, they had located him. Dong Fengpa seemed oblivious to their presence, completely absorbed in his activity. He appeared to be licking something. The fleshy mass suddenly transformed into spicy chicken wings. How bizarre! Lin Gang's eyes widened in curiosity. This is called the Great Eagle's Shredded Feast. It's an effect that transforms items into different flavors of chicken wings. Eating them restores health and heals wounds. There's no cool down, but it consumes spiritual energy. And you have to finish the current dish before it transforms into the next. It's best used personally, as the effect only lasts 30 seconds, so there's no way to preserve them. But to eat something so disgusting without caring about the original ingredients, that's truly admirable. Song Lin Miao looked as if she was about to be sick. I can't even look at it. Fortunately, Dong Fengpa immediately vomited after taking a bite. It seemed inedible after all. Lin Gang shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid since he fell down here, he's been relying on constantly eating this stuff to keep from suffocating. Look at his pale face, trembling lips, and dazed expression. Heaven knows how many of those wings he's eaten. A tear rolled down Dong Fengpa's cheek. He looked as if he was about to cry. Suddenly, LP leaped forward, arms flailing, towards Dong Fengpa, bravely attempting a rescue. Using his arms like weapons, he repeatedly slammed into the reddish things clinging to the large fleshy mass. He unleashed his meat grinder technique. LP flew through the air, striking the mass. It felt disturbingly soft. He was so focused on the rescue that he seemed to forget the horrific stench. Lin Gang continued his assault with increasing fervor, bits of flesh flying everywhere. He even started yelling. The others watched in stunned silence. When did he get like this? Had it been since Dong Fengpa started crying? Even Stone Statue wasn't sure whether he should intervene. Finally, all three rushed forward to help Lin Gang rescue Dong Fengpa. Chunks of flesh splattered everywhere. The abnormal kidneys were quickly dealt with, but there were still two other abnormal organs. After a furious flurry of blows, the fleshy mass was completely destroyed, and Dong Fengpa was freed. They quickly carried him back to the torture chamber. However, Dong Fengpa remained unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. But their mission wasn't complete. They couldn't just carry Dong Fengpa around. Yet, leaving him here didn't feel right. Besides, the pungent odor clinging to him, like he'd been marinating in urine, was overwhelming. They'd worked so hard to rescue him. Leaving him now seemed wrong. Lin Gang spoke up. Is there any way to wake him? Stone Statue pondered for a moment, then brightly suggested, how about mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? The others fell silent, casting bewildered glances at Stone Statue. He sighed, clapping his hands together with a sharp smack. So, none of you have any experience with this. Fine, I'll do it. With a dramatic flourish, Stone Statue took a deep breath. Before his lips could even touch Dong Feng Pa, the latter's eyes snapped open. Lin Gang, grinning, shoved Stone Statue's face aside. Look, he's awake. He's awake. The others quickly moved back, giving Dong Feng Pa space to breathe. He sat up, coughing weakly. Dong Feng Pa looked at them weakly. You finally made it. Stone Statue approached Dong Feng Pa, pinching his nose. We searched the entire mansion. Are you alright? Dong Feng Pa nodded. I'm fine. Just a bit nauseous. Lin Gang, also holding his nose, thought to himself. Anyone who ate what Dong Feng Pa ate would be nauseous. Would feel the same way. After resting for a moment, Dong Feng Pa stood. I've recovered somewhat. Let's go outside and talk. Song Lin Miao nodded. And you can tell us what happened after we were separated. Dong Feng Pa nodded with difficulty. I suddenly realized everyone had vanished. I was alone in the main hall. Then the rug, it turned into a monster. It tried to eat me. I used my Great Eagle Shredded Fee skill to keep my nose and mouth clear, so I wouldn't suffocate. Then the monster dragged me through the water cell and had some kind of conflict with kidneys. Stone Statue asked, did you see any hallucinations? Dong Feng Pa shook his head. I just felt like I was suffocating and everything went black. No hallucinations. LP frowned, thinking Dong Feng Pa didn't experience any hallucinations. So what was that shadowy figure with chains and the woman in white by the flower bed? I wonder if the others saw them too. Pushing that thought aside for the moment, Lin Gang asked as they walked, where are we going? Do you know the way to the vault? Dong Feng Pa, leading the way, replied yes. After that thing pulled me into the passage. I used my reconnaissance skill. There's a room here, it feels strange, like the abnormal energy is 10, maybe 100 times stronger. They quickly followed Dong Feng Pa to the room he described. It was sealed by a large wooden door, adorned with dark carvings. It looked old, but incredibly sturdy. Song Lin Miao, looking at the door, said, there's another abnormal mechanism here. So, based on the clues we've gathered, the fetus's goal is to revive itself. But why scatter these mechanisms all over the place? Wouldn't it be more efficient to keep them together? Lin Gang touched the door. This might be the mansion's power source. The wood in this place, it's all from the forest. It has its own energy. It can provide warmth and nourishment. Song Lin Miao nodded thoughtfully, then frowned. That makes sense. But we haven't encountered any real danger on the way here, besides the mechanisms. That's strange. If the wood is part of the mansion, why hasn't it attacked us? Moreover, we've already dealt with 7 abnormal mechanisms. Will it still perform the ritual as usual? Stone Statue replied, currently, the heart, kidneys, liver, intestines, head for limbs, and lungs are all in our possession. They only have the fetus left to manipulate. It's likely they need to rely on the fetus for revival. AC Vonim, upon hearing this, quickly said, then we shouldn't delay. What are we going to do if it revives while we're just standing around? Lin Gang's expression grew even more serious. He needed to stay calm. Up until now, he still hadn't found any other clues about that shadowy figure. According to the words left by Lady Leslie, later descendants of this family, upon returning to the mansion, sensed the presence of the wood. That woman was very likely a later descendant of the family. Thinking this, he decided there was no point in pondering further. Let's just stay optimistic and move forward. He then proactively pushed open the wooden door beside them. It wasn't difficult to open. A gust of cold air rushed out from inside the room. Inside was a large tiled room. Several white skeletons lay scattered on the floor. Everyone quickly followed Lin Gang into the room. The room was excessively large, resembling an arena. Suddenly, Song Lin Miao pointed towards the ceiling, signaling for everyone to look up. Sparkling above them, it looked like a breathtaking view of the Milky Way. It's beautiful, she murmured. Being the only girl in the group, she always managed to find a positive perspective. Lin Gang, however, felt that it resembled something else entirely. It was clearly a mass of wriggling, hanging maggots. When everyone focused on the ceiling, they saw the maggots suspended in the air, squirming and covering the entire surface. Their bodies emitted a golden glow. Song Lin Miao shuddered. goosebumps erupting across her skin. That's disgusting. Having just processed the sight above them, they suddenly felt something wet and slippery beneath their feet. Countless puddles dotted the floor. They didn't know what kind of liquid it was. More importantly, there were also numerous flowers and plants growing in the room. It was utterly bizarre. Suddenly, Song Lin Miao moved from the back of the group to the front. Pointing ahead, she shouted, "What is that?" Before them was a shadowy figure, or rather, something pitch black and enormous like a giant ball. Countless long strands connected to the ball, creating a horrifying sight. It wasn't just a simple sphere. It was suspended in the air by numerous iron chains. Suddenly, from within the sphere, a golden light, only slightly dimmer than the maggots, radiated outwards. It illuminated the room. Lin Gang and the others stared blankly at the light, observing the unfolding scene. Or rather, everything was so abnormal that all they could feel was astonishment. The air suddenly filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Their pores opened, as if something was trying to escape from within them. The feeling was like, before they could fully succumb to the mesmerizing illusion, Sai Xiao Thursday's voice cut through the haze. "Wake up," she yelled. "Snap out of it." Thanks to Sai Xiao Thursday's timely warning, Lin Gang instantly broke free from the illusion. He was disoriented and unsure of what was happening. Before he could assess the situation, he saw that the others had fallen into an abnormal state. Countless plants were sprouting from their bodies, covering them entirely, as if the plants were draining their life force. Song Lin Miao was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that as soon as she sensed something amiss, Song Lin Miao had prepared a countermeasure. She quickly removed the beaded bracelet from her wrist and shouted to Lin Gang, "Don't touch them." Lin Gang quickly shielded his eyes and asked, "What about them? What should we do?" "This is my time to shine," Song Lin Miao declared. "Leave it to me." She fiddled with her bracelet, and it transformed into 3 separate strands. One of the 3 was completely covered in moss. Another had an enormous rose sprouting from their chest. The last one was infested with a cluster of parasitic mushrooms. After Song Lin Miao employed her unique technique, all 3 of them jolted awake. Song Lin Miao quickly asked if they were all awake. "This bracelet is made from rare gemstones. It has the effect of protecting the soul. Once used, it can last for 15 minutes. If you encounter something that severely pollutes the soul, that the duration will be shortened." AC Von Neem startled, brushing off the moss clinging to him and yelling, "What in the world was that thing?" All 4 of them looked towards Song Lin Miao. She explained, "Is trying to revive. There's a weak, evil spirit carrying a divine light. Looking up at the gods will surely bring divine punishment." Lin Gang furrowed his brow. Although he couldn't see with his cat's eye ability, judging by the iron chains and the shape, that this was clearly the scene he'd witnessed outside the mansion. What exactly was that scene? A prophecy, or an illusion meant to bewitch the mind? Song Lin Miao had already taken out her camera, choosing an angle to directly face the thing, attempting to capture its image. However, she couldn't photograph it. Only the surrounding scenery was captured. Suddenly, looking at the developed photo, Song Lin Miao's face was etched with astonishment. "My divination camera will capture events that will occur 10 minutes later and display them as an image. But there's no player information on it. This isn't good news no matter how you look at it." She frowned. "We only have 15 minutes. We have to hurry." After hearing Song Lin Miao's words, all 4 of them immediately entered battle mode, preparing to unleash their unique abilities. Stone Statue, with his massive cannon, was the first to step forward. He aimed towards the sphere and fired a powerful shot. Smoke billowed and filled the air. The chains rattled and swayed against each other. It was unclear whether the sphere itself was affected. Regardless, the chains weren't made of anything special. Under the tremendous pressure of the powerful blast, they shattered into pieces. Whatever was hanging from them seemed unable to hold on much longer. On the ceiling, the glowing maggots were also affected. Their bodies burst, raining down gore. Before them was only a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Was it too easy? Suddenly, Lin Gang sensed something amiss. He only had time to yell, "Dodge." Everyone instinctively reacted, leaping away just as something struck the spot they'd just occupied. It resembled a tree root, coiled and incredibly sharp, embedding itself deep into the ground. A liquid dripped from its tip. Where the liquid from the root dripped, the ground dissolved into mud. This thing was highly corrosive. Lin Gang's heart pounded. If they hadn't dodged in time, they'd be dead. Before they could catch their breath, another wave of attacks came. This time, countless roots lashed out. Those in the room desperately dodged. The chance to counterattack seemed incredibly slim. Getting hit by one of these things now meant certain death. Another sharp root flew towards Lin Gang. He jumped, ducked, and weaved to avoid it. In the center of the chaos, something humanoid lay curled up, its arms twisted together like roots. He stared in horror at the thing, neither human nor beast. It seemed enraged. A liquid dripped from its body. What in the world was this? The thing on the ground shrieked, and more roots erupted from the earth, encircling it protectively. Then, the roots pulled free from the ground and continued to fly towards those who had dared to intrude. Lin Gang gritted his teeth, using the spear in his hand to deflect an incoming attack. Then, with his free hand, he fired a shot towards the creature lying on the ground. The shot, deflected by a branch, went wide. This thing was proving incredibly difficult to deal with. Able to attack with such precision despite not being able to see, it likely had some kind of homing ability. Lin Gang then threw out several more kerosene bombs. This time, the kerosene bombs landed, shattering and spilling their flammable contents onto the ground. Danger hung heavy in the air. The oil slicked the ground, coating the vegetation. The area around the creature suddenly erupted in flames, the heat radiating outwards in a searing wave. The creature clearly didn't appreciate the sudden inferno. It gnashed its teeth, raising its head to glare at Lin Gang. Then, an earthen hand sprouted from the ground beneath it, lifting the creature's immobile form out of the flames. Infuriatingly effective. The creature, cradled like a precious egg in the giant earthen hands, looked down at the group below. They in turn noticed something peculiar. Song Lin Miao cried out, the divine power of the reindeer, the herb, the swamp of life and creation. Unparalleled control over mud and mire. From the Leslie family, wielding the power of petrification. This is the family's fetus. The final abnormal mechanism. A grin spread across Lin Gang's face. Finally, we found it. He hefted his spear, flinging a chunk of rock at the bizarre entity. The rock struck the creature, creating a cavity as if a heavy object had been dropped into water. But the hole quickly began to disappear. Lin Gang observed silently. The attack had some effect, carrying a bit of energy, but it wouldn't cause significant damage. Suddenly, Stone Statue stepped forward. "Let me give it a try," he declared. His cannon roared to life. A deafening explosion echoed through the chamber. But for some reason, he hadn't considered the Earth's ability to withstand fire. The impact site merely showed a small crater, nothing more. But at least the blast had some effect on the creature. But just as quickly, the creature began to regenerate, the mud slowly creeping upwards, reforming itself. From the ground below, shoots began to sprout, as if something was about to emerge. The others grew even more frantic. AC Vonim and Dong Fong Pa rushed towards the earthen hand, working together to try and destroy it. Dong Fong Pa suddenly surged forward. "Allow me," he shouted. AC Vonim immediately retreated, giving the man room to maneuver, along with his 3D maneuvering gear. After pressing a button on his dual swords, the device on Dong Fong Pa's hip shot out several long wires tipped with grappling hooks. The hooks, possessing incredible adhesive power, pierced the thick earth and stone, latching on tight. Dong Fong Pa propelled himself upwards, launching into the air to fight. From the massive earthen hand, something began to emerge, preparing to attack. Dong Fong Pa stared in horror at the sight before him. If he got hit by that, he was as good as dead. Reacting quickly, he expertly manipulated the wires, swinging himself backwards, narrowly avoiding the attack. Though he seemed precariously suspended, Dong Fong Pa was skilled with his gear. He could at least evade effectively, even if finding an opening to attack proved difficult. Below, the thorny roots had fully emerged from the ground, writhing and twisting as if forming a shape. Sure enough, they transformed into an army of vine-like figures, charging towards Lin Gang's group. Mud from the ground clung to the advancing vine creatures and plastered it onto the root creature. Now it's transformed into a mud warrior. Damaging it with firepower probably won't affect it too much. What a terrifying monster. Lin Gang stared at the scene before him in horror. Could this be the legendary 18-armed Han? So, I finally see it today, but there's nothing joyful about this at all. Song Lin Miao's face paled. She cried out, the divine reindeer, carrying the bloodline of the Leslie family, can manipulate earth and stone. But a sliver of divinity can't sustain a prolonged and fierce battle. The swamp is the source of its power. We must clear the swamp to stop the resurrection ritual. Atse vonim nodet. I understand. Watch me clear this swamp with one punch. He then assumed a fighting stance. Intens flames erupted, engulfing Atse vonim es feast. He unleashed a powerful blow, like a fiery phoenix, incinerating all in its path. As the punch descended, it was unclear whether it would be enough to deal with the mud creatures. One of them looked up, then, with surprising speed, raised its arm towards the fiery orb to block the attack. The other humanoid figures raised their arms, unleashing their own attacks to intercept the fireball hurtling towards them. The scene was a chaotic maelstrom of furious action. AC Von Neem, frustrated, bit down hard on the cigarette in his mouth. Seeing the humanoid figure completely unharmed, he cursed. Damn it, my spiritual energy is almost depleted. One of the humanoid figures lunged forward, aiming a powerful punch at AC Von Neem. He nimbly dodged to the side, avoiding a nearby stone statue that was also under attack. He gripped his tool, his gaze fixed on the monster. He acted decisively. Seizing the moment the monster stumbled forward, he launched an attack. The tool had the ability to melt rock and earth, shaping it into whatever the user desired. It was a carpenter's tool, after all. Suddenly, as the stone statue stumbled, another figure appeared behind it, poised to deliver a devastating blow. The stone statue braced for the inevitable. Death seemed certain. But then, rescue arrived. Song Lin Miao, working in perfect synchronization with him, transformed the ground beneath the giant into mud. Losing its footing, the creature staggered, thrown off balance. Stone statue narrowly escaped death. This ability had another unique property. It prevented the giants from shifting forms. Quickly, they sank deep into the mire, as helpless as newborn chicks. Nearby, Lin Gang observed the unfolding battle. His companions were truly formidable. These three were entirely capable of defeating all those stone giants. But for him, whether it was breath energy or assassination skills, even the blood-tongue crowbar, nothing seemed to affect the giants. He touched the earpiece in his ear, analyzing the situation. These creatures possessed impenetrable bodies, impervious to all. It was a frustrating counter to his abilities. He couldn't remain here, useless. Activating his BGM skill, he blasted a song titled I Believe, boosting his jumping ability. With a powerful leap, he launched himself into the air. Lin Gang soared towards the arm, calling back, I'll leave those guys to you. If something couldn't be done, he'd move on to find something he could do. Lin Gang propelled himself higher into the air, towards where Dong Feng Pa was fighting. This was his battlefield. Lin Gang pierced through the hail of stones, reaching out as if grasping for something. Landing on the hand, he grinned. In war, you must capture the king first. Reverse assassination technique. As he finished speaking, the grotesque creature coughed up a mouthful of blood. Along with the blood, a spray of mud erupted. This seemed to be the true blood of this bizarre creature. The thorny protrusions on the arm began to disappear. The rain and wind ceased. Dong Feng Pa looked down, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Dong Feng Pa quickly produced a flask and swiftly emptied its contents into his mouth. He took a deep breath, his throat warming. A faint glow seemed to emanate from his face. Still suspended in midair, he then unleashed a torrent of fire towards the entity perched on the creature's hand. The flames roared, engulfing the thing. Intense heat radiated outwards. This time, the entity offered no resistance. Even as the flames died down, it remained motionless, its color only slightly darkened. Dong Feng Pa repeated his attack, shouting, "So you can handle the heat, huh? Let's see how many times you can take it." Stone statue gritted his teeth, letting out a frustrated grunt. It seemed Dong Feng Pa had successfully enraged the creature. It struggled to sit up, roaring towards Dong Feng Pa, "You'll die, insect." The others were completely taken aback by the creature's ability to speak. The situation had suddenly shifted. The sound was truly horrifying. Stone statue gritted his teeth, looking upwards. He had heard that voice before, in the illusion, William's voice. The entity controlling the fetus was definitely not the reindeer, but but William. The Leslie family was trying to use the reindeer's divine power to lessen the curse's influence on their bloodline. But the reindeer's revival also meant William's partial resurrection. He had been hiding within the mansion for who knew how long. For years, the reindeer's spirit hadn't absorbed the faith of its worshippers, leaving it blind and its consciousness diminished. William had cleverly exploited this weakness, somehow finding an opportunity within this chaos. He was using the fetus to revive himself. From above, something fell, a mound of earth quickly enveloping it, forming a protective barrier. Stone statue rushed forward, using his chisel to shatter the earthen plates. No wonder the fetus could create so many intricate stone statues. A cunning and intelligent being like William was far more troublesome than the mindless reindeer. He was a far greater threat. After destroying several stone statues suddenly yelled, alerting the others. They looked at him puzzled. Pointing at the earthen shell, he shouted, "That's not the reindeer god. It's William." AC Vonim, Dong Fong Pa, and Lin Gang were stunned. Only Song Lin Miao seemed to have anticipated this. Suddenly, the fetus within the earthen sphere spoke, its voice filled with indignation. "You are not the alpha descendants of the Leslie family." Lin Gang glanced over, casually asking, "Leslie family? What's that? Is it edible?" Within the sphere, William let out a surprised gasp. "Are you AI? Why are you here at the mansion, ruining my ritual? Do you know how long I've waited for this day? How much I've endured? How much I've sacrificed?" "Don't care," Lin Gang retorted. "I'm with the ILS Armed Forces. We're here to investigate this mansion's history of tax evasion." William was bewildered. "Tax evasion? What?" Lin Gang continued, "So you don't want to pay taxes? There are only two certainties in life, death and taxes. This grand mansion of yours has been around since the 1930s. You haven't paid a dime since then. According to tax regulations, we can seize your assets. Whatever you owe, it all goes to public funds. This island mansion belongs to the Californian monarch. Scram clean. Don't bother us anymore. Don't bother us anymore." William remained silent within the earthen sphere for a long moment, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Gang's nonsensical rambling had served its purpose. Based on William's reaction, he was certain that he was the one controlling the fetus. Suddenly, William's voice echoed from within the earthen sphere. "Do you really think I'll believe that?" Lin Gang replied nonchalantly, "Believe it or not, that's your prerogative. Our organization established a special task force long ago, specifically to deal with unusual individuals, especially to collect taxes from unusual individuals, like you and your companions. We are all high-ranking inspectors from the ILS. This man who manipulates multidimensional space, Haiwan Dakak Ni, trained in martial arts from a young age and is exceptionally skilled with dual swords. He is known as the best swordsman in the inspection corps. His favorite drink is beer mixed with cow's milk. This man with the chisel, Myson Langzer, loves sculpting idols. He's a writer from the Tiaihong Kung Han era, expelled for imitating Kung Han and stealing light by chiseling holes in hotel walls. He's best at using hidden weapons like, say, while taking a bath, but can still snatch a Reiko Ndeo from behind someone's back. This one is even more remarkable. Known as the Titan Monster, an incredibly strange individual. AC Voni muttered curses under his breath as he listened. Finally, there's Song Lin Miao. Lin Gang continued, his expression perfectly neutral. This woman with the bright skin and pen is an exceptionally talented teacher. She boasts a 90% graduation rate among her students and a 60% mortality rate. Song Lin Miao frowned, glancing at Lin Gang. The stone necklaces could only hold out for another 15 minutes. Once their power faded, they would no longer be able to look directly at William. Lin Gang was well aware of this. So why was he wasting precious time with such pointless rambling? If he continued, it would only give William more time to recover his strength. What was Lin Gang playing at? Lin Gang stepped forward, scrutinizing William. If I'm not mistaken, he began 15 rows ago when they performed the reindeer god resurrection ritual. It was successful, wasn't it? William let out a slow, chilling chuckle. Did you get that information from the DSO? How naive. Undeterred, Lin Gang pressed on. Yes, you were resurrected, but shortly after. You were already prepared, weren't you? From the moment we stepped inside, those abnormal mechanisms we encountered, each held fragmented memories. By activating them, we gained access to pieces of the mansion's history. The four limbs correspond to the mother who sent her child away from Roanoke Island. The lungs correspond to Lady Leslie. The heart corresponds to you, William. So, what do the intestines represent? The illusion, represented by the intestines, dates back to the 16th century. Assuming these mechanisms hold memories corresponding to each organ, the owner of these intestines must be connected to the disappearance of Roanoke Island's inhabitants. Because, in the illusion, all the villagers walked into a dense forest. Perhaps the intestines belong to the only priest who didn't follow the reindeer into the woods, which presents a problem. This priest died in the 16th century, so who dug him up after his death? These intestines show signs of being exhumed, clearly taken from a desiccated corpse. William was silent for a moment before asking, so what if the intestines belong to the old priest? What's so important about that? Li Ngang not dead? It's not important, actually. Do you all remember the handwriting Lady Leslie left behind? She said the Leslie family purchased the mansion because they discovered a secret you left behind. Then she said the reindeer god devoured all the family members, intending to use them as materials for its resurrection. By now, Song Lin Miao understood the implication. The intestines didn't belong to the Leslie family. Lin Gang nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Exactly. William's heart, it doesn't belong to a Leslie family member either. Lady Leslie and her entire family were deceived. The resurrection ritual they obtained, based on your secret, William, was flawed from the start. Before the Leslie family arrived, Lin Gang continued, you attempted the resurrection ritual yourself. You opened the coffins of buried clergy, harvested their intestines, and built the prison beneath the mansion. You used slaves as test subjects for your research. In your time, slavery in the Americas hadn't been fully abolished. The bones, kidneys, and bodies in the water prison, those are the remnants of that era. William remained silent. Lin Gang, too, was silent, analyzing the situation. He knew. The reason Lady Leslie's head hadn't triggered an illusion was because her sanity had completely evaporated. While the kidneys and body of the slave hadn't triggered illusions, it was likely because the slave had been used repeatedly in William's experiments, their unique characteristics worn away by death. The reason the body instinctively sought the air conditioner was probably because both the body and kidneys originated from the same slave, driven by an instinct to reunite with its origin. William still hadn't spoken. Lin Gang continued to peel back the layers of truth. In the resurrection ritual performed by the Leslie family, the offering of internal organs wasn't originally a requirement. Starting from that point, you were likely waiting for the opportune moment to seize everything from the reindeer god. And then you began to plan your true resurrection. You exploited the reindeer god's divine authority and power, attacking the Leslie family, eliminating each member, those who invaded the mansion and could potentially uncover your true identity. Head, limbs, torso, kidneys, lungs, intestines. The 7 abnormal organs we encountered before, they were all body parts you deliberately selected for yourself. After completing the purge, the only remaining question is, whose fetus are you currently using? At this point, William suddenly grinned, a sardonic smile twisting his lips. Don't you already know? He asked mockingly. A day before you arrived, a descendant of the Leslie family came to this mansion. She was a witch, born in Tan Sixtia, who had long severed ties with her family, until she was summoned by the power of blood. She came here to learn about her origins and her past. Lingans bro furuba. You killed her and transformed her into the fetus. He then let out a laugh, provoking William. No wonder. Even though the resurrection ritual was nearing completion, you still left the other organs in various corners of the mansion, absorbing the warmth of the black wood. Turns out, you had a more perfect vessel for your revival. William chuckled in response. Regarding that, I must thank her. If it weren't for her, I would have had to use a collection of mismatched organs to piece together a complete body. Her arrival perfected the resurrection ritual, allowing me to bypass the need for those other organs. Even more perfect, in fact. A.C. Vonin frowned in thought. So, if the witch hadn't appeared, William would have collected the organs and placed them together. If that were the case, to complete their mission, they would have had to face both the interference of the abnormal organs and a direct confrontation with William. The difficulty level seemed to have increased quite a bit. The stone statue also furrowed its brow, contemplating. The fetus, the objective of their mission, had long been under William's control. If the system's ultimate goal was for them to eliminate William, why did it task them with purging the abnormal organs scattered throughout the mansion, organs that were no longer relevant to the resurrection ritual? Disgust was evident on Dong Feng Pa's face. A grotesque thing like that, can it truly be considered a god? William, though encased within the cocoon, could still see the expressions of those outside. Their looks of disgust, as if he were mere garbage, irritated him immensely. He roared, "Don't use your foolish imaginations to speculate on the definition of a god. A god cannot be known, cannot be seen, cannot be predicted, cannot be measured. Even with the full extent of human imagination, you cannot fully comprehend the profound nature of a god. Moreover, my resurrection ritual is far from complete. Otherwise, the moment I opened this door, you would have gone mad from gazing directly upon the essence of divinity." Song Lin Miao remained silent, her expression complex as she looked towards William. The divinity of some natural gods was so potent that mortals couldn't look directly at them. So how could William, a mere human, withstand even a sliver of divine power? Even if a human could somehow endure the encroachment of divinity and successfully ascend to godhood, they would be consumed by it bit by bit, losing their sense of self, their individual consciousness. Without that, what difference was there between being a god and being dead? Having finished her analysis, Song Lin Miao immediately grasped the key point. Unless William had another trick up his sleeve. While their companions were busy feigning shock, Lin Gang continued to wear a playful smile, asking William mockingly, "You really aren't picky, are you? Transforming into a woman doesn't even bother you." From within the sphere, William responded to the jibe. "Gender and appearance are merely extensions of divinity. I chose this body because it aligns with the divine spark containing the life force of creation, proliferation, and healing. Women are more receptive to this than men." Lin Gang immediately clapped his hands, laughing cheerfully. "Well said. Hearing you say that, it proves that we women have finally truly risen up. Life is truly beautiful." William, of course, had no interest in joking with Lin Gang. He snorted and said condescendingly, "Aren't you all here for this divine spark as well?" Lin Gang Su, divinity is a good thing, but even if it could make one a Buddha or an immortal, it wouldn't be the likes of a country bumpkin like you. Understand? William scoffed. Becoming a Buddha or an immortal? What are you talking about? He continued, "I've already said, divinity is a concept difficult to accurately describe with the feeble human language. For humans to awaken the power of life force, there's a mandatory price to pay. The bloodline power of the Leslie family is a curse inherited from their demigod ancestors. I've researched divinity for many years, enduring countless hardships and difficulties to devise this resurrection ritual. The side effects are incredibly severe. Even if you were to obtain the divine spark, you wouldn't be able to fully utilize it. At most, you'd create a demigod with immense power, or an immortal being devoid of consciousness." Song Lin Miao, who had been listening with growing impatience, suddenly stepped forward. "Actually," she interjected, "you still haven't given up on the descendants of the Leslie family, have you? You've been tracking the whereabouts of the Leslie family members, especially the body you're currently controlling. Now, you saw her awaken her abilities, saw her become a witch. You gradually guided her to discover her family history, to uncover the truth about Roanoke Island, and finally, to affirm her own existence. This is also why you didn't actively erase the words Lady Leslie left in the generator room. You lured this witch to you. In other words, your control over your physical body wasn't as strong as we imagined. Considering this, combined with the fact that we were teleported away as soon as we entered the mansion, she isn't completely dead, is she? She was controlling your body, teleporting us to different rooms to prevent you from killing us prematurely. So, you're even weaker than we thought." Within the sphere, William fell silent. It seemed Song Lin Miao's words had struck a nerve. Lin Gang frowned, looking around. Previously, the chained figures and the illusion of the woman that Emoshi saw, those were probably created by her. The only question is, how much of her self-awareness remains? How much can she influence the fetus? And what use can it be in this fight? It's certainly something worth paying attention to. William, though slightly shaken, tried to maintain his composure. "Lin Gang, you've been deliberately stalling this whole time to allow that witch to interfere with me at a crucial moment, haven't you? Unfortunately, she's been influenced by my divine persona for too long, losing her self-awareness. She can no longer react to any external stimuli. Furthermore, even if she were alive, it wouldn't affect my ability to kill you." Hearing this, Lin Gang laughed and pointed towards the ceiling. "If it were truly that easy to kill us, as you say, why are you still sneaking around doing such foolish things?" Everyone simultaneously looked up in the direction Lin Gang was pointing. On the ceiling, where the large hole had been, a mass of worms had been hanging. Now, countless tangled vines were converging there, To explain this, we need to rewind a bit. Earlier, when Lin Gang was repelling William's long, sharp pillars, he unintentionally sent one flying into the air. And so, Lin Gang suddenly discovered something on the ceiling, that inside the walls, there was something, and Lin Gang had asked Miss Sai to discreetly investigate. Seeing William's continued silence, Lin Gang helpfully explained, "Just now, I deliberately stalled for time. It's because I discovered these places earlier and used a secret technique to investigate." Song Lin Miao, upon hearing this, understood his purpose. Just what kind of secret technique allowed such discreet investigation? She was truly curious. Lin Gang continued, "The withered ivy vines are spread throughout the mansion, buried deep within the walls. Over time, these withered vines continuously regenerate, becoming verdant, translucent, and brimming with life. Clearly, these vines were all created by William. The formation is rooted in the mansion. Destroying the formation will cause irreparable damage to the mansion. If the mansion is damaged, it can no longer nurture the organ. Therefore, to complete the resurrection ritual, the formation must remain intact." Lin Gang pointed at William and said, "Now that he has a fetus more suitable for resurrection, he no longer needs the organ for recuperation. Therefore, he believes the easiest way to kill us is to destroy this formation, allowing those who were originally his subordinates to invade the mansion and surround us." William readily admitted, "So, you insects prepare to die." Lin Gang smiled smugly at William. "Aren't you afraid?" William asked. Lin Gang pointed his spear towards him. "Afraid of what?" "The protective layer collapses, and then countless people emerge from the forest. We just need to kill them before that happens, don't we?" William suddenly roared in fury, "Kill me then. Watch closely. Witness the difference between a human and a god." As he finished speaking, all four walls trembled, as if something had just shattered deep within them. The space itself warped, as if on the verge of collapse. A tangle of vines, bristling with countless branches, lashed out, attacking Lin Gang's group. They were completely caught off guard by this sudden, unannounced attack. This was truly disastrous. Getting hit by one of those things would undoubtedly be incredibly painful. AC Vonim bent down, raised both hands, and unleashed the heat wave shield. He slammed his hands into the ground. The earth beneath him cracked, as if something had exploded below. Around Lin Gang's group, pillars of fire erupted from the ground, as if protecting them. The flames roared and spread rapidly, quickly forming a large dome, shielding everyone. Wood, when encountering fire, naturally burns before the vines could reach their target, but the writhing roots were completely unable to penetrate the flames. William, within the sphere, watched with growing frustration. "What is this thing? I can't sense any energy fluctuations. Has mystical theory reached this level? Or do these people possess some kind of bloodline power? Forget it. Regardless, I will keep your corpses intact. I'll use them as research material for bloodline powers. Perhaps I can even preserve your souls, allowing you to continue existing in this world." From deep within the ground and from the ceiling, more and more branches emerged. Mud and earth gathered. They flew up, clinging to the roots, and then coated them. The sight of these wriggling, worm-like masses was truly unsettling. The earth-coated roots, now no longer as susceptible to the heat, once again attacked the flames. This time they successfully broke through. Unlike William, those within the dome of fire couldn't observe the situation outside. Lin Gang jerked, shouting, "Not good." The barriers collapsing. Dong Fong Fa, pulling out a box that smelled of the sea, declared, "Let me handle this." Inside the box was an intricate device. In its center was a red button like a dial. Dong Fong Fa promptly twisted the red button. From thin air, a swarm of spectral sea fish, their composition a mystery, materialized, swimming playfully. This device, Dong Fong Fa explained, creates shadows of deep-sea fish that absorb moisture from anything that attacks them. Watch. A fish gently brushed against a mud-covered root. The root withered visibly. The larger the target, the more water it contains, the better it works. Dong Fong Fa wiped his brow, relieved. That was close. Lin Gang thought, what a remarkable device. Outside, the spectral fish swam around the protective barrier. The relentless tendrils, despite being damaged, continued their furious assault. AC Vonim frowned, shouting, "Here they come again. Too many. We can't hold them back. If you have any other tricks, use them now. We're all going to die if you keep hiding them." This time, Song Lin Miao produced an hourglass, but it was filled with nothing. She tipped it upside down and opened the top, revealing a thin blade. Taking a deep breath, Song Lin Miao sliced her hand with the blade, letting the blood drip into the hourglass. It seemed to be a blood-powered hourglass. This, Song Lin Miao explained, will slow down his thinking in 30 seconds for a full minute. Use that time to attack. Lin Gang and Shi Tuong nodded. We'll cover you. Dong Fong Fa and AC Vo Nim replied in unison, understood. Pillars of fire erupted from the barrier, the spectral fish swimming alongside them. They attacked the roots, creating an opening for Lin Gang and Shi Tuong. At that moment, a hole opened in the barrier. Two dark figures darted out. Shi Tuong and Lin Gang followed the fire towards the opening. Get close to him. Li Ngang Ei, Si Tung Ziplit Understo. Picking up speed, Lin Gang activated his boots. He leaped into the air, twirling his spear dramatically. Monster, your end is here. William laughed. Useless. From below, the mud and earth rose like a swamp. An earthen wall rose, blocking Lin Gang and Shi Tuong. Lin Gang slammed his spear into the wall. Damn this barrier. But it had little effect. The wall remained unyielding. William sneered. To ascend to the rank of grass, which in a place with such harsh spiritual energy flow, one must possess exceptional talent, unwavering will, and sharp intellect. The knowledge and skills I've cultivated here for 15 years are enough to kill you hundreds of times over. Shi Tuong roared, stop bragging, and thrust his pickaxe at the wall. The Alpha's pickaxe, designed for breaking stone, shattered the earthen wall with a single blow. This way, Shi Tuong shouted, rushing through the gap. Lin Gang followed close behind. The first line of defense was gone, but William remained unfazed. He yelled, come and die. Then he manipulated the vines, forming a second line of defense. The vines flew towards them, weaving themselves into a large net. They blocked Lin Gang and Shi Tuong's path. These vines were clearly much easier to cut than the earth had been. The spear point and pickaxe in Shi Tuong's hands glowed. All right, let's shine. Both men immediately swung their weapons, slicing through the vine wall. Cutting it was easy enough. The problem was that the moment they cut it, it instantly regenerated. Its recovery speed was even faster than its decomposition rate. Just look at this perfectly intact wall. This was going to be tricky. Seeing their predicament, William laughed. Child's play. This net is infused with divine power. Whether you slash it with a sword or burn it with fire, as long as it's not completely destroyed, it will regenerate effortlessly. Within this mansion, William continued, I've utilized the withered ivy to construct a net with an endless flow of energy. Currently, this fishing net can only unleash a fraction of its divine power, but it cannot reverse the flow of energy within this mansion. He could even hear the pained screams emanating from the mansion. Those forest people are trapped outside, constantly waiting for an opportunity to overcome the obstacles and reach me. William chuckled to himself, filled with excitement. Finally, the sacred, momentous occasion I've been waiting for has arrived. Once I complete the ritual and kill these fools, I can maintain my consciousness without being consumed by divinity. Then, I will restore my body to the pinnacle of existence and finally become a true god. That reindeer was such a fool. It actually wanted to save those people. Unfortunately, weakened by its declining divine power, it had no choice but to transform them into forest people, waiting until its power was restored to change them back to normal. So foolish. It could have sacrificed those people to save itself, but it refused. Abandoned and forgotten by those wicked beings, it fancied itself a saint, sacrificing itself for the benefit of all. I, on the other hand, left a note, tricking the Leslie clan into regarding the reindeer as an evil god. This allowed it to perform the rituals without worry, while I simultaneously stripped it of its power and divinity. This gave me the opportunity to be reborn. This is the wisdom a true god should possess. Lost in thought, William suddenly noticed that only one person remained near the net. The masked man with the spear had vanished. He quickly sensed a presence beneath the earth. Even though you can burrow, it's still too simple for me. Lin Gang, observing from below, couldn't find a way to approach. This net can also pierce the earth, you see. Useless, isn't it? William taunted. As soon as he finished speaking, William felt something was amiss. Why did his voice suddenly sound like this? He looked back at Shi Tuong. The man's pickaxe swings seemed to be accelerating, twice as fast as the net's regeneration. Everything was speeding up, surpassing even the speed of his divine thoughts. Even the rate at which his divine power was being consumed was increasing. Suddenly, William shuddered. It wasn't that things were faster. His own thought processes were slowing down. Not good. The coward immediately turned to flee. Lin Gang, beneath the earth, wouldn't miss this opportunity. The slowing effect is working. Excellent. From beneath the earth, mud and soil began to rise, and Lin Gang's reaction speed increased dramatically. I have to kill him before the hourglass runs out. The earth flew upwards, condensing into countless sharp spears. They all aimed toward Shi Tuong, as if William was trying to buy himself time. Over there, Lin Gang suddenly burst forth from the ground. Use BGM, Angeline breathing sound. Spear in hand, he advanced, shattering those troublesome earthen projectiles as he went. Behind him, Shi Tuong's pickaxe glowed, growing larger. He hefted it onto his shoulder, ready to assist at any moment. The two of them pressed forward, fighting their way towards William. Within his earthen sphere, William felt secure. The stone spear, imbued with divine power, is indestructible. They can't even scratch it. Though my thought processes have slowed, I've poured a massive amount of divine power into creating this mud barrier. No one can penetrate it except me. Lin Gang was closing in on the mud shell, the distance shrinking with every stride. Even from afar, its impenetrability was evident. If he wanted to kill William, Lin Gang knew he had to force him out. Thinking this, he pulled out a scroll. It was the scroll of taunting. Holding the scroll, Lin Gang channeled its power and began his mocking tirade. You're nothing but a monster, not human, not demon. Your grandfather never won a game of chess. Your grandmother tripped every time she went square dancing. Your father never won a hand of cards. Your mother lost every single mahjong game she ever played. Tripped every time, lost every game, never won a hand, never a single victory. Inside, William's fury grew with each insult. Focused on the taunts, his anger amplified by the scroll's magic. A crack appeared in the earthen sphere. William's head poked out, just a glimpse, but enough. From the ground below, mud tendrils erupted. They sharpened into long, pointed needles, lashing out at Lin Gang. Raising a large shield, Lin Gang advanced towards William. Lost your temper already, showing yourself so easily. Can't handle a little praise, can you? Behind him, Lin Gang's scatter monster backlash activated. 8 arms sprouted from his back, each wielding a powerful weapon. Shield raised, Lin Gang charged, his 8 extra arms a whirlwind of offensive power. But the earthen needles seemed to pierce right through his shield. They passed through the shield, grazing Lin Gang's back. Absorbing energy, I can only temporarily block the attack. I won't die, but I can't keep this up. Desperate, Lin Gang hurled his shield at William, his 8 arms unleashing a furious barrage. He activated reverse shadow assassination technique. Hidden within his earthen sphere, William suddenly coughed up blood. This is the bloodworm skipjack, Sai explained from behind Lin Gang. It can manipulate blood within a certain range, forcing it to change shape. Its power isn't enough to separate the blood essence from his divine form. She continued, but it can make his blood churn. That's enough. He then used reverse blood stagnation, inflicting William with panic and a host of other debilitating effects. This was Lin Gang's chance. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his spear towards William. The spearhead flew closer and closer. Trapped within his sphere, William was completely immobile. Terror gripped him, sweat pouring down his face. To die here like this, he couldn't accept it. He refused to die here. He looked out, trembling. He could feel it so close. A tremendous crash echoed through the chamber. A nearby cliff face suddenly crumbled. Lin Gang looked up in astonishment. The ceiling, it's collapsing again. From above, a horde of forest people rained down. Lin Gang frowned, leaping into the air. The magic array, it's broken. His spear, mere inches from William, was suddenly halted by a shimmering shield. A shield. In his weakened state, how can he still summon a shield? Lin Gang thought, his eyes darting to the newly arrived figures. It's because of them. Suddenly, his spear, as if melting, began to distort. This shield, it's melting my spear. And I feel restrained. This is divine power. He recognized the oppressive force. From within his earthen sphere, William roared, "Destroy them." The figures obeyed, rushing towards Lin Gang's companions. Duo Leo cleared a path, allowing the figures to attack. Shi Tuong, along with the forest people, found themselves suddenly under siege. The number of figures swelled, the tide of battle turning in an instant. Chaos erupted. William laughed, a manic edge to his voice. "Die here, all of you. I will be the god of this world. You will all die here." But at that very moment, at the precipice of victory, something strange happened to William. Within the depths of his mind, William stared in disbelief at the figure that had appeared. The descendant, the witch, was still alive, and she was reclaiming her body. William clutched his head, screaming in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. He waved his hand in front of him. "Lingan Spabanisha." "No," he roared. "What have you done? I will kill you too." The sudden disappearance of his spear startled Lin Gang. William, consumed by panic, shrieked, "What are you doing? I was about to become a god. Stop! Stop this!" The witch, gripping Lin Gang's spear, pressed it against her own head, her teeth gritted. "It's all over, Leslie." Chaos reigned. The figures continued their relentless assault on Lin Gang's group. AC Von Neem retreated, defending himself. "These monsters, they attacked when we landed, and now they're attacking us again. They completely lost it." Song Lin Miao frowned. "There are too many. I can't hold them off. They're strong and reckless. For someone who doesn't excel in direct combat like me, all I can do is dodge." Dong Fong Fa, dual blades flashing, parried the attacks of the figures closing in. "Damn it, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Are we really going to die here?" Shi Tuong felt a surge of despair. "Damn it, I can't break through. I can only hold them off. At this rate, we're all going to die. Has Lam Yu not finished yet? If we wait any longer, we're doomed." Li Ngang stood for then, stone. That thing had just dismissed his spear and stabbed itself in the head. The witch, her jaw clenched, whispered, "It's over, Leslie." At that critical juncture, the system notification chimed. Strange organs within William, including heart, lungs, intestines, kidneys, limbs, torso, head, and fetus have been eliminated. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. "We did it." Dong Fong Fa, feeling the tension drain away, raised his blades. "Yes, we're saved." Suddenly, a nearby figure punched him in the face, sending him flying. Dong Fong Fa, clutching his face, stared at the monster in disbelief. Why are they still attacking? Does one side have to be completely annihilated for this to end? As more figures converged on him, Dong Fong Fa cried out in frustration. "System, are you kidding me?" Just then, another system notification appeared. Organ Villa quest complete. 5 minutes until forced teleportation. Do you wish to teleport immediately? Naturally, all 4 of them chose yes. One by one, they vanished. Song Lin Miao, AC Vonim, Dong Fong Fa, and Shi Tuong were teleported out. Now, only Lin Gang remained, hovering in the air. Immediately, the monstrous figures turned their attention to him. They surged towards him, a frenzied tide of malice. Recalling his spear, Lin Gang spun, 8 arms momentarily holding back the monstrous onslaught. Bidding farewell to this treacherous realm, Lin Gang hit the confirm teleport button. He glanced at the remaining figures, a flicker of pity in his eyes. Such pitiful beings. Before they could reach him, he vanished. Within the mansion, a chilling roar echoed. But it was over. Lin Gang reappeared in his own home, a wave of relief washing over him. He sank to the floor, exhaling slowly. Finally home. The normal world is definitely the best. The moment of respite was short-lived. Pain flared through his body, a stark reminder of the wounds he had sustained. They ached, throbbed, a burning testament to the battle he had just survived.